Europe in the 20th Century. George Lichtheim. In Memory o' My Parents. Contents. Preface. Part 1. The Age of Imperialism. 2. Social Foundations. 3. Liberalism and Nationalism. 4. Positivism and its Critics. 5. A New View of the World. 6. A New Style in the Arts. Part 2. 7. War and Revolution. 1914 to 19. 8. Europe between the wars. 1919 to 39. From Versailles to Munich. B. Revolution and Reaction. C. The Crisis of Liberal Democracy. D. Old Elites and New Ideologies. 9. Natural and Social Science. A. Physics and Chemistry. B. Psychology and Anthropology. 10. Art and Literature between the wars. I. Philosophy and Theology between the wars. A. Logical Positivism. B. Marxism. C. From Idealism to Existentialism. Contents. Part 3. 12. The Second World War. 1939 to 45 to 43. A. Blit, Krieg in Poland and France. 243. B. Britain at Bay. 255. C. Hitler's Europe. 264. D. The Grand Alliance. 277. 1-3. Cold War and Coexistence. 293. 14. The New Europe. 30. 7. A. Economic Recovery. 307. B. Social Trends. 319. C. Technocracy and Democracy. 33. 1. 15. The Post-European Age. 350. A. Shrinking Horizons. 350. B. Cultural Dilemmas. 358. C. Conclusion. 369. Bibliographical Note. 377. Index. 389. Preface. The subject of this book is the transformation of European society since, taking the term society to stand for the entire structure of institutions and modes of life inherited from the past and constantly refashioned through the process of historical change. Both the date and the conceptual framework are arbitrary, and a different approach, an attempt, for example, to trace the crisis of the European nation-state since the outbreak of war in 1914, is equally legitimate. The 19th century is frequently said to have endured until 1914 to 18, in the sense that a particular civilization was disrupted by the First World War. Likewise, there is no good reason why the account should be brought to a halt in 1970 merely to suit the convenience of the author or the reader. But historians have to terminate somewhere, and if their topic is the contemporary scene, they are obliged to stop at a point in time dictated by the actual completion of their work. Similar considerations apply to a geographical frame which includes Russia and omits the United States. The fact that since 1945 the old continent has been overshadowed by these two hegemonial powers does not by itself invalidate the traditional approach which counterposes Europe and America as two distinct entities. We shall return to the already ancient question how Russia can be said to form part of Europe. For our present purpose it is enough that no rigid barrier separates the present-day USSR from its client states. It is open to anyone to adopt an Atlantic perspective and then try to fit Western Europe into it, but for better or worse the present work adheres to the time-honored practice of most historians. If the result is a certain geopolitical unbalance, the author can only plead that strategic considerations are not uppermost among his concerns. The general standpoint adopted throughout is one of interpretation rather than narrative. Political and military affairs are briefly summarized, and the same applies to economic history. The aim has been to bring into view the totality of European civilization, the heaviest emphasis falling upon the transformation of inherited lifestyles under the impact of social and technological change. Such an approach inevitably imposes upon author and reader alike a willingness to embark upon generalization in fields normally reserved for specialists. Historians have become dependent upon the work done by sociologists and students of what might be described as the culture of an epoch. Being at the mercy of their own ignorance and their prejudices, they can claim some degree of authority only in so far as they are able to present an overall view of the entire field. This in turn presupposes the existence of certain definable trends shaping the totality of events during a given period. A writer who believes that European history is simply the aggregate of national histories will shy away from general statements bearing upon the peculiar character of society as a whole. If on the contrary one assumes the overriding importance of problems common to the entire culture, one will seek to lay bare the strains and stresses resulting from two world wars, a series of shattering revolutions, and the decline of the European nation-state. The search for a central nexus mediating between the autonomous spheres of political, social, and intellectual life has become fairly respectable in recent years, but there is no agreement as to the method proper to the enterprise. Quite probably there never will be. The approach adopted in this book must in any case justify itself in terms of the aim here set out. Anyone who embarks upon this kind of enterprise is obliged to rely heavily on secondary literature. This circumstance is reflected in the composition of the text and the notes. The latter refer for the most part to sources which have actually been consulted and are not to be regarded as a reliable storehouse of information relating to the enormous mass of scholarly work performed in the various fields here briefly touched upon. The same applies to the bibliography, which in practice cannot be more than a guide to further study. The critical reader to whom this book is addressed will discover for himself where the author has done his own research, where he has relied upon others, and where ignorance has obliged him to omit what ought to have been presented. A study of history undertaken from a personal viewpoint cannot set itself aims proper to an encyclopedia. Its purpose has been achieved if it sheds new light upon its chosen topic. The thematic unity running through these pages will, it is hoped, be apparent even to readers who reject the method here brought to bear, a method centering upon the category of totality. This concept, needless to say, is controversial, but then so is the empiricist approach still favored by the majority of historians in the English-speaking world. For the rest, I am able to state that neither Friends nor colleagues are responsible for the conclusions herewith presented to the public. London, December 1971 GL. Part 1. Chapter 1. The Europe of was articulated into a number of independent nation-states bordering upon, or coexisting with, political structures antedating the rise of nationalism and democracy. The national principle was clearly expressed in France, Great Britain, Italy, Spain, and various minor Western European states. Tsarist Russia, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire centering upon Turkey represented an earlier historical formation, that of empires not based upon nationality. Germany was somehow poised in the middle, being both a nation-state and an empire in the sense that its political organization dated back to the post-Napoleonic settlement of 1815. There had been a time when the three Eastern empires, Prussia, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia, stood arrayed against the principles of the French Revolution, nationalism and democracy. The abortive revolution of 1848 had shaken all three, but they had survived into the modern age, and Germany at least had achieved something like national unification. From about 1878 onwards the three Eastern empires no longer presented a common front, their dynastic rivalries giving rise to national antagonisms of which Pan-Germanism and Pan-Slavism were the ideological expression. Germany and Austria drew away from Russia, enlisting on their side the Ottoman Empire. In 1917-18 all FOR crashed to the ground, thereby validating the democratic perspective which since 1848 had treated the state and the nation as equivalents. Central and Eastern Europe around us present a problem to the historian, in that the German Empire straddled a political landscape still encumbered by ancient formations antedating the rise of modern nationalism. To the west, Britain, France, and Italy pursued their imperial rivalries in Riga and elsewhere, but the domestic policies of their respective governments stood on a firm national democratic foundation. The nation and the state were one. By contrast, the empires of the Habsburgs, the Romanovs, and the Ottoman Turks had remained dynastic creations increasingly riddled by the claims of nationalism and democracy. The German Empire represented an unstable compromise. Its policies were already nationalist and imperialist in the modern sense of the term. Its internal political structure resembled that of the ancient East European monarchies, and its ruling stratum was heavily weighted in favor of the landowning nobility which during the Bismarck era had come to terms with the industrial bourgeoisie. Germany was neither one thing nor another, no longer a purely dynastic creation, and possessed of a strong sense of national identity. It nonetheless lacked the democratic organization which in the West had placed the nation-state on a popular basis. The resulting tensions translated themselves into attitudes which appeared irrational to the statesmen of the Western powers and were in fact not suited to the role Germany's rulers intended her to play on the global scene. This peculiar configuration must be kept in mind if one is to grasp the complexity of the pre-19I.4 situation. There were two different kinds of imperialism on the scene, the modern bourgeois variety and that of the East European dynastic empires. Germany somehow managed to combine both. This circumstance resulted in the country's growing political isolation. The central paradox to be kept in mind is this: Europe alone had given birth to the nation-state, but the nation and the state did not, over large areas of Europe, signify the same thing. National self-determination remained a revolutionary slogan in Eastern Europe long after it had been accepted in the West as the norm of political organization. The trend towards the establishment of states on a national foundation had been arrested in Central and Eastern Europe, although German nationalism paid lip service to the principle that the nation should constitute the basis of the state. For practical purposes, self-determination had since the French Revolution become a reality only in the western half-off continent, where nationalism and democracy had entered an alliance. The movement launched in 1789 was blocked in Central Europe, had no serious impact on Tsarist Russia until 1905, and only began to reach the Ottoman Empire on the eve of 1914. In a sense, the entire period from 1789 to 1914 may be described as an age in which democratic nationalism spread eastward, with consequences ruinous to the dynastic empires of the Habsburgs and the Romanovs. The German case was complicated by the fact that in the reign of William II the ruling stratum made an attempt to refloat itself by coming to terms with middle-class nationalism. The practical outcome of this experiment was the Anglo-German naval race of 1900-14, and ultimately Germany's defeat in the First World War. This defeat stemmed in the last resort from the circumstance that Germany had embarked upon modern imperialism with a political armature dating back to an earlier age. The attempt to impose German hegemony upon the Slav nations of Eastern and Central Europe was undertaken in the teeth of those popular forces which the French 4. Revolution had unleashed and which continued to work beneath the surface of dynastic and aristocratic politics in the Europe of Igu. 2. Nationalism and democracy, working separately or jointly, were by far the most powerful forces on the political scene, affecting bourgeois and peasant alike. Socialism added a new dimension, that of the class-conscious industrial proletariat. This new force was perceived as a rival by the older bourgeois democratic movement with which nonetheless it frequently coalesced. It was seen as a mortal threat by the ruling classes of the Eastern empires, and as a more or less serious challenge to the liberal democratic consensus by the political elites of the Western nations. The self-awareness of the socialist movement tended towards reformism, save where it came up against the autocratic political structures of Central and Eastern Europe. In these areas the movement could not help being revolutionary, even though its leaders might dislike the thought. Elsewhere, social democrats and syndicalists were at odds over the issue of political violence, the former in general opting for parliamentary democracy, the latter advocating the general strike as a means of mobilizing the working class for the decisive revolutionary struggle. Anarchism lingered on in Spain as a feature of that country's general backwardness. In Russia populist socialism, with its base in the intelligentsia and its hopes centered on the peasantry, slowly gave way to Marxism. Few people perceived the decisive nature of this development, occurring as it did in the Tsarist Empire, which by general consent was not ripe for anything beyond an experiment in constitutional monarchy on the German pattern. The ground of the political scene in IGU did not differ substantially from the spectacle presented by Europe's rulers in 1871 when Germany achieved her national unification. The only important political transaction of the preceding decade had been the formation of two rival military alliances pitting the Central Powers, Germany and Austria-Hungary, against France and Russia. The incongruous pact between the French Republic and the Romanov dynasty testified to the tacit acceptance of raison d'etat, or realpolitik as the Germans called it. Internal political arrangements were not supposed to matter. Foreign affairs were conducted with a view to preserving or upsetting the precarious balance of power which modern Europe had inherited from the dynastic politics of an earlier age. Great Britain, still securely perched on the edge of the continent, manipulated this unstable equilibrium so as to prevent the establishment of a continental hegemony by some dominant power. From the British standpoint, European affairs were a nuisance, inasmuch as THY absorbed energies which ought to flow into the worldwide system of British-controlled trade and financial investment. The European balance became precarious as Germany grew stronger, but until the challenge inherent in the German naval 5. Building program from onwards, British policy on the whole tended to favor the Central Powers. Russia and France were Britain's principal rivals in Asia and Africa. Germany had not yet made her bid for naval equality and for control of Ottoman Turkey and the Balkans. The continental balance thus had its counterpart in Britain's splendid isolation, reluctantly abandoned from 1902 onwards, and definitely sacrificed in 1914 with Britain's entry into the First World War on the side of her former imperial rivals. Imperialism is the key to European politics in the age that terminated in 1914, but the key fits the lock only if it is borne in mind that very disparate phenomena are covered by this term. The Eastern empires, Habsburg, Romanov, Ottoman, were imperialist in a sense quite different from that intended by liberal and socialist critics of French, German, British, or North American imperialism. These ancient dynastic empires had assembled territories and populations held together by military force, by religious belief, or by loyalty to the reigning dynasty. Their Western competitors had passed beyond this primitive stage, having assimilated the concepts of democracy and nationhood which in 1789 appeared revolutionary and by I-9-I-4 had become conservative so far as bourgeois society was concerned. There was a cleavage between the old dynastic empires and the modern Western powers whose expansionism took the form of capital investment in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The French Republic and Tsarist Russia were allies against Wilhelminian Germany, but Germany's political system had affinities with the Romanov monarchy, while the Third Republic looked westward to the United States. In one go these differences lay concealed beneath the smooth surface of diplomatic palaver. In the crisis of 1914-18 the Western powers, America, Britain, France, drew together in a common front against Imperial Germany, while Russia dropped out of the race altogether, and Austria-Hungary went to pieces, having failed to solve its long-standing nationalities problem. Ottoman Turkey was already moribund in one go, when Germany's rulers conceived the notion that control of Turkey and the Balkans was the prerequisite of great power status in the imperial age, the age that was about to leave the sovereign nation-state behind, just as the Italian city-state had been left behind in the 16th century, when the major European nations acquired their political shape. 3 Bearing in mind the distinction between simple territorial aggrandizement on the part of the Eastern empires and the new expansion-born from the dynamic of capital investment, the period from 1880 to 1914 may be described as the age of imperialism, in the sense that all the major European powers, plus Russia and the United States, were engaged in a race to partition the hinterland of the modern world. The intellectual rationale of this drive was supplied by social Darwinism. 6. That is, by the doctrine that the survival of the fittest applied to nations no less than to individuals. This approach undercut the traditional liberal emphasis upon free trade as the economic foundation of cosmopolitanism. It represented a return to mercantilist doctrines which had gone out of fashion in the 19th century, but were now revived even in Britain as foreign competition became more menacing. The United States, too, appeared on the world scene as an expansionist power with the war against Spain in 1898, leading to the annexation of the Philippines and the establishment of an informal protectorate over much of the Caribbean. Statesmen and general staffs rationalized their new preferences with the help of geopolitics, a doctrine designed to show that the European nation-state had become too small for the new age of empire building. America made its contribution to the torrent of imperialist literature with A.T. Mayon's The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, 1660 to 1783, a work of which it has been said that its publication in 1890 inaugurated something like a new era. It was read eagerly and studied closely by every chancellery and admiralty. It shaped the imperial policies of Germany and Japan. It supported the position of Britain that its greatness lay in its far-flung empire, and it once more turned America toward those seas where it had been a power up to 1860, but which it had abandoned to seek its destiny in the conquest of its own continent. If the young Kaiser Wilhelm II devoured, as he himself said, Mayon's book, so did the young Theodore Roosevelt, and, in a later time, so did another Roosevelt. 4. Taken in the global sense proper to the term, imperialism around signified the expansionist policies then pursued by the major European powers, by the United States and by Japan. It represented a carryover into world politics of the competitive struggle familiar to every observer of the domestic scene in these countries. In practice it signified empire building on the basis of colonial expansion, plus protectionist measures designed to shut out foreign competitors. The globe was being divided up among a handful of advanced industrial countries whose ruling classes found in the imperialist ethos an outlet for their own energies, as well as for latent tensions in the body politic. The trend affected Europe in two ways. In the first place it sharpened the antagonisms already dividing the principal European nations. Secondly, it set in motion forces which could not be effectively controlled within the framework of parliamentary government, not even in Britain which already possessed the world's largest empire and had managed to combine liberal democracy at home with colonial expansion abroad. The combination rested upon the fleeting triumph of laissez-faire economics in the mid-19th century, a moment in time when Britain was briefly the world's only industrial power and thus able 7. To treat the rest of the globe as a market for her products. When this enviable monopoly crumbled under the impact of American, German and Japanese competition, reliance on free trade became difficult to defend. The renaissance of the Tory party went hand in hand with imperialism in the narrow sense, that is, reliance on the formal empire in India and Africa, as against the de facto empire of free trade secured by Britain's industrial monopoly in the middle of the 19th century. The German challenge, taking shape as it did around 1900 with the decision to build a major battle fleet in the teeth of British protests, thus impinged upon a situation which had already been destabilized by the loss of Britain's industrial and trade monopoly. The defensive reactions of the British governing class in the face of this threat in turn prompted the German government to accelerate its military and naval preparations for the expected showdown. The Anglo-German conflict thus superimposed itself upon Germany's and Austria's attempt to establish an unshakable hegemony in Central Europe and the Balkans, a line of policy which drove the Central Powers inexorably towards a military conflict with Russia and France. In this sense 1900 marked a watershed. From the British standpoint it now became an urgent matter to ward off the German menace, either by agreement with Germany's rulers about a global share-out, or by building up an anti-German coalition. A move in the first direction was made by Joseph Chamberlain, not accidentally the chief exponent of protectionism and colonial expansion, when at the turn of the century he threw out some rather vague and grandiose proposals for a triple alliance between the British Empire, the United States and Germany, to make the world safe for the Nordic races. Like Chamberlain's plans for a centrally controlled British Empire secure behind tariff walls, this proposal fitted in with the clearly observable trend towards transnational, or even transcontinental, political arrangements. It would have been the translation into the sphere of power politics of the classic methods of monopoly capitalism. 5. The trouble was that neither the Germans nor the Americans were ready to enter such a triumvirate, the former having staked too much on the high seas fleet and the coming showdown with Britain, the latter being as yet unwilling to emerge from behind their comfortable isolation. The Germans were in a hurry, the Americans felt they could wait and were suspicious of what looked like a scheme to perpetuate Britain's world empire. In retrospect, it seems plain enough that Germany's rulers gambled with the fate of their nation when they rejected Chamberlain's proposals, but from the standpoint of a dynamic industrial country which already possessed Europe's best army, the decision to build a major battle fleet was logical enough. It would have given Germany the paramount position on the continent necessary to 8. Break out of the Central European confinement and acquire the status of a genuine world power. But this was just the essential point no British government was ready to yield. In consequence, there followed a British accommodation with France in IG-04 and with Russia in IG-07. Germany now had to face a coalition of potentially superior hostile forces. The knowledge that Russia was still far behind economically, Britain dearly past its peak, and France hampered by a stagnant population and stunted industrial growth, encouraged the German military and political leaders to seek a decision on the battlefield while time was on their side. The War of 1914-18 sprang from this peculiar constellation, within which Germany was the dynamic factor. There would in any case have been a showdown between the Central Powers and the Franco-Russian combination. Germany's increasing control over Turkey represented a standing threat to Russia, while her senseless interference in North Africa antagonized even those French politicians who in principle favored a Franco-German reconciliation. Such a war would in all likelihood have terminated with a rapid German victory. Precisely for this reason, the British government in 1914 intervened on the side of France and Russia. 6. The tensions which exploded into war in 1914 were not different in principle from those that had given rise to earlier European conflagrations. What had changed was the character of society. That the major powers would one day come to blows was generally taken for granted, but all concerned thought in terms of a quick victory and a subsequent return to the state of affairs then regarded as normal, an unstable equilibrium politely dubbed balance of power, with Europe continuing to hold the center of the world stage. It was just in this latter respect that the War of 1914-18 represented a turning point. Europe's preeminence was no longer unchallenged. The European state system was disrupted by the collapse of the Central Powers and the Tsarist regime alike, while France was bled white and Britain had abandoned large areas of control to the United States. These unforeseen consequences of what in 1914-100 ked like a fairly traditional contest for European hegemony had their roots in socio-economic changes already visible in one go. The industrialization of Europe had been driven to the point where millions of men could be mobilized for a struggle of unprecedented duration. The same process steadily undermined the social fabric of the Eastern empires and to an extent also the foundations of the Wilhelminian regime in Germany. The series of revolutions in 1917-18 were not merely a response to the dreadful slaughter of the war years, they testified to the fact that the pre-LGL4 political arrangements no longer corresponded to social reality. Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia underwent the revolution they had managed to stave off in 1848. In the case of Russia, the movement departed so far from its 9. bourgeois democratic origins as to bring an entirely new social formation into being. There was no corresponding sequel in Western Europe, notwithstanding the severity of the losses incurred during the war. This circumstance points to a basic difference between Eastern and Western Europe which was to become even more pronounced after the 1939-45 war had run its course. Eastern Europe lagged behind in its socio-political development, and for this reason responded differently to the challenge of war and revolution. To put the matter in a nutshell, Western European society was predominantly bourgeois, in that the propertied middle class had placed its imprint on politics and culture alike. The eastern half of the continent, having never absorbed the legacy of the French Revolution, or even the Protestant Reformation, was pre-bourgeois, and for this very reason ripe for a bourgeois revolution which would create the preconditions for a subsequent development along industrial capitalist lines. Germany stood in the middle, not only geographically but socially and spiritually, the homeland of the Reformation, yet not genuinely reconciled to the modern world of industrialism and democracy. Its ruling stratum in 1900 had more in common with the Tsarist bureaucracy than with the liberal bourgeoisie of France, Britain, and America, the nations which in 1914-18 were to league together for the purpose of bringing the structure of Imperial Germany to the ground. The general concept of imperialism thus concealed an ambiguity. It could be taken to refer to the Hohenzollern, Habsburg, and Romanov empires, and was so employed by liberals and socialists alike. It could also relate to the growing protectionist and colonialist movements in Britain, France, and Italy, whose imperial claims were sustained at the expense of backward non-European lands in Africa and Asia. German imperialism combined both features in a mixture that appeared to its critics peculiarly puzzling and repellent. It was modern all right, but its ideology dispensed with liberal cosmopolitanism. In its place the German theorists of imperialism placed Realpolitik, the doctrine that power alone counted. More generally it may be said that imperialism had different aspects, political and ideological, and that there is a problem of relating one to the other. An age of imperialism is by definition one in which the imperial urge has become articulate and self-conscious. In Britain this phase dated from the 1870s, which is not to say that British imperialism came to birth at this time, its roots were considerably older. French colonial expansion after 1880 was in part a reaction to the military defeat sustained in the Franco-German War of 1870-1. Russian expansion had vague but grandiose aims in Central Asia and at least one clearly defined objective in the Near East, possession of Constantinople. Austria-Hungary, already weakened by rebellious nationalities, was 10. Nonetheless ready to acquire new subjects in the Balkans, nominally in the name of Christendom, actually by way of barring Russian expansion. Panslavism and Pan-Germanism served to propagate political loyalties which might otherwise have taken a dangerously democratic turn. They also helped to cement the alliance between Germany and Austria-Hungary which triggered off the First World War in 1914. In all these respects it would have been difficult to say where political calculations ended and ideological self-deception took over. People have to believe in something, and the ruling classes of a decrepit East European empire were only too glad to hitch their wagon to the star of an ultramodern movement which proclaimed the imminent demise of democracy and the nation-state, in the name of geopolitics and the need for larger transnational or transcontinental agglomerations. Seen in this light, the imperialist movement around 1900 had a dual aspect. It underwrote the existing pre-modern empires while at the same time pointing obscurely to concepts lying beyond the horizon of liberal democracy and national self-determination. Global politics were the province of political leaders and military theorists. The topic held no attraction for the mass of the people whose loyalty went to the nation, the homeland, the fatherland, in short, to what was familiar and easily understood. Nations were supposed to have a mission, but this sort of talk did not excite the average man. What mattered to him was the linguistic group within whose confines he lived. The transition from nationalism to imperialism was effected by political elites no longer content with anything that fell short of a world role. The change was accelerated by the spread of an advanced technology transcending national frontiers, and by the backwash of inter-imperialist rivalries in the undeveloped lands colonized by Europeans. Friction between British, French, and Russian governments involved in colonial pursuits had the effect of rendering more acute political tensions inherited from the past century. Inversely, the assertion of independent nationhood by Germany and Italy injected a fresh element of instability into the general European pattern. Liberalism and nationalism parted company. The Bismarckian construction had rested on an alliance between national sentiment and traditional conservatism. The Wilhelminian regime around 1900 became aggressively imperialist in the modern sense, largely because world politics cemented the alliance between the ruling caste and the great industrialists whose interests were served by this kind of globalism. It was commonly accepted that the futur belonged to a handful of powers capable of empire building on the British pattern, the remainder would be squeezed out or reduced to satellite status. This kind of reasoning was common to statesmen, financiers and academic theorists stemming from a middle class no longer content with the liberal nationalism of its ancestors. The change was not perceived by the mass of ordinary people whose naive patriotism guaranteed the reliability of the armed forces. Peasants' tradition ally attached to their plot of land, or recently urbanized workers who had barely begun to internalize the values of middle-class culture, could be relied upon to fight and die for the motherland when the call sounded. They did so in 1914-18, and it took years of slaughter in the trenches to alienate a substantial minority from governments already in pursuit of purely imperialist aims. Around this outcome was not foreseeable, which is why the major European powers played the imperialist game behind the back of electorates still wedded to nationalism and democracy. The Vehemence helped to bridge the gap, but their influence was restricted to the educated middle class. Pan-Germanism and Panslavism made their principal impact upon school teachers, students, and army officers. British imperialism became the special province of the Conservative Party, and by way of the press and popular literature reached sections of the electorate which could not conceivably hope to benefit directly from overseas expansion. French imperialism was not perceived as such, it sheltered behind patriotic emotions and France's civilizing mission in North Africa and Indochina. The economic interests directly involved in these enterprises were not very considerable, but they were strategically located at the core of the governing class, and for the rest it could plausibly be argued that the partition of the globe among the leading industrial powers, the United States and Japan included, was inevitable. To that extent, imperialism actually made sense. It implied a recognition that the European nation-state was in danger of being left behind. The common factor in all this theorizing was the preeminence of Europe. This was taken for granted down to 1918, which is why even the most rabid imperialists preserved a good conscience in advancing the respective claims of their nation. Europeans and non-Europeans alike assumed that intercontinental relations would continue to follow the pattern they had assumed in the 16th century. 7 The German challenge to Britain's world position was seen as a move within a game whose rules were familiar. The Anglo-Japanese alliance of 1902 introduced a new factor, in that for the first time an Asian country was treated as an equal by the greatest of European empires, but there was no clear perception of the fact that the alliance heralded the termination of the European age. Russia was still intent on being recognized as a member of the European family, and the revolution of 1905, by introducing something like constitutional government, did in fact bring the Tsarist regime into line with its Central European rivals. There was not, on the eve of 1914, a marked dissimilarity in the political processes at work in Berlin, Vienna, and St. Petersburg. The reigning dynasties pursued their rival and incompatible aims in the name of 12. What were supposed to be common values? Even the Ottoman regime modernized itself after 1908 to the extent of elevating Turkish nationalism, rather than religion, to the status of an overriding political principle. Further to the east, China underwent similar tremors in 1911. The ultimate source of all these adaptations to the Western model was the impact of European capital, education, and military organization. Europe's cultural heritage was exported alongside the economic surplus which bled rival British, German and French companies to undertake railway construction in the Near East or in Latin America. Britain had a long lead in this field, and competition grew intense as French banks financed Russian railway construction, while German capital began to pour into Turkey, with the clear intention of creating a Berlin-Baghdad connection linking Central Europe with the Near East by way of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and the remaining Turkish possessions in the Balkans. 8. The whole enterprise was thoroughly traditional in terms of Europe's inherited national rivalries. These antagonisms cut across the common endeavor to draw the backward hinterland of European capitalism into the network of economic relationships characteristic of the advanced countries. Down to 1914-18 it was tacitly assumed that both operations could go on side by side, that is to say, it was taken for granted that Europe would remain the center of politico-economic decision-making, even if the rival European states came to blows. It took the First World War to shake this confidence, and the Second to complete the awakening. It was then retrospectively perceived that national rivalries had destroyed the nexus of relations on which Europe's preeminence rested. On purely economic grounds, a consortium for the purpose of developing the non-European hinterland would have been preferable to war, but rational calculations were uppermost only in the minds of a handful of bankers. The bulk of what then counted as public opinion, and what was in effect middle-class opinion, was thoroughly committed to nationalism, and this circumstance proved an insuperable obstacle to the pacifist schemes promoted by left-wing liberals in the hope of averting the threatening catastrophe. We are thus obliged to register the fact that the European nation-state, after preparing the ground for the emergence of transcontinental imperialism, promoted the destruction of Europe's historic preeminence. The 1914 war did not merely demolish the Eastern empires, it delivered a knockout blow to Britain's and Western Europe's hegemony as well. Imperialism had grown out of nationalism, and in the end had outgrown the fabric of the nation-state. But the nation-state was the only political instrument available for the attainment of supranational aims. When Europe went to war in 1914, and again in 1939, means and ends came into conflict. What emerged from the wreckage was something no European patriot of was capable of foreseeing. Chapter 2. Socialfu and Dations. The Europe on which the storm of the First World War burst in 1914 lay at the center of a global network of trade relations policed by the British Navy and kept going by constant infusions of British capital, with France and Germany coming next in order of importance. These three, as well as some of the smaller West European countries, had absorbed the Industrial Revolution and built up a capital surplus which in turn underpinned the imperialist expansion described in the preceding chapter. Eastern Europe lagged behind, but Russian industrialization accelerated sharply in the 1890s, and by 1914 there had come into existence a class of industrial entrepreneurs whose performance seemed to duplicate the strides earlier made in Germany. The latter country had by then come to the forefront industrially and abandoned a predominantly rural economy in favor of an urban one. Germany's economy expanded at a faster rate than that of her competitors, while her population grew from about 5 million in 1880 to 56 million in and close to 70 million in 1914. This demographic shift was accompanied by a rush to the towns, so that by 1910 the urban population accounted for 60% of the total, as against 36% in 1871, when the German Empire came into being. At the same time emigration to North America, which had been considerable, virtually came to a halt after, a circumstance testifying to the absorptive capacity of a fast expanding industrial and commercial network. By contrast, France's industrialization proceeded rather slowly, and her population remained almost stable at around 40 million. The big jump in British population growth from 26 million in 1870 to 1 million in 1910 helped to keep the country in the front rank of European powers, but technologically Britain had begun to lag by comparison with Germany. Italy by 1914 approached France in population, but was far behind industrially. The demographic pattern had obvious military implications, especially when joined to an advanced industrial technology. During the period under review, Germany was able to combine rapid population growth with an even faster expansion of industry, and this circumstance 1.6. underlay the political schemes of a governing stratum which had begun to toy with the notion of effecting a rapid breakthrough from European to world status. Imperial Germany had outstripped France and embarked on a dual race with Britain, still predominant overseas, and the Tsarist Empire, whose population in 1910 was thought to be in the neighborhood of 15 million. There was no precise correlation between manpower and military force, but Russia's rapid industrialization lent weight to the conflicting aspirations of pan-Slav and pan-German expansionists. It was, to say the least, plausible to suppose that Russia's huge reserves of manpower would make up for France's notorious weakness in this domain. The speculative projection of these factors into the future became an obsession with diplomats, general staffs, and captains of industry alike. When the Central Powers went to war in 1914, they did so in part because their governments had been converted to the view that the Franco-Russian combine was becoming dangerously strong. In this sense, industrialization promoted intra-European tensions which in the end wrecked Europe's predominance on the world scene. The topic can be approached in different ways, depending on the yardstick one applies. From the sociologist's viewpoint, the whole of the Western world was undergoing a rapid transition from an agrarian to an industrial way of life. In this perspective, what stands out is the spread of the Industrial Revolution from its British birthplace to North America and continental Western Europe, its phenomenal success in Germany, its gradual extension to Austria-Hungary and Russia, the marked contrast between Northern and Southern Europe, and the consequent weakening of French influence, along with the tendency to class France with Italy and Spain as members of a predominantly Latin Catholic culture which adapted rather slowly to the modern age. This approach cuts across the political and military factors discussed earlier. In a perspective of this kind, North America's population growth from about 5 million in 1875 to 100 million in 1914 takes precedence over other considerations, notably in the light of the fact that between 1870 and 1914 some 22 million European immigrants were added to the American population. We are then concerned with the internal structure of what at a later date would come to be known as the Atlantic Community. But in the dismal result of Europe's internal wars was not foreseeable. Russia counted as a backward country trying to Europeanize itself, not as a global superpower overshadowing the eastern half of the continent. Germany was plainly about to make a bid for European hegemony, and this tendency was fed by an uncommonly successful process of technological modernization along familiar capitalist lines. Britain was beginning to lose ground to foreign competitors, but remained preeminent in foreign invest 17. Europe in the 20th century meant, with perhaps £4,000 million invested abroad, as against less than £5,500 owned by the USA, Germany, France, Belgium, and Holland put together. Point 2 Outside the Western world, Japan had made a successful start with industrial modernization, although her political institutions remained archaic. The general picture was heartening from the liberal viewpoint, although the menace of war remained constantly on the horizon. There was no clear perception of the fact that European civilization as such stood in peril, or that the nation-state was about to be overtaken by the fate of the German and Italian city-state in an earlier age. Equally, the prevailing consensus rested on an uncritical acceptance of bourgeois society as the final goal of the historical process. Its institutions, parliamentary government included, were expected to spread outward in the wake of European capital investment. The possibility that large tracts of the world might choose to modernize along entirely different lines had not yet been seriously considered even by socialist critics of the liberal consensus. On the assumptions generally prevalent down to 1914, it did not seem particularly odd to suppose that Russian industrialization would follow the German example, and that the country's political institutions would be remodeled in such a way as to produce a semblance of parliamentary government. Such an outcome was in fact regarded as likely even by Russian Marxists, not to mention the conservatives who admired Prussia, and the liberals who were determined to follow the Western mode. 1.3 Russia was still relatively backward compared with Germany, but apparently launched upon a course that could only result in a duplication of the German pattern. The principal obstacle in the way of such a solution was the inability of the peasantry to defray the costs of industrialization. 4 The Russian government not only put the peasantry under heavy fiscal pressure, it left the village economy to its own devices, at a time when population was growing rapidly, so that by Russian agriculture produced less bread grain per head than had been the case in 1870. At the same time, governmental intervention in industry concentrated on strategic railway building on the one hand, iron and steel on the other. The result was a lopsided development, advanced technology, and large modern plants being grafted upon a primitive agriculture. The process was self-contradictory, in that industrialization at the expense of the village caused political tensions which exploded in 195, and more violently in 1917. A central principle of governmental policy was to impound a larger share of the peasants' output rather than to take active steps to raise that output. 6. In this respect the Tsarist government under Witt and Stolypin carried on a tradition which after the revolution became part of the Bolshevik inheritance. Although not driven to Stalinist extremes, this deliberate exploitation of the 18. peasantry, under conditions of political instability and in the absence of a strong entrepreneurial middle class, created the preconditions for revolution. By 1914 Russian industry and banking had come to resemble the admired German model, but politically the country was drifting towards an explosion on the pattern of the French Revolution. This was an extreme case. Austria-Hungary was socially closer to Germany, but here too the governmental fabric was archaic and unable to withstand the strain of a major war. The series of revolutions in 1917–18 significantly occurred on the territory of the three Eastern empires, and the German upheaval of 1918 was the least radical of the three. Radicalism was a function of backwardness, which is merely another way of saying that these structures collapsed because they were pre-bourgeois. Here the Industrial Revolution had been successfully carried through under bourgeois leadership in the 19th century, the labor movement tended to be reformist and the intelligentsia was well integrated within the socially dominant class. Sociologically speaking, capitalism represents the bourgeois form of industrialization. It cannot get underway successfully in the absence of a social class which embodies the values of the private entrepreneur. Even where such a stratum exists it may be hampered by the prevailing social attitudes, a circumstance attested to by the relatively slow growth of modern industry in France, Italy, and Spain, by comparison with Germany, Britain, and the United States. It is important to bear in mind, however, that the spectacular German development around was largely a matter of the country's top structure being transformed, while underneath there remained a mass of conservative attitudes centering on the family firm. It has been estimated that in Germany and France before the First World War 94 feet 59 inches and 97–98%, respectively, of all enterprises in industry and mining occupied no more than 10 persons. 6. Socially speaking, this state of affairs signified that the prevailing values were those of the small entrepreneur, rather than the modern banker or captain of industry. It was precisely the lack of such a broadly based stratum of entrepreneurship which in Russia, and to a lesser degree in Austria-Hungary, drove the state into the sphere of capital investment. In this sense the real dividing line ran between Central and Eastern Europe, rather than between Germany and France, notwithstanding the superior German performance after 1870, when the cession of Alsace-Lorraine handicapped France's iron and steel industries. 7. Down to the 1870s the French development was if anything more spectacular than the German. 8. Coming closer to the facts of industrial strength, we may note that in 1871, the year the Bismarckian Empire was put together, Germany's mines produced 29 million tons of coal and 8 feet 5 inches million tons of lignite, as against 118 million metric tons for Britain and 133.19 million for France. By 1913 Britain's output had risen to 292 million tons, Germany was hard on her heels with 1915 million tons of coal and 87 feet 5 inches million tons of lignite, while France had dropped far behind with less than FO 1 million tons, closely followed by Belgium with about 23 million. Disunited Germany had been helped by her railways and her FAR superior resources to get ahead of France and Belgium. United Germany was almost ready at the last to challenge England on England's chosen ground. 9. The figures FOR iron and steel are instructive too. Germany had moved FAR ahead during the period 1890-1910 and came to rank second behind the United States as an iron and steel producer. In the modern chemical and electrical industries, Germany's lead over her European competitors was even more pronounced. This spectacular leap forward occurred against a background of tariff protection and cartelization which cut the ground from under the liberal doctrines inherited from an earlier era. Imperial Germany was governed by an irremovable bloc of industrialists and landowners whose conversion to protectionism since the 1880s rendered illusory all hopes of internal liberalization. The Reich government was committed to the perpetuation of archaic social patterns ultimately rooted in the circumstance that Prussia had historically been ruled by a class of noblemen, the Junkers. Lo, the protectionist bloc of East German landowners and West German industrialists was obliged, as a matter of self-preservation, to oppose the democratization of the country's political institutions, since democracy at home would have involved a conversion to free trade abroad. Rather than risk this experiment, the ruling stratum embarked upon Weltpolitik in the imperialist spirit referred to in the preceding chapter. The Russian situation was similar, in that a comparable alignment of forces became evident after the semi-successful revolution of 1905-6. In both cases the authoritarian political structure centering upon the reigning dynasty won the loyalty of a bourgeoisie which had skipped the liberal stage and moved straight from mercantilism to imperialism in the modern sense of the term. If there was a difference, it lay in the fact that in Russia a land-hungry peasantry 20. Constituted a potentially revolutionary force, whereas the German peasants followed the lead of the great landowners who taught them to regard all city dwellers as enemies of the country folk. The vastly superior performance of the German army in 1914-18, as compared with its Russian opponents, is not unconnected with this ambience. Because of its peculiar combination of technological modernity with social archaism, Germany became the dynamic factor in European politics during the 3 decades terminating with the collapse of 1918. The strength of the country's technological base is well illustrated by the fact that the eastern province of Silesia alone in 1913 produced 43 million tons of coal, more than all of France, while its reserves were said to exceed those of the United Kingdom. Demographically, militarily, and industrially, Germany's advance between R890 and 1914 was so fast that the country's rulers in the end felt able to gamble on rapid victory in a two-front war against France and Russia. Even though they misjudged the British reaction, believing to the last that an accommodation with the British Empire in Africa would keep London neutral in the event of a continental European war, their behavior cannot be said to have been wholly irrational. It was sustained by the conviction that a rapid military victory was possible, and this belief in turn was grounded in the indisputable fact that in the industrial field Germany had outdistanced her European rivals. No other country could show a comparable record, save the United States, whose exports developed at an even more rapid pace than Germany's. 12. Russia was seen as a potential menace in the distant future rather than an immediate threat. The decision to go to war in 1914 thus had the aspect of a preventive move. It was designed to forestall the time when Russia's resources would be fully developed. It also took account of the fact that the dual monarchy of Austria-Hungary was not likely to stay in existence much longer, and that the construction of a unified Central Europe could only be undertaken with Austrian help. Middle Europa, as it came to be known, was visualized as a customs union embracing not only Austria, but Italy, Switzerland, and the Netherlands as well. The aim had the support of leading industrialists with access to the Emperor and the Chancellor. 13. Given the mounting disparity between Germany and her neighbors, it was not illogical. It could, however, be attained only by first delivering a military knockout blow to France, or alternatively by inducing France to enter a German-led combination directed against Britain and the United States. At every stage, the economics of cartelization intermingled closely with purely strategic schemes. Thus in 1912, after the failure of the last British attempt to arrive at a naval settlement, William I expounded to the great industrialist Walter Rathenau his ideas for an economic unification of the continent as a defensive 2-1 measure against the American reprisals policy of high tariffs. His plan was for a United States of Europe against America. He thought that this would not be disagreeable to the British, and that they would come in. 14 This sort of theorizing had been rendered respectable by economists and geopoliticians since the I-890s. It was essentially an extension into the political sphere of the rationality that underlay the cartelization of industry under the patronage of the banks. A German-dominated Central Europe fitted into this kind of oligopolistic thinking, a not-so-distant forerunner of Hitler's rather similar plans in 1939, with the difference that in 1912-14 European civilization had not yet spawned the phenomenon of the totalitarian one-party state. The British Empire, on this assumption, would have become an associate of Germany in the inevitable economic showdown with a protectionist America. If one subtracts William's personal fantasies, which were inevitably of the pan-German variety and included gloomy visions of a racial struggle between Slavs and Teutons, the scheme had all the familiar characteristics of politico-economic manipulation in the age of trustified capitalism. This is just what made it attractive to bankers and industrialists who in other respects had little use for the Hohenzollern dynasty. Imperialist thinking in Britain after ran along broadly similar lines, with the important difference that the country was committed to free trade, a doctrine described by The Economist in 1848 as a good, like virtue, holiness and righteousness, to be loved, admired, honored and steadfastly adopted, for its own sake, though all the rest of the world should love restrictions and prohibitions, which are of themselves evils, like vice and crime, to be hated and abhorred under all circumstances and at all times. More than half a century later, after the first flush of enthusiasm over free trade had long departed, imperialism was still described by J.A. Hobson as a depraved choice of national life. This was emphatically not the opinion of men like Joseph Chamberlain, Alfred Milner, or Cecil Rhodes, who around the time of the Boer War set out to make the British conscious of their imperial responsibilities. But although they gradually converted most of the Conservative Party to their views, the section of opinion they represented was decidedly in the minority down to 1914-18. On the opposing side were arrayed not only the Liberal Party and its allies among the city bankers, but the intellectual weight of a tradition going back to John Stuart Mill, Cobden, Bright, Gladstone, Herbert Spencer and Th. Green. The premises of their thinking were pacifist and cosmopolitan, and the nascent labor movement inherited this orientation, even though a substantial number of Fabian socialists were in tacit agreement with the new imperialist school. 15 The tariff reform campaign launched by Chamberlain in 1903 split the Conservatives and 22 was a major factor in promoting the liberal comeback in 1906. The imperial federation favored by the tariff reformers was the counterpart of German Mitteleuropa schemes. It failed because the electorate preferred the liberal solution of free trade and cheap imports from overseas, and because the self-governing white settler colonies were lukewarm, they were already thinking in terms of independent nationhood, an impossibility within an integrated empire based on a customs union. Liberal imperialism, the line pursued by the ruling Liberal Party between 1906 and 1914, rested on an illogical compromise, but in the short run it was popular both with the electorate and with the city, which still regarded the entire world as its oyster and had no desire to be dragged into an imperial customs union on bad terms with America and the rest of the world. The logic of imperialism, in the Chamberlainite sense of the term, pointed straight towards global war. It is arguable that war was inevitable, and that Britain would have been in better shape to wage it had it adopted the social imperialist legislation urged by theorists like Karl Pearson and leading Fabians such as the Webbs and Bernard Shaw. L6 But this is to overlook the fact that the Liberal government was able to bring Britain into the war in 1914 only because its principal figures were ostensibly wedded to pacifism and hostile to everything Chamberlain stood for. A conservative government committed to massive armaments, high tariffs, and military alliances against the German menace would have split the nation. Paradoxically, the liberals were able to make imperialism work in practice just because in principle they were not committed to it, or to the aristocratic outlook which its proponents, in this respect heirs of Carlyle and Matthew Arnold, were trying to put across. As for the trade unions, they had imbibed the doctrine that free trade meant cheap food for the working man, but their leaders also supported it because it fitted in with their inclination towards peace and internationalism. Protection could be sold to the British working class only after the Liberal Party had surrendered the ghost. On the left, the Fabians were alone in denouncing liberal economics as a do-nothing program. They did not speak for the main body of the British labour movement, which obstinately supported the radical wing of liberalism. The Liberal Labour Coalition, which had Corn into being around, was committed to the extension of democracy. The Tories were not, and this was a crucial factor in causing the unions to cast their weight on the Liberal side. As late as 1901 only 59% of Britain's adult male population had the vote, and there were 7 different types of franchise, of which the 2 major ones related to ownership or occupation of land, or of any house defined as a separate dwelling. 500,000 voters belonging to the wealthier stratum had 2 or 23 more votes. 17 women were disfranchised until 1918, when the radical clamour for an extension of the vote to millions of second-class citizens, who had done their duty during the war, could no longer be resisted. Democracy thus remained an important issue on which liberals and laborites could coalesce. In contrast to Germany, where the all-important Prussian Frankus effectively excluded the working class from public life, it was possible in Britain to envisage a non-violent passage from oligarchic to democratic forms of rule, and this was among the major reasons why the Union movement retained a predominantly liberal radical outlook down to 1918, when the Labour Party committed itself to Fabian socialism. Violence entered British public life by way of Ireland, where by 1914 conflicting national and religious passions held the threat of civil war. It is true that from 1910 onwards AFALLIN real wages helped to stimulate a wave of strikes and the spread of syndicalist doctrines imported from France and America. But only in Ireland, where Protestant Ulstermen and Catholic nationalists had begun to prepare for an armed confrontation, was the authority of the British government seriously challenged. France's domestic problems differed sharply from Britain's, a circumstance obscured by the informal Anglo-French alliance against Germany which became a factor in European politics from 1904 onwards. Alone among the major Western nations, pre-1914 France had remained predominantly a rural country, although from about 1875 onward the population officially classed as rural began to decline in absolute terms, the total French population growing slowly from less than 37 million at that date to just under 40 million in 1911. During the same period the proportion of Frenchmen living in predominantly rural communes of less than 2,000 inhabitants went down from about 70 to 56%. Is official statistics before 1914 assumed that by 1920 half the country's population would be urban. By contrast, the urban percentage for Germany in 1910 was already 3/5 out of a total population of 65 million. Britain was even more highly urbanized, its 580,000 FA in 19II employing only a fraction of the 15.6 million wage earners, to whom must be added 1-2 million salaried men and women usually reckoned as belonging to the lower middle class. By the 1930s agriculture provided work for only 5% of the occupied population, and this outcome was already visible 3 decades earlier, notwithstanding the social eminence of the landowning class which down to 1914 retained its stranglehold upon both houses of Parliament. Britain's socio-political structure thus resembled that of Germany rather than France, the latter a bourgeois republic based on a numerous landowning peasantry. French politics in consequence shared common features with those of Italy and Spain, all three predominantly Roman Catholic cultures with traditional values quite 24. Different from those of the Protestant North on the one hand, and Eastern Europe with its Slav populations on the other. Foreign policy cut across these alignments, it did not reflect them, being a matter of political calculation and military strategy. In terms of social composition and inherited outlook, it would have seemed natural for France to become the leader of a Mediterranean group of countries, rather than an ally of Russia and Britain. The major moves on the political chessboard before 1914 were quite unrelated to such considerations, which was just what realpolitik signified. Alliances were made in response to balance of power considerations. What in a later age was called ideology hardly entered into the matter, else Tsarist Russia and the French Republic could not have become allies. This circumstance was to cause a good deal of trouble after 1914, when the belligerents had to rationalize their respective positions in terms that made sense to the mass of ordinary people. It was, however, axiomatic that unconditional loyalty was owed to the nation-state. As long as this principle went unchallenged, the military and diplomatic professionals had a free hand. In the case of France, they could also rely on popular sentiments stemming from the War of 1870-1 and the loss of Alsace-Lorraine. Any alliance that promised the recovery of the lost provinces could count on a large measure of public support. Nationalism was overwhelmingly the most important factor in European affairs, if one abstracts from the geopolitical chess moves referred to earlier. Even these were rooted in national sentiment. Imperialism was too esoteric a doctrine to become genuinely popular. The Franco-Russian alliance was kept going by French hatred of Germany, the German-Austrian combination by the conviction that one day Germans and Slavs would come to blows. Imperial Germany's most sensitive domestic problem, the incomplete Germanization of early Polish lands incorporated within the Bismarckian Empire, likewise stemmed from the clash of rival nationalisms. A systematic attempt to Germanize these lands was set going in the I-880s. It proved unsuccessful, and its failure was largely responsible for the resurrection in 1919 of an independent Poland which promptly laid claim to Prussian territory in Silesia. The dual monarchy of Austria-Hungary was torn apart by irreconcilable national hatreds which in the end drove the ruling German and Magyar minorities to the point of seeking a solution of their problem in a military showdown with Serbia and its Russian backers. Italy in 1915 sided with the Anglo-French Entente against the Central Powers on account of irredentist claims to Austrian territory dating back to the 19th century. Even Britain had by 1914 been driven to the point of constitutional breakdown and armed violence by the Irish problem. By comparison with these stresses, the class antagonisms unleashed by the Industrial Revolution took second place. They 25. Came to the front only in 1919, by which time the map of Europe had been redrawn in accordance with national principles and the ancient multinational empires had disappeared. This is not to say that class conflict was absent, but it assumed violent forms not at the core of the system, but rather along its outer rim. Russia was shaken by revolution in 1905, whereas Germany stayed quiet. France possessed a syndicalist movement with revolutionary aims, but it was in retrograde Spain that anarcho-syndicalism assumed the character of a deliberate secession from society. 19 Italy witnessed a decline of faith in parliamentary institutions even before the 1914-18 war gave fascism its chance. 20 It was a retaste of the future when, in 1908, the landowners of Emilia collected a defense fund and formed a motorized volunteer force equipped with arms. This force assisted the troops in street fighting at Parma and marched through a barrage of missiles and boiling water to surround and occupy the working class quarter of the city. Similar scenes were to occur more frequently in the not-so-distant future. 21. Some of the syndicalist leaders on the extreme left of the Italian labor movement reacted to this experience by throwing in their lot with the nationalists on the right, in the hope of bringing the parliamentary system down. In so doing they set a precedent for a youthful socialist named Mussolini, who at the time still stood on the radical wing of his party. They also confirmed eminent thinkers such as Gaetano Mosca and Benedetto Croce in their gloomy conviction that liberalism and democracy could not be successful combined. 22. Overall, the European system, which collapsed into war in 1914, was highly unstable, a circumstance not immediately obvious to the middle class, which during the preceding century had been borne along by the Industrial Revolution and in the process had amassed both material fortunes and a reasonably good conscience. It was this class which had given birth to nationalism and liberalism alike. When national passions were translated into imperialist politics, liberal democratic institutions proved unable to keep the peace. For that matter, neither the Catholic Church nor the Socialist International did any better. The torrent of hatred unleashed in 1914 bore witness to the fact that European civilization had nurtured destructive forces which found their outlet in war and revolution. Chapter 3. With the concluding remarks of the preceding chapter, we have overstepped the somewhat artificial barrier between the politics and the culture of pre-1914 Europe. The area where both may be said to have had their vital center was liberalism, taking the term to denote the self-interpretation of the social order resulting from the impact of capitalism and democracy. The society-born from the dual revolution had taken shape around 1830 and attained its peak in the closing decades of the 19th century. By the start of the 20th it gave signs of strain, already pointing forward to its subsequent dissolution. In this perspective, what has been called the revolt against positivism in the 1800s was a harbinger of increasingly profound disturbances. The more pessimistic liberals located the era of transition at an earlier point, in the 1870s, when faith in unrestricted individualism and laissez-faire began to flag. Socialism was seen as a challenge to the bourgeois order, and Bismarckian Germany effected a divorce of nationalism from liberalism. As one historian has noted, Benedetto Croce saw in the years after 1870 a change in the public spirit of Europe which ended the 19th century and began the 20th. Yet another writer has observed, the story of the German youth movement begins about 1896. According to some historians it ended in 1914, according to others in 1933. These considerations cut across the more familiar concerns of the economic historian, for whom the 1890s and 1900s are chiefly remarkable for revolutionary technological developments linked to the invention of the internal combustion engine, the appearance of the motor car, the aeroplane, the telephone, the use of oil and electricity as sources of power, and the production by the growing chemical industry of synthetic fibers and plastics. Perhaps a link may be effected by noting that these aspects of what has sometimes been called the Second Industrial Revolution made possible the subsequent mechanized slaughter of human cannon fodder in 1914-18. Industrialization and urbanization had social consequences which translated themselves into political. 28. Chapter. Unrest. By 1910 London and New York had populations of over 5 million, Paris about 3 million, Vienna 2 million, Greater Berlin some 4 million. These masses of wage and salary earners were not likely to stay content with an individualist outlook proper to the European bourgeoisie in its creative phase. They responded to novel slogans, nationalism on the one hand, socialism on the other. The crisis of liberalism as a political creed, which dates from this period, had its source in the cleavage between faith in the independent individual and the actual lifestyle of the urbanized masses whom the Industrial Revolution had called into being. At its lowest level, the new culture was given shape by the popular press, for the most part in the hands of entrepreneurs who combined vague liberal reminiscences with the tenets of imperialism and social Darwinism. Life was a struggle in which the weak went to the wall, and specifically an unending global contest in which loyalty to one's nation served the greater cause of spreading European civilization all over the world. This was what progress had come to signify around, and this militant doctrine increasingly took the place of an older liberalism not yet effectively severed from the pacifism and cosmopolitanism of the Enlightenment. The world having been for the most part shared out among the European countries and North America, it appeared plain to the growing number of social Darwinists that this fortunate arrangement was due to the racial superiority of their fellow countrymen, itself presumably brought about by some process of natural selection. In this sense, racism was an essential ingredient of the imperialist ideology. Its principal competitor, socialist internationalism, addressed itself to the industrial proletariat. Liberalism was caught between these new mass movements, which is why the more old-fashioned kind of individualist began to feel uncomfortable well before the 1914-18 catastrophe terminated the golden age of the European bourgeoisie. For politically speaking, European liberalism reached its peak in the 1870s. After this date there gradually occurred what the more consistent liberals regarded as a regression to the age of mercantilism, that is to say, protectionism and state intervention. The latter was urged by socialists on behalf of the growing labor movement, by nationalists in support of their competing claims, and by the great industrial and financial combines which had come to see the government as their chosen instrument. All three concurred in pressing state intervention beyond the point regarded as permissible in classical liberal doctrine, which allotted to the public authorities a regulative function only in respect of activities demonstrably beyond the capacity of private individuals. Protectionism in the economic sphere and colonial expansion abroad, plus the silent concentration of capital in larger units no longer subject to effective competition, sapped the foundations of the liberal creed. 29. After the Anglo-German arms race added another dimension to this process of disillusionment. War had always been the weak point in the liberal construction. Classical economics itself conceded that defense came before opulence, which was only another way of saying that society stood in need of the state in its war-making capacity, just as it required official protection from dangerous mass movements. For obvious reasons it was easier to stress this heritage of pre-liberal thinking in continental Europe than in Britain, but the end result was the same. Imperialism provided the rationale for a steady drift away from the attitudes prevalent within the entrepreneurial middle class in the century from 1775 to 1875. There had been a time when protective tariffs conferred their benefits mainly upon landowners. The alignment of interests altered when cartelized industries were induced to shelter behind customs barriers which enabled them to enforce monopolistic price policies at home, while dumping their surpluses abroad. The resulting change in the political climate underlay the mounting clamor for possession of colonies and spheres of interest adequately protected against foreign competition. From an overall European viewpoint these quarrels were irrational, but Europe was articulated into states divided not merely by tariff barriers, but by long-standing national animosities. Nationalism and liberalism thus came into conflict, and nationalism won out, in the process transforming itself into imperialism. What has been called the civilization of capitalism rested upon social arrangements of which classical liberalism briefly served as the political expression. By this outlook had become outmoded in its British homeland and was passing out of fashion in the Western world generally, with a time lag in the United States, where as late as 1917 the decision to participate in the struggle against Germany could be rationalized as a war to end war and make the world safe for democracy. Woodrow Wilson took up where Gladstone had left off. Inevitably his rhetoric sounded quaint to Europeans, although for decency's sake this circumstance was not publicly emphasized by America's British and French allies. We know from the memoirs of a distinguished British participant in the 1919 Versailles Conference how deep was the gulf between the American president and his European colleagues, even though all were committed to the same principles. What was then said of Georges Clemenceau might have been said of virtually every statesman in Europe. He felt about France what Pericles felt of Athens, unique value in her, nothing else mattering, but his theory of politics was Bismarck's. 6. This is simply to say that Clemenceau had no use for make-believe. There was nothing extraordinary about his outlook. He embodied a code of conduct which was traditional, had survived the brief liberal interlude, and underwent a substantial change only 30 chapter. After Europe's preeminence itself had been destroyed in 2 world wars. Nations are real things, of whom you love one and felfor the rest indifference, or hatred. The glory of the nation you love is a desirable end, but generally to be obtained at your neighbor's expense. The politics of power are inevitable, and there is nothing very new to learn about this war or the end it was fought for. England had destroyed, as in each preceding century, a trade rival. A mighty chapter had been closed in the secular struggle between the glories of Germany and of France. Prudence required some measure of lip service to the ideals of foolish Americans and hypocritical Englishmen, but it would be stupid to believe that there is much room in the world, as it really is, for such affairs as the League of Nations. 7. This was written in 1919 by a disillusioned critic of the Versailles settlement, but the attitudes described by J. M. Keynes in his celebrated work had long been dominant and were not confined to France or Germany. In so far as European society possessed something like a common outlook, this community of mind and feeling took the paradoxical form of national exclusiveness. That is to say, what was common to all Europeans was their mutual detestation and their readiness to go to war against one another. The imperialist creed did not create the state of mind, it merely helped to aggravate its consequences. The logic of economic development called for larger transnational agglomerations. Given the existing European state system, it was unlikely that this aim would be attained peacefully. Liberal pacifism and socialist internationalism alike were ineffective when matched against the intransigent claims of the sovereign state. The nation-state might be obsolete, but it remained the focus of popular loyalties, and it was governed by political elites who had made the transition from the age of absolute monarchy to the imperialist era without altering their basic outlook. The steel frame of that structure still consisted of the human material of feudal society, and this material still behaved according to pre-capitalist patterns. It filled the offices of state, officered the army, devised policies, it functioned as a class dirigent and, though taking account of bourgeois interests, it took care to distance itself from the bourgeoisie. All this was more than atavism. It was an active symbiosis of 2 social strata, one of which no doubt supported the other economically but was in turn supported by the other politically. The description fits the major European states in the age that terminated in 1914. Even the bourgeois French Republic relied for its safety upon an army largely officered by the landed gentry, and for the rest French patriotism was in tune with the Jacobin tradition inaugurated in 1793, a tradition which did not rule out war, provided it was 3-1. Europe in the 20th century, waged in the service of the nation. As for Britain and Germany, there was never any doubt that the call to arms would evoke a popular response in all age when war was glorified as the noblest and most heroic of human pursuits. Russia and Austria-Hungary could rely on their peasant masses, though in the end the strain of war proved too much for them. All told, there was no reason why liberal democracy, where it existed, should have been regarded as an effective barrier to national chauvinism, and where it did not exist, the traditional ruling classes moved within a mental orbit in which war still figured as a perfectly natural pastime. Granted that such sentiments were pre-bourgeois, it is nonetheless the case that the European bourgeoisie had come to terms with them. Liberal individualism was never more than the creed of an intellectual elite. For practical purposes, democracy implied nationalism, for the sound reason that the state was supposed to embody the general will. The more democratic a society, the more likely was it to make a total claim upon the loyalty of the citizens composing it. In this sense, liberalism and democracy could even be said to be at odds. But these philosophical puzzles did not burden the common man in the age which ended in 1914. His unquestioning loyalty went to political affirmations, the competing states and nations of Europe, whose traditional behavior rendered it certain that sooner or later the accumulated tensions would find their outlet in a major war. 9 In Western Europe, liberalism had gone on the defensive. In Central and Eastern Europe it could not even be said to have enjoyed a brief hour of glory. The conservative reaction of the 1880s, which gained mass support in the new century, occurred against a background of rampant nationalism allied to retrograde social forces which had never been effectively challenged. The German Enlightenment had on the whole been a failure, and the miscarriage of the liberal democratic experiment in 1848 laid the ground for the subsequent fusion of German nationalism with a conservatism rooted in archaic values and modes of life which were threatened by modernity. Historians have given insufficient weight to the existence of a form of anti-capitalism allied to the political right. Its intellectual roots went back to the Romantic movement, while its popular base lay in the peasantry and the small towns. In Central Europe at least this form of conservatism was far more deeply embedded than the liberal movement, with its enthusiastic glorification of progress and rationality. Germany was to become a disaster area in the 20th century for reasons having to do with the conservative rejection of the modern world. The implantation of industrial capitalism had occurred with unprecedented rapidity, and the brilliant economic achievements registered by the statisticians concealed an underlying malaise. Traditional ways of life were disrupted, with consequences only dimly perceived at the time. 3-2 Chapter. The patent miseries of late 18th century industrialization did not appear in Germany. The real cost, the psychic cost, has been ignored. Yet the history of Germany from 1871 to 1945 records not only the most extreme economic antagonisms of an industrial society, but the violent resentment against the new industrialism, which in different guises erupted time and again in German life. To a people sentimental about nature and their ancient towns, the sudden rise of monstrously big and ugly cities was distressing. Nor did Germany do things by halves. By 1910, it had almost as many large cities as the entire rest of the continent. Lo. It is understandable that the country folk should have reacted with hostility to this development. What lent a dangerous edge to the conservative reaction was the readiness of the urban middle class to espouse political sentiments incompatible with the proper functioning of a liberal system. Parliamentary life was largely a sham anyway. The Bismarckian regime had aggravated class tensions, and there was widespread yearning for a return to the past, or alternatively for an authority that would somehow transcend the tiresome game of party politics. These feelings found expression in the great exaltation of August 1914, when at last the cultural boredom of the nation was lifted, when politics were suspended, when the nation in danger would soon become the nation triumphant. The sense of elation was not confined to one class, it briefly engulfed almost the entire country. But it was strongest among the educated, with school teachers and students in the lead. War had unified the nation under the leadership of its traditional ruling class, while at the same time offering an outlet to vague idealistic yearnings hitherto confined to the youth movement, itself the offspring of a predominantly Protestant middle-class culture threatened with disintegration by the spread of Western liberalism and individualism. The Germans, it might be said, were paying for their earlier failure to create a democratic political system which would have permitted a certain amount of steam to escape from the political cauldron. As matters stood, the patriotic orgy of 1914 appeared to conservative intellectuals as Germany's response to the French Revolution. The so-called ideas of 1914, in reality formulated in the 1880s and 1890s, translated into political terms the heritage of German Romanticism. A people estranged from its own past by the shattering impact of capitalist industrialization for a brief moment felt united, in war against its neighbors. The conservative counter-movement had its roots in the past, specifically in the War of Liberation against Napoleon in 1813, when German nationalism first began to take shape. In its modern form, the movement represented a reaction to the dissolution of all organic ties incompatible with the urban civilization which had come into being in the wake of the Industrial Revolution. This kind of conservatism was a general European phenomenon, and Germany was not the only area. 33. Where nationalism acquired an anti-liberal flavor, France and Italy displayed similar tendencies. But only in Central Europe did the movement capture the bulk of the middle class. That class saw itself as the guardian of values and sentiments threatened by the inroads of Western rationalism, liberalism, secularism, and materialism. It was only natural that the churches should lend their support to such a defensive reaction. The novelty lay in the fact that much of the resentment against the inroads of modernity was expressed by writers alienated from traditional religious faith. What they were after was a return to the folk community of the pre-modern age. Folk is a more comprehensive term than people. It signifies a kind of spiritual cosmos ultimately traceable to man's link with his ancestors, and through them with the natural environment in which the original folk community acquired its characteristic essence. From such vague sentiments it was only a short step to the notion that the various folk characteristics were not merely unique but incommunicable and eternally closed off from each other. This belief served as a rationale for the widespread anti-Semitism of the period, stronger for historical reasons in Russia, Germany, and Austria than in Western Europe. It likewise became the foundation of political myths which were tested on the battlefield in 1914.12. With the wisdom of hindsight we can now perceive that the generation of reactionary ideologists who came to the FORE front between 1880 and 1910 effected a transition from the older religious conservatism to the modern racialist faith. So far as the Jews were concerned, this change signified that anti-Semitic orators replaced the conventional charge of deicide by appeals to blood and soil. By definition the Jews were not members of the folk community, and since the state was supposed to be an emanation of the folk, it followed that they had no claim to equal citizenship. Similar conclusions were drawn by French nationalists during and after the Dreyfus affair, but they sounded eccentric to Frenchmen brought up to believe that the unity of the nation, as conceived in 1789, transcended racial heritage and religious belief alike. In contrast, the Germans suffered from the after effects of a belated and incomplete national unification imposed by Prussia, which left 12 million Germans outside the borders of the Reich. Such as it was, the German Empire saw itself encircled by the Franco-Russian alliance. In Austria-Hungary the dominant German nationality felt even more insecure, constituting as it did only one-third of the population of the Habsburg monarchy's Western Halbpound nationalism, a unifying force in Germany, was a centrifugal one in Austria-Hungary, where the other nationalities far outnumbered the Germans. In the circumstances, an obsession with tribal politics gradually brought about a wholly irrational state of mind which faced on the obvious connection between political liberalism, the Jewish community and the in 34 chapter. Roads of Modern Capitalism. In so far as they pioneered capitalism and liberalism alike, the Jews laid themselves open to the charge of undermining the tribal cohesion of the folk. Since by 1910 in Vienna they numbered 17,500 out of a total population of 2 million, and in Budapest nearly 1/4 of a population half the size of Vienna's, it was impossible to affirm that what was at stake was simply their individual assimilation into the surrounding culture. In the end, the problem was perceived as a national one by all concerned from the I-890s onward when Zionism came into being in Vienna, after an earlier hesitant start in Russia following the pogroms of 1881. That is to say, it was seen that in Eastern Europe the Jews constituted a nationality, not simply an assemblage of individuals who happened to stem from a dissolving religious community. The resounding failure of Austrian liberalism merely aggravated a problem which was anyhow bound to cause a good deal of trouble. As the nationalities drew further apart, German nationalism was gradually divorced from constitutional liberalism. In its place there arose a populist current which combined pan-German racism and anti-Semitism with vague anti-capitalist slogans, the forerunner of the National Socialist Movement. 13 Alongside it there ran the major stream of church-supported Christian social conservatism with its own built-in antagonism to Jews, liberals, and socialists. Symbolically, Christian social anti-Semitism captured Vienna in the general election of 1897, while the First Zionist Congress assembled under the chairmanship of the Viennese intellectual Theodor Herzl at Basel later in the same year. A certain degree of anti-Semitism was endemic in Hungary and in the Slav lands as well. Thus during the Dreyfus affair Thomas Masaryk, later to become the founder of the Czechoslovak Republic, complained that nearly all Czech papers were anti-Dreyfus. But only among German Austrians was anti-Semitism elevated to the dignity of a political principle. 14 Speaking more generally, both German and Slav nationalism were retrograde by Western standards in that they substituted the folk community for the rational and democratic concept of citizenship. In practice this meant that national minorities could not be effectively integrated, since it was assumed that the nation was coextensive with the natural community held together by ties of kinship. Pan-Germanism and Pan-Slavism generalized these notions into aggressive political doctrines which by 1914 had come to shape the policies of the Russian, Austro-Hungarian, and German governments. In all three cases, pre-liberal traditions assumed a post-liberal caste, the connecting link being the antecedent failure to create a self-governing community whose members freely determined the public life of their respective polity. Democracy and the nation-state signified one and the same thing in Western Europe and North America, in that popular control of the already existing national states did not raise insurmountable problems, whereas in Central and Eastern Europe the establishment of nation-states on the Western pattern presupposed the dissolution of older dynastic ticks cutting across linguistic and national frontiers. For the Tsarist Empire and the Habsburg monarchy this is obvious. The Ger Mankask was LCSS Klarkut, in that the non-German minorities were important only in some of the Prussian provinces and in Alsace-Lorraine. Given a larger degree of internal democratization, Germany might have been reconstructed along classical nation-state lines even before the military defeat of 1918. What actually happened was that the Ger Man Empire embarked upon national expansion with an ideology which rendered peace impossible, in that the modern variety of imperialism was superimposed upon a more ancient foundation reaching back to the days when the Germans constituted the Herrenvolk, or master race, in Central Europe. Racism thus became an important ingredient of the German political outlook. The Pan-German ideology combined an archaic cast of mind antedating the liberal era with militant expansionism in the name of the Volk. This illogical mixture did not arise spontaneously, it was the conscious creation of theorists responding to practical needs. The same applies to anti-Semitism with which Pan-Germanism became intertwined. In Eastern Europe it was the economic function of the Jewish trader or financier, in Central Europe the pro-Western ideological commitment of the Jewish community as a whole, that laid them open to nationalist attacks. Pan-German anti-Semites were conscious of the fact that, as one of them put it, the German Jewish community signified a kind of prolongation of the Western world, born of the French Revolution, towards the East. Their Pan-Slav antagonists held similar views, and for good measure were able to exploit the resentments of a peasantry and lower middle class who generally encountered the Jew in the role of primitive capitalist entrepreneur. In this sense, the rise of a broadly based anti-Semitic movement in Central and Eastern Europe from the 1880s onwards has nothing surprising about it. The more lunatic expressions of this faith, in the writings of Aryan fanatics nurtured on racist literature, were both the vehicle and the literary byproduct of a deep-seated cultural malaise, ultimately traceable to the fact that these societies had not really come to terms with the modern world. There were analogous phenomena in Western Europe, but they encountered a more principled resistance even in areas where liberalism had by 1900 passed its peak. Their capitalism had not been suddenly imposed upon cultures untouched by the bourgeois revolution, democracy was taken seriously, citizenship was not confused with membership of a mythical folk community, and the role of the Jews in the economic sphere was comparatively trivial. For the same reason, Jewish nationalism, when 36 chapter. It arose as a response to the anti-Semitic movement, remained for the most part confined to Eastern and Central Europe. The organizational links forged during these years were destined to endure. In 1904 there was FO-Undate in Trottenau, the GER Man Workers' Party, with a program which combined anti-Semitism, nationalism, anti-clericalism and defense of the artisan against the inroads of big business and high finance. Years before this organization in 1918 adopted the title Deutsche Nationalsozialistische Arbeiterpartei, its adherents were generally known as National Socialists. 16 Their theoretical inspiration was in large part derived from Eugen Dühring, the butt of Engels' well-known exposition of Marxism. Dühring, a fanatical anti-Semite, had in the 1870s begun to preach what Engels described as specifically Prussian socialism, and what later generations would come to regard as a link between the more ancient conservative mentality and the German variant of fascism. With Paul de Lagarde, Julius Langben, and Houston Stewart Chamberlain, Dühring may be counted among the precursors of the Third Reich. All the authors in question shared the central tenet of the New Right, modern civilization, indifferently condemned as Western or Jewish, was fatal to Germany's ancient traditions. This doctrine made an appeal not only to the lower middle class, but to intellectuals disoriented by the decline of religious faith, the spiritual emptiness of urban civilization and the dissolution of the ancient organic community of the Volk. From the 1890s onward the youth movement helped to spread such notions among a middle class which had lost its faith in liberalism, was repelled by Marxism and yearned for a return to a simpler society Undate on independent peasants and artisans. Matters were not eased by the fact that liberals and Marxists alike spoke the language of modernity in a country where the Enlightenment had failed to strike root. What they termed progress could readily be dismissed as crass materialism. The widespread identification of capitalism with Jewish high finance did the rest. The French and Italian counterparts of this movement took shape at roughly the same time. Edouard Drumont's La France Juive revived an already ancient battle cry: France's ancient civilization was being corrupted by the Jewish spirit in general, and Jewish financiers in particular. In 1898 the nationalist Action FR phase came into being as a right-wing response to democratic campaigns on behalf of Captain Dreyfus, wrongly accused of having sold military secrets to Germany. From this promising start the movement gradually broadened out into an attack on liberalism and parliamentary government in general. Its principal theorist, Charles Maurras, was a monarchist and never managed to understand the modern world, a circumstance which effectively prevented the Action FR phase from turning into a genuinely 3-7 fascist movement. Its defense of French Catholic civilization against the inroads of Anglo-German Protestant modernity lent an archaic flavor to its literature, as did its attempts to undo the effects of the French Revolution. For all that, the movement spread to the universities and had some influence among students in the years immediately preceding the 1914 war, when national passions were aroused by the specter of the German menace. The working class remained indifferent, notwithstanding nationalist flirtations on the part of AFEW syndicalist leaders inspired by the doctrines of George Sorel. 18 Nor was the Italian Nationalist Party Undate at Florence in 1900 under the leadership of Enrico Corradini markedly successful in propagating the doctrine that Italy was a proletarian nation locked in combat to win its from stronger plutocratic powers. The fusion of this nationalist rant with elements of the syndicalist tradition had to await the 1914-18 war and the conversion to nationalism of Romer socialists led by Benito Mussolini. 19 The cult of violence in general, and of war in particular, was common to all these movements. For the rest, they made do with the rags and tatters of social Darwinism, dreams of a new aristocracy, and badly digested fragments of Nietzsche, a writer who managed to combine Europeanism with worship of power, and who in general was too elitist to suit the tastes of his countrymen. There was a marked difference between the Italian and the German school in their respective attitudes to cultural modernism. The German neo-romantics, as befitted people who lamented the rise of monstrous slag heaps on the ruins of ancient picturesque towns, would have nothing to do with modern art and literature. The Italian nationalists, overburdened with tradition and yearning to see their country become powerful and prosperous, devoured modernism as a radical break with a past they despised. F.T. Marinetti's Futurist Manifesto of 1909 somehow managed to glorify both military conquest and modern technology. We proclaim that the world is the richer for a new beauty of speed, and our praise is for the man at the wheel. There is no beauty now save in struggle, no masterpiece can be anything but aggressive, and hence we glorify war, militarism, and patriotism. 20 Marinetti and his friends long to rid Italy of the innumerable museums which cover it with innumerable cemeteries. Gabriele D'Annunzio proclaimed himself once a follower of Nietzsche and an admirer of the aeroplane. This kind of technological romanticism sounded more revolutionary in France and Italy than in Germany, which already possessed modern technology and had recently witnessed a current of revolt against it, the youth movement. The Futurists, a group of displaced Italian intellectuals who had acquired their ideas in Paris, were all for progress, as long as it was accompanied by plenty of violence. The 1909 manifesto was explicit on this topic. 38. We are on the extreme promontory of the centuries. What is the use of looking behind? We are already living in the absolute, since we have already created eternal, omnipresent speed. We want to glorify war, the only cure for the world, militarism, patriotism, the destructive gesture of the anarchists, and contempt for woman. We want to demolish museums, libraries, fight morality, feminism and all opportunism and utilitarian cowardice. We will sing of great crowds agitated by work, pleasure, and revelty, the multicolored and polyphonic surf of revolution in modern capitals, the nocturnal vibration of the arsenals and the workshops beneath their violent electric moons, the gluttonous railway stations devouring smoking serpents, factories suspended from the clouds by the thread of their smoke, and the gliding flight of the aeroplane whose propeller sounds like the flapping of a flag and the applause of enthusiastic crowds. 21. This nihilism already contained in germ some elements of the future fascist creed, just as it reflected the influence of Sarl's Reflections on Violence, a work much admired by Mussolini and Marinetti alike. 22. Futurism made better sense in Italy than in Germany, where proto-fascist longings took the form of a back-to-the-island movement. If one believed the peasantry to constitute the life-spring of the Nordic race, one could not well advocate in the same breath a radical break with the past. The gap was never completely bridged, the less so since the Italian nationalists in 1915 dragged their country into war against the Central Powers. Moreover, anti-Semitism was not an issue in Italy, there being no Jewish influence to worry about. Paradoxically, the Italian branch of the movement was more deeply influenced by Nietzsche than were the German nationalist intellectuals of the period, where they all concurred was in their glorification of war and violence. That public opinion, or what passed for such in pre-1914 Italy, was getting ripe for the practical application of nationalist doctrines became obvious in 1911, when the liberal government of Giovanni Giolitti declared war on Turkey for the purpose of annexing the North African territory of Libya. While the socialists opposed the move, some of Sarl's syndicalist pupils approved of it, on the grounds that war was a school of courage and a defiance of bourgeois international law. Mussolini's conversion to this doctrine in 1914 was to have far-reaching consequences after 1918, when fascism came into being as an organized movement. For the purpose of a colonial war against Ottoman Turkey, a liberal government was adequate, and hysterical poetasters such as D'Annunzio and Marinetti could join Corradini and the nationalists in proclaiming that Italian labor would make the African desert bloom like a rose. What is perhaps more remarkable is the support given to the 1911 war by old-fashioned liberals like Croce and Mosca, who affirmed that patriotic sentiments were beneficial for national. 39. Morale. 23. The establishment of a French protectorate over most of Morocco in this and the following year likewise produced a remarkable outburst of patriotism, heralding the so-called Réveil National associated with war preparations against Germany and the tightening of the Franco-Russian alliance in 1913-14. The European powder keg was nearing the point of explosion. Britain had already been drawn in by way of the Anglo-German naval race, which continued under the Liberal government of Asquith and Lloyd George, much as it had done under the Tories. Liberalism had ceased to be a guarantee of peace, if indeed it ever was. The changing intellectual climate reflected a general drift towards violence, Germany setting the pace and the others adapting themselves as best they could. Even Spain, long dormant in decay, was affected by the general fever. During the decade before 1904 its government tried to establish a protectorate over northern Morocco which would keep the coastline facing Spain out of French control. 2. 4. The reason given was the familiar one: if Spain had no share of North African territory, she would cease to count in the councils of Europe. This manner of reasoning had become so much part of the common consciousness of Europe that it scarcely occurred to anyone, save for a handful of pacifists and socialists, to question it. Liberal governments devoted to peaceful expansion via commercial treaties, and conservative army officers interested in war and promotion, could count on solid public backing for any move they made to keep abreast of rivals. The pattern remained substantially unchanged even in those countries where parliamentary rule had replaced authoritarian forms of government. Moreover, pacifism was on the decline, the intellectuals were increasingly drawn towards violence, and their rhetoric helped to create the public mood which greeted the outbreak of war in 1914 as a relief from the boredom of existence. Liberalism and nationalism could and did enter into conflict, but never to the extent of questioning an underlying commitment to aims and values held in common by the European middle class, the class which had laboriously constructed the proud edifice of European civilization. That a major war might be fatal to this structure was not then perceived by more than a handful of thinkers, and their warnings fell on deaf ears. It took the 1914-18 bloodbath to make pacifism respectable, and the greater wreckage of 1939-45 to terminate the age of European wars. Chapitre 4. Positivism and its critics. The civilization which went over the brink in 1914 centered upon the original heartland of Europe, France, Britain, Germany, Austria, and Italy. Scandinavia and the Iberian Peninsula stood a little apart and were not directly involved in the catastrophe of 1914-18. Russia was half in and half out, not altogether European, yet the possessor of a magnificent literature and promising ventures in the arts. Its complete Europeanization appeared to be only a matter of time. The others shared a common heritage and an outlook which could broadly be described as a fusion of aristocratic and bourgeois values. They also shared a sense of foreboding which contrasted with the complacent optimism of the Victorians and their contemporaries on the continent. The overhanging menace of a great European war does not wholly account for this change in the intellectual climate. Much of the pervasive unrest was due to the contrast between traditional lifestyles and the Second Industrial Revolution, that which from onwards brought the motor car and the aeroplane into general view. The great estates of the landed nobility remained in being, all the way from Russia to Spain, but the aristocracy had entered into a symbiosis with the upper middle class, thus creating a civilization of which wealth was the only common denominator. At the opposite pole, the socialist movement had effected something like a secession from bourgeois society on the part of organized labor, but the labor movement did not as yet represent a serious challenge to the social order. Political conflict assumed revolutionary dimensions only where that order had not been firmly implanted, in Russia, and to some degree in Spain and Italy. Where capitalism reigned supreme, the working class appeared content with reformist legislation which took the basic elements of the status quo for granted. Unionized workers participated to some extent in the benefits derived from technological progress, while the lower strata who thronged the slums of the great cities in search of badly paid work were not organized and constituted no serious threat to the established system. The strains increasingly felt in Western Europe before 1914 arose for the most part from the impact of modern technology upon antiquated 43 modes of life, some of them pre-bourgeois, others inherited from the Victorian era. Suffragettes agitating FOR the vote looked and sounded spectacular, but were only pressing FOR the application of liberal radical principles inherited from the democratic revolutions of the 19th century. The association of feminism with socialism is a case in point. The same applies to reform movements in child education, which were taken up by socialists because liberalism had run out of steam. Sexual morality was another area in which the modernist movement collided headlong with social conventions derived from Christian conservatism. These conventions took for granted a set of institutions built up around the cellular family of bourgeois society. To the extent that industrialization undermined the foundations of middle-class conservatism, it could plausibly be argued that bourgeois civilization was no longer able to accommodate the forces let loose by its own technology. But socialists were not alone in making this point. It was possible to diverge from the existing consensus in different directions, by way of aesthetic detachment from a repulsive environment, or by urging the formation of a new aristocracy which would create an elitist culture open to a minority of free spirits. If Henrik Ibsen and his followers throughout Europe stood for feminine emancipation and the consistent extension of democracy, the delayed impact of Nietzsche, paradoxically beginning in the year of his collapse into madness, portended a very different outcome. The modernist movement in literature and the arts possessed no single theme, save for a general dissatisfaction with what was vaguely known as the bourgeois way of life. Its representatives frequently managed to combine socialist sympathies with Nietzschean longings for a new order run by supermen. Marinetti informing the state readers of Le Figaro in 1909 that, as he put it, a roaring motor car which seems to run on machine gun fire is more beautiful than the Nike of Samothrace, clearly regarded himself as a revolutionary of sorts. In retrospect it seems plain that his manifesto of ruinous and incendiary violence, as he proudly called it, gave expression to something that was going on among the offspring of an overfed middle class, young men tired of liberalism and in need of bloodshed to keep them from getting bored. Hence those frantic invocations to the futur to provide wars and other excitements. The futur obliged, and Marinetti had the satisfaction of witnessing the disappearance of some of those historic monuments which he and his friends so disliked because they cluttered up a landscape not yet given over to the worship of the internal combustion machine. The British took things more calmly, as befitted people who had originally pioneered the Industrial Revolution. The prevalent mood in British intellectual circles around was one of restrained optimism, chapter faith in applied science being linked to belief in social progress, to be brought about not by revolution, but by the application of scientific rationalism to statecraft. Herbert George Wells, who did much to create this mental climate, was not accidentally a prominent member of the Fabian Society, which was originally brought together in the 1880s by Sidney Webb and others with the object of promoting a gradualist version of socialism. Its principal literary exponent, George Bernard Shaw, lived to see the practical application of Fabian principles by Britain's post-1945 Labour government. Shaw's plays and Wells's novels popularized a doctrine which made liberalism sound old-fashioned, but what they put in its place was basically the positivist faith in limitless scientific progress administered by a self-chosen elite of technocrats. The founding of the London School of Economics and Political Science buttressed a tentacular enterprise which looked to the peaceful takeover of the state by social scientists and enlightened civil servants. Shaw and Wells did much to make the public aware of the fact that science and technology were about to create a global environment indifferent to national frontiers. Wells in particular, through the new medium of science fiction, gave artistic expression to a creed which affirmed the unity of mankind. His exuberant optimism was considerably dimmed by the First World War, and wholly shattered by the Second. It is arguable that he was never quite from doubt as to the beneficial consequences of applied technology. In that remarkable piece of science fiction, The First Men in the Moon, the Grand Lunar is not a wholly reassuring figure. A modern utopia presented the Welschian creed in a manner closely linked to the author's political fancies, which then centered upon the idea of an order of self-appointed samurai dedicated to the welfare of mankind. Shaw had similar elitist longings, and for the rest tried to make socialism palatable to a generation of readers and playgoers who had been profoundly affected by the worship of bigness, speed, and benevolent autocracy on the imperial model. Among the first to bring Marx, Ibsen, and Wagner to the attention of the British public, he also indulged in the cult of the Superman. Anglo-Irish by extraction, he stood a little apart from the late Victorian and Edwardian consensus, playing the role of an intellectual rebel in the tradition of other notable Irish expatriates. Starting as a music critic in the 1880s, he turned himself into the most celebrated playwright of the age, and for good measure took up a host of causes from socialism to anti-Darwinism. During the period of his active dramatic composition he wrote 7 plays, an average of one a year. They established his reputation as the country's ephorymist wit, a latter-day Voltaire whose lengthy prefaces, as much as the plays themselves, mocked the certitudes 45 chapter of the wealthy public which crowded the theatre stalls. His misfortune was that after 1914 he no longer had much to say, while his faith in enlightened absolutism degenerated into eulogy of dictators. His later plays, from Heartbreak House onward, are the record of a progressive disenchantment with the scientific rationalism of his earlier years. In so far as he still possessed a faith, it was distilled out of Henry Bergson, whose L'Evolution Iratrice had greatly impressed him. Bergson's philosophy is expounded in a comparatively late play, Back to Methuselah, which opens up a prospect of redemption from the flesh through the progressive unfolding of the life force, a cosmic agent destined to carry mankind to new heights. This was a reasonable faith for an artist who made no claim to being a systematic thinker, but on the whole Shaw was more effective as a social critic, and a champion of the Ibsenite New Woman, than in the role of prophet. Saint Joan, exhibiting the maid as a Protestant hero before her time, is a marvelous play, but it is also quite false to reality, and the religious mysticism is unconvincing. The author was too much of a rationalist to believe in his own creation. If one identifies God with the life force, one cannot seriously engage the topic of supernaturalism. Shaw had the misfortune to outlive the era to which his thinking was appropriate. Persisting in creativity into advanced old age, he applied common-sensible standards to a generation which witnessed the rise of Mussolini, Hitler, and Stalin. Inevitably he began to sound rather dated, but his 16 self-sketches, published in 1949 when he was 93, offer a splendid self-portrait. The licensed court jester of the Edwardian bourgeoisie was also a writer of genius. If there was a void at the center, it was filled with talk whose brilliance has rarely been matched. The high point of the Irish genius, it has been said, is pure destructiveness for its own sake. Though an offspring of the Protestant ascendancy, Shaw was enough of an Irishman to become the embodiment of this particular gift of the gods. After 1914 the world caught up with him, and his message began to stale. In a civilization bent upon destroying itself, the self-appointed successor of Swift no longer sounded particularly outrageous. Shaw had remote intellectual cousins in other European countries, but the only major writer of his time who subscribed to similar standards was Francois Anatole Thibault, better known as Anatole France. For about 40 years he carried on the Voltairean tradition in a manner that made him the dominant figure in French literature. An intellectual sceptic of the haute bourgeoisie, he gradually evolved from a kind of learned dilettantism to the seriousness of Les Dirons Soif and La Revolte d'Angers, the former an account of the French Revolution, the latter an attempt to grapple with religion. The mood of pessimistic irony that runs through his mature work is epitome 46. Mised in the figure of his hero and mouthpiece, Professor Bergeraud, who addresses his learned observations to his dog. The author had been driven out of his ivory tower by the Dreyfus affair, which convulsed the country around, and his subsequent political attitudes reflected the rather vague radicalism of a left traditionally opposed to church and state, skeptical of socialism, and on the whole fairly content with the institutions of the Third Republic. To the extent that this bourgeois radicalism possessed a philosophy, it was adequately expressed by the modest lycée professor and essayist Émile Auguste Chartier, better known by his pen name, Alain. What he stood for, provincial earnestness, distrust of Paris and of governmental corruption in general, was also what the Radical Party professed to stand for, which is why both he and it went into eclipse after 1930. The New Age was still wedded to capitalism, but no longer bourgeois in the traditional meaning of the term. The famille firm began to crumble, and so did the famille, even in a country like France which appeared retrograde by comparison with Britain and Germany. The ideas of 1789 were not wholly devalued in 1914-18, but their defense became an enterprise best suited to Stoics. In Germany these ideas had never won a secure foothold, save among social democrats or members of the Jewish community, and important writers could be trusted to defend liberalism, let alone republican democracy. In France, the official creed represented a middle way between the romantic royalism of the Action Foreign Eyes and syndicalist stirrings which went beyond the parliamentary politics of the Socialist Party. At the intellectual level, the crisis of liberalism took the form of an assault on the positivist faith associated with the Third Republic. We shall return to the topic of positivism in a different context. What matters for our immediate purpose is the intellectual current associated with the names of Henry Bergson and Georges Sorel. Both writers won public recognition in the 1890s, a decade conventionally associated with the aestheticism of J.K. Huysmans, Stéphane Mallarmé, Oscar Wilde, and the early W.B. Yeats. Aestheticism could be described as a defensive reaction on the part of literary intellectuals against a culture in which science had begun to set the tone. But Sorel was an engineer by training, Bergson a professional philosopher and the holder of a chair at the prestigious Collège de France. His lectures were major events, and creative evolution was a success with the general public, as were Sorel's reflections on violence. This kind of notoriety was not a minor matter. It pointed to a change in the intellectual climate. Point 2 Creative evolution was the name given by Bergson to a doctrine which had originally started out as an attempt to salvage introspection, and intuition generally, from the determinism of the physical sciences. In counterposing felt duration to the abstractions of physics and math. 4.7. Mathematics, Bergson inaugurated a method of speculation which gradually grew into a system. By the time he published his major work in 1907, he was ready to give an account of how the universe worked. Its operation turned out to be in tune with the general doctrine of evolution, but Bergson departed from other evolutionists by introducing a dualism between life, ever climbing upwards, and inert matter which descends in a downward direction. The actual evolutionary development of plant, animal and human life in turn gives rise to a new bifurcation, this time between instinct and the intellect. The latter recognizes only material bodies and the logic pertaining to them, notably mathematics. It is unable to grasp the cosmic force of life, a vital impulse that struggles to make its way against the inert resistance of matter. Life proceeds in conformity with a motion of time which is not mathematical, but relates to felt duration. The latter is perceived by intuition, not by the intellect which relates only to the spatial movement of material bodies. Life is a kind of cavalry charge. All organized beings, from the humblest to the highest, from the first origins of life to the time in which we are, and in all places as in all times, do but evidence a single impulsion, the inverse of the movement of matter and in itself indivisible. All the living hold together and all yield to the same tremendous push. The animal takes its stand on the plant, man best rides animality, and the whole of humanity, in space and in time, is one immense army galloping beside and before and behind each of us, in an overwhelming charge able to beat down every resistance and to clear many obstacles, perhaps even death. Point 3 This doctrine was a great comfort to French students tired of positivism, and to the more philosophically minded army officers, some of whom in 1914 tried to apply it in practice, with unfortunate results. It was only in 1916, during the Battle of Verdun, that Captain Charles de Gaulle discovered the modern age in the act of standing up to the German artillery barrage at Fort Douaumont. Bergson, although Jewish by origin, was very much an establishment figure. When in 1918 he was elected to the Academy, it seemed that no further honors could be bestowed upon him, but in 1927 he obtained the Nobel Prize for Literature. Towards the end of his life his intellectual development brought him into the vicinity of Catholicism, a circumstance noticeable from a late publication of his, Two Sources of Morality and Religion. On his death in 1941 his will disclosed that only a sense of solidarity with the persecuted Jewish community prevented him from formally adhering to the Catholic Church. That eminent convert to Catholicism, Charles P. Guy, had argued many years earlier in favor of letting students in Catholic seminaries read Bergson. His intellectual progeny may be said to have included another gifted Jewish writer with Catholic sympathies, Simone. 48. While, although belonging to a later era, her thinking had affinities with that of Bergson, from whom she differed, however, in being a genuine religious mystic. In philosophy proper Bergson left no profound traces. His defense of intuition appealed to the anti-Cartesian strand in the Romantic temperament, but creative evolution made FEW converts among scientists. The Bergsonian elah vital, that mighty force which gushes out unceasingly from the secret reservoir of life, became part of the vocabulary of every educated Frenchman, but once the F-ation had passed, other variants of intuitionism could fill the void left by Bergson's departure. There was nothing F-ationable or academic about the retired engineer Georges Sorel, who in the 1890s had come forward as an interpreter of Marxist theory, only to abandon it a decade later for a highly personal confection of his own, made up of elements taken from Bergson's philosophy, revolutionary syndicalism, and his own belief in the efficacy of what he called myth, as distinct from utopia which relies on discursive reasoning. The syndicalist commitment to the strike was a myth in the Sorelian sense, in that it derived from spontaneous longings obscurely at work within the working class, whereas parliamentary socialism was really the affair of an intelligentsia in search of a popular clientele. In this F-ation Sorel around 1906-8 arrived at a reformulation of Marxism which stressed the need for revolutionary violence. When the syndicalist movement disappointed him by turning reformist, he looked for a new source of energy in nationalism, and some of his followers struck up an alliance with the monarchists of the Action Française. The 1914-18 bloodbath disillusioned him, and by 1919 he had become a fervent admirer of Lenin, who did not reciprocate the compliment, whereas Mussolini described himself as Sorel's pupil. About the only consistent theme running through Sorel's writings is contempt for the bourgeois class from which he stemmed, and disdain for the kind of rationalism then professed by radical and socialist leaders such as Clemenceau and Jaurès. A Proudhonist rather than a Marxist, he extolled spontaneity at the expense of organization, laid heavy stress on the element of violence in the class struggle and denounced liberal democracy as a sham. At the same time he stood for the defense of traditional values against the corrosive effects of modern scepticism, a line of thought in tune with the national revival then being preached by conservatives anxious to prepare the country for the inevitable war with Germany. It is difficult to establish a precise connection between the writings he contributed to the syndicalist journal Movement Socialist and his later utterances, save in so far as he always remained a critic of liberalism. Les illusions du progrès, la décomposition du marxisme and réflexions sur la violence are among his better-known works. They established him as a theorist 49 chapter of the syndicalist movement, but there is little evidence that authentic French working-class leaders took him seriously or drew sustenance from his writings. What Sorel represented was not a coherent doctrine, but a mood and a way of looking at the world. Around 1911 Benito Mussolini and Pietro Nenni read Sorel while in prison and found him to their liking. What appealed to them was the stress on revolutionary violence, more plausible in Italy than in France, where parliamentary government worked in a F-ation, whereas in Italy it had never come to grips with the country's real problems. When Mussolini in 1914 performed his Ciel Brat Volte Face on the issue of Italian participation in the war against the Central Powers, he carried a number of syndicalists with him, while the Socialist Party stuck to pacifism and neutrality. It is worth recalling that in 1912 Mussolini and his FREs had stood FOR working class impatience with middle class leaders who cooperated with the liberals. 10 years later the same men established the fascist dictatorship. The connecting link was contempt for democracy, belief in violence and the thesis that a corrupt civilization could only be regenerated by the plentiful spilling of blood. This was the message of Sorel to men who had broken with the labor movement. Bernard Shaw's notorious affection for Mussolini and Stalin stemmed from similar considerations. Democracy had been tried and found wanting. For obvious reasons such notions went down well with the young generation in the universities, notably in a country such as Italy which had never won a war without foreign aid and whose intellectuals experienced a yearning for national greatness, along with vague socialist aspirations. The fusion of nationalism with pseudo-socialism occurred in 1914-18, by which time it was no longer necessary to preach the doctrine that bourgeois liberalism was on the way out. Sorel's gloomy predictions had been borne out by the war and its aftermath. His erstwhile pupils went their separate ways, some turning to fascism, others to Lenin and the Third International. Shaw, as noted before, managed to find some merit in both. After all, they had in common a profound revulsion against the positivist creed deeply entrenched in Western Europe until the catastrophe of 1914 brought about that general reorientation which the Nietzscheans and their French or Italian cousins had been preaching for a quarter century. Positivism was not so much a philosophy as a state of mind, one that took for granted the permanence of modern society, as it had gradually unfolded in the course of the 19th century. Intellectually it stood for the generalization of the methods applied with such success in the natural sciences. At its root there was a quest for objective laws of development, as against the teleological world picture inherited from 50. Religion and idealist metaphysics. The Darwinian theory of evolution by way of natural selection reinforced this bias, as did the positivist interpretation of Marxism put forward, from about 1875 onwards, by Friedrich Engels and his successors. Nature and history alike appeared to be governed by iron laws unalterable at will and indifferent to the fate of individuals. The eternal order of nature had its prolongation in the life process of the human species. Social evolution was comparable to biological change. The disappearance of inferior races, or their displacement by stronger and better equipped rivals, was part of the order of things, as was the dominance of superior classes over their inferiors, this last a social Darwinist doctrine disputed by the Marxists, though the arguments they employed did not differ radically from those advanced by bourgeois positivists. Progress was inevitable, it would result in the conscious application of science and technology to the social life of man. Science was bound to advance towards the elucidation of hitherto unexplained phenomena, and in so doing would dispel the remnants of the theological world picture. Society too could evolve further in the direction it had taken since the Industrial Revolution. On this point at least there was no quarrel between liberals and socialists, although they differed over the social setting proper to a successful prolongation of present trends. The older positivism associated with Auguste Comte had largely faded out by, leaving behind a residue of notions associated with his celebrated law of the three stages. The law states that human thought inevitably progresses from a theological through a metaphysical to a positive or scientific stage. The human mind does not, however, arrive at a scientific viewpoint in all domains at once. Some areas lag behind, the science of society having matured a long time after the study of nature. There is a hierarchy of sciences, of which sociology forms the apex, being the latest arrival and hence the crowning glory of mind's evolution. This was rather too much for Comte's successors, who were put off by his implied claim to have personally disposed of all earlier forms of thought. It was also too much for the academic philosophers, Kant having excluded philosophy from his hierarchy of sciences. A mathematician by training, he shared the anti-metaphysical bias of most natural scientists, but his attempt to found what he described as a religion of humanity discredited his enterprise in the eyes of more rigorous empiricists. Herbert Spencer, enormously influential in his own day, propagated views similar to those of Kant in the English-speaking world. A thoroughgoing determinist, he aimed at a natural history of society subject to causal laws which it was the sociologist's task to discover. An evolutionist, he was also a functionalist, holding that there can be no true conception of a structure without a true conception of its function. These intellectual enterprises ran parallel to Marxism and intermingled with it, a circumstance that caused some of the anti-positivist animus after to be discharged in the general direction of Marx's successors. At the political level, Kant's and Spencer's endorsement of individualism and laissez-faire led in the direction of social Darwinism, but socialists as well as liberals were affected by the prevailing positivist climate of thought. In the social sciences, Émile Durkheim based the French branch of modern sociology upon an intellectual foundation in part derived from Kant and Spencer alike. Durkheim's view of society as a functioning system susceptible to scientific study owed something to Spencer, but in the main he stood within a specifically French tradition of scientific rationalism. His major works, starting with De la division du travail social, and his numerous monographs, established a framework within which the new discipline of sociology gradually took shape. Originally a descendant of Kant, he gradually emancipated himself from what he termed positivist metaphysics, though never to the extent of repudiating his allegiance to the founder. From 1902 onwards a professorship at the Sorbonne Northeast enabled him to gather around him a group of disciples with whose help he edited the journal L'Année sociologique. The impact of Durkheim's work, culminating in a study of religion, owed something to his ability to incorporate intellectual currents emanating from England and Germany. At the same time his descent from Saint-Simon and Kant induced him to work out the concept of organic solidarity, meaning the ability of a social system to integrate all its diverse elements into a stable whole. Solidarity in turn was related to its underlying ground, described by Durkheim as conscience collective, a term translatable as collective conscience or collective consciousness. This system of beliefs and sentiments held in common by the members of a society establishes a common bond transcending interest conflicts. When the bond is loosened, pathological symptoms make their appearance. Durkheim had been struck by the fact that industrialization was everywhere accompanied by a rise in suicide rates, a topic to which he devoted a separate study. This led to the problem of investigating the individual's relationship to the normative principles of the social system of which he forms part, whence the concept of anomie to denote a dangerous slackening of the common bond. Comparative suicide rates among Catholics and Protestants led to the conclusion that the Protestant stress upon individual responsibility had introduced a new type of human personality, a theme developed some years later by Max Weber in his celebrated study of the link between capitalism and Protestantism. Empirical investigation into topics such as suicide thus laid the ground for the notion that every type of society requires the functional equivalent of a religious system, even though traditional beliefs may die out. 52. Durkheim's approach, for all his awareness of British and German thinking, remained within the tradition founded by Kant. The Central European development ran along different lines, German thought being hospitable to the study of history, which Kant and Spencer had neglected. Historiography, the special pride of Germany, was heavily indebted to Hegel and for the rest in tune with the Romantic tradition which looked for spiritual entities intuited by the mind of the historian. The resulting disjunction between Naturwissenschaft and Geisteswissenschaft, science of nature and science of mind or spirit, did not encourage the application of sociological methods to history. It was the Marxists rather than the followers of Kant who introduced the sociological approach, but Marxism had no foothold in the universities where Kant and Hegel reigned supreme. When Wilhelm Dilthey became skeptical of philosophical idealism, he turned to psychology for an understanding of history. Among natural scientists, the eminent chemist Wilhelm Ostwald could be counted an admirer of Kant, but he found FEW imitators. The empiricists among the philosophers were not particularly interested in Comte either. Their starting point was the neo-Kantian rejection of metaphysics, which dated back to the 1870s. Neither Ernst Mach nor Richard Avenarius found Kant to their liking, even though they shared his general bias. The Vienna Circle of logical positivists arose in the new century on foundations in part laid by Mach, a physicist by training and a rigid empiricist whose general standpoint in philosophy went back to Hume and Kant. The same applies to the Cambridge School associated with the names of G.E. Moore and Bertrand Russell. Logical positivism reached the British Isles by way of Vienna, and by then the older positivism associated with Kant was no longer a serious issue. Sociology proper made even slower progress in Britain than in Germany. L.T. Hobhouse, the first professor of sociology in England, may be claimed among the spiritual descendants of Kant, with the qualification that in philosophy he tended towards idealism. His successor and biographer, Morris Ginsburg, was friendly to Kant's general purpose, but rejected the implied claim that sociology could provide a comprehensive philosophy. Taken as a whole, sociology represented something like an academic response to the challenge of Marxism, which by 1900 had become a serious matter, at any rate on the continent, less so in Britain, where traditional modes of thought predominated for another generation. Marx himself had been so far ahead of his time that his own followers failed to make proper use of his methodology. What they extracted from it was, however, quite enough to alarm the academic community in Germany, France, and Italy, where Marxist socialism had become a force to be reckoned with. The work of Weber, Durkheim, and Wilfried 53. Pareto must be seen in this context. All three made it their business to refute Marx, while at the same time taking over an entire stock of ideas from historical materialism, notably the concept of a social science capable of integrating political philosophy with the study of economic structures not reducible to individual transactions in the marketplace. Marx had presented both a theory of the bourgeois revolution and an analysis of capitalism as a system bound in the long run to disintegrate and make room for a higher stage of societal evolution. His major work was subtitled Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, and his criticism of classical political economy amounted to a demonstration that theoretical economics reflected the social relations peculiar to capitalism. At the same time he developed the thoroughly classical notion that the economy was in the last resort preponderant within the totality of bourgeois society. From this it followed that the insoluble contradictions of capitalism as a system of production were bound, sooner or later, to disrupt the social relations characteristic of bourgeois civilization. This was what scientific socialism signified, even though Marx had been prevented by illness from carrying out the vast project of a study of society within which the critique of political economy would have occupied the central place. By enough had been published by his followers to make it clear that Marxism could not be ignored by the academic establishment, notably in Germany and Austria where social democracy then had its stronghold. If Marx was to be refuted, it could only be done by constructing an alternative model which submerged the materialist conception of history within a more general perspective of social evolution. This was substantially what Weber, Durkheim, and Pareto undertook to do. In this context it is irrelevant that Weber was a German nationalist, Durkheim a French positivist and Pareto an Italian aristocrat whose critique of liberal democracy anticipated some aspects of fascism. What matters is that all three set out to formulate an alternative to Marx's totalizing synthesis of philosophy, history, and economics. The new discipline of sociology, which arose from this enterprise, resembled Marxism in that it integrated separate levels of social reality within a unified science of society. It differed from the Marxian synthesis in that it eliminated the notion of dialectical contradiction. Instead, the social system was conceived as a totality within which all the elements determined each other in such a way as to prevent a radical rupture between the material base and the superstructure of institutions and beliefs. The socialist perspective was replaced by the descriptive analysis of a self-regulating system, or alternatively by the vision of a cyclical movement proceeding via temporary crises and disorders to a different sort of stable and self-perpetuating order. 5. Pareto's Trattato di Sociologia Generale crowned a body of work. 54. Which had originated in mathematics and physics. By Tramgan engineer, a circumstance he shared with Searle, Pareto had come first to economics, and later to sociology, by way of the physical sciences. When in 1893, at the age of 45, he took up the chair of political economy at Lausanne, he made it his task to give precise formulation to what he himself described as an outline of economic science considered as a natural science based exclusively on facts. His subsequent development led, by way of a critical study of socialist thought, to his Trattato of 1916, which established him as a major figure in contemporary sociology. He approached the subject from the positivist standpoint he shared with Durkheim, but with a pessimistic bias not to be found in his French contemporary. The basic assumption he makes throughout his major work is that economic, social, and political gradations correspond to differences in natural ability. From this it follows that democratic egalitarianism is utopian, and so is socialism, which had sprung from the earlier democratic faith. Every society is ruled by an elite, a point already made by Gaetano Mosca 2 decades earlier. Political domination of the masses by an elite of rulers is a quasi-biological circumstance which cannot be eliminated by any kind of social rearrangement. This notion leads to the question why elites are sometimes unable to prevent a revolution from occurring, but Pareto meets this difficulty by arguing that they are simply replaced by other elites. Aristocracies do not last. For one reason or another, they tend to degenerate, and their place is then taken by a new caste of rulers. This circulation of elites is the reality masked by liberal democratic talk about equality. Class conflict is real, but it does not lead to the classless society, it simply produces a different sort of class rule. Robert Michels, half French, half German, and an Italian citizen by choice, developed a similar thesis in his study of political parties. 6. One advantage of the new approach was that its central thesis could not be falsified, since in every society, indeed in any organized grouping, there will always be individuals of outstanding ability who may be said to constitute an elite. But while this is undoubtedly true, it tells one nothing about the mechanism whereby one ruling class is replaced by another. The ideal case postulated by Pareto, Mosca, and Michels is one in which a state of free competition enables the most gifted individuals to circulate without hindrance, so that the elite is always composed of the ablest people who happen to be available. In bourgeois society, this free circulation is blocked by the institution of private ownership of the means of production. On Pareto's assumption, the abolition of private property does not lead to free self-government on the part of the producers. 55. But to the establishment of a different kind of social hierarchy manipulated by an E1ITR of those best able to manage the system. But CVRN, if this is conceded, it still makes a difference whether the political institutions are of the democratic type, or whether the ruling stratum is irremovable and able to exercise unhampered control. If it does, one must assume that the elite represents a powerful vested interest, in which case we are not from the Marxian theory of class conflict. What Pareto might have said, but did not, was that the Marxian schema is only applicable to bourgeois society, and specifically to the bourgeois revolution, that is to say, the process whereby the middle class acquires political power. This argument was subsequently outlined by J.A. Schumpeter. It does not form part of the Peirtian system, or of Weber's theory of politics, to which we now turn. 7. Max Weber stands at the confluence of economics, history, and sociology, which is why it has been possible to describe him as a bourgeois Marx. The characterization is apt, provided one bears in mind that Weber grew up in a Germany unified by Bismarck, and thereafter had to endure the spectacle of Bismarck's Reich being ruined by the government of William II. The circumstance is of some importance for the understanding of his theorizing. Bismarck was the only statesman of genius Germany ever produced, but the landed gentry whom he represented, and whose traditions he embodied, was quite incapable of adapting to the modern world. The problem Weber confronted as a German patriot was the political incapacity of the German middle class, its subordination to the aristocracy, and the consequent injection of social strains which the Western democracies had avoided. A fair proportion of Weber's thinking revolved around the failure of the German middle class to throw up a political elite capable of governing the state. As matters stood, the great landowners who controlled Prussia were driving the German peasants on their estates into emigration, their place being taken by Polish seasonal workers whose presence conflicted with the official policy of Germanization. Weber recommended that the government abandon the landowners and seal the frontier against the Polish invasion. His advice was not taken, and Prussia-Germany continued to be ruled by a class whose political leadership had become incompatible with the national interest. This state of affairs was Weber's starting point in the 1890s, not only politically but theoretically. He had discovered that class conflict was a reality, not a Marxist invention. At the same time he had no faith in the middle class or in the labor movement. Nor did he have much confidence in the quasi-parliamentary institutions with which Germany had been endowed between 1848 and 1871, he perceived that they were a sham, and that the real political power lay with an uncontrolled bureaucracy centered on the emperor and the general staff. The question then was 56. How Germany could be modernized short of revolution. When the structure collapsed in 1918-19, Weber was instrumental in bringing about those constitutional changes which endowed the Weimar Republic with a president exercising quasi-monarchical powers. It was his legacy to the nation. AFEW months later, in June 19, 20, he died. 8 Weber is best understood as the outstanding political theorist of post-Bismarckian Germany, a country trying to become a world power. The National Liberal Party, of which his father had been a prominent member, had been used and then destroyed by Bismarck after 1871. Being personally acquainted with its leaders, as well as with historians like Mommsen and Treitschke and philosophers such as Dilthey, Weber lived and moved in an atmosphere heavily charged with memories of political and intellectual combat. National liberalism was the militant offspring of the earlier cosmopolitan and pacifist liberalism whose day had passed. It was liberalism adapted to realpolitik, the politics of power pure and simple as practiced by Bismarck. Weber never renounced this heritage, not even after the German Empire had crashed in 1918. The other lesson Bismarck taught him was the importance of charisma, a gift of grace bestowed by Providence upon political leaders able to cast a spell upon parties or entire peoples. The Reich founded by Bismarck had been ruined by the ineptitude of his successors, but all was not lost. The nation had displayed its strength during years of warfare. One had to pass through a troubled interval. And then history, which has given to us, and only to us, a second springtime, will give us a third. Of that I have no doubt. 9. He did not live to see a charismatic leader driving the nation over the brink, this time for good. Nor could he have imagined the monstrosities of the Third Reich. Yet there is a strain of pessimism in Weber, ultimately traceable to his Lutheran heritage. Politics and ethics could never be made to run in harness. The ancient Christians too knew very well that the world is ruled by daemons, and that involvement in politics means allying oneself with power and violence, and sealing a pact with diabolic forces. 1. 0 Then why engage in politics at all? Because it was one's duty, and because a nation could not evade its destiny, which in Germany's case was to struggle for recognition as a world power. His Freiburg inaugural lecture of 1894 set the theme for the remainder of his life. It is not peace and human happiness that we have to pass on to our descendants, but the eternal struggle for the maintenance and upbreeding of our national kind. More than 2 decades later, at the peak of the 1914-18 war, the tone had not changed. Future generations, and above all our descendants, will not hold the Danes, the Swiss, the Dutch and the Norwegians responsible if the mastery of the 5-7 chapter world, and the last resort is means the disposal over the civilization of the future, is divided up between the regule at ions of Russian officials and the conventions of Anglo-Saxon society, perhaps with an infusion of Latin rigel. They will hold us respon sible, and rightly so, for we are a power and unlike the smaller nations we are able to cast our weight in the scale. 11. This kind of reasoning subsequently helped to persuade a generation of high-minded academics and civil servants to follow the leader, until it dawned upon the more perspicacious among them that he was leading Germany to perdition. National liberalism paved the way for National Socialism, among the elite of the nation above all. Yet Weber's generation was profoundly committed to a civilization and a moral code inherited from the 19th century, an age in which politics had not yet been divorced from ethics. He never resolved the conflict, having posed it in terms which rendered a solution impossible. There was a plurality of values, each claiming absolute validity. One had to choose, and the patriot would choose the good of his country. The older liberalism had placed politics in the service of humanity. Weber stoutly denied that this kind of equation made sense. Cosmopolitanism was a chimera, religion was otherworldly, socialism was utopian. Politics and morals could not be squared. Weber's ethical pessimism was rooted in the duality of actual statement and value judgment which troubled other thinkers of his generation. He was unique in turning this dualism into the very center of his Weltanschauung. In sociology one did not encounter these problems, for as a science it was solely concerned with the way in which the social system actually worked. Weber's influential studies on the relationship of religious faith to economic activity were meant to demonstrate that historical materialism could be stood on its head, so from being an ideological expression of bourgeois reality, as the Marxists maintained, Protestantism appeared in Weber's writings as a precondition for the effective functioning of capitalism. The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, the first part of which was published in 1904 in the Archiv zur Sozialwissenschaft 12 has been endlessly debated. One's understanding of it is considerably helped by recognition of the fact that Weber was operating with what he termed ideal types, that is to say concepts which are not meant to portray slices of empirical reality, rather their function is to delineate what human actions of a certain kind would be like if they were strictly purposive, that is, rationally oriented and undisturbed by error or sentiment. 13. Even with this qualification the thesis has not worn well. It seems to cast more light on what the Puritans, or some of them, said about the world than on the manner in which society was actually being transformed in Catholic and Protestant areas alike. Weber's recognition of a link between religious belief and socio-economic. 58. Patterns of behavior was a fruitful starting point for the new discipline of sociology which had grown out of the dispute between German economists and historians around the turn of the century. He was inquiring into the historical origins of capitalism, something neither the academic historians nor the economists of the classical school, with the obvious exception of Marx, had yet done. But his approach was flawed by a principle he had inherited from Hegel, the belief that every historical epoch has its own peculiar spirit which imparts a characteristic mode of behavior to all human transactions. The spirit of capitalism having been reduced to a certain type of rational activity, the conclusion presented itself that the absence of this spiritual predisposition accounted for the failure of non-European civilizations to give birth to capitalism. Along this road Weber encountered a fellow traveler, the economic historian Werner Sombart, who was likewise intensely preoccupied with the spirit of capitalism. Unlike Weber, he held the Jews rather than the Calvinists responsible for the flowering Ofa mentality no longer tied to the asceticism of the Catholic monastery. Other variations on this theme could be played by historians of culture familiar with the Renaissance. They threw much needed light on the history of Europe, but then Marx had already stressed the link between the bourgeoisie and Protestantism in capital and elsewhere. It did not induce him to alter his basic approach, nor has the obvious connection between bourgeois civilization and religious individualism induced economic historians to adopt Weber's approach. In the modified form represented by R. H. Tawney's Religion and the Rise of Capitalism, the thesis that Calvinist ethics made room for the early entrepreneur is not seriously disputed, but Tawney's discussion of the subject owed more to Marx than to Weber. He saw Calvinism as the ideology of the rising middle class, Lutheranism as a socially conservative doctrine still tied to medieval values. On this assumption it could be argued that the more radical variant of the Protestant Reformation was effective in creating an environment favorable to the adoption of a middle-class work ethic, but it did not follow that Calvinism was the parent of capitalism. At most it could be said to have expressed the spirit of the New Order with fewer inhibitions than the Lutheran faith. 14 Unlike some of his more uncritical followers, Weber did not go so far as to derive the rise of European and American capitalism from an antecedent change in the religious climate. He was after all aware that European capitalism antedated Protestantism. His aim was rather to show that a really radical break with the medieval cast of mind occurred only in those areas where Calvinism had taken hold for reasons quite unconnected with economic change. If cause and effect were interrelated in this manner, then the historical process appeared as a circular movement, spirit determining matter and vice versa, whereas Marxism 59 insisted on the crucial role of one particular element within the social structure, the economic. On Marx's assumption, capitalism was readily accepted by Protestants not because they were Protestants, but because they were bourgeois. In this perspective, the essential precondition of the bourgeois revolution / the existence of self-governing cities which made it possible for the burgher class to evolve a distinctive culture. The Protestant Reformation appeared as a link in the chain of historical causation whereby modern society had come into being. Weber's emphasis upon the unique significance of Calvinism within this process is compatible with a dialectical view of history. One may say, if one likes, that Calvinism did for the bourgeoisie what Marxism at a later date did for the industrial working class. A statement of this kind is actually closer to the spirit of Marx's own approach than the mechanical derivation of religious or irreligious beliefs from changes in the social structure. What Weber's emphasis upon the psychology of the early entrepreneur fails to account for is the peculiar mechanism whereby the capitalist mode of production, once it has come into being, creates a social environment adapted to its functioning. Once the process has been set in motion, it matters little what the individual agents imagine themselves to be doing, and what sets it in motion is the emergence of a new mode of production. Weber did not on this point seek to refute Marx. He merely explained in detail what had happened in a particular area, the self-governing city of Northern Europe. Originally a commune of former serfs who had escaped from their masters and were held together by an oath, the Northern European city was bourgeois from the start, quite unlike the city of classical antiquity or of the Orient. The burgher culture of the free city was central to Weber's sociology. Wittgenstein Gesellschaft, a massive treatise published posthumously, centers on the Occidental city as the birthplace of modern society. The strain of pessimism that runs through Weber's later writings was induced by the belief that the civilization originally created by free and independent citizens would fall victim to all-round bureaucratization, state control, and the consequent loss of personal freedom. It was a vision he shared with Pareto, a cultivated patrician who had ceased to believe in the liberal perspective. They resemble each other also in that their work lacks a single central theorem around which a school or a party could have gathered. Ultimately what they convey is a sense of the dilemma induced by the spectacle of an increasingly rationalized society which somehow fails to exhibit the traits peculiar to liberal civilization in the age of its greatest creativity. This is perhaps no more than to say that they arrived on the scene at a time when the culture they had inherited was beginning to disintegrate. The War of 1914-18, which speeded this process, also marked the effective termination of their work. 60. This brief survey does not exhaust the subject of comparing Marx's and Weber's respective methods, as distinct from the results at which they arrived. Here the key issue is Marx's commitment to a particular philosophy and a political practice appropriate to it, as against Weber's belief that, granted the influence which value judgments necessarily have in the social sciences, it is nonetheless possible to construct a value-free political sociology which will be genuinely scientific. Weber conceded at the outset that basic standpoints are arbitrary, and then went on to outline a sociology which nonetheless tried to attain the maximum of scientific objectivity possible under human conditions. 15 Unlike the extreme positivists, he held that the social sciences differ from the natural in that they cannot eliminate the subjective element altogether. At the same time, he was quite clearly convinced that his own freely chosen standpoint enabled him to give an objective account of social reality. It is difficult to see how objectivity can follow from the admission that all standpoints are arbitrary. Moreover, Weber's own basic approach, so from being value-free, quite clearly embodied a particular view of man which comes to the surface in his use of the term disenchantment. It requires no great effort to show that the concept of rationalization occupies as central a position in Weber's analysis of modern society as does that of alienation in Marx's writings. It is true that where Marx offers a cure, Weber contents himself with a diagnosis, but his view of history as a relentless process of secularization, schematization, and bureaucratization is evaluative as well as descriptive. Perhaps the most that can be claimed for Weber is that he raised the problem of value relevance for the social sciences. He cannot be said to have solved it. And if his political philosophy was implicit, where Marx's was explicit, it was distinctive enough to give life and shape to the body of his work. From the socio-iagistal viewpoint, the 20th century began in 1914, just as the 19th started in earnest around 1830, when the middle class placed its stamp on public affairs in Western Europe. What happened in 1914 to 18 shattered a way of life that looked solid but had been undermined by the processes described in the earlier chapters of this study. This circumstance creates a difficulty for the historian who takes as his starting point the apogee of bourgeois civilization around. The dominant outlook in philosophy, science, and art down to the 1920s was founded on 19th century models. At the same time, the forces which created a new kind of culture were already at work around, whether one thinks of physical science, applied technology, depth psychology, or modern music and painting. The motor car, the aeroplane, the tractor, the telephone, and the cinema all made their appearance well before 1914. So did the new theoretical model in physics, which indeed may be said to date from the discovery of X-rays and radioactivity in 1895 to 6.1. Sigmund Freud worked out the technique of free association around 1895, and published the interpretation F Dreams at the close of 1899, although the publisher chose to put the date on the title page. 600 copies of the book were printed, and it took 8 years to sell them. 2 The same sort of lag afflicted his countryman Adolf Loos, one of the founders of modern architecture, whose buildings in Vienna around 1910 looked forward to the international style of the 1930s. The post-impressionist painters assembled in Paris, Matisse, Rouault, Utrillo, Picasso, Derain, Braque, Leger, and others, were more fortunate, in that their work created an immediate sensation, whereas their German and Russian colleagues did not reach a wider audience until the 1920s. Lastly, the new style of writing associated with James Joyce dated back to 1906, but impinged on the consciousness of the reading public only 2 decades later. If for convenience we start with science, we may note that the breakthrough in physics occurred between 1895 and 1905 against the background of a technology based on 19th century models. Electric. 64. Light and power, wireless telegraphy, and the internal combustion machine represented the application to industry of discoveries made by men like Michael Faraday and Clerk Maxwell at a time when physics was still committed to the Newtonian picture of a universe composed of fixed particles created by God and destined to last for eternity. These particles, atoms and molecules, were limited in number and unchangeable. The discovery of radioactivity by J.J. Thomson, Becquerel, Röntgen, and others cast doubt on the permanence of the atom and at the same time suggested that the breakup of atomic particles released energy. Max Planck, following Ernest Rutherford, showed in that atoms gave off energy in discrete quantities or constants, a discovery which confirmed the theory of the atom subsequently put forward in 1913 by Niels Bohr. Albert Einstein demonstrated in 1905 that space and time were interchangeable, depending on the motion of an observer. This was a radical departure from Newtonian cosmology, although Planck and others came to regard relativity as the completion of classical physics. 3 Einstein's general theory of relativity centered on the equivalence of mass and energy, and the limiting character of light's velocity. His formula provided the theoretical expression for an understanding of the energies locked in the atom. The practical application of this model belongs to a later period, starting with Rutherford's discovery in 1919 that the nucleus of the atom could be broken up by bombarding it with suitable physical particles, and going on to the release of atomic energy through nuclear fission during the 1939-45 war, with all the familiar consequences that have flowed from this revolutionary device. 4 The Rutherford-Bohr atom was no longer the simple uncuttable particle of ancient philosophy. It could be broken up, even though it still had a center, the nucleus. The atom was now pictured as a solar system, with electrons orbiting around the nucleus and giving off a negative charge equal to the positive charge of the nucleus. It thus became possible to predict the properties of atoms from the number of electrons they contained. Complex spectra could be interpreted and the energy levels of the electrons in the different atoms could be found. The very concept of an energy level is a quantum one. It implied that every atomic or molecular structure could exist in a great number of states with different vibration characters like the overtones of a musical instrument, and that the differences of energy between the states could be found by measuring the frequencies of the light emitted or absorbed. The new model helped to bridge the gap between physics and chemistry. It also explained why certain atoms formed metals, while 65 others did not. These discoveries represented an application of Planck's quantum theory to the study of the atom, Planck having suggested as early as that the energy of atoms comes off in discontinuous pieces. An element of indeterminacy entered into the picture. A certain state of affairs persists in an atom and then is suddenly replaced by a different one. Continuity of motion, hitherto taken for granted, appeared to have been discredited. While this reorientation was going on, Einstein quite independently suggested that events should replace particles as the basic constituents of the universe. Common sense thinks of the world as made of discrete things, a notion elevated to philosophic dignity by the concept of material substances, each consisting of particles subsisting through all time. Einstein held that events rather than particles were the stuff of physics, from which it followed that matter was merely a convenient shorthand formula for describing subatomic events having physical properties. He also substituted space-time for the traditional distinction between time and space. According to his theory, Euclidean geometry applied only to empty space, near heavy bodies space is curved. These concepts could not easily be translated into non-scientific language, and relativity thus set up a barrier between the worldview of science and the outlook of the ordinary man. The world of visual experience no longer bore any relation to that of the physicist, chemist, or astronomer. Einstein's thought reflected the influence of the Austrian physicist and philosopher Ernst Mach, whose Die Mechanik in ihrer Entwicklung dispensed with time, space, and causality as useless metaphysical concepts. Nature simply goes on, and the task of science is to work out a set of functional relationships which compress the workings of nature into formulae which can be tested in experience. Absolute time and space are metaphysical entities of no interest to science. A body's spatial or temporal position can only be defined in relation to that of another body. In 1895 Mach became professor of physics at the University of Vienna, and from this date may be reckoned the gradual rise of the Vienna Circle, whose intellectual leader, Moritz Schlick, succeeded Mach after having already made his reputation as an interpreter of Einstein. Mach's hostility to traditional metaphysics was inherited by the logical positivists who came to the theory in the 1920s, as was his belief that scientific hypotheses are justified if they stand up to empirical verification. His empiricism was a link between the Neo-Kantian school, prominent in Germany since the 1880s, and the subsequent rise of logical positivism. Freud no less than Einstein inherited from Mach a bent towards empiricism and a consistent indifference to metaphysics of the traditional kind. In this sense, logical positivism, psychoanalysis, and the new physics associated 66 with Einstein, belong to the same spiritual family. This also applies to the theory of science worked out by the French physicist Pierre Duhem, who made a point of stressing the independence of physics from metaphysics, as did his countryman Henri Poincaré, for whom physical laws were conventions constructed by scientists to account for the motion of particles. Speaking generally, the new outlook in theoretical physics since the beginning of the century demolished the classical picture of a static universe made up of particles whose motions conform to the laws of mechanics. The physical world of modern science is still composed of particles, but all may be transformed into others and none are eternal in the Newtonian sense. Given an appropriate and fixed system of equations, one can hope to explain physical processes from the subatomic up to the molecular and macroscopic, and even the astronomical, scale, and this can be done without exempting any physical objects whatever from the flux of time, which means accepting that there are no permanent material atoms in the original sense. 6. Whether there were laws of nature at all became a matter for dispute among scientists, some of whom doubted whether stellar evolution could be reduced to constants not subject to change over suitable dimensions of time. The topic had no practical significance, save for theologians still tied to a geocentric picture of the universe, or mechanical materialists wedded to the ineffaceable characters of atoms and molecules. The same applies to modern cosmology. A universe which may have come into existence through a cataclysmic explosion some 1,000 million years ago still presents some logical problems. After all, it is legitimate to ask what was there before this event occurred, but it is no longer related to the familiar environment inhabited by human beings. Astronomers who avow the notion of an absolute beginning in time, because it fits in with religious doctrines about the creation, plainly give vent to their personal preferences. Philosophers who prefer the Stoic picture of a recurring cycle of creation and destruction are in the same position. 7. Setting metaphysics aside, the new model impinged upon the philosophy of science in that it lent some substance to the revolt against determinism associated with Bergson and with the American pragmatist school founded by William James on the basis of C.S. Peirce's earlier work. The older empiricist tradition had been determinist, in accordance with Newtonian physics. When applied to psychology, it led to the unsatisfactory conclusion that men's actions are wholly explicable in terms of causal determinants. Kantian idealism postulated a distinction between causally conditioned phenomena. 67. And moral actions stemming from a real or noumenal self to which causation does not apply. The problem for philosophers unwilling to follow Kant was how to reconcile determinism with free will. Bergson, as we have seen, disposed of the matter by affirming that the intellect creates a conceptualized universe which must not be confused with reality. Pragmatism suggested that natural laws are merely statistical regularities. No situation is ever completely describable in terms of causal laws. Novel features develop out of previous situations which do not contain them. This doctrine, which James and Bergson had worked out independently of each other, was a great comfort to the anti-rationalist school of thought already prominent as a reaction to the rigid determination of the previous generation. Once the revolution in physics, notably the quantum theory, had introduced an element of indeterminacy within the order of nature, philosophers could draw some support from science for the contention that free will is not an illusion. It is, however, noteworthy that Planck's own standpoint did not permit the inference that the chain of causality contains a missing link. He contented himself with the argument that the causal motives determining an action can only be understood after the event. One cannot predict one's own future behavior, for every observation introduces a new fator, in that it supplies a new motive for the will. Pragmatism implied a departure from what one of its later exponents, John Dewey, called the spectator theory of knowledge, the view, that is, that philosophic knowledge consists in the passive contemplation of an eternal and immutable reality. 9. In Germany, Nietzsche had already paved the way for a different kind of philosophizing with his attacks on intellectualism, while Bergson somewhat later pursued a similar line of thought. Now pragmatism, with its stress on practical usefulness as the criterion of truth, gained a following in France, where Georges Sorel, already influenced by Bergson, welcomed James as an ally in the struggle against scientism. In Italy, Mussolini at a later stage was to number James among his teachers. 10 Since the American pragmatists were ardent Democrats, this embarrassing circumstance cannot be employed for polemical purposes, the less so since the official philosopher of Italian fascism, Giovanni Gentile, was a Hegelian. But the pragmatist emphasis upon experience and living reality as the test of truth did help to create a mental climate in which irrationalism could flourish. The more radical pragmatists, notably F.C.S. Schiller in Britain, explicitly denied that there is an objective reality given independently of the thinking subject. Schiller's polemics were largely directed against F.H. Bradley, who had introduced into British philosophy an anti-empiricist line of thought nourished on German idealism in general and Hegel in particular. The Anglo-Hegelian synthesis promoted by Bradley, Bernard Bosanquet, and J.E. McTaggart in turn became the special target of British thinkers in the empiricist tradition, notably George Edward Moore and Bertrand Russell, neither of whom had much use for pragmatism, whereas some of the leading pragmatists displayed more than a touch of sympathy for Hegel. L2 Hegelian thinking traditionally centered upon the understanding of history, whereas empiricism had at least one foot solidly planted in natural science, itself largely dependent upon mathematics. For this reason, new developments in mathematics became crucial for the restatement of the empiricist standpoint undertaken around the turn of the century by Bertrand Russell and A.N. Whitehead. There was an odd exchange of international roles at this point. The Boole de Morgan logic originated in England, but was given its classical formulation by Schroeder in Germany. The logic of mathematics was a continental creation which yet achieved its classical form in Russell and Whitehead's Principia Mathematica L3. As published in 1910-13, this work carried further a new conception of mathematics already outlined in Russell's earlier Principles of Mathematics in the autobiographical fragment which introduces the volume of essays titled The Philosophy of Bertrand Russell. The process leading to his mature standpoint is briefly described as follows: the most important year in my intellectual life was the year, and the most important event in this year was my visit to the International Congress of Philosophy in Paris. Ever since I had begun Euclid at the age of 11, I had been troubled about the foundations of mathematics. When, later, I came to read philosophy, I found Kant and the empiricists equally unsatisfactory. I did not like the synthetic a priori, but yet arithmetic did not seem to consist of empirical generalizations. In Paris in 1900, I was impressed by the fact that, in all discussions, Peano and his pupils had a precision which was not possessed by others. I therefore asked him to give me his works, which he did. As soon as I had mastered his notation, I saw that it extended the region of mathematical precision backwards towards regions which had been given over to philosophical vagueness. Basing myself on him, I invented a notation for relations. Whitehead, fortunately, agreed as to the importance of the method, and in a very short time we worked out together such matters as the definitions of series, cardinals, and ordinals, and the reduction of arithmetic to logic. For the new mathematics was a science of order which had cut its connection with empirical reality. It was no longer a demonstration of timeless truths, but an analysis of logical implications. As outlined in the writings of the German mathematician Gottlob Frege between 1893 and 1903, and by a group of Italian logicians headed by Giuseppe Peano between 1895 and 1908, arithmetic and algebra were founded on a few elementary logical ideas and propositions. The logical symbolism. 69. Euro PE in THE 20th CE century. Invented by Peano was in turn adopted by Russell and Whitehead. 16 Russell's principal achievement, it has been said, is to have FREED logical analysis FROM the domination of grammar. In the works he composed jointly with Whitehead, and in subsequent writings, he put forward a theory of descriptions which replaced spurious entities by logical constructions. Building on his continental predecessors, he maintained that mathematics and formal logic are one, and that the whole of pure mathematics can be deduced from a small number of logical axioms. The method was carried further in such later works as the analysis of mind and an inquiry into meaning and truth. In Russell's own words, all definitions are theoretically superfluous, and therefore the whole of any science can be expressed by means of a minimum vocabulary for that science. Peano reduced the special vocabulary of arithmetic to 3 terms. Frege and Principia Mathematica maintain that even these are unnecessary, and that a minimum vocabulary for mathematics is the same as for logic. This problem is a purely technical one, and is capable of a precise solution. 16. Russell's and Whitehead's paths diverged from about 1919 onwards, when Whitehead departed from the tradition of British empiricism. The best-known works of his later period, notably the concept of nature, science, and the modum world, process and reality and adventures of ideas, represent the gradual unfolding of a metaphysical system in some respects similar to that outlined by Samuel Alexander in Space, Time, and Deity. His appointment in 1924, at the age of 63, to the chair of philosophy at Harvard, Whitehead became a force to be reckoned with in American philosophy as well. The metaphysical doctrine he developed in his later works has been variously described as Platonist and Neo-Hegelian. It represented a complete break with the Russellian picture of the world. On the traditional view, ultimately derived from Plato, mathematics stated certain truths about the world. On the new assumption, it merely spelled out what followed from given postulates. Hence various different systems of geometry could be set up alongside each other, deriving from different postulates, and there was no answer to the question which was truer than the others. This discovery facilitated the acceptance of Einstein's theory with its relativization of Euclidean geometry. It also induced philosophical laymen to dispense with the criterion of truth altogether, a consequence which did not follow from the new theory of science, but was read into it by the growing number of irrationalists who pullulated in Europe after the 1914-18 war. So far as the British Isles are concerned, the principal issue in philosophy between and 1914 was the tension between the native tradition of empiricism and the Anglo-Hegelianism of Bradley and 70. Bosanquet, Hegelianism modified by Anglo-Saxon caution, in the words of a later writer, H.J. Peyton. Technically known as absolute idealism, this philosophy was a derivation of German metaphysics in that it centered on the concept of totality or the whole. When Moore and Russell turned against it after they were symbolically joining hands with at least 2 centuries of British philosophy, across a gap of AFEW years occupied with new and strange things. 18 Moore adopted a common-sense viewpoint which undercut the idealist position, in that he questioned the need for elaborate metaphysical solutions of perfectly ordinary problems. On his supposition the common-sense view of the world was likely to be the true one, and any departure from it required justifications which the idealists were notoriously unwilling to provide. Russell's position was different. inasmuch as he always aimed at a total system of truth about the world, where more was content with the analysis of important but neglected truisms. Deeply influenced by recent developments in logic and mathematics, Russell expounded what came to be known as logical atomism, that is to say, he tried to arrive at a notation whereby complex propositions were broken up into their simplest elements, atomic propositions relating to atomic facts. Although metaphysical, in that it tried to comprehend the nature of language and of the world, this procedure was in tune with the general spirit of British philosophy before the recent incursion of German idealism. Russell, the godson of John Stuart Mill, so far as is possible in a non-religious sense, 19 did not require a great deal of persuasion to make him return to the native tradition founded by Locke, Berkeley, and Hume. The continental situation was quite different. While French thinkers had never taken much notice of Hegel, the Italians were about to absorb him in the diluted form presented by Benedetto Croce, while in Germany something like a Hegel renaissance made itself felt about 1906 onwards. For the rest, the principal newcomer on the Central European scene after was the phenomenological school of Edmund Husserl, whose roots went back to Kant and ultimately to Cartesian rationalism. 20 What Husserl put forward in his logical Investigatio 1ls and in subsequent writings was a theory of experience which departed radically from Mill's attempt to derive logical concepts from psychology. Logical and mathematical conclusions could not, he argued, be grounded in empirical premises, nor could the psychological study of the thinking process cast light on the validity of theoretical concepts which by their nature are independent of contingent empirical data. What Husserl termed phenomenology is indeed descriptive, but what it describes are pure essences, not particular existences. These essences are not metaphysical entities, but neither are they generaliza 7. 1. Schins derived from an inductive study of experience. In describing phenomena one necessarily describes their essential properties, that is to say, those general structures which are disclosed by an act of insight not reducible to empirical experience. The latter is uncertain and changeable, whereas phenomenological intuition of essences brings out those characters which constitute their meaning, example the redness of red objects. Essences are independent of existence. It is possible to know what something is without having to decide the question whether it actually exists. Knowledge of reality is knowledge of the signification of things, and this meaning is lodged in our consciousness. Or one may say that the essence of something is that which is what it is, irrespective of whether or not it exists. The whole train of thought goes back to Kant, and ultimately to Descartes, whose example Russell followed in his later writings from 1913 onwards by screening out, or bracketing, the actual world of experience, not doubting its existence, but suspending judgment about it, in order to arrive at a consciousness completely separated from the world of fact. This purification of consciousness enables the mind to grasp the validity of propositions which, like the axioms of mathematics, are eternally true, whether or not anyone has ever thought of them. At the same time, all objects of consciousness are considered only as they appear to the mind. Phenomenology restricts itself to what is given. It describes the structures of appearances, without in any way affirming or denying an objective existence of things independent of the thinking mind. 21 Russel's later development disclosed a growing concern with the status of science within the general context of European philosophy. He remained true to his early programmatic faith that only phenomenology can be truly scientific, and that only a scientific philosophy can be true. But he increasingly came to believe that European science had reached a critical stage which was related to a more general crisis of culture. The theme is spelled out at great length in his final work, which occupied him between 1934 and 1937, Die Krisis der Europäischen Wissenschaft und die Transcendental Phenomenologie. 22 down to 1914 he disclosed no doubt as to the possibility of establishing philosophy on a scientific basis, although independent of the methods employed in the natural sciences. In this respect his development parallels that of his contemporary Sigmund Freud, who may be said to have introduced a phenomenological approach into psychology, in that, in his early work at least, he confined himself to a pure description of the behavior he encountered. Both men emerged from an Austro-Jewish culture which was wiped out after they had left the scene. In other ways they did not have a great deal in common, even though Freud was influenced by Mach. To the extent that he was affected by metaphysics, Freud displayed 72. Something of the pessimism of Schopenhauer, a circumstance irrelevant to his scientific work. The Husserlian ideal of a strictly scientific and presuppositionless approach to the study of phenomena was also his own, but as a scientist he was inevitably concerned with the truth of particular statements about empirical reality, rather than with the analysis of the process whereby thinkers arrive at general concepts. Whether they do so by generalizing from experience, as the empiricists maintained, or through the intuition of general properties in the Husserlian sense, was not a question that troubled him in his professional capacity. In so far as Freud reflected on his own work, he plainly adhered to the customary notion that psychological statements are generalizations subject to correction in the light of experience, but this did not make him a subjectivist in the sense of holding that reality is in some sense a product of the mind. Scientific statements are either true or false, and if true they correspond to a reality independent of the notions which men at different times entertain about them. One may say that, although by profession a psychologist, Freud did not adhere to psychologism, if by this term is meant the doctrine that logic itself can be dissolved into psychology. He appears to have held with the philosopher Franz Brentano that the psychologist has a direct apprehension of the realities which constitute his subject matter. We know from his biographer that he attended Brentano's lectures as a student in Vienna in the 1870s. 23 Since it was of the essence of Brentano's doctrine that mental acts are known with greater certainty than anything in the outside world, Freud had no need to trouble himself as to the nature of cognition. He could be an agnostic in the neo-Kantian affation, and still retain his solidly grounded conviction that in psychology we perceive our own mental acts, whereas in the other sciences we observe external phenomena whose ultimate nature must remain a matter for conjecture. Knowledge of one's mental life is peculiarly certain as compared to knowledge of anything else. This was Freud's philosophical starting point, and for the rest he held the conventional view that there is no mind without a brain, and no psychical process apart from a physiological one. As for the ultimate nature of mind and matter, it was unknown and probably unknowable. 24 Freud's investigations into the psychology of the unconscious have been so influential that there is a natural temptation to inquire how they were promoted by his philosophical beliefs. In the sense that he was an irreligious Jew born of German-speaking parents in Moravia and then brought up in Vienna, he may be said to have epitomized a particular culture and a way of life which was destroyed after 1933. Beyond this obvious circumstance it is difficult to see wherein his general philosophy differed from that of his teachers and colleagues. He clearly 73. Shared the positivist belief in the universality of causally definable laws of nature. H.C. was an agnostic rather than a materialist, in that he did not believe the essential nature of mind or matter was known, or that mental processes could be described in physical terms and vice versa. He was a determinist who nonetheless held that hidden processes at work in the unconscious could be influenced by being brought to the level of consciousness. All choices were determined, but they might be overdetermined by a plurality of psychic forces, so that it was not possible to establish a one-to-one relationship between cause and effect. The unconscious mind drew its energy from instinctual drives which might be pictured in mechanistic terms, but once brought to light these motivations yielded to treatment and underwent a change. Perhaps all this is merely to say that Freud made use of whatever scientific terminology lay ready to hand. His positivist outlook was not really adequate to his dialectical view of the relationship between the conscious mind and the dreamlike processes constantly at work in the unconscious regions, but he never abandoned the vocabulary he had acquired as a student. The imposing structure later to be known as psychoanalysis arose from modest beginnings. As a physician who specialized in neurology, Freud gradually came to the conclusion that many of his patients were suffering from psychological disorders, began to study hypnosis, spent some time in Paris, and in 1895, together with Joseph Breuer, published Study en Überhysterie, a description of clinical cases treated with the aid of what he then described as the cathartic method, whereby the patient was encouraged to remember and relate forgotten experiences. The term psychoanalysis was first employed in 1896, and by 18GB Freud had developed the technique of FREE association, which then became the foundation of his psychotherapy. The appreciation of sexual factors in the genesis of neuroses developed gradually out of the treatment of hysterical patients who were encouraged to let their minds roam freely and not to conceal anything from the therapist, who assumed the neutral role of a listener. The interpretation of dreams followed from the new conception of the unconscious as a dynamic force drawing its energy from instinctual drives, some of them disturbing to the ego and thus kept below the level of consciousness. This form of repression was seen as an unconscious process, the true nature of the drive disclosing itself only in the form of dreams or FREE associations, some of them very shocking to the patient. Neurotic symptoms on this assumption were compromise attempts at instinctual gratification inhibited by the conscious personality and the cultural environment dominant in the patient's existence as a member of society. Subsequent disputes within the psychoanalytic school turned on the role of sexual gratification, the crucial significance of which 19 was disputed by Alfred Adler, Carl Gustav Jung and other psychologists who accepted the general notion of the unconscious, but took a different view of its peculiar dynamic. Jung in particular adopted Bergson's philosophy and defined the Freudian notion of libido as an overflow of psychic energy not specifically related to sexuality. The central importance of the latter became the hallmark of orthodox Freudianism. 25 The decisive step was the introduction of the FREE association method. If causality was taken seriously, then no mental association, however obscure or aberrant, could be wholly meaningless. It must relate to some unknown agency directing the flow of memory. Repression and resistance were directly observable in clinical treatment. But why did they occur? Here Freud committed himself to the doctrine, not acceptable to all his followers, that repressed sexual drives going back to early childhood, and to the childhood of the human race, were at the bottom of the instinctive resistance which the unconscious opposes to the therapist. As he put it in the interpretation If Dreams, it is the fate of all of us, perhaps, to direct our first sexual impulses towards our mother and our first murderous wish against our father. This notion was elaborated in his later anthropological studies, of which Totem and Ta Who is the best known. 26 The publication of this work precipitated the conflict with Jung and his followers, a circumstance foreseen by Freud, who told his pupil Karl Abraham that the book would serve to make a sharp division between us and all Aryan religiosity. 27 By nailing his colors to the mast of what came to be known as the Oedipus complex, Freud introduced a principle which could be employed to bridge the gap separating individual psychology from the study of society, but he also made it impossible for therapists who did not accept the central importance of infantile sexuality to describe themselves as psychoanalysts. The debate ran its course, various amendments being proposed by Freud's own followers, example a biological interpretation which linked attachment to the mother and the prenatal state with a desire to return to the womb. The Oedipus complex on this assumption is rooted in anxiety-derived from the birth trauma. More serious dissension arose from Freud's speculative reconstruction of primitive human society as a horde of brothers who rebel against their father and kill him. Totemism and the incest taboo common to most religions figured in this hypothesis as historically acquired consequences of the primeval crime of murdering the despotic father of the clan. The construction was disputed by anthropologists such as Malinowski, Kroeber, and Westermarck, and it has never been wholeheartedly accepted by all of Freud's followers. Freud's reading of the anthropological evidence available to him was inevitably selective. Even if one accepted the plausibility of his hypothesis in relation to 75. EUROPEINTILE 20th century. Alienomous patriarchal society, there was still no way of proving that totalism and the incest taboo had actually come into existence in the manner postulated by his theory. As Malinowski pointed out, it was very difficult to envisage primitive parricide as a shattering event whose consequences spread by a process of cultural diffusion, or alternatively as an epidemic of minor parricides occurring among all primitive hordes. Among later writers, Claude Lévi-Strauss, in his Les Structures Élémentaires de la Parenté, rejected the hypothesis of a parricidal act transmitted by some obscure process to all human beings. Psychoanalysts have remained divided on the topic. Only the most rigid Freudians still adhere to the notion that the Oedipus complex is central to the rise of civilization, as well as accounting for the origins of religion and morality. Setting aside the therapeutic treatment of neurotic disturbances, psychoanalysis made its greatest impact in the region of sex education. On the conventional view, backed by the churches and predominant in the European middle class of Freud's own age, sex was that part of man's animal inheritance which had to be brought under control, or even sacrificed, in order to keep the soul pure. Freud did not challenge the notion that instinctual repression is a precondition of civilized existence, but he shifted the balance in the direction of making sexual activity respectable. On his assumption, the sexual instinct was defined as a special kind of psychic energy seeking release. It existed in a certain quantity and sought appropriate discharge in actions which restored the internal equilibrium. It differed from other forms of psychic energy in that it could be diverted from its biological aim and sublimated into cultural activities, but in one form or another it must be satisfied, on pain of causing grave mental disturbances. This view of the matter was quite novel, as was the related discovery that sexual activity occurs long before puberty. The gradual acceptance of these notions has revolutionized the mental climate of the modern world and borne it in a less authoritarian pattern of parental behavior towards their offspring. It has also induced the churches to question or amend the traditional equation of sin with sensuality. Certain taboos ingrained in the bourgeois family structure of Freud's own culture have been quietly abandoned, paradoxically under the influence of a thinker whose own personality and conduct were rigidly puritanical. Irrespective of the value one attributes to the therapeutic effects of psychoanalysis in the treatment of neuroses, Freud ranks with Darwin as one of the liberators of the modern mind. Once his message had sunk in, it was no longer possible to overlook the instinctual derivation of psychic phenomena which had previously been classified solely with reference to the prevailing standards of moral behavior. At the same time, the ancient view of human instincts as 19. Automatic animal responses to given stimuli was replaced by the concept of a relatively undifferentiated energy capable of variation through learning and education. 28 One of the less ordinate effects of the new method was a tendency to indulge in a facile kind of paradox. Freud had postulated that conscious behavior may spring from unconscious tendencies opposite in character, thus a pacifist may be compensating for unconscious aggressive urges. By playing upon these possibilities, some of Freud's disciples achieved startling literary effects of no value to science. They also helped to discredit useful concepts such as overcompensation and reaction formation, which actually do relate to observable patterns of behavior. Statements which can neither be verified nor falsified are of no use to science, and too many of Freud's followers went in for intellectual games of this kind. At a different level, it has been urged that behavioral therapy often yields better results than psychoanalysis, even though it is only concerned with symptoms, not with the total personality. On the Freudian hypothesis, this is quite probable and does not invalidate the theoretical work of analysis. At most, it suggests that for the majority of patients there are forms of therapy available which are less time-consuming than analysis. The pre-1904 period was fertile in new advances in the psychological field. What became known as Gestalt psychology developed alongside psychoanalysis, and quite independently from it, against a similar German-Austrian background. Its origins go back to 1912, when one of its founders, Max Wertheimer, investigated the AP-parent movement brought about if 2 points of light, each static, occur in rapid succession, the fundamental principle of the film camera which had begun to develop during these years. In this case the sense of movement is not to be found in the elements that contribute to it, and is quite different from the succession of sensations that occur if the interval between them is a little longer. Wolfgang Kohler and Kurt Koffka, who took part in Wertheimer's experiment, joined him in a sustained onslaught on the conventional atomistic, or associationist, theory of sense impression. During the 1914–18 war, Kohler undertook studies of problem-solving on the part of animals, later reported in The Mentality of Apes. In 1902 he was appointed director of the Institute of Psychology at Berlin University, and this became a center of Gestalt psychology until the founders of the school were obliged in the 1930s to emigrate to the United States, where a number of psychoanalysts had preceded them. Gestalt psychology took issue with the orthodox view that a scientific account of behavior must be analyzed or atomized into its constituent parts. As against this time-honored notion, the new school emphasized that in perception a whole figure is an immediate experience and not analyzable into an assembly of its parts. It cannot even be described as an assembly of parts related to each other, for the component parts may be altered by the whole to which they contribute. This approach had implications for general psychology, as well as for psychotherapy, since in the assessment of personality it led away from the consideration of separate traits. Gestalt psychology affected the Austrian educational system in the 1920s and is thought to have had an important influence on the philosophy of Ludwig Wittgenstein and Karl Popper. It is probably no coincidence that the Swiss linguist Ferdinand de Saussure had in the meantime begun to pioneer studies of language in which the emphasis lay on systems of relations rather than linguistic atoms. There is also a resemblance between Gestalt psychology and the phenomenology of Husserl, with its slogan Zurich zur Sache. This might be read as meaning back to perception and was so understood by some later thinkers, notably the French philosopher Maurice Merleau-Ponty. Phenomenology, on this interpretation, meant going back beyond science to the world actually encountered in perception by the living subject. From there a road pointed to the existentialism which became fashionable in Germany after the First European War, and in France after the Second. 29 This topic leads back to our earlier considerations about the interaction between science and philosophy. The general trend during the period under review led away from metaphysical idealism. For Brentano, Husserl, and the logical positivists who assembled in Vienna after 1919, philosophy was scientific or it was nothing. The same might be said of their British contemporaries, among whom Russell was personally acquainted with Wittgenstein during the latter's residence in Cambridge between 1912 and 1913. The trouble is that at this point the chronology becomes confusing. Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus appeared in 1921, and in an English translation the following year. Since the present chapter is meant to provide a sketch of the philosophical scene on the eve of the 1914–18 earthquake, we are obliged at this point to abandon the topic of science and turn our attention to other matters. The purpose of these introductory remarks will have been served if it has become clear that the general revolution in science and philosophy, which attracted public attention during the 1919–39 interwar period, had already begun before 1914. In the words of an eminent literary critic, 1914 has obvious qualifications, but if you wanted to defend a neater, more mythical date, you could do very well. In Nietzsche died, Freud published The Interpretation of Dreams, was the date of Husserl's Logic. 78. And of Russell's critical exposition of the philosophy of Leibniz. With an exquisite sense of timing, Planck published his quantum hypothesis in the very last days of the century, December. Thus, within a few months, were published works which transformed or transvalued spirituality, the relation of language to knowing, and the very locus of human uncertainty, henceforth to be thought of not as an imperfection of the human apparatus but part of the nature of things. Like 1400 and 1600 and 1000, has the look of a year that ends a saeculum. 30. Earlier parts of this study contained casual references to new currents in literature and art on the eve of 1914. The present chapter is intended as a brief guide to modernism, taking the term to signify the more or less conscious break with tradition that occurred during the first 2 or 3 decades of the 20th century. This arrangement necessarily imposes a departure from chronology, inasmuch as the 1914-18 war appears as an external disturbance, instead of being treated as the decisive rupture with the 19th century. In what follows we thus anticipate a good deal of what from a different viewpoint belongs to the post-war era. This cannot be helped, the new movements which rose to prominence in the 1920s had already made themselves felt before 1914. In some degree this also applies to technology and politics, but the technological speed-up in 1914-18, and the crash of the 3 Eastern empires in 1917-18, had no precise artistic correlative. Inversely, the emergence of a new artistic style around 1910 occurred at a time when the socio-political order in Europe was relatively stable. In the arts, as in science and philosophy, one cannot speak of a sharp cleavage between pre-war and post-war. Pre-1914 architecture, to take an example, had already made a radical break with the past, and there were similar stirrings in music and painting. We shall therefore ignore the war, leaving until later a consideration of what happened to European society in 1914-18 and the years following. The autonomy of art is of course only relative. What occurred in architecture, music, and painting, and to a lesser degree in literature around 1910 was a response to challenges occasioned by new lifestyles, themselves shaped by the Second Industrial Revolution, the general acceptance of the machine age, and the loss of emotional certitudes rooted in a stabler order of society. Bourgeois art passed out of fashion because the middle class was no longer in secure possession of the worldview it had brought into existence between 1830 and 1890. At the same time, the relative autonomy of the aesthetic realm enabled a vanguard of artists from the 1890s onward to evolve new styles appropriate to the social reality of the 1920s. The effective conditioning of modernism by 82. The forces shaping it was concealed from the participants by the nature of the aesthetic experience. Art, it has been said, cares nothing for the difference between the true and the false, it simply ignores the distinction. There is no such thing as the so-called artistic illusion. Illusion means believing in the reality of that which is unreal, and art does not believe in the reality of anything at all. The context within which artistic production takes place nonetheless imposes its own standards upon the participants, even if they are in rebellion against the prevalent public taste. What turns them into forerunners of a new lifestyle is their sensitivity to changes in the environment. The aesthetic experience may be indifferent to fatal statements, it is never indifferent to formal considerations, and the forms it evolves bear a relation, positive or negative, to the artist's surroundings. The Romantic reaction against industrialism during the first half of the 19th century was intimately related to contemporary life. The early 20th century witnessed the emergence of new aesthetic patterns which would have been inconceivable half a century earlier. Point to this interrelation of form and content is not just a matter of social conditioning. It extends to the core of the creative process, to the symbols employed by the artist, to the way in which artistic form responds to felt need. The novel develops its formal principle from the idea of the corrosive effects of time, just as tragedy derives the basis of its form from the idea of the timeless fate which destroys man with one fell blow. And as fate possesses a superhuman greatness and a metaphysical power in tragedy, so time attains an inordinate, almost mythical dimension in the novel. Point 3. Marcel Proust's work mirrored the Bergsonian concept of time, not because Bergson and Proust were contemporaries, but because A la recherche du temps perdu is the title of a work which has Bergson's dude for its real theme. This is not to say that Proust set out to affirm the truth of Bergson's philosophical propositions, merely that both were struggling with the same sort of problem. In Proust's case the intellectual structure is wholly embedded in the work, incapable of being abstracted from its material and set over against it as a thesis distinguishable from the novelistic account of Parisian high society on the eve of 1914. But this is merely to say that Proust was an artist, not a philosopher. His work spells out in elaborate and concrete detail a concept of time which invests memory with meaning far beyond anything present in the naturalistic novel of the 19th century. There is for Proust no happiness but that of remembrance. Time that is past is not worthless. On the contrary, it gives meaning to our lives by enabling us to recall the lost paradise of childhood. Time is the medium in which we become aware of our spiritual existence, itself the antithesis of dead matter. This 83. EUROPEINTHE 20th CE entry. Particular significance of time as dude is explicit in Bergson, implicit in Proust, for whom memory has become the only way in which we can possess our lives. It is a contemplative attitude and at the same time a highly individualistic one, closely allied to the symbolist belief that the world exists for the sake of art. This kind of writing descended from the aestheticism of the I-890s, whereas the modern breakthrough in painting and sculpture was prompted by quite different motivations. A good deal of it stemmed from a vague sense of unease with modern civilization and a consequent readiness to seek refuge in simpler modes of thought associated with archaic cultures. African Negro art became fashionable in Paris around 1906, at the very time when nascent Cubism and Futurism toyed with the symbols of the machine age. Masks discovered in junk shops started a craze which, thanks to Matisse and his juniors Vlaminck, Derain, and Picasso, spread to influential art collectors. The seeming paradox dissolves if it is borne in mind that all concerned were doing their best to get away from the art of the 19th century. If the traditional sources of feeling had been exhausted, then one could uncover new and unspoiled layers by turning inward, by escaping to the primitives, or by extolling the possibilities of the new technology. The poet Guillaume Apollinaire and his FREs idolized a naive painter, Henri Rousseau, for reasons not unconnected with Proust's obsession with his own childhood. World-weariness and primitivism were two sides of the same coin. Simultaneously a group of innovators, the Cubists, decided to abandon portraiture and invent a new world of appearances determined only by the exigencies of composition. In due course Cubism was succeeded by Purism. Abstract art made its way from the painter's studio to the architect's office. Design once more conformed to a model, but now it was no longer nature that supplied the criterion of realism, but the highly artificial universe of modern technology. The circle was closed. When one speaks of modern art one thinks in the first place of the kind of architecture that had assimilated the new technology within its formal principle of construction. Not accidentally this approach was pioneered in America, where engineering was directly translated into an architecture literally resting on iron and steel. The incongruity of building skyscrapers in Chicago and covering them with decorations from European pattern books was apparent. It was plainly obvious to Louis Sullivan, who dispensed with ornamentation in putting up his office buildings, and to Frank Lloyd Wright, who applied similar principles to domestic architecture. From the United States, the new style invented by the Chicago School spread to Vienna, where Adolphe Loos introduced it from 1896 onwards, and to Paris, where Auguste Perret and Tony Garny worked along similar lines with reinforced concrete. At first these innovators had to contend with the craze for ornamentation associated with the then fashionable Art Nouveau style typified by the work of the Catalan architect Antoni Gaudí, but by the time Loos published his essay Ornament and Crime in 1908, the battle had been won and Art Nouveau had petered out. The rationalist purism of the Chicago School was translated into a Central European idiom by the German architect Peter Behrens, who in 1906 became chief advisor to the Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft, and ultimately into the Bauhaus style pioneered by Behrens' pupils Walter Gropius and Mies van der Rohe. The Bauhaus in its creative phase took shape in 1919, but its principles were anticipated by Behrens and others well before 1914. All concerned were agreed in holding that good design, whether applied to office building or to private dwellings, demanded a radical break with the kind of ornamentation associated with Art Nouveau. 6. The general principle underlying the new approach was simple enough: art and engineering, which in the 19th century had been kept in separate compartments, were to be brought together again. What came to be known as functionalism could be summed up in the thesis that anything designed to serve its purpose would turn out to be aesthetically pleasing as well. This rather sweeping claim made no allowance for individual success or failure in designing structures that were both functionally correct and in tune with the persistent human craving for harmony. The masterpieces of the new style were the work of distinguished artists who had somehow managed to retain beauty while dispensing with useless decoration. The extreme statement of the new doctrine, Wagner's affirmation that nothing that is not useful can be beautiful, begged too many questions. But functionalism cleared the ground for what was later to become the specifically modern type of industrial design. By the time Gropius, Le Corbusier, and others had acclimatized the new style in the 1920s, its general principles had won wide acceptance. To complicate matters further, Charles-Édouard Jeanneret, better known as Le Corbusier, was Swiss by birth, a Frenchman by adoption and a painter-sculptor as well as the creator of revolutionary new designs in architecture. That is to say, he belongs to the history of modern art, and specifically to the Cubist school from which he drew his original inspiration, before championing an even more abstract style which he and his friends termed Purism. This event took place in November 19, 18, AFEW hours before the official termination of the First World War. The new model in architecture was intended to make the most of the technological environment as it then stood. The earlier emergence of Cubism in painting was likewise no accident. Its pioneers, Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, 85, took up around 1906 where Cézanne and other Impressionists had left off. In their later development the picture became what a member of the school, Juan Gris, called colored surface architecture. The five were a type of remarkable vitality in painting, mostly centered on Paris. Besides Cézanne, who left the scene in 1906, there were Braque, Picasso, Matisse, Rouault, Utrillo, Derain, Vlaminck, Leger, and others, all hard at work along lines that were then quite novel. This are also the years when the Dutchman Piet Mondrian created a style of his own, when two important groups of German expressionist painters formed the schools respectively known as Die Breuck and the Blaue Reiter, when the Romanian sculptor Constantin Brancusi made the obligatory visit to Paris in 1904 and shortly thereafter effected a notable departure from the neo-Classicism of his teachers, and when the Russians appeared on the scene in the persons of Casimir Malevich, Vasily Kandinsky and others. The formation INI of the Blaue Reiter group by Kandinsky and Franz Marc established a link between the German and the Russian modernists, the latter being joined on the eve of 1914 by Vladimir Tatlin and Alexander Rodchenko, who after the October Revolution tried with some success to implant what they called constructivism. The Russians were among the pioneers of the modern movement. As early as 1913 Malevich painted pictures which consisted of a black square or circle on a white ground, and in 1918 he painted white on white in a fashion not seen again until the I-950s. In addition there were the Italian futurists already mentioned, the Norwegian Edvard Munch, and the Belgian James Ensor. The Van Gogh Memorial Exhibition held in Paris in 1900 may first in retrospect be said to have inaugurated the new wave, but Munch had already been to Paris in 1889 and his work had created a scandal in Berlin as early as 1892. Around 1905, when the Breuck group came together in Dresden, on the heels of yet another Van Gogh exhibition, Expressionism may be said to have arrived on the scene, thereafter to draw its inspiration from the violence of an age that relegated academic painting to the attic. The Bauhaus, originally a pre-war arts and crafts school drastically reorganized by Walter Gropius in Weimar in 1919, and subsequently located in Dessau, drew all these threads together. Mies van der Rohe worked there, and so did Kandinsky, Paul Klee, Feininger, Moholy-Nagy and others. The architects and designers set the pace, but painters and sculptors were made part of the ensemble. The Bauhaus Manifesto of 1919 explicitly rejected the distinction between arts and crafts. The artist is the craftsman intensified. Together we will conceive and create the new building of the future in which all will be set in a single image, architecture and sculpture and painting. It is arguable that the break with the past was less radical than it appeared at the time both to the innovators and the public. The principal trends in the art of the new century had their predecessors in the earlier period: Cubism in Cézanne, Expressionism in Van Gogh, Surrealism in Rimbaud and Lautréamont. 8. The Swiss painter and innovator Paul Klee and the American painter Lionel Feininger were born early enough to span the generational gap between the first modernists and the Bauhaus style. Both had been to Paris in 1912, where they found the world of art agog with Cubism. 9. It has been suggested that Picasso and his friends took as their guideline the advice Cézanne had given to a young painter, namely to look at nature in terms of spheres, cones, and cylinders. Whether Cézanne meant to be taken quite literally is another matter. His authority was invoked by a new group of artists who no longer aimed at representation in the Impressionist manner. Instead of merely copying, they were going to construct, relying on the mind's eye rather than on actual sight. Of Picasso's celebrated still life of a violin, it has been said that it represents a return to the pre-classical, Egyptian, principle of drawing the object from an angle which displays its characteristic form most clearly. Lo, the artist constructs the picture out of parts that are present to his reflective mind, which is more or less what the first artists did before such a thing as perspective had been invented. What matters is no longer the imitation of nature, but the manifestation of thought and feeling, a principle common to Expressionism and Cubism alike. A sculptor such as Ernst Barlach alienated conservative opinion by representing an aged beggar woman with a cloak drawn over her face in such a manner that nothing but her misery was allowed to capture the eye of the beholder. Not surprisingly, his works were banned by the National Socialist dictatorship. Representations of human misery and ugliness were not wanted by a regime whose leaders had been brought up on Nietzsche's philosophy. For it is a mistake to suppose that only bourgeois Philistines were shocked by the expressionist emphasis on the ugly side of existence. The neo-pagan worship of life, an essential element of the fascist creed, was likewise incompatible with everything the expressionists stood for. But this is to anticipate. The pre-1914 breakthrough into modernity did not at first arouse violent emotions on the part of a public whose basic certainties had not yet been shattered by political earthquakes. A certain amount of head-shaking was only to be expected when the expressionist painters burst on the scene, and the same applies to the radical experiments in music then undertaken by Stravinsky, Ravel and Debussy in Paris, by Schoenberg and his pupils Anton Webern and 87. Alban Berg in Vienna, and by Bela Bartok in Budapest. Stravinsky's Firebird, Petrushka, and the Rite of Sp. Ring encountered the sort of resistance to be expected by a composer who had broken with classical models, but his orgiastic music also drew applause from a public inclined to make some allowance for Russian primitivism. It has been remarked that the distinctive feature of Russian history is the lack of anything corresponding to the Renaissance, and the consequent indifference of Russian artists to the preoccupation with personal feeling characteristic of most European art from the 16th century to the 20th. The obverse of this coin is the treatment of art as primitive ritual, and in Stravinsky's case this natural bent was allied to a sophisticated understanding of what a modern audience might crave for. Schoenberg, Bartok, Hindemith, and Debussy arrived at similar results by a more complex route, against the background of a tired romanticism which had ceased to convey hope to a sick civilization, and was duly replaced by a pessimism foreshadowing catastrophes yet to come. The formal expression of the new mood was the dissociation of harmony and melody from rhythm. Both the pandemonium of Stravinsky's Rite of Sp. Ring and the whisper of Debussy's voiles deprive music of the sense of motion from one point to another. 12. Any consideration of the modern movement in art leads inescapably to questions of value which are of concern to philosophy. For whatever the practitioners may imagine themselves to be doing, their work is intimately related to the social order which has nurtured them. To say that the meaning of pre-1914 modernism disclosed itself in 1914-18 is to make a statement of fact which is at the same time a judgment on European culture. An assessment of this kind inevitably sounds farfetched to artists who in their daily work are concerned with technical problems of writing, drawing or composition, but it is not on this account to be dismissed as irrelevant. The difficulty consists in establishing a precise link between formal analysis and wider considerations which are ultimately philosophical. Analysis of an aesthetic experience may lead down through proportion and harmony to patches of pigment, which may in turn be dissolved into their chemical constituents. To a purely analytic thinker it must remain a sheer mystery that these products of analysis should have anything to do with intrinsic value. 1. 3. The mystery is not removed by an unmediated employment of socio-political concepts, what needs to be explained is just how and why a given trend in the arts comes to be associated with one particular social, political or religious current rather than another. It is easy to see why autocratic rulers will favor a monumental style. It is more difficult to trace the link between Malevica's new manner in painting and Mies van der Rohe's sketch for an all-glass office building 20 stories high in 1919. But such connections do exist, and their analysis is 88. The business of the art historian. Point 14. Similarly, there is no arbitrariness involved in treating Austrian musical composition, before and after 1914, against the background of a collapsing culture. Of Arnold Schoenberg it has been said with truth that he was a Jew and in that sense an isolated spirit. 15. It has also been observed by the same historian that Schoenberg's invention of the 12-tone or serial technique was at once a technical and a spiritual necessity. Point 16. The technical need arose from a feeling that the traditional tonal basis of European music appeared to be exhausted. The spiritual content relates to the fact that Schoenberg's music is fundamentally religious, a circumstance evident enough from his unfinished opera Moses und Aaron, in which the composer identifies himself with Moses, as Freud had done in his own manner when he undertook the laborious task of creating the new depth psychology. Bartók for his part was very much a Hungarian patriot. With Debussy and Ravel we are in an altogether different world, that of the French musical tradition which around 1900 drew some inspiration from Impressionist painting and Symbolist poetry, but whose roots went back all the way to the 18th century and even to the Renaissance. It has been possible to say of Delius and Elgar that they composed in the German Romantic manner because England had forgotten her own musical tradition. This kind of interplay was then less common than it became in a later age, when something like a European consciousness had begun to replace the unquestioning adherence to a specific national inheritance. Part of the difficulty with our theme is due to the circumstance that tendencies common to the whole of Europe had to be translated into the local idiom, and indeed were experienced by artists and public alike as issues peculiar to the national tradition. Again, the turning away from humanism and romanticism occurred simultaneously in poetry, painting, and music, but it took some time before all concerned became aware of the fact that they were engaged in the momentous enterprise of creating a new European style in the arts. The pattern is similar in literature. Major innovators such as Thomas Mann, Hermann Hesse, André Gide, Paul Valéry, Marcel Proust, and Joseph Conrad made their debut before 1914, and indeed transmitted to the post-war generation something of the 19th century culture which at its peak had produced Ibsen, Strindberg, and Chekhov. W. B. Yeats belongs both to the 19th century and to its successor. The same may be said of Paul Claudel. Thomas Mann's novel Buddenbrooks was published in 1901, his novella Tonio Kroger in 1903, Death in Venice in 1913. The Hungarian literary critic George Lichtheim, later to become an influential figure in the European 89 Communist movement, began his career as an admirer of Mann's work which may fairly be described as the consummation of German bourgeois romanticism. Rainer Maria Rilke and Franz Kafka altered the style of Central European poetry and prose in a manner recognizably inherited from the later Romantics. Gide pointed the way for Proust, who between 1905 and 191 I drafted his great work, the first volume of which appeared in 1913. D.H. Lawrence published Sons and Lovers in 1913, The Rainbow in 1915. James Joyce's story collection Dubliners made its appearance in 1904, and work on Ulysses was begun in the same year. In short, the modern movement was already well underway when the 1914-18 war disrupted the culture whose internal strains had given birth to what was specifically new and startling in the work of these writers. They became major figures in the 1920s because their sensibility was attuned to the crisis of European civilization, but their roots were in the society whose decomposition they portrayed. The principal change in literature during this period is the decline of the novel as social portraiture, and the rise of a type of fiction whose hero, or anti-hero, broods on the human predicament. Thomas Mann's Buddenbrooks was still cast in the ancient mold, at once a solid bourgeois family chronicle and a comedy of social manners. By the time James Joyce and Virginia Woolf had won public recognition, the avant-garde had abandoned the novel of manners to the lending library public. Proust's work falls somewhere between Mann's chronicle and the internal dialogue of Ulysses with its by now familiar stream of consciousness technique. A La Recherche du Temps Perdu is the work of a recluse who from the sanctum of his cork-lined bedroom describes the decay of the aristocracy. While the subject matter is traditional, the style represents an innovation, being derived from Proust's theory of memory as a bottomless well, from which there may be dredged up chance associations more real than the original experience later evoked by casual reminiscences. The story is narrated in the first person by the central character, who is quite simply Proust himself. His memory enables him to take possession of his past life, which happens to be intertwined with the complex existence of Parisian high society, a decomposing culture much given to introspection. He is still writing about man in a social context, not just about the individual locked up within himself, and to that extent he descends from Stendhal and Flaubert. But what really matters to the narrator is his own subjectivity, the unfolding of his memory and the retrospective possession of experiences no longer forgotten. Stylistically, there occurs an imposition upon one another of different impressions, the trick is to see them all simultaneously. To that extent Proust is a predecessor of Joyce, in whom the subjective element has become even more pronounced. Ulysses is the story of a single day, June 16, 1904, in the lives of a group of people in 90 Dublin, but it is also the account of a spiritual journey. Virginia Woolf's The Waves belongs to the same category. Can one point to a common feature inherent in all this experimentation? If everything that occurred after Ego is indiscriminately lumped together as being constitutive of something called the modern world, the intellectual revolution in physics traced in an earlier chapter falls under the same heading as the emergence of what has been described as the film age. 19 Once embarked on this route, one may try to establish a link between Cubism and Einstein's non-Euclidean four-dimensional space-time continuum. On the whole, it seems advisable to avoid such extravagances. The case of psychoanalysis is different, if only because the writers of the Surrealist school, André Breton being the best known, were influenced by Freud. What fascinated them in the first place was the new prominence allotted to dreams and other manifestations of the unconscious, but the more philosophically minded among them appear also to have perceived the significance of Freud's attempt to investigate the level of psychic activity which lies halfway between the physiological and the moral. The notion of mental integration forms a bridge between the pursuit of health and the attainment of morality. It was possible to sense this without taking over the entire apparatus of Freudian depth psychology. It was likewise advantageous to adopt Marxian insights into the role of ideology as a phenomenon independent of individual volition. Once this had been done, criticism disposed of an arsenal of concepts which span the distance separating traditional aesthetics from modern sociology. 20 Marx and Freud made their major impact on literature after 1918, a topic to which we shall have to return in another context. The Surrealist Manifesto was issued by Breton and others in 1924, by which time the Russian Revolution had popularized Marxism, while simultaneously a number of transplanted Central Europeans had begun to acquaint the artistic and literary vanguard in Paris, then the unquestioned center of the arts, with Freudian insights into the operation of the unconscious. So far as modernism around 1910 is concerned, we have to look for indigenous sources. It has often been observed that a historian of the modern movement in French poetry would have to go back at least as far as Charles Baudelaire, not to mention Arthur Rimbaud and Jules Laforgue. There was no corresponding development in England, where the pohemotet, living in his garret and damning the bourgeoisie, was a rare phenomenon, at any rate until the 1920s. French symbolism reached the British Isles by way of W.E. Yeats and the expatriate American T.S. Eliot, who in IGI-1 wrote a poem so novel in tone that he could not get it published until 1915, The Love Song of Alfred Prufrock. Thus around I-9 something new crystallized in the poetry of the youthful Eliot and the mature Yeats. 91. And that something was clearly neither Victorian nor Romantic. The proximate source of this stylistic innovation was symbolism, an importation from France, where a mood of alienation from the official culture had set in a generation earlier. Between 1910 and 1920 the poet Motet gave place to an outwardly more reassuring, but actually quite subversive figure, the writer whose spiritual exile had become so much part of his existence that he was able to perform a routine job while composing a kind of poetry that could be appreciated only by his fellow artists. Mallarmé's disciple Valéry, working in a newspaper agency for many years, Eliot gracing a publisher's office, or Wallace Stevens, to his death the respectable vice president of a New England insurance company, represent a kind of internal emigration. Inwardly withdrawn from their daily surroundings, they go through the motions of respectable citizenship, while their poetry is self-consciously addressed to an invisible elite of kindred spirits. What matters is not life but the poem, and the more remote its style from what passes for reality, the better. 21 This kind of withdrawal stands in marked contrast to the attitude of the representative essayists, poets, novelists, and dramatists before and after 1914, Thomas Hardy, G.B. Shaw, Rudyard Kipling, E.M. Forster, Hilaire Belloc, and G.K. Chesterton in Britain, Anatole France, Maurice Barrès, Romain Rolland, Jules Romains, Georges Duhamel, and Roger Martin Dugard in France, Thomas and Heinrich Mann in Germany, Maxim Gorky in Russia. It prefigures the even more radical alienation of the artistic vanguard after 1945. So far as style can be distinguished from content, the major change during the period under review is the turning away from the notion of art as something that is faithful to nature. The post-impressionist artist abandons the portraiture of reality and expresses his basic intuition by the deliberate deformation of natural objects. The outcome is an ugly art which discards pictorial values in painting, agreeable images in poetry and melody in music. 22 The aim is to shock and startle, to renounce the sentimental mood of the later 19th century, and to create new structures purified from the emotions. Whether this tendency should be described as formalism depends on the view one takes of the reciprocity between form and content. In Croce's Estetica their identity is stressed, to the point of asserting that the aesthetic fact is form and nothing but form. For Croce, form is expression intuition, which amounts to saying that it is simply another term for the work of art. If this is accepted, then what is called form may equally well be termed content. 23 Valéry, with his There is nothing but form, appears to be saying the same thing, but is actually in opposition to Croce, since for him content disappears altogether, or is dismissed as impure form. Eliot seldom refers to the topic and appears to take it for granted that, in the perfect work of art, form and content are identical. His 92. The Waste Land and Joyce's Ulysses, both published in 1922, mark the definite emergence of modernism in literature. They are the counterpart of Schoenberg's 12-tone system and of post-impressionism in painting and sculpture. The conventional means of expression having broken down, expressionism and surrealism invade writing, as symbolism had done before 1914. Kafka's work adheres to the same general pattern. His subject is the absurdity of existence, not the psychology of the representative individual character. The decay of the psychological novel corresponds to the dissolution of reality in the visual arts. At a later stage it will be shown that these tendencies, implicit before 1914 and explicit thereafter, reflect a crisis of civilization which entered the general consciousness during and after the Second World War. At the same time it is well to bear in mind that the writers whose work was acclaimed by a small avant-garde in the 1920s, and by the general public after 1945, belonged to a generation whose outlook had been formed before 1914. Of Joyce it has been said with truth that in his tacit political assumptions he belonged to an age that had never experienced totalitarianism or total war. 24 Much of his work, notably his collection of short stories, Dubliners, had been either published or at least drafted before 1914. A portrait of the artist as a young man was serialized in a small British magazine, The Egoist, in 1914-15, and around the same time Joyce began to map out Ulysses, the action of which is laid in the Dublin of 1904, a sleepy provincial town on which the modern world had barely begun to impinge. The book is shot through with borrowings from popular culture, and its central characters belong to the lower middle class from which Joyce had himself emerged before becoming an internationally known writer. The self-consciously modernist element is much stronger in his last work, Finnegan's Wake, which most readers found incomprehensible and which discerning critics have come to view as a grandiose aberration. In Ulysses language is already beginning to work loose from its hinges. In Finnegan's Wake it breaks free completely, and words take on a capricious life of their own. 25. The significance of Joyce's early work lies in the fact that it evokes the kind of stable provincial life which was the principal casualty of the age of mass production and mass communication. By contrast, Ulysses introduced a new technique, the interior monologue, which was to revolutionize fiction from the 1920s onward. It also contributed to the modern awareness that the world we live in is dependent on linguistic conventions tacitly accepted by everyone. This curious medley of archaism and modernism is just what constitutes the originality of Joyce. He was capable of effecting a stylistic revolution because he was still rooted in the old world that came to a violent end in 1914. It is arguable that he never again wrote anything as good as Dubliners, but the stylistic innovation came later. I have permitted myself the liberty of describing Finnegan's Wake as an aberration on account of its incomprehensibility so far as the ordinary reader is concerned. But in dealing with a writer of genius one must be careful to specify the peculiarity of his work, even if one is unable to derive satisfaction from some parts of it. As Richard Ellman has pointed out in his biography of Joyce, there is a close connection between his earliest and his latest writings. In the story The Dead, which was written in 1907 and published in the collection titled Dubliners, the relationship of the living to the dead is the central theme. It recurs in Ulysses, but it is in Finnegan's Wake that the topic which had haunted Joyce all his life finds its ultimate consecration in the closing section of the work. Here an Olivia plurabile, the river of life, flows towards the sea, which is death, the fresh water passing into the salt, a bitter ending, to quote a man. The movement, moreover, is circular, linking the end with the beginning. Joyce is the central figure in the avant-garde literature of his time, in the English-speaking world anyway, because he worked out an artistic form appropriate to the post-religious consciousness of an age which was about to discover the ultimate pointlessness of existence. It is significant that he was influenced by Vico, whom he discovered during the years he spent in Italy. The circular movement of life, the return to the origins, was an aspect of Irish nationalism, a movement for which Joyce had some sympathy, and whose political triumph he was destined to witness. But it also symbolized an occurrence in the general European consciousness of his age which was genuinely an end, not the start of something new. Joyce had begun his literary career as an admiring follower of Ibsen, but his work testifies to a growing sense of disillusionment with mankind. In this he was not alone, but it was the peculiar quality of his genius to endow this feeling of alienation and exile with a power that transcends its accidental personal origins. Part 2, Chapter 7. War and Revolution 1914-19. In an earlier chapter it was remarked that the conventional periodization of history takes no account of technological change, or of those subtler processes which signal the advent of a major social mutation. A related inconvenience stems from the national approach common until lately to most European historians. On any reckoning, the wars of IG-4I-8 and IG-39-45 were overwhelmingly the most important events in European history during the first half of the 20th century. These wars, and the social upheavals they brought in their train, revolutionized society and simultaneously terminated the age of Europe's global predominance. Their unintended consequences included the Russian Revolution, the liquidation of the British Empire, the partition of Germany and the emergence of supranational organizations from the wreckage brought about by the conflicting aims of sovereign nation-states. Yet their history tends to be written from the national standpoint, even though the author in question may be aware of the parochialism inseparable from such an approach. Similarly, the 20 years armistice from IG to IG-39 is rarely described in terms appropriate to the subject. In what follows an attempt will be made to transcend the national framework and to see Europe as a whole. We shall likewise be concerned with the political upheavals occasioned by the two great European wars, as much as with the military operations preceding them. Finally, some space will be devoted to those technological changes which the wars help to accelerate. The last mentioned topic is in some ways the easiest to deal with, for the simple reason that technical progress can be measured and quantified. It can also be related to distinct events occurring on definite calendar dates. The Wright brothers, two American inventors originally associated in the bicycle repair business, built a power-driven heavier-than-air machine which was piloted by Orville Wright, and serviced by his brother Wilbur, on its first successful flight at Kitty Hawk, on I-7 December IG-03. On I-2 September IG-08 an aeroplane established a new record by remaining in the air for an hour and a quarter. The French aviator Louis Blériot crossed the Channel in one of these new GG machines in 1909. By 1920, after years of rapid development during the 1914-18 war, an aircraft flew for the first time at a speed of 100 miles an hour. In 1945 a jet plane passed the sound barrier at about 700 miles per hour, and by 1970 a spacecraft moved at 25,000 miles per hour. This is the sort of progress everyone can understand. Likewise, there is no disputing the fact that in 1914-18 the most lethal weapon at the disposal of the belligerents was a bomb that might kill a few hundred people if aimed at a suitable target, whereas in 1945 the first and still rather primitive atom bomb wiped out something like 100,000 victims at Hiroshima, and in 1970 some 8 million people could be killed, and millions of others injured by radiation, if a single hydrogen bomb landed on New York, Moscow, Tokyo, London or Paris. In 1920 wireless communication was in its infancy, and as late as 1945 there were only 60,000 television sets in the British Isles. By the summer of 1969, 1,000 million people all over the world saw and heard an American astronaut set FOOT on the surface of the Moon. These circumstances provide the frame of reference for our understanding of what technology has done to traditional ways of life during the 20th century. In turning to the political landscape it becomes rather more difficult to quantify one's generalizations, yet certain basic facts do stand out. The British government controlled the destinies of about 1/4 of the human race. Britain had no allies, because she needed none, the Royal Navy policed the oceans, Germany was not as yet a real menace, France had long ceased to be one, Russia for all its huge size was too backward to be taken seriously, and in 1904-05 underwent a military humiliation at the hands of Japan. The United States, a recent newcomer to the imperial game, was still for the most part busy with internal problems. Yet the peak of British power had already been passed. For America and Germany had gained a lead in the newer industries, notably chemicals and electricity. Britain's short-lived world hegemony in the later 19th century was a function of her own industrial leadership, French defeat, German disunity, and American inexperience. 1 From the 1880s onward, and more rapidly after 1900, these factors ceased to operate, and on the eve of 1914 the German challenge had become sufficiently grave for Britain to be drawn into an informal alliance with France and Russia. The 1914-18 war produced a hollow victory. That of 1939-45 brought America and Russia to the forefront as hegemonial powers with whom Britain could no longer compete. On the continent of Europe, Germany, France, and Italy emerged from the two Holocausts so weakened as to be, for the first time in their respective histories, willing to cooperate and even to shed some part of their sovereignty, Germany having also lost 1/3 of her territory and the whole of her recently gained national 100. War and De-Revolution 1914-19. Unity. These cataclysmic changes resulted from the collapse of the British-controlled world system, which in still looked remarkably solid. Its dissolution was both cause and consequence of the two wars which permanently wrecked Europe's global preeminence. 2 The 1914-18 war came when it did owing to an accident, the assassination on June 28, 1914, of the Archduke Francis Ferdinand, and the consequent Austrian ultimatum to Serbia, an ultimatum formulated in terms which made war inevitable. But the storm clouds had been gathering for years, and in Berlin at least there was a growing disposition to believe that time was working against Germany, if only because her only reliable ally, Austria-Hungary, was visibly falling to pieces under the stress of national antagonisms. There was on the German side a fatalistic acceptance of the need for a showdown with Russia, a firm conviction that France could be knocked out in a matter of weeks, and some hope of keeping Britain neutral, notwithstanding the growing antagonism by Germany's naval building program. The German Chief of Staff, Helmuth von Moltke, merely translated these feelings into words when in 1913 he told his Austrian colleague that a European war was bound to come sooner or later, and that ultimately the struggle would be won between Teuton and Slavic III. On the opposing side, Britain and Russia were only very loosely allied, by way of their respective commitments to France, and the tensions between them went so deep that in the absence of the German menace they would have gone their separate ways. No power of the Triple Entente wanted a European upheaval. All three would have liked to turn their backs on Europe and to pursue their imperial expansion in Asia and Africa. Germany, on the other hand, had come to feel that she could expand her overseas empire only after she had destroyed the European balance of power, and Austria-Hungary wanted a Balkan war in order to survive at all. 4. There is no proof that the German General Staff deliberately timed war for August 19, 14, but there is every evidence that its coming was welcomed by the Emperor and his advisers as the only way out of an increasingly intolerable situation. Germany and Austria-Hungary must strike before the threatening expansion of Russian manpower got underway. That was the sum and substance of their collective wisdom. If a preventive war involved France and Belgium, and if in consequence Britain abandoned the posture of neutrality, that was too bad, but the risk had to be taken. It was in this spirit that the European governments drew nearer to the abyss. The Austrian ultimatum to Serbia on July 23, 1914, merely served as detonator. Underlying this configuration there were conflicting aims which could not be resolved by diplomacy: Germany's bid for world power. 101. Britain's determination to maintain her naval supremacy, the incompatibility of German, Austrian and Russian ambitions in the Balkans and in Turkey. Insofar as the German government after possessed something like a considered policy, it rested on the hope of keeping Britain neutral in the continental war which everyone saw coming. From the British standpoint this would have amounted to letting Germany become the hegemonial power in Europe and in the Near East as well. There were those who regarded this prospect as preferable to letting Russia become paramount in Eastern Europe and the Balkans, but when the crunch came the liberal cabinet of Asquith, Grey, Haldane, Lloyd George, and Churchill acted on the advice of its permanent officials. Germany must not be allowed to crush France and Russia, for it would then become impossible to restrain her imperialist appetites and her determination to challenge Britain's maritime supremacy. For similar reasons, Franco-German reconciliation, and improbability in any case, must not be encouraged, lest it lead to the formation of a continental bloc impervious to British influence. From 1908 onwards, the acceleration of Germany's naval building program served to prepare public opinion in both countries for the crash that came in 1914. Yet the British choice between Germany and Russia hinged on considerations which made more sense to the Foreign Office than to the average backbencher, let alone the proverbial man in the street. Russia must be sustained because her defeat, coupled with that of France, would make Germany all-powerful in Europe. This kind of logic swayed Sir Edward Grey and his colleagues. It could not be publicly avowed, and for this reason there could be no formal alliance with France and Russia. Both were repeatedly warned not to count on British support, just as the Germans were warned not to gamble on British neutrality. In point of fact, Germany's rulers were committed to a military strategy which entailed an invasion of France through Belgium, and consequently the near certainty of British intervention. They would have liked Britain to stay neutral, but in the final analysis they were resigned to her entry into the great European war they had come to regard as inevitable. Once war had broken out, it developed a momentum of its own, and so did the process of formulating political aims. These were necessarily framed in ideological language and thus concealed the fact that many had gone to war for the purpose of becoming the dominant power in Europe, and that the Allies were fighting to deny her this goal. What the Germans really wanted was an impregnable Middle Europa, a German-controlled bloc in the center of Europe, plus a subservient Turkey and vast annexations in Africa. 5 Austria-Hungary for self-preservation and a share of influence in the Balkans and Turkey. Russia was officially trying to protect Serbia, and actually 102. Concerned to obtain control of Constantinople and the Dardanelles. The Western powers were fighting to deny Germany the means to redraw the map of Europe, and France was also intent on recovering Alsace-Lorraine. Italy, having belatedly entered the war in May 1915, saw Austria-Hungary as her principal opponent, and annexations in Istria, Dalmatia, and the Tyrol as the goal to be pursued. There was no way of reducing all these aims to a common denominator, although the British and French tried hard to make an issue of German militarism, while the Germans insisted that they were waging a defensive war against a coalition of hostile powers plotting the downfall of everything German. The United States only came in during the opening months of 1917, and then on the issue of the freedom of the seas, which had been challenged by Germany's proclamation of unrestricted submarine warfare. The Germans in fact, with their customary obtuseness, drove America into war when it would have been in their interest to cultivate Woodrow Wilson's hankering for the role of peacemaker, to which he owed his re-election as president in November 1916. Even so, the United States government, having declared war on Imperial Germany on April 2, 1917, did not formally ally itself with the Anglo-French Entente. It preferred to come in as an associated power with a number of mental reservations on the subject of a future European settlement. Meanwhile, Russia underwent 2 revolutions in 1917. One in March when the Romanov dynasty fell, the second in November when the Bolsheviks took over, on a platform of immediate peace without annexations. By then Britain and France, now personified by Lloyd George and Clemenceau, were committed to ending the war by delivering a knockout blow to Germany. The Germans for their part were encouraged by their military victories to hold out for terms which could only be imposed by FORCE. Not merely a German-controlled Middle Europa centered on an Austro-German customs union, but military control of Belgium, the annexation of France's remaining iron ore fields, a Polish satellite state, the detachment of the Ukraine from Russia and the cession of Russian territory in the Baltic as far as Riga. Some of these aims had already been formulated before the war by leading industrialists and financiers who counted as moderates by comparison with the Pan-Germans, others were incorporated in an informal program drawn up by the Imperial Chancellor, Bethmann Hollweg, in September 1914, when for a moment it looked as though Germany had won the war. Still others were sponsored by the German High Command, whose nominee, a facetious bureaucrat called Michaelis, succeeded Bethmann Hollweg in July 1917. Some of the more lunatic pan-German notions, such as the cession of French territory and the expulsion of its inhabitants in favor of German settlers, had the personal support of the Emperor. Log. The official German line was more moderate, it merely called for the vassalization of France and Belgium, the breakup of Russia and a German colonial empire in Central Africa. 6 These aims had the active backing not only of Krupp, Stins, Thiessen and other representatives of heavy industry, they were sponsored by men such as Gustav Stresemann, Walter Rathenau and Matthias Ertberger, who subsequently played a leading role during the short-lived Weimar Republic. Nor were they effectively resisted by the Social Democrats, who had voted for war credits on August 4, 1914, and thereafter contented themselves with urging moderation in dealing with France and Belgium. The liberation of non-Russian people from the Muscovite yoke had their support, and indeed the German government had been able to plunge into war in 1914 only because it knew that in a conflict with Russia the Social Democrats could be relied upon to take the patriotic line. As the war lengthened and the pacifists set up a party of their own, the Social Democratic leaders gave their tacit consent to annexationist aims, even though in principle they rejected pan-Germanism. As for the conservative and liberal parties, their support for Mitteleuropa never wavered. What this would have portended in practice was not clearly spelled out, if only because the Austrians had reservations about it. In practice it signified the creation of a politico-economic unit strong enough to compete in the world market with Britain, Russia, and the United States. As conceived by the German Foreign Office, the General Staff, the magnates of banking and industry and their academic advisors, Mitteleuropa would have included not only Austria-Hungary, but Turkey and Bulgaria as well. Thus a German-controlled bloc would have stretched from Antwerp via Hamburg, Vienna, and Constantinople to Baghdad. If it also proved possible to detach Finland from Russia, this German empire would extend from the North Cape to the Persian Gulf. 7 On the Allied side, the collapse of Tsarism, Russia's withdrawal from the war in 1917-18 and America's simultaneous entry into it, had the effect of producing a clear-cut political and ideological alignment which had been lacking in 1914. The Western democracies, at grips with German militarism, were no longer embarrassed by the awkward alliance with Tsarist Russia. America, Britain, and France now presented a common front and a common strategy. Lloyd George and Clemenceau were at one with Wilson in preaching the need to bring Imperial Germany to the ground. Given this aim and the concurrent mobilization of popular sentiment on both sides of the Atlantic, there could no longer be any talk of a compromise peace. If William I and his advisers sought to stimulate an Islamic revolt against Britain throughout the Middle East, Persia, and India, the Western democracies for their part enrolled their peoples in what was described as a 104 crusade against militarism. Once Russia had left the war and America had come in, this could be done with some plausibility, even though the British and French were at times embarrassed by the enthusiasm with which the Americans projected anti-imperialism as a war aim. So far as Europe was concerned, agreement was possible. Wilson's 14 points, published on January 8, 1918, outlined a peace settlement whose precondition was total victory in the field. Not only must Germany evacuate Belgium and return Alsace-Lorraine to France. There must be a surrender of all conquered Russian territory, an independent Poland, self-determination for the peoples of Austria-Hungary and the Balkans, an end to secret diplomacy and a League of Nations to supervise the settlement. This statement of aims was of some importance to Russia's new rulers who were obliged to sign a peace treaty at Brest-Litovsk on March 3, 1918, whereby the Germans got what they wanted, control of the Baltic states and the Ukraine. Militarily, Germany had won the war in the east, before losing it in the west. Politically, a compromise had become impossible once the Allied war aims had been formulated in the language of liberal democracy, for national self-determination spelled the doom of Austria-Hungary and therewith of German hopes for Middle Europa. In his own fashion Wilson was no less doctrinaire than Lenin. The 14 points were, among others, a rejoinder to the Bolshevik peace proclamations of November 19, 17. America and Russia had been launched upon the competitive enterprise of stating the principles on which the post-war order was to rest. But before the Allies could impose their terms they had to defeat the German army in the field, an aim which eluded them for years and was only attained in October-November 1918, when a war-weary Germany faced with a mounting flood of American manpower felt obliged to sign an armistice. The year's butchery preceding this event was chiefly remarkable for the failure of generalship on both sides to keep in step with technical innovations. The machine gun existed already when war broke out in 1914, but the tank was a later invention, and air power had yet to come into its own. The outcome was deadlock, symbolized by endless lines of trenches defended by barbed wire entanglements. Artillery failed to destroy these defenses, and the hapless infantry was driven into the slaughterhouse in numbers unprecedented in history. The result was eloquently described after the event by Winston Churchill, himself deeply involved in military strategy, although lacking the political authority he was to gain a quarter-century later. The Great War differed from all ancient wars in the immense power of the combatants and their fearful agencies of destruction, and from all modern wars in the utter ruthlessness with which it was fought. All the horrors of all the ages were brought together, and not only armies but whole populations were thrust into the midst of them. The mighty educated states involved conceived with reason that their very existence was at stake. Germany, having let hell loose, kept well in the van of terror, but she was followed step by the desperate and ultimately avenging nations she had assailed. Every outrage against humanity or international law was repaid by reprisals often on a greater scale and of longer duration. No truce or parley mitigated the strife of the armies. The wounded died between the lines, the dead mouldered into the soil. Merchant ships and neutral ships and hospital ships were sunk on the seas and all on board left to their fate, or killed as they swam. Every effort was made to starve whole nations into submission without regard to age or sex. Cities and monuments were smashed by artillery. Bombs from the air were cast down indiscriminately. Poison gas in many forms stifled or seared the soldiers. Liquid fire was projected upon their bodies. Men fell from the air in flames, or were smothered, often slowly, in the dark recesses of the sea. The fighting strength of armies was limited only by the manhood of their countries. Europe and large parts of Asia and Africa became one vast battlefield on which after years of struggle not armies but nations broke and ran. When all was over, torture and cannibalism were the only two expedients that the civilized, scientific, Christian states had been able to deny themselves, and these were of doubtful utility. 8. The author of these lines was destined to preside over the even greater and more frightful torment of 939–45, when mass murder of prisoners and civilians was added to the horrors he had catalogued, and when air power was employed for the purpose of levelling entire cities to the ground. The interval of so-called peace in 939 had been spent in preparing for mechanized warfare, and when it came, the massive employment of armor brought some relief to the FOOT soldier, no longer obliged to spend years in the trenches as he had done on the earlier occasion. In all other respects the Second World War proved even more destructive of human lives and civilized habits than its predecessor. Yet it was the 914-8 war that left the deeper mark on the consciousness of the belligerents. In retrospect it appears as the true dividing line between the 19th century and the 20th. By 1939 people were already habituated to the notion that war placed the very structure of civilization at risk, whereas in 1904 all concerned still thought in terms of a brief shock involving only the soldiers, not the civilians. Total war, the mobilization of all human and material resources for military purposes, was an innovation forced upon the belligerents by the generals F.A. Illier to win quick victories in the field. The Germans had gambled upon a lightning war in the West, followed by a FEW months campaigning against Russia. The French and British from 1914 to 1917 put their faith in the Russian steamroller, which obstinately refused to roll. The resulting stalemate on the Western Front, the introduction of trench warfare, the discovery that cavalry had 1. Become obsolete, the reliance on firepower, and the first clumsy attempts to employ armor in the field, marked a deep division between traditional and modern strategy. Unrestricted submarine war against merchant shipping was another novelty added to the general picture. Air power was as yet undeveloped, its efflorescence belongs to the post-war period and the War of 1939–45. Yet by 1919 it was already evident that the next round of combat among the great powers would largely center upon the employment of the aeroplane. 9 The actual conduct of operations was determined by the failure of the Schlieffen Plan on which the Germans had based their hope for a quick victory. As it stood in 1914, after various alterations during the preceding decade, the plan committed Germany to an offensive strategy in the West, as against the military doctrine of the Bismarck era, which assumed a defensive posture towards France, and by implication British neutrality in a war waged by Germany against Russia and her French ally. After 1892, and more especially after 1906, the basic assumption was that France must be knocked out within 6 weeks, whereafter the bulk of Germany's forces would be shifted eastward. To this end Schlieffen and his successor, the younger Moltke, laid it down that the German offensive should will through Belgium and around Paris, thus pinning the whole French army against the Moselle fortresses, the Jura, and Switzerland. This was a colossal gamble which presupposed a degree of coordination and initial success very difficult to attain in practice, and in fact the plan went wrong in September 1914, when the German advance was brought to a halt on the Marne. The French for their part were committed to a great offensive in Lorraine, which was duly delivered and very nearly wrecked their army at the very outset. In the east, Austria-Hungary was to stand on the defensive until Germany could come to her aid, and this part of the general program was actually adhered to, even though Italy's entry in May 1915 on the side of the Anglo-French Entente introduced an unforeseen complication, as did Romania's brief and unsuccessful attempt in August 1916 to emulate Italy's example. Britain's contribution was at first limited to the dispatch of a relatively small expeditionary force which did not play a major part in 1914, but by the summer of 1916 the British Army in France had been built up to a strength of 57 divisions, as against 95 French and 117 German divisions in the West. Organized by Lord Kitchener and commanded by Sir Douglas Haig, this enormous volunteer force was flung into the Battle of the Somme in July 1916. It met with wholesale disaster, even though artillery was employed on an unprecedented scale to make a breakthrough possible. The battlefields of the Somme were the grave of Kitchener's army, much as the French and Germans had been bled white at Verdun some months earlier. After these massacres there occurred a distinct shift in popular sentiment in all the belligerent countries, foreshadowing the weariness of 1917, by which time Russia was out of the war altogether and only the entry of the United States kept the Entente going. The Germans had suffered proportionately less heavily than the French, but by 1915 they too were close to breaking point, and the failure of their gigantic offensive in France that year led to a politico-military collapse which shattered the structure of Imperial Germany and its Austro-Hungarian ally. Defeat in the field, plus strikes and naval mutinies at home, brought the Colossus to the ground. It was the logical outcome of a gamble on which the Central Powers had in 1914 staked their existence. Total victory having been aimed at, defeat when it came was total too. From the historian's viewpoint, what stands out is the fact that much of the pre-war planning proved delusive. France was not knocked out in the first round, the Russian steamroller was ineffective against Germany, although dangerous to Austria. Trench warfare on the Western Front was wholly unforeseen, the major battles waged around Verdun, the Somme, and in Flanders exhausted the armies and undermined their morale without yielding the expected results. cavalry proved wholly useless in the West, where 700,000 horses were kept in idleness behind the Allied lines throughout the war. The British Grand Fleet and the German High Seas Fleet spent most of their time in harbor, and when on May 3, 1916 they briefly came to grips at Jutland, the outcome was inconclusive. Although British losses were heavier than German, submarines proved more effective than battleships. They almost won the war for Germany in 1917 by sinking British and neutral ships, albeit at the cost of driving America into the fight. Such major innovations as steel helmets worn by the infantry, and the use of armor in place of cavalry, were clumsily improvised from 1915 onwards, in an attempt to adapt warfare to the conditions created by all-round mechanization and the mounting effectiveness of firepower. Generalship on the whole was mediocre, though better on the German side, where it partly made up for the imbecility of the political leadership. Nothing came of German efforts to promote an Islamic revolt against the British Empire in India and the Middle East. German financial aid to the anti-war forces in Russia boomeranged upon the Central Powers when the Bolsheviks seized power in November 1917, thereby starting a political landslide which a year later swept away the Hohenzollern and Habsburg monarchies, though not the Western democracies whose power of resistance to revolutionary slogans was consistently underrated in Moscow. None of the participants achieved their pre-war aims. France obtained Alsace-Lorraine at the Versailles Peace Settlement in 1919, but got no real security against her German neighbor. Britain received FEW German colonies and precious little besides, even though the British Admiralty had the satisfaction of watching the scuttling of Germany's high seas fleet. Austria-Hungary and Turkey went to pieces, Russia fell into revolution. The United States blundered away its chances at Versailles and thereafter withdrew into isolation. All told, statesmen and diplomatists proved as helpless as the generals. Down to 1914 they had been able to control the march of events because they were operating in accordance with a complicated set of rules for the most part worked out in the preceding century. The outbreak of war did not take the governments by surprise, it had long been expected, and when it came the various armies and navies were ready for it. What upset everyone's calculations was the stalemate on the Western Front and the uselessness of frontal assaults against positions defended by machine guns. Joffre, Pétain, Nivelle, and Foch among the French commanders, Falkenhayn and Ludendorff among the Germans, Kitchener, Haig, and Robertson on the British side, were all committed to the belief that a rapid victory was attainable, and so were the governments they served. Even Austria and Russia produced field commanders who were able to win occasional battles against inferior forces. What no one could do was to work out an operational strategy that took account of the new technical realities. In the end the Allies won because their reserves of manpower were larger and because Germany's war-making capacity had been undermined by the British blockade. When Ludendorff suddenly insisted upon an immediate armistice in September 1918, no major Allied breakthrough had materialized, notwithstanding the successful employment of tanks. But Austria's resistance was crumbling and the constant arrival of American reinforcements made certain Germany's defeat in 1919. The decision to seek an armistice on the basis of Wilson's 14 points was a political gamble which miscarried when German morale cracked in October-November. The fleet mutinied and the Kaiser was driven to flight and abdication. Germany had not suffered an overwhelming defeat in the field, but she had clearly lost the war, and the High Command opted for an armistice. What the German plenipotentiaries actually had to sign on November 1918 was an unconditional surrender. By then the Home Front had collapsed and the new Republican authorities had neither the will nor the power to continue the struggle. In this sense the German Revolution in November 1918 hastened the inevitable. As the consequences of the war gradually disclosed themselves, it became evident that Eastern and Central Europe were destined to follow separate and divergent ways. On the Eastern Front the war had been one of movement rather than attrition. The Germans and their Austrian allies had penetrated deeply into Russian territory, and the 109 Russian army had by 1917 lost both the will and the capacity to carry out major offensive operations. The last of these, in July 19, 17, by its failure on DERM in Ed, the authority of the provisional government established in large after the fall of the Tsarist autocracy, thereby opening the road for Lenin's seizure of power 4 months later. Russia had in fact suffered military defeat, and the German army in the east had by 1918 emerged as victor, even though its Austro-Hungarian allies were barely able to maintain themselves. This circumstance was to have major political consequences. Victory in the east, paralleled by defeat in the west, left the German officers' corps and its political allies in a state of mind quite different from that of the democratic parties who in 1909 made themselves responsible for carrying out the onerous terms of the armistice. These provided not only for the surrender of all German conquests in the west and the handing over of the fleet, they included the nullification of the Brest-Litovsk settlement imposed upon the Bolshevik authorities in March 1918, when for all practical purposes Germany had attained its aims in Eastern Europe. German nationalists were thus left with the feeling that victory had been snatched from them at the 11th hour by American intervention, aided by sedition on the home front, for which they held the extreme left responsible. In point of fact, neither the pacifist Independent Socialist Party FORMED in 1917, nor the more radical Spartacus group headed by the future leaders of the German Communist Party, had made much of an impact on the morale of Germany's armed forces, until a sailors' revolt exploded at Kiel on November 3, 1918, when the mutinous crews seized control of their vessels and of Kiel itself. The 9th of November witnessed the emperor's abdication and the proclamation of a republic, followed 2 days later by the signing of the armistice. The revolution, such as it was, thus appeared as cause and consequence of a military defeat which the German right refused to acknowledge, save in so far as it was conceded that the Western Allies had won thanks to superior resources and manpower. In due course German nationalism recovered an aggressive color, its central illusion being the myth that the German army had not been defeated in the field, but rather stabbed in the back by Jews, pacifists, and social democrats. These obsessive beliefs were strengthened by the terms of the Versailles Settlement imposed upon the new German Republic by a treaty signed on June 28, 1919, in the Hall of Mirrors where 48 years earlier the German Empire had been proclaimed by Bismarck. The treaty not only returned Alsace-Lorraine to France and northern Schleswig to Denmark, it gave the newly reconstituted Polish Republic access to the sea through the so-called Polish Corridor which cut off East Prussia from the rest of Germany. The notion that Germany would ever put up with such a state of affairs could only have been entertained by people unfamiliar with her history. By comparison, the scaling down of her armed forces to 100,000 men, and the imposition of mountainous reparations, weighed less heavily in the balance, as did the war guilt clause which extended exclusive responsibility for the whole disaster of 1914 upon the imperial government. The basic weakness of the treaty lay in the fact that it left the German people in a frame of mind not conducive to a lasting peace. Germany, as the nationalists saw it, had been starved into surrender, and then stabbed in the back, after having won the war on land. The conclusion they drew was that on the next occasion they must be better prepared. As for accepting the Versailles settlement as it stood, the thought never entered their minds. 10 Taking the peace settlement as a whole, one can see in retrospect that its endurance depended upon a united front being presented by America, Britain, and France for at least a generation. In actual fact, the United States failed to ratify the Treaty of Versailles, while the British and French soon began to quarrel over its enforcement. Germany had been disarmed and stripped of some territory, but remained a powerful state in the center of Europe and before long began to challenge the terms imposed upon her in 1919. Their enforcement rested theoretically with the League of Nations, a toothless body wholly dependent for action upon British and French readiness to go to war. The League Council first met in January 1920, the Assembly in November. The United States was not represented, the Senate having abandoned Wilson's brainchild. Russia of course was not a member and neither was Germany. The League therefore became the instrument of its two strongest components, Britain and France, who were soon at cross purposes. The heart of the problem was Germany's unwillingness to accept her new status in Europe, coupled with the inability of the Western powers to formulate a coherent policy. This was most notable in the persistent Anglo-French quarrel, but the rise of fascism in Italy also made a contribution by rendering illusory the claim that the League existed for the purpose of safeguarding liberal democracy. Meanwhile, the failure of Allied intervention in Russia on the side of the White Armies meant that the Bolshevik regime, having weathered the storm, would be resolutely hostile to the West and inclined to encourage German revisionism. The revival of Poland was no compensation for the state of affairs, the less so since the Poles, with French encouragement, invaded Russian territory in 1920, thereby prolonging a war which at one moment threatened their newly won independence. Next to the replacement of Imperial Germany by a republic ostensibly committed to peace abroad and liberal democracy at home, the principal change in Central Europe resulted from the breakup of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and the establishment of successor states, among which Czechoslovakia was unique in that it was a genuine Europe entire 20th century democracy. The same could not be said of Hungary, where a white counter-revolution triumphed in August 1919 after a brief communist experiment, or of Poland, which was reconstituted on what had formerly been German, Austrian, or Russian territory. The peace settlements with Austria and Turkey followed the general pattern established at Versailles. They confirmed the principle of national self-determination and to that extent represented a belated triumph of democratic liberalism, even though the doctrine was difficult to apply in practice, notably in the Balkans and as between Italy and the newly created state of Yugoslavia. In the event, Italian nationalism was left with a grievance which became an important factor in the rise to power in 1922 of the fascist movement. The Austrian settlement deprived Hungary of almost three-quarters of its ancient territory, and two-thirds of its inhabitants, for the benefit of Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia, France's client states during the interwar period that ended in 1939. Turkey, after having been expelled from Europe, was now also relieved of its Arab dominions, but a Greek attempt to carve out territory in Asia Minor ended in disaster in 1922. All told, the Allies imposed the sort of settlement to be expected from radicals such as Lloyd George and Clemenceau, who took national self-determination seriously, but restricted its application to Europeans. The Peace of Paris conformed to their principles, even though the vindictive treatment of Germany contained the seeds of another war. Meanwhile, the Treaty of Riga in March 1921 left Russia dissatisfied, turned Poland into a French client state and encouraged dangerous delusions of grandeur on the part of her rulers. The human costs of the settlement are difficult to compute. They were less devastating than those incurred during the 1939–45 war, but gigantic by 19th century standards. Germany had lost 2 million dead, Russia as much or more, France 1.5 million, the British Empire just under 1 million, Italy 500,000, the United States a mere 100,000. Large areas of France and Belgium had been devastated seemingly beyond hope of recovery. Eastern Europe suffered famine, typhus, and cholera which carried off millions. Germany and Austria had been relentlessly blockaded, and by 1919 the populations of Berlin and Vienna were close to the point of actual starvation. Russia underwent a civil war which raged for 3 years, from 1917 until 1920, when the Bolshevik regime at last triumphed over the White Armies, only to be confronted by a major famine that devastated large areas of the country in 1921–2. The Russian upheaval followed the pattern of the French Revolution in the 18th century, including wholesale terrorism. By comparison, the German and Austrian revolutions in 1918–19 were harmless affairs. Even so, the restoration of order in Berlin and Munich claimed hundreds of victims, while the II Hungarian counter-revolution was bloodier still. A generation of revolutionary leaders, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg are the most celebrated, went to their deaths, and the resulting socialist-communist split was envenomed to the point of insurmountable hatred. These events had no parallel in Western Europe, where no serious attempt was made by the handful of communists to overstep the boundaries of democratic legality. The Russian Revolution left its mark upon the labor movements of all European countries, but actual bloodletting was confined to territories formerly incorporated in the Hohenzollern and Habsburg empires. This circumstance pointed a lesson which the emerging Communist International was slow to grasp. Its leaders thought in terms of proletarian revolution in all the industrially advanced countries, but in point opposite the communist message made its major impact in the less developed areas of the continent. The Russian Revolution provides the historian with an inexhaustible array of topics. All that needs to be said here is that it did for Eastern Europe what the French Revolution in an earlier age had done for the western half of the continent. It created a new political model radically different from anything previously in existence. At the same time it involved the Russian Communist Party in the solution of problems which had already baffled the Tsarist regime, not least among them the need to drag the country's peasant masses into the industrial age. The revolution likewise brought to the fore the ancient cleavage between the ruling Great Russian people and the other nationalities inhabiting the empire. Like the Jacobins before them, the Bolsheviks approached these tasks in an apocalyptic mood which gradually gave way to greater realism, and in the end became a cover for traditional realpolitik. The seizure of power in November 1917 under the leadership of Lenin, Trotsky and their colleagues was originally intended to spark off a proletarian revolution in Germany and regions further west. When the German and Austrian revolutions of 1918-19 failed to overstep the borderline separating bourgeois democracy from Soviet communism, the new Russian regime, conventionally known since 1922 as the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics CUSSR, was faced with the task of preserving itself within a hostile world environment, while at the same time catching up economically with the more advanced countries. In 1919 this outcome was not foreseen, principally because the almost simultaneous collapse of the Romanov, Hohenzollern, and Habsburg dynasties in 1917-18 concealed from view the fact that the Russians were alone in confronting a genuinely revolutionary situation. The Russian peasant soldier made the Bolshevik seizure of power possible by backing the urban revolt, whereas in Central Europe the conservatism of the peasantry supplied the majority faction of the social democratic movement within. 113. Adequate Ragasan for not attempting a revolution on the Russian model. L/1 Oriover, such revolutionary sentiment as existed in Berlin and Vienna in 1918-19 was principally due to war weariness. The termination of the war led to the isolation of the radical vanguard which was thereupon decapitated by the forces of order.il. The principal issue which in 1919 came to divide communists from social democrats had to do with the Bolshevik seizure of power in the teeth of democratic legality and majority opinion, as expressed in the elections to the Constituent Assembly AFEW weeks after Lenin and Trotsky had taken over in Petrograd in the name of an altogether new and different authority, that of the Soviets of Workers and Peasants, supposedly the supreme governing body. It now became a matter of principle for communists to affirm, and for their social democratic opponents to deny, that a socialist revolution could achieve its aims only if it dispensed with bourgeois legality and parliamentary institutions, not to mention freedom of the press and the existence of rival political parties. Since all these assertions were methodically demolished by Rosa Luxemburg in a tract composed in 1918, shortly before she became the co-founder of the German Communist Party, it has never been easy for Leninists to claim the authority of Marx for what Lenin and Trotsky did in 1917-18, when they dissolved the recently elected Constituent Assembly, in which the Bolsheviks could not hope to gain a majority. The electorate had cast its vote in favor of the Social Revolutionaries, a party which broadly speaking represented the interests of the peasantry. 12 In a predominantly agrarian country this outcome was scarcely surprising. Lenin dealt with the issue by claiming that the Social Revolutionaries no longer existed as a party, their extreme left wing having made common cause with the Bolsheviks. Ever since those dramatic days, the communist movement has been saddled with the difficult task of explaining why socialist democracy must necessarily take the form of one-party dictatorship, or at least go through a lengthy period of single-party rule. To the German and Austrian Social Democrats in 1918-19 it appeared that workers' councils were not an adequate substitute for democratically elected national assemblies, and the resulting cleavage made it impossible for communists and democratic socialists to speak the same political language. At the same time, the helplessness of reformist social democrats when installed in office, their reliance on the old state apparatus, and their readiness, at least in Germany, to employ the armed forces against workers' councils established in imitation of the Russian model, deepened the split and drove all genuinely radical elements into the camp of the Third International. For practical purposes, an informal alliance was struck in November 1918 between Ebert, the leader of the majority, 114 socialists, and Groener, representing Hindenburg and the other army leaders after the emperor's abdication. The alliance, it was hoped, would commend the German Republic to the Western powers as a shield against Bolshevism. The bloody suppression of the Spartacist revolt in January 1919 by the forces of the Ebert government did in fact establish the government's credibility in the eyes of the Allied powers. They tacitly permitted Germany to keep her troops in the east until they could be relieved by Allied forces. This form of cooperation between the Allies and the new German authorities persuaded many Germans that a compromise peace might yet be concluded in the West. All the greater was the shock when the Treaty of Versailles had to be signed by the German delegates. The Weimar Republic, so called because the National Assembly had taken refuge in Weimar from the political storms in Berlin, never recovered from the blow. At a different level, the events of 1918-19 produced a spirit of fratricidal hatred on the part of the German communists whose leaders had been murdered by armed forces nominally controlled by the Ebert government. This state of affairs was peculiar to Germany. Elsewhere, the great schism dividing socialists from communists was not sealed in blood, and the subsequent rivalries between them lacked the element of mutual hatred peculiar to the mental climate of the Weimar Republic. The separation was, however, accomplished all over Europe. Even where massive strikes and factory occupations had socialist support, as was the case in Italy in 1920, a formal secession occurred nonetheless because the socialists clung to parliamentary democracy and political pluralism, whereas the communists interpreted proletarian dictatorship to mean one-party rule on the Russian model. The debate ran its way, both sides citing Marx and Engels in support of their theses, and neither making much of an impact on the other. In the end, the Second International, originally founded in 1889, was reconstituted, with the German SPD and the British Labour Party playing the major role. Communist parties everywhere represented a minority, save for France, where the split left them in control of the party's machinery, and even in France the socialists subsequently managed to outnumber their communist rivals throughout the 1920s. Nor was the German KPD successful in its attempt to win over a majority of the working class, let alone the electorate. It remained a political sect, albeit one that could count on a few million supporters at election time. The Great Schism did not as yet translate itself into national terms, as was the case in 1945-8, when the Communists, with Russian support, seized power all over Eastern Europe. It remained an internal affair of the European labor movement. The founding of the Third International in 1919 is nonetheless a decisive date in world history. It placed the resources and the prestige 115 of the Russian Communist Party at the service of a world revolutionary cause which attracted numerous supporters all over Europe. The fascist response to this challenge validated the central truth of Hegelian dialectics, though all concerned were slow to grasp the point. The interwar period from 1919 to 1939, to which we now turn, was to furnish ample proof that history does indeed proceed by way of internal contradiction seeking a synthesis at a higher level. Had the communists taken their own philosophy more seriously, the rise of fascism would not have come as a surprise to them. I3 II 7 Chapter 8. Europe between the wars 1919 to 39. I believe that men are beginning to see, not perhaps the golden age, but an age which at any rate is brightening from decade to decade, and will lead us sometime to an elevation from which we can see the things for which the heart of mankind is longing. 1. When Woodrow Wilson delivered himself of these edifying sentiments in December 19, 18, on the occasion of a visit to Manchester, he spoke a language familiar to British audiences who were simultaneously being treated to the same kind of rhetoric by Lloyd George during the brief election campaign of November-December 1918. There was, however, a substantial difference in their respective attitudes to the peace treaty. The Americans had come late into the war and suffered little. Britain had suffered a great deal, and her rulers were determined to make the Germans pay, literally and not just metaphorically. Lloyd George's pledge to the electors of a country fit for heroes to live in was necessarily balanced by his statement, on December at Bristol, "We propose to demand the whole cost of the war from Germany." The French went further. They were hoping to detach substantial portions of territory from the Reich, over and above the return of Alsace-Lorraine. These aims were not fully achieved, but under the terms of the Versailles settlement most of Posen and West Prussia, which had been seized by Prussia in the 18th century partitions of Poland, went to the newly constituted Polish Republic. Moreover, so as to give Poland access to the sea, the treaty, as noted before, cut a corridor separating East Prussia from the rest of Germany and leading to Danzig, which became a free port. Altogether Germany lost 13% of her territory and nearly 7 million people, 2/3 of her iron deposits and much of her other subsoil resources. 2. She surrendered 9/10 of her merchant marine, to make up for submarine sinkings, and virtually the whole of her navy, although the officers scuttled the ships rather than hand them over to the victors. Germany furthermore lost the whole of 118. Her colonial empire, over 1 million square miles of territory with 12 million inhabitants, for the most part in Africa. The holdings and investments of German citizens overseas, representing 1/10 of Germany's capital, were forfeited. Under the war guilt clause of the treaty, Germany assumed responsibility for all the loss and damage done to the Allies, though in point of fact the Germans were only asked to pay for damage done to the civilian population and for the entire loss suffered by Belgium. The precise amount of reparations was a matter for controversy among the Allies, and the United States asked no payment to herself, but acquiesced half-heartedly in fairly fantastic claims computed by the British and French. As a first installment, the Weimar Republic was to make a payment equivalent to $5 billion by May 1, 1921. These terms were less harsh than those imposed by the Germans upon the Bolsheviks at Brest-Litovsk in 1918, but they caused a degree of resentment which was of itself sufficient to demolish the standing of any German politician willing to accept the Versailles settlement. This was in part at least a consequence of Germany's own wartime measures. The imperial government had financed the war less by taxes than by loans. The victims of Germany's triumph were to repay the sums which the German government had borrowed from its own citizens. But Germany did not win and was now saddled with huge reparations claims in addition to her internal debts. In March 1921 Germany declared that she had paid the interim bill, but the Allies proclaimed her in default. The zone of occupation was enlarged, a retaste of the French occupation of the Ruhr in 1923, and taxes were levied on German exports to Allied countries. The reparations total was then fixed at 132 billion gold marks, payment to be made by annuities of 2 billion marks plus 26% of the value of exports. These terms were subsequently modified and by 1932 the whole issue had been virtually shelved, but in the meantime the Weimar Republic had exhausted its domestic stock of goodwill. By resorting to the printing press instead of taxing the wealthier classes, the German government destroyed its own currency, so that in 1923 an American dollar was worth millions of paper marks. Money became meaningless and the middle class lost its savings. Mortgages, government bonds, savings accounts and insurance policies were all wiped out. The subsequent economic recovery from 1924 onward did not erase these memories, which played a part in bringing Hitler to power a decade later. 3. In some respects the French did not get all they wanted. Clemenceau's demand for the Rhineland to be set up as an independent buffer state was successfully resisted by Wilson and Lloyd George, and in the end he agreed to a provision whereby the Rhineland was demilitarized and Allied troops would occupy the most important. 119. Bridged adds for 15 years. The German army was limited to a professional FORCE of 100,000 men, conscription was abolished, and the general staff disbanded. For good measure, Lloyd George and Wilson promised France a guarantee of aid in the event of German aggression. The House of Commons unanimously approved the guarantee, which thus became an integral part of the Versailles Settlement signed on June 28, 1919. The United States Senate by contrast failed to endorse Wilson's signature by the required majority, while Wilson himself in September 19, 19 suffered a nervous breakdown. Neither the Versailles Treaty nor the League of Nations obtained official American sanction, so that when the League was duly convened in January 19, 20, the United States was not a member. The resplendent League buildings which eventually arose at Geneva, in neutral Switzerland, housed an assembly in which Asia, Africa, and Latin America were represented alongside Europe, but Germany and Russia were not invited to join, and the USA was conspicuous by her absence. As for the Anglo-American guarantee to France, which was really the keystone of the whole Versailles settlement, Britain withdrew her promise after the United States Senate had failed to ratify the treaty. The French therefore felt cheated, and the history of the succeeding 20 years is largely the story of unavailing efforts on the part of France to find a substitute for the Anglo-American guarantee, first with the help of Poland and the so-called Little Entente formed in 1921, between 1934 and 1939 with the assistance of Soviet Russia. Except for a brief interval between 1926 and 1929, when the Weimar Republic appeared to have struck roots, and its permanent foreign secretary, Gustav Stresemann, had taken Germany into the League of Nations, the French never felt reasonably secure, and their nervousness translated itself into an unavailing search for allies against the resurgent German Reich, whose steel production by 1925 equaled the pre-war level. Despite her losses, Germany had in fact emerged from the war as the most powerful nation on the European continent, and her neighbors were aware of it. Once the succession states carved out of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy had effected the shift from a pro-French to a pro-German orientation, the rearmed Germany of the later 1930s was strong enough to make another bid for European domination. The area in which the renewed German challenge made itself felt straddled Central and Southeastern Europe, plus Italy where fascism had taken control in 1922, thus removing one more prop of the Versailles settlement. The national problems of the succession states were an inheritance from the Austro-Hungarian past, as was the agrarian problem which affected them all with the exception of Czechoslovakia. The new boundary lines did not help. The Habsburg 120 Empire had possessed two free trade areas, Austria and Hungary. The two became six as the result of the empire's breakup. The Danube now flowed through half a dozen countries separated by tariff and currency walls. Czechoslovakia's industries found outlets in Western Europe, but lost their former Austrian markets. Hungary was badly placed to export its FOODSTFs. Austria's 6.5 million people were saddled with Vienna, a metropolis which had lost its function and whose social democratic administrators were detested by the peasants of the provinces. Yugoslavia was torn by nationality conflicts so violent that by 1929 parliamentary government had lapsed. Poland was governed dictatorially by Pilsudski and his army officers who permitted only a semblance of political life. Romania, like Yugoslavia a constitutional monarchy, suffered the rule of a liberal party which stayed in power by making sure that at election time the votes were properly counted. Of all these countries only Czechoslovakia produced a functioning liberal democratic system, thanks in part to the leadership provided by Thomas Masaryk and Eduard Benes. The country had a reasonable balance of modern industry and efficient Vermeying, an energetic middle class and a liberal-minded intelligentsia. Its German minority was fairly treated and had no substantial grievances, a circumstance which did not prevent most of it from rallying to Hitler's cause in 1938. All told, Eastern Europe might just conceivably have solved its problems if the Weimar Republic had remained in being. Its collapse and the advent of Hitler destroyed the French-controlled system, and with it the only barrier to another German bid for hegemony. Revision of the Versailles Settlement was the unifying theme which linked all the losers of 1914 to 18, plus Italy, which counted officially as a victor, but had not obtained territorial gains commensurate with the military losses sustained during the war. Mussolini rode to power on a wave of nationalism he had helped to foment after his break with the Socialist Party in 1914. In October 1922 the march on Rome of some 40,000 uniformed fascists resulted in an unopposed political takeover in which the monarchy, the church and the ruling liberals all collaborated, largely FROM-FEAR of an imaginary communist danger. Once installed, the Italian dictator became the leader of the revisionist campaign. He had no trouble finding allies, though eventually the task became too much for him and he ended up as Hitler's subordinate. The settlements with Germany's wartime allies had followed the pattern of Versailles. The Treaty of Saint-Germain with Austria created an artificial state, whose people would have liked to join the German Reich but were specifically forbidden to do so. The Treaty of Trianon with Hungary deprived that country of 1 nearly 3/4 of its territory and 2/3 of its inhabitants, for the benefit of Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia. The logic of the settlement was soundly national democratic, for in the ancient kingdom of Hungary the Magyars were the rulers of national minorities which together constituted a majority of the population. The question was whether the Western powers could and would impose liberal democracy on Central and Eastern Europe, and the answer is that they tried but failed. The defection of Italy did not help, but the real trouble was that France could not sustain the burden unaided and was given insufficient support by Britain. While the Weimar Republic lasted, this did not matter too much. When National Socialism rose to power in Germany, Italian fascism ceased to look like an oddity. It became apparent that the Western democracies would have to defend both constitutional government and the Versailles Settlement against the revisionist territorial claims of Fascist Italy and National Socialist Germany. This was not at all what the victors had expected to happen in 1919 when the map of Europe was redrawn on national democratic lines. It was, however, a necessary consequence of Germany's refusal to play the game according to the rules. As long as the Weimar Republic lasted, Italian and Hungarian revisionism could be tolerated as a minor nuisance. When Germany joined the revisionist camp and at the same time dispensed with liberal democracy, it became evident that the League of Nations had failed. The only question now was whether the Western powers, including the United States, were willing to fight for the principles proclaimed in 1919. In the end they did so, but not before Germany had overturned the European order and made a shambles of constitutional government at home and abroad. As it is important to grasp that fascism and revisionism were related phenomena. The fascist powers and their camp followers aimed at the overthrow of the 1919 settlement, both in its territorial aspect and inasmuch as it institutionalized the rule of liberal democracy in Europe. From a different viewpoint, the Russia of Lenin and Stalin likewise stood for the repudiation of Versailles, at any rate until 1904, when the USSR briefly adhered to the League of Nations as a reinsurance against the anti-Russian aspect of German revisionism. The complex entanglements resulting from this situation were not seen in the middle 1920s when for a brief while it looked as though the League settlement might endure. Under the terms of this arrangement, Germany was expected to pay reparations and otherwise conform to the Versailles Treaty, while refraining from rearmament and from pressing territorial claims against Poland. The Soviet Union for its part would remain outside Europe, even though geographically linked to it by way of the Baltic states which had obtained their independence after 1919. The whole construction was bound to 122 Euro E between the wars 1919–39 come unstuck as soon as Russia and Germany had recovered from their war losses. Meanwhile their tacit rapprochement in the military sphere, while the Weimar Republic was still intact and a member of the League, threw an additional strain on Poland, and indirectly on the entire French-controlled system of political relations. The system endured only because the Weimar Republic was too weak to challenge it. This circumstance was not lost upon some outside observers who took a realistic view of the situation. Thus when in 1925 the chief historical advisor to the British Foreign Office, Sir James Headlam Morley, in what has been described as a remarkable and prophetic memorandum, warned the Foreign Secretary, Sir Austen Chamberlain, of coming conflicts between Germany and her neighbours, he observed that the chief danger point in Europe lay not on the Rhine but on the Vistula. Has anyone attempted to realize what would happen if there were to be a new partition of Poland, or if the Czechoslovak state were to be so curtailed and dismembered that in fact it disappeared from the map of Europe? The whole of Europe would at once be in chaos. There would no longer be any principle, meaning or sense in the territorial arrangements of the continent. 6. This was an accurate FO recast of what in fact occurred in 1938–9, when another partition of Poland between Germany and Russia followed upon the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia. One cannot therefore say that the perils were being ignored. At most it might be said that the British government indulged for too long in the national habit of hoping for the best. There was some excuse for cautious hope in 1926, when a seemingly flourishing Weimar Republic became a member of the League, and Gustav Stresemann joined Aristide Briand and Austen Chamberlain as arbiters of Europe's destiny. In France, the Radical Party of Herriot, with the assistance of unorthodox socialists like Briand, had successfully reversed the chauvinism associated with the policies of Raymond Poincaré and begun negotiations for the evacuation of the Rhineland. Most Germans seemed to have accepted the Republic, and in the Reichstag elections of 1928 only 12 of Hitler's followers obtained a parliamentary mandate. The economic boom was at its height. Its collapse, following the Wall Street crash of October 19, 29, was not predictable. Even so, it required a good deal of optimism to believe that the Germans would permanently put up with the frontiers of 1919, notably in the East. While Stresemann did his best to improve relations with France, the German General Staff was informally continued under another name, and new arms were being tested in Russia with the active cooperation of the Bolshevik authorities. The ground was being prepared for the rapid rearmament of Germany. 123. Which became the principal feature of Hitler's dictatorial regime from 1933 onward. Since rearmament helped to relieve unemployment, swollen to monstrous proportions by 1932, when the Depression reached its nadir, the National Socialist regime could count on the passive cooperation of a working class bereft of leadership by the brutal destruction of the Social Democratic and Communist parties. In all these respects German fascism followed the precedent set by Mussolini in the 1920s, with a violence proportionate to the deeper tensions of German society, an industrial country rendered desperate by the world economic depression of the early 1930s. The link between the pre-war order and its fascist successor was provided by the senile Field Marshal von Hindenburg, elected President of the Republic in 1925 and again in 1932, with whose help Hitler was legally installed as Chancellor in 1933. The Weimar Republic crumbled without offering serious resistance. Democracy was not merely unfamiliar, it had manifestly failed. Above all, it had failed to provide work. The totalitarian regime which arose from the ruins turned rearmament into a means of getting the unemployed back into the factories. The recipe was so successful that by 1939 Germany had both achieved full employment and become the strongest military power in Europe. In view of what has been noted in an earlier chapter about the social roots of Austro-German National Socialism, the speed with which the successor of the Pan-German movement expanded into all strata of society in the 1930s need occasion no surprise. Something must be said, however, about the differences between Italian fascism and the Central European variety. Both movements arose from an older nationalist tradition which in the Italian case intermingled with stray elements of syndicalism, as expressed in Sarl's writings. Both centered upon the glorification of war in general and imperialist war in particular. Both were anti-liberal, contemptuous of democracy and hostile to the internationalism preached by the socialists. Here the resemblance ends. Italian fascism represented a corruption of syndicalist teachings which in Mussolini's case degenerated into violence for violence's sake. His principal theme, that of the proletarian nation, was an inheritance from the nationalism of Corradini. In a poverty-stricken country economic issues were dominant, and the Milanese origins of fascism in 1919 helped to give a socialist coloration to its early outpourings. There was a good deal of talk about taxing war profiteers and helping the workers to a share in industrial management. Hitler was from the start much more clearly identified with racialism of the pan-German variety, his Austrian predecessors having identified Jews and Slavs as the principal enemies of the German Volkstum in Bohemia Moravia, where Czech and German workers were in contact, but also in conflict, with one another. Austria in the early 124. Europe between the wars 1919–39 20th century had been something of a melting pot, but there was no genuine fusion of the various nationalities, rather a stalemate which encouraged extremism of every variety. The Deutsche Arbeiterpartei of 1904 and its post-war successors operated in an atmosphere in which the defense of Germanism against the Slav hordes and their Jewish allies took precedence over all other issues. The youthful Hitler of 1914, who welcomed war as a blessed relief, shared the general obsession with the creation of a German-controlled Middle Europa which would drive the Slavs back and colonize the empire of the Romanovs. These notions were not peculiar to Hitler, they evoked an echo from German nationalists of every variety. This is not to say that the National Socialist triumph in 1933 was inevitable. What was inevitable, once the parliamentary regime had shown itself unable to cope with mass unemployment, was the collapse of the Weimar system, but this might have led to a military dictatorship of the classic right for which all the preconditions existed by the end of 1932, a presidential regime centered upon Hindenburg, an authoritarian government led by General von Schleicher, and a general mood of disillusionment with democracy. What turned this state of affairs into something resembling a political earthquake was the personality of Hitler, his ability to outmaneuver the traditional conservatives after forming an alliance with them, and the weakness of the labor movement which offered no serious resistance to the fascist takeover. It is no exaggeration to say that without Hitler the National Socialists would not have come to power, and certainly would not have been able to dispense with their conservative allies within 6 months of Hitler's installation as Chancellor on January 30, 1933. In Italy it had taken Mussolini 6 years to achieve a similar result after his seizure of power in 1922, and even then the totalitarian party had in fact to share power with the monarchy and the church. The German dictatorship was not only vastly more brutal, it was also far more effective in eliminating all other political forces, starting with the communists and ending with dissenters in its own ranks. By August 1934, Hindenburg's death had turned Hitler into the official head of state and master of the country's armed forces, who took a solemn oath of loyalty to the leader. No such phenomenon had been witnessed in a European country for over a century, which is why the more pessimistic conservatives began to experience some qualms even before Hitler had led the country into war in 1939. In fact, the German counter-revolution parodied the French Revolution by giving a populist coloration to what was a profoundly reactionary movement. And it could do so because the aborted revolution of 1918 had not done its work. The Social Democrats had not altered the highly stratified class composition of German society and 125. Done nothing to resolve the tensions resulting from war and defeat. National Socialism presented itself as a revolutionary movement. It was in fact a plebeian one, deeply rooted in the traditional illusions and aspirations of the peasantry and the lower middle class who for a century had seen their way of life disintegrate under the impact of industrialization. National Socialism promised them stability, at the same time that it held out to the workers the hope of full employment, and to the ruling stratum the certainty that communists and social democrats would be smashed. For good measure, Hitler appealed to nationalism and promised to undo the Versailles Settlement. National Socialism thus made an effective appeal to all classes of a society profoundly disoriented by the War of 1914-18, the raging post-war inflation which by 1923 had wiped out the savings of the middle class, and the mass unemployment consequent upon the Great Economic Depression of the early 1930s and the deflationary policies pursued by the Bryaning government with social democratic acquiescence in 1932. The movement spread like an epidemic, students and school teachers being among its most effective propagandists. Even so, it required Hitler's uncommon political talents to head off the classical right with its faith in military dictatorship. The one-party state, legitimized by populist appeals to the masses, was an innovation, and the more intelligent conservatives soon realized its latent dangers. But having entered into a partnership with their plebeian allies for the purpose of overthrowing the Weimar Republic, they became the pre-runners of the demonic forces they had helped to let loose. Once the armed forces had sworn an oath of loyalty to the leader, and the churches, Catholic and Protestant alike, had joined the anti-communist crusade, the regime could no longer be dislodged by anything short of war. The anti-Jewish measures decreed from 1933 onward encountered no clerical resistance, nor did the academic community take a stand against them. In a certain sense it could be said that the entire phenomenon was in tune with German middle-class opinion, always excepting a handful of superannuated liberals who for many years had been fighting a rearguard action against this type of nationalism. As for the labor movement, the Social Democrats retired into passivity, while the Communists at first positively welcomed the new regime in the mistaken belief that it would be wrecked within months by its inability to cope with mass unemployment. This illusion, like many others, was destined to be shattered in the course of the next 12 years. Hitler and his principal economic advisor, Dr. Hjalmar Schacht, a fairly typical representative of the haute bourgeoisie who had once been a liberal, proved able to institute full employment without drawing upon the wisdom of Keynes. They simply refused to be guided by orthodox economics. That they chose. 126. To seek a way out by massive rearmament, instead of devoting the country's productive resources to peaceful purposes, is another matter. What counted was that they had broken away from economic liberalism, and in so doing discovered undreamed of sources of energy which lay latent beneath the surface of society. State regulation proved superior to the uncontrolled market economy. This was the great discovery German fascism made in the 1930s and which duly impressed foreign countries struggling with similar problems. If parliamentary democracy had to be sacrificed, that was too bad, but then the Germans had never really taken to it in the first place. Nor, for that matter, had the East Europeans who were Germany's neighbors and chief customers. The prestige of German National Socialism in the 1930s was rooted in a fairly widespread conviction that there must be a third way distinct from capitalism and communism, and that the Germans had found it. Since capitalism was identified with the West and communism with Russia, this line of thought led to the already familiar notion that Middle Europa was destined to evolve a way of life peculiar to its Germanic heritage. In this fashion, Hitler's Third Reich became identified with the Third Way, allegedly a rejection of capitalist values, in reality the imposition of state capitalist planning in the name of populist socialism. 7. For all that the new regime had to be 6. Imposed by wholesale terrorism, the murder or imprisonment of thousands of opponents and the establishment of a secret police dictatorship unparalleled outside Stalinist Russia. The concurrent regimentation of cultural life benefited from the active cooperation of numerous writers and artists, academics, and clergymen. Opposition was silenced or identified with the Jewish community, the greater part of which emigrated between 1933 and 1939. The civil service on the whole cooperated wholeheartedly with the new regime, in marked contrast to the coolness it had shown the Weimar Republic. This was particularly true of the judiciary. The crucial factor, of course, was the willingness of the army leaders to back a government which embarked upon massive rearmament. Even the murder of General von Schleicher on June 30, 1934, when Hitler caused a large number of potential opponents to be assassinated, did not shake the loyalty of the officers' corps. Schleicher's funeral was attended by the FO commander of the army, General von Hammerstein, and one junior officer. It was only much later that something like a resistance movement began to form among officers, and even then it comprised only a small minority. The ecclesiastical leaders caused even less trouble. For the Catholic Church, the conclusion of a concordat with the Holy See in 1933 proved the decisive factor which ensured its loyalty to the Third Reich during the 12 stormy years. 127. That followed. The Protestant clergy, with few exceptions, cooperated even more enthusiastically, many of them joining the so-called German Christians for whom anti-Semitism had become a bridge to something not far removed from neo-paganism. In sum, middle-class resistance was virtually non-existent, while the working class was either won over or reduced to silence by the SA and SS gangs and the Gestapo. The regime could rely on the support of the lower middle class and peasantry, while its terrorist measures were ruthlessly enforced by the heirs of the Free Corps of 1919-20, military shock troops who had already shown their worth during the brief Civil War of 1919, when among others they bludgeoned Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg to death in the streets of Berlin. As later events were to show, there was no limit to which these hardcore terrorists were not prepared to go in the war to exterminate Slav or Jewish subhumans. Meanwhile they amused themselves by torturing political prisoners at Dachau and other concentration camps. Inherited attitudes do not wholly explain the speed with which this collapse into barbarism occurred in what after all was the most highly industrialized country of continental Europe. The fact is that Germany had been thoroughly brutalized by the 1914-18 war, the Civil War of 1919, the inflationary dispossession of the old middle class, mass unemployment after 1930 and the impact of modern technology upon millions of uprooted people who crowded the big cities. Once the rule of law had broken down, the veneer of civilization proved to be much thinner than had been supposed by complacent liberals and social democrats. Fascism also profited from the anti-communist hysteria which gripped the middle class from 1919 onwards. That the tide of revolution should have been checked in 1919 along the historic frontier between Russia and Germany was crucial for the subsequent failure of the German communists to evolve into a genuine mass movement. Historically, the Germans were disposed to think of the Russians as barbarians. When this prejudice obtained additional nourishment from what was in fact a barbarous civil war in Russia, the German middle class reacted with a mixture of fright and fury that goes far to explain the behavior of Hitler's followers and the tolerance with which they were viewed by the ruling stratum, the civil service and the clergy. Bolshevism became a scarecrow in a country whose indigenous communists were far too few and incompetent to seize power. To some extent this was also the case in other European countries, but only in Germany was the disposition to exterminate Slavs and Jews linked to actual fears stemming from the collapse of 1918-19. Germany's ambiguous position between Eastern and Western Europe rendered the country liable to fits of crusading hysteria rooted in a centuries-old conviction that Teutons and Slavs were destined to be enemies. Russia. 128. Stood for backwardness and barbarism. After 1917 its regime also figured as a standing menace to bourgeois values, a circumstance underlined by the blood-curdling language with which the German communists consoled themselves for their actual impotence. From this fateful conjunction of circumstances there arose in due course the monstrous program of National Socialism, nothing less than a determination to enslave or exterminate Germany's Slav neighbors. This was a notable departure from the standard conservative attitude which combined anti-Bolshevism with a disposition to revive the historic alliance between Russia and Prussia. To Hitler, an Austrian, this line of reasoning made no appeal. He thought in terms of crushing the Slav peoples and if necessary exterminating them wholesale. Russia was the principal target by virtue of its association with communism, but Poland was not exempt, even though at times he toyed with the notion of using the Poles as allies and compensating them with Ukrainian territory for what they would have to give up to their German overlords. As for Czechoslovakia, it would of course have to become part of the Greater Reich. There was a certain insane logic about all this. If the pan-German aims of 1914 were to be revived under cover of an anti-Bolshevist crusade, it made sense to fuse racialism and imperialism at the expense of Germany's eastern neighbors. At the same time, the anti-communist aspect of the whole campaign offered a chance of keeping the Western democracies neutral, thus saving Germany the need to fight a war on two fronts. After all, why should America, Britain, and France object to a German onslaught on communist Russia? In point of fact, this kind of reasoning proved highly effective between 1933 and 1939 in winning the Third Reich political sympathies both in the West and among the more frantic anti-communists in Eastern Europe, the Poles included. Hungarian revisionism could be roped in as a matter of course. As for anti-Semitism, its popularity was of long standing, and the more or less fanciful association of communism with the Jews did the rest. The Jews in fact were destined to suffer a catastrophe of unparalleled dimensions, for no better reason than that out of a world total of 13 million about half this number inhabited the 13 countries grouped in and around Central Europe. A minority everywhere and a majority nowhere, they were distinguished from the surrounding populations by their religion, their traditions, and their occupations. In an age of mounting rural distress they were an urban people. In an era of inflamed nationalism they adhered for the most part to some form of liberal or socialist cosmopolitanism, although in the end sheer despair drove masses of them into the Zionist movement. The bulk, about 4.5 million, lived in Poland and Romania, where they experienced both popular hatred and governmental disfavor. 129. Emigration to America, the traditional outlet for harried East European minorities, was increasingly barred from 1921 onwards, when quotas were assigned to the various European countries on the basis of America's own national composition in 1920, as revealed by census figures. Schools and universities throughout Eastern Europe imposed limitations upon the number of Jewish students, who for good measure were frequently beaten up with the connivance of the police. With the exception of Czechoslovakia, all the governments oft area encouraged a pogrom mentality. The priesthood fed the masses with horrendous tales of Jewish crimes, and the protocols of the Elders of Zion, a Tsarist police fabrication dating back to 1903, was widely accepted as a true account of Jewish designs to rule the world. It only needed the association of the Jews with communism, rendered plausible during the early years of the Russian Revolution by the prominence of Trotsky and other leading figures of Jewish origin, for the ground to be prepared for the Great Massacre of 1939–45. Even so, the actual extermination of some 5 or 6 million Jews during these years required a considerable organizational effort on the part of the Germans, plus widespread cooperation among their East European allies. During the interwar years this outcome was not foreseeable, but the pressures were already sufficient to stimulate a considerable emigration to Palestine, then a British-mandated territory. In the circumstances it is not surprising that the Jewish intelligentsia was increasingly divided between Zionist and pro-communist currents, the Soviet regime in those years being relatively tolerant where its own Jewish minority was concerned. Hitler did not create these conditions, he merely applied his own solution to them. By comparison with the forces let loose in Central Europe by war, defeat, inflation, depression, mass unemployment, and the collapse of liberalism, Italian fascism was a relatively minor affair. In some respects it wore a comic opera aspect, as did Italian nationalism generale. Its significance lay in the fact that an important Western European nation had been prized away from the liberal democratic camp. As noted before, This development had its roots in the pre-1914 era, when nationalists, syndicalists, and futurists began to converge towards a viewpoint subsequently identified with the fascist movement. The transition was effected during the war years and the troubled post-war era, when the nationalists won active support from hordes of ex-servicemen, especially the black-shirt artillery of the commando units, who were unwilling to return to civilian life. 8 Italian revisionism, antedating the rise of fascism, was largely directed against Yugoslavia and centered on territorial claims in the Adriatic which the 1919 peace conference had failed to award to the liberal government of Orlando and Sunnano. The nationalists and their fascist allies could therefore claim that, whereas Italy had helped to win the war, liberalism had lost the peace. D'Annunzio's theatrical occupation of Fiume in September 1919 was a harbinger of bigger things to come. The fact that the Socialists and the Catholic Popolari were much the largest parties in the parliament elected in November 1919 recoiled upon them when they proved unable to cooperate. A major strike in September 1920 frightened end the middle class, and the newly founded Communist Party, which had split away from the Socialists at Livorno in January 1921, added its share to the general confusion by calling for proletarian revolution. The upshot was the fascist seizure of power already referred to. The army, the church, and big business were all heavily implicated, while Western public opinion got used to the notion that communism and fascism were rival contenders for power, at any rate in unstable countries such as Italy. The fascist dictatorship in consequence paved the way for Hitler's triumph, and in general set the tone for a style of government no longer compatible with the liberal tradition. It also made possible the subsequent formation of what became known as the Rome-Berlin axis. Unlike National Socialism, Italian fascism remains something of a compromise since, despite the original fascist program of 1919, the monarchy and the Senate survived. The Church likewise retained more influence than it could exercise in the Germany of Hitler. On the other hand, the one-party state, a novelty borrowed from Russia, became the model of all future fascist regimes. What was known as the corporative state theoretically replaced parliamentary democracy and free bargaining in the labor market. As constituted in December 1929, when the National Council of Corporations was formally established, each corporation, in addition to employers and employed, contained 3 members of the fascist party to represent the public. The whole organization was subject to the Ministry of Corporations, which was another name for the fascist bureaucracy. Mussolini was extremely proud of this invention, which was supposed to have overcome the class conflict, and Western observers fell into the habit of comparing Italian fascism favorably with Russian communism. In fact, the regime represented a terroristic one-party dictatorship which operated in the interest of the employers and did its level best to speed industrialization along state capitalist lines. In 1925 it was officially described by its leaders as totalitarian, a label destined to endure long after its inventors had been speeded to the grave. From the 1930s onwards it became openly aggressive in the military sphere, starting with an unprovoked assault on Abyssinia in 1935 which showed up the League of Nations for the hollow sham it was. The alliance with Germany was at first blocked by differences over the future of Austria. 131. But became a reality in 1938. From then on it was evident that, if Britain and France wanted to uphold what was left of the 1919 settlement, they would have to go to war against Germany and Italy. For obvious reasons this unattractive prospect disposed the British and French governments of the period to opt for a different solution, a four-power agreement which would ensure peace in the West while giving Germany a free hand in the East. This was the essence of what came to be known as the policy of appeasement. The Austrian episode furnishes a good example of how politics were conducted in the 1930s. Hemmed in by Germany and Italy, with revisionist Hungary as an additional source of trouble, only a very solidly based democratic regime could have maintained the country's independence. Instead, Dollfuss and Schuschnigg in 1934, at the bidding of Mussolini, destroyed the Social Democrats and parliamentary government, only to be deserted by Mussolini in their hour of need. A further turning point came in July 1936 when an agreement between Germany and Austria proclaimed the latter a German state and obliged its leaders to follow in the wake of German policy. Schuschnigg's last gesture of defiance in 1938, a referendum on Austrian independence, was promptly revoked on orders from Berlin, whereupon the Germans marched in, to loud cheers from at least one-third of the populace. No resistance was offered, and Austria became part of the Greater Reich. 6 months later it was the turn of Czechoslovakia. Eastern Europe in the 1930s presented a picture very different from the confident optimism of the I-1920s. The Great Depression undid what economic progress there had been during the previous decade and undermined the foundations of whatever there was in the way of constitutional government. Political movements modeled on Italian and German fascism filled the vacuum created by the decline of their rivals. By 1938 Czechoslovakia had become a lonely outpost of democracy. Austria had been irreversibly amalgamated with Germany after going through a brief period of home-brewed authoritarianism, and the agrarian countries of East Central Europe were in the process of shifting from a pro-French to a pro-German orientation. This was the case even in Poland, notwithstanding that country's territorial conflict with Germany over Danzig and the Polish corridor to East Prussia. The primacy of Germany was now such that only a coalition of the Western democracies and the USSR could have blocked Hitler's progress. This was perceived in Paris and London, but the alternative policy of giving Germany a free hand in the East possessed so many influential advocates that in the end the Czechoslovak bastion was sacrificed at the Munich Conference in September 1938. Britain and France, by allowing Germany to annex the German-speaking parts of Czechoslovakia, in fact destroyed what was left of the Versailles Settle I. 3-2. Meant. The formal incorporation of Bohemia and Moravia in the Reich 6 months later, in March 1939, merely spelled out the consequence of the Munich surrender. At the same time, however, the event proved a turning point. Hitler had now unmasked himself and clearly launched out along a road mapped out in advance by the ideologists of pan-Germanism. For this reason the complex of issues involved in the Munich settlement deserves some consideration, quite apart from the significance which this particular episode later assumed for public opinion in Britain and France. 1 degree France was officially bound to come to Czechoslovakia's assistance if attacked, and the French government's failure in 1938 to live up to this solemn pledge showed how deep the rot had gone. Individual politicians in the tradition of Clemenceau, such as M. Paul Reynaud, had for some years preached rearmament, mechanization, and firmness in the face of German and Italian threats. The right on the whole was more concerned with the Red Peril, while Leon Blum's socialists inclined towards pacifism. The reigning radical party of Édouard Daladier and Georges Bonnet, like the Baldwin C. Chamberlain regime in Britain, dreaded war and proceeded very slowly with defensive armaments. The Maginot Line, which had become the centerpiece of French strategy, left a defensive gap of 350 kilometers along the French frontier. From 1934-5 onwards de Gaulle and Reynaud drew attention to the need for building up a mechanized professional army, but in the face of radical inertia and socialist hostility they made no progress. As for French diplomacy, the Quai d'Orsay was paralysed by the doctrine that nothing could be done without British cooperation. Reynaud, like Churchill, was denounced as a warmonger. Daladier's expert on foreign affairs, Bonnet, sided with Mussolini over Ethiopia, dreaded involvement in Spain, had no faith in an alliance with Russia, and after the Austrian Anschluss in March 1938 gave up Czechoslovakia for lost, as did Paul Boncourt, who happened to be foreign minister at that moment. The French, in short, were no longer in a mood to defend the Versailles settlement, although Bonnet in his memoirs claims to have warned the Chamberlain government in April 1938 that the destruction of Czechoslovakia must not be allowed. By September of that year he had become the archipelago in the French cabinet, to the point of doing everything he could to promote a Czech capitulation to Hitler's demand for the cession of the German-speaking Sudetenland. The Prime Minister, Daladier, rather more reluctantly took the same line, and after Munich he carried the great majority of the Chamber of Deputies with him. On the British side, the threat posed by Hitler's claims had by 1938 induced Neville Chamberlain to toy with the notion of letting Germany have a large chunk of Africa, an amateurish scheme which was 133. Opposed by some of his own colleagues and by the Foreign Office. Chamberlain had not grasped that what Hitler wanted was control of Central Europe, preparatory to an onslaught on Russia and the annexation of the Ukraine. His proposal for diverting the Germans in the direction of Africa did not obtain cabinet backing. When it came to Austria and Czechoslovakia, there was the argument that Hitler was only asking for revision of the Versailles settlement affecting German-speaking areas. For the rest, the Chamberlain government was convinced of its own helplessness. The decisive argument was quite simply that Britain was not ready. A scenario submitted by the Chiefs of Staff on September 14, 1938 envisaged Britain having to fight Germany, Italy, and Japan, with the United States and Russia neutral, the Middle East in rebellion, the British Isles subject to massive air raids and a submarine campaign, and the French probably not to be relied upon beyond a purely defensive stand along their frontier. It was also predicted that Czechoslovakia would crumble in a week. All this was disputable, but the cabinet took the view that a breathing space was necessary before Britain and France could think of confronting Germany. Unfortunately, no such breathing space was granted by Hitler, who was determined to make the most of his temporary advantage. Having swallowed Austria, he promptly unleashed a campaign for the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia. When Daladier informed Chamberlain on 1 September that a German invasion must be avoided because in that case France would be faced with her obligations, the British cabinet was won over to the cause of capitulation. In the circumstances, Hitler could proceed with his threats of military action, confident that the decadent democracies would not fight. Some of his military advisors were less certain, but his gambler's instinct did not let him down on this occasion. The Munich Conference of 29 to 30 September 1938 involved only four powers, Germany, Britain, France, and Italy, respectively represented by Hitler, Chamberlain, Daladier, and Mussolini. Mussolini played the impartial mediator, although in fact the plan he produced was that supplied to him in advance by the Germans. It differed from Hitler's original demands only in that the occupation of the German-speaking Sudetenland was to be spread over 10 days instead of taking place at once. After the agreement had been signed, Chamberlain and Daladier saw the Czech representatives, who had been left waiting in an ante-room, and told them that their country had been partitioned by the Big Four. On the following day Chamberlain and Hitler signed a statement which read in part, "We regard the agreement signed last night and the Anglo-German naval agreement as symbolic of the desire of our two peoples never to go to war with one another." 134. Again. This was the high water mark of appeasement. Chamberlain was cheered when he returned to London and waved the statement at the airport. It meant, he said, peace in our time, a sentiment echoed by many conservatives and most of the business community, but not by the section of the Tory party led by Winston Churchill and Anthony Eden, or by the Labour Party, which at this point renounced its rather sterile pacifism and decided that Hitler's further progress would have to be resisted. Munich in fact undermined Chamberlain's position, for Hitler now felt encouraged to embark on the military conquest of Eastern Europe. This was not at all what the British government had in mind when it decided to sacrifice the Czech bastion. Its leading figures seemed to have supposed that Hitler would content himself with a revision of the Versailles settlement along national lines. When Munich turned out to be a surrender which had made Germany more rather than less aggressive, the traditional Tory forces began to mobilize behind Churchill. It was after all not safe to let Germany dominate the European continent, and British rearmament was speeded up. From there the road led, by some surprising turns and twists, to the Anglo-French declaration of war on Germany in September 1939. Appeasement had failed, and its failure was due to the fact that after Munich the Germans were in no mind to let the British government dictate the shape of European politics. The road to Munich had been a lengthy one. In a sense it may be said to have begun at Versailles. In the words of a leading British historian, after 1918 France concluded alliances with Poland and the Little Entente against Germany, Russia, Italy, Hungary, and Bulgaria. Britain refused to endorse a policy which she deemed short-sighted and, in the long run, exceedingly dangerous. In time its insufficiency became patent. France veered towards Britain and gradually accepted her lead even in continental affairs. And then, after Czechoslovakia had been lost and Yugoslavia estranged, Chamberlain made the Polish-Romanian rump of the French système, two countries allied against Russia, into the base of his defensive system against Germany, without ascertaining whether, or how, their interests and policies could be squared with those of Russia. This is the best available summary of what occurred during those years, but in the nature of the case it leaves a great deal unsaid. In particular it ignores the exceedingly complex web of diplomacy spun by the professionals in charge. In view of the failure which crowned their efforts this is perhaps no great loss, but it obliges the historian to deal in desperate brevity with events which consumed a great deal of time and patience. Munich was the end of a long road. It was also a signal triumph for the Axis powers over the Western democracies, and it 135 made war certain, unless Britain and France were prepared to sacrifice Poland as well, in which case they might stand aside and let Germany and Russia fight it out. That the latter solution was in the end not adopted is the more remarkable since the logic of appeasement unmistakably pointed in this direction. Instead, Germany and Russia agreed upon another partition of Poland in August 1939, whereupon the Western powers reluctantly went to war in order to defend Poland from the Germans. The turning point was a British guarantee to Poland on March 3, 1939, a fortnight after Hitler had swallowed up what remained of Czechoslovakia. The Polish alliance was a major miscalculation, which in the end precipitated war under conditions unfavorable to the Western powers. Britain had no means of guaranteeing Poland against a German onslaught, and France lacked the will. In point of fact, Chamberlain and his associates did not think in terms of war. They thought a paper guarantee would suffice to moderate German ambitions, and for the rest the German claim to Danzig was negotiable. They reckoned without Hitler, who now determined on the destruction of Poland, and to this end postponed his long-planned crusade against Soviet Russia. On 2 August 3, 1939 the German foreign minister, Ribbentrop, and his Soviet colleague, Molotov, signed a pact whereby Russia promised to stay neutral if Germany were involved in war. There were also secret clauses determining Russian and German shares in the partition of Poland. The German-Soviet pact was meant to neutralize Western influence in Eastern Europe. Neither the Germans nor the Russians seemed to have thought that Britain and France would embark on the hopeless enterprise of saving Poland without Russian assistance. In this they were mistaken. The spectacle of communism and fascism in alliance against the West destroyed the basis of appeasement. Hitler could no longer be portrayed as the West's defender against Russia. The British conservatives now reverted to their traditional line of resistance to German hegemony in Europe. On August 25 an Anglo-Polish Treaty of Mutual Assistance was signed, and by September 3 Britain and a reluctant France were at war with Germany. The Versailles settlement was to be defended by force of arms after all. The decision came too late. Germany had grown too strong to be checked by the Western powers, and Soviet neutrality ensured the rapid destruction of Poland. Nonetheless, the Anglo-French declaration of war on September 3 closed an epoch. 20 years earlier the Western democracies had dictated peace terms to the heirs of Imperial Germany. They were now called upon to draw the sword in defense of what was left of the 1919 settlement. L2. The interwar period was distinguished by a polarization of attitudes due to the impact of the Russian Revolution on Central and Western Europe. The resulting competition between the communist and fascist movements, to which reference has already been made, had its roots in the pre-1914 situation, but it assumed political dimensions only after 1918. the Bolshevik seizure of power in November 1917, and the undying of the Communist International in March 1919, created an entirely new political climate. In Lenin's conception, the Russian upheaval was only one element of the coming world revolution. The theme recurs in the letters he addressed to the Bolshevik Central Committee in the autumn of 1917. In a motion he pushed through the Central Committee on 10 October, he placed first among his considerations the international position of the Russian Revolution. He developed this line of reasoning in other statements, public and private. The ripening and inevitability of the world's socialist revolution cannot be doubted. We stand on the threshold of a world proletarian revolution. We shall be genuine traitors to the International if at such a moment, under such propitious conditions, we answer such a summons from the German revolutionaries only by verbal resolutions. The international situation gives us a number of objective data showing that if we act now we shall have on our side the whole of proletarian Europe. 13. This was Lenin's considered opinion on the eve of the Bolshevik uprising. He regarded it as a signal for a European cataclysm, and the latter in turn as a guarantee for the revolution's triumph in Russia. That a proletarian regime in Russia could maintain itself only if the European working class followed suit was axiomatic. From 1917 until the spring of 1920, when the German movement had been defeated, a kind of messianic mood predominated in Moscow. Thereafter it became a matter of holding out until the European proletariat had reassembled its forces, and ultimately the Bolsheviks were obliged to acknowledge that their seizure of power was doomed to remain a strictly Russian experience. The Bolshevik illusions of 1917-19 had their counterpart in the West. At Versailles the Allied statesmen reckoned with the possibility that Germany might follow the Russian example, and the German delegates did what they could to exploit such FERs by representing their country as a bulwark of order, but a bulwark which was in danger of being carried away by the revolutionary flood. In actual fact, the German Revolution of 1918-19 never transgressed the boundaries of bourgeois society, it did not even make a clean sweep of the monarchist. 137. Heritage. The same applies to Austria-Hungary. As for the Western democracies, there was never a single moment when their governments were in serious danger. The Leninist world picture was illusory. Events such as the strike movements in Germany and Austria-Hungary in January 1918 sprang from war weariness. If the strikers desired anything, it was peace and democracy, not the overthrow of capitalist class rule. The subsequent military collapse of the Central Powers did sweep away the Hohenzollern and Habsburg monarchies, and disappointment with social democratic rule eventually gave rise to the formation of communist parties, but they remained mere sects without impact upon the great mass of the workers. As for the notion that a revolutionary situation might arise in France or Britain, it was not shared even by the majority of communists in these countries. During the opening months of 1919 it was still possible to believe that the Russian Revolution would spread westward. Soviet republics were proclaimed in Budapest on 2 March 1 and in Munich on April 7. In February, AFEW weeks after the sanguinary suppression of the Spartakus Rising in Berlin, and the murder by monarchist officers of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, there were bloody clashes between armed workers and government troops in central Germany, and in March a second round of fighting in Berlin cost the lives of 1,200 people. Mass strikes swept the Ruhr industrial area. In April the French fleet in the Black Sea mutinied, and in Paris on May 1 tens of thousands of demonstrators clashed with the police. In June 200,000 engineering workers came out on strike in Paris, and in April 1920 there was something approaching a general strike in France, followed a few months later by similar movements in Italy. 14 Lenin and his colleagues could also draw encouragement from the fact that in 1919-20 the socialist parties of Italy, Norway, and Bulgaria decided to affiliate to the Communist International, while the German USPD, the French Socialist Party and the British ILP entered into negotiations with Moscow. But when the Second Congress of the Communist International met in July 1920, the overwhelming majority of the workers in Britain, Germany, Austria, Belgium, Holland, and Sweden were still under reformist leadership, and the subsequent splits in Western Europe left the communists in a minority everywhere save in France. In the circumstances, Lenin felt obliged to note that the international working class is still under the yoke of the labor aristocracy and the opportunists, and the Congress Manifesto recognized that when the moment comes for direct action to achieve the communist revolution, it would be essential to snatch control of the masses from the Social Democrats. The struggle against social democracy in FACT became the principal business of the newly founded communist parties, strengthened in their faith by writings such as Lenin's Left-Wing Communism, and 138. Infantile Disorder, which spelled out the correct line to be followed. Somehow the right moment never came, until the Soviet army was employed after 1939 for the purpose of imposing communist parties on occupied countries. The open avowal of civil war, dictatorship, and terrorism simply proved too much for the majority of workers in Central and Western Europe. Instead of spreading westward, the communist movement began to make headway in the East. At the Second Congress of International, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bokhara, China, Korea, Persia, India, Turkey and the Dutch Indies were represented, albeit with a total of only 17 delegates out of 2i7. In later years it became increasingly evident that the great revolutionary reservoir lay in the backward countries, but during the 1920s the conviction prevailed that the decisive battle would be height in Germany. In a sense this proved true, inasmuch as the collapse of the German labor movement in 1933 showed up the illusory character of the original Leninist perspective. The Bolshevik model was not applicable to the European workers' movement. At the same time the communist example was copied and caricatured by the fascists, who took over the notion of dictatorship and the one-party state. In this fashion the European Civil War of the 1930s and 1940s obtained its ideological preparation. Both socialists and communists invoked Marx, and they could do so with a perfectly good conscience. Communists had only to cite the 1848 Manifesto and Marx's 1871 defense of the Paris Commune, the Civil War in France. Socialists could point to the FACT that the First Internationale had been a democratic organization, that Marx had in 1872 got rid of Bakunin and his followers, and that on the same occasion he publicly expressed the view that countries with a democratic tradition, he particularly mentioned North America, Britain, and Holland, might effect a peaceful transition to socialism. In his preface to the first English edition of Capital in 1887, Engels underlined the point with special reference to Britain, and in 1891 he gave it as his opinion that the old order could grow peacefully into the new in countries where all power lies with Parliament and where one can have one's own way quite constitutionally so long as the majority of the people is behind one, in democratic republics like France and America or in monarchies like Britain, where the throne is powerless to act against the popular will. He was simply elaborating on Marx's observation in 1879 that, one need not be a socialist to foresee sanguinary revolutions coming in Russia, Germany, Austria, and possibly in Italy if the Italians carry on in the same manner as hitherto. In these countries the events of the French Revolution might once more occur. Yet these revolutions will be performed by the majority. Revolutions are made not by a party but by the whole nation. 1. The Central European upheavals of 1918 to 19 fitted into this perspective. Lenin's expectation that the Bolshevik seizure of power would be duplicated in the West did not. He had meanwhile shifted the emphasis from class to party, so that it no longer mattered to him what the majority actually wanted. It was enough if there was a communist vanguard to take the lead in revolutionary uprisings. These notions ignored the actual state of mind of the working class in all advanced industrial countries and thus condemned the communist parties to the hopeless task of preaching revolution to a labor movement which was militant and yet thoroughly reformist, even where it employed Marxist language. In the end this recognition spread to the West European communists themselves, while those in Eastern Europe continued with some success to proclaim themselves the heirs of the Russian Revolution. For the time. Being a succession of reverses had to be endured, the defeat of the Red Army at the gates of Warsaw in August 1920, the collapse of the Italian F-8 occupations in September 1920 and the subsequent rise of fascism, the ignominious failure of a German rising in March 1921, and in Russia itself the naval mutiny at Kronstadt in the same month. This revolt shook the regime to its foundations and obliged Lenin to introduce the new economic policy which made extensive concessions to capitalism. By 1924, when Lenin had left the scene, the German Revolution had been shown up as a mirage, and the International had become a mere extension of the Soviet Communist Party. Russia now became the spiritual fatherland of communists the world over, and the activities of the International were guided by the assumption that the defense of the Soviet Union was the prime duty of all communists. The parties of the International were thus turned into auxiliaries of the Soviet regime, to the point of abandoning their anti-militarism whenever the Soviet government felt obliged to sign a military alliance with a foreign power. This development was speeded up when Stalin and his associates monopolized the leadership of the Soviet Party from about 1928 onwards. The simultaneous abandonment of the new economic policy, and the decision to industrialize at breakneck speed, while collectivizing agriculture against the stubborn resistance of the peasantry, made it all the more necessary that the USSR should obtain the resolute backing of communist parties the world over. The International was transformed into a mere instrument of Russian policy, and the old guard of Bolshevik leaders who resisted this trend were ruthlessly slaughtered in the Great Purge of 1936-8. By accident, this massacre, in effect the destruction of Lenin's party, coincided with the Spanish Civil War of 1936, which for the last time turned proletarian revolution into a genuine political issue in a major European country. Soviet assistance to the Spanish Republic. 14-0. Was predicated on the avoidance of anything that might stir the passions of 1917-21, but in the event it proved impossible to manipulate mass emotions in Spain to suit the convenience of Russian foreign policy. While the Republic on the whole avoided anything in the nature of wholesale socialization, anarchist and Trotskyist participation in its defense against the army and its Falangist allies resulted in something like a reenactment of the Russian Civil War. This was not to Stalin's taste, and his political police did its best to keep the movement within safe limits, to the point of murdering the anarchist and Trotskyist leaders. But the international lineup, Germany and Italy versus Russia, with the Western democracies on the sidelines, provided a retaste of the Second World War. From the Soviet standpoint, it now became highly probable that the Western powers would give Germany a free hand in the East, as indeed very nearly happened in 1939. Stalin drew his own conclusion by entering into an alliance with Hitler in August 1939, thereby obliging the Western powers to fight. In the meantime, communist and fascist intervention in what was essentially another round in the perennial conflict between left and right in Spain had transformed a civil war into the curtain raiser for the Second World War. Spain inflamed political passions, not least among Roman Catholics, large numbers of whom rallied to the defense of the Church against its assailants. To that extent, the Catholic peasantry of Europe was conditioned to support Hitler's subsequent crusade against Soviet Russia in 1941 when he went back on the 1939 Ribbentrop-Molotov Agreement. Stalin's reputed query in 1945, "How many divisions has the Pope?" might have been answered by his British and American interlocutors by pointing out that Hitler's unsuccessful drive to Moscow was in part sustained by the peasant masses who had been taught to regard communism as a mortal threat to their faith and their way of life. The Spanish Civil War did not merely destroy the parliamentary republic proclaimed in 1931, it divided European opinion along lines which proved durable. It also helped direct the Popular Front government established in France in 1936 under socialist direction, with Leon Blum presiding over a coalition of socialists and bourgeois radicals which rested on communist support. The French government having failed to sustain the Spanish Republic, it was an easy guess that France would succumb to an all-out onslaught by the fascist powers, which was duly delivered in 1940. How far the rot had gone became visible only in May-June 1940, when the French army collapsed and the veteran Marshal Pétain presided over a military capitulation which before long spawned a reactionary dictatorship at the expense of France's democratic institutions. The 1930s had witnessed what can only be described as a European counter-revolution, as well as the destruction of 14-1. The Versailles Settlement. French foreign policy was geared to Britain's, and from this circumstance stemmed Blum's non-intervention in Spain, as well as Daladier's capitulation at Munich in 1938. It took the German challenge to Britain in the summer of 1940 to reverse this process, and by then continental Europe was lost and had to be reconquered, principally by the military forces of Russia and America. Throughout this confused period every move made by the European governments was conditioned by the prevailing estimate of the Russian Revolution and the Communist movement which was its offspring. 19 It was the peculiarity of Soviet Russia that it was far behind the Western countries in economic development, and at the same time ruled by men determined to pass beyond the West by skipping the capitalist phase. Bourgeois society had no real roots in Russia, and once the Tsarist regime had fallen the choice lay between Bolshevism and a military dictatorship of the right. Lenin and his followers at first rationalized their actions by proclaiming that the Russian Revolution had to incorporate the heritage of its French predecessor, and then to pass beyond it by industrializing the country along socialist lines. The national emphasis became more pronounced with the passing of Lenin, the expulsion of Trotsky and the arrival on the scene of a second generation of Bolshevik leaders who had FEW contacts with the West and viewed their own revolution in patriotic terms. The drive to turn Russia into a first-class industrial power, begun in earnest in 1929, soon absorbed all available energies and at the same time made necessary a degree of political centralization wholly incompatible with Lenin's quasi-anarchist pronouncements in 1917. The transition from Marxism to Leninism, and then from Leninism to Stalinism, was effected by a self-constituted bureaucratic elite which had become independent of the working class in whose name it ruled. This reconstitution of the familiar Russian tradition of autocracy and state control was made possible by the institution of a single-party monopoly supposedly designed to safeguard the dictatorship of the proletariat. Without quite knowing what they were doing, the Soviet leaders stood Marx on his head. Socialism, so far being a stage beyond capitalism, became an alternative way of pushing the Industrial Revolution through. With the termination of the mixed economy experiment hesitantly begun in 1921 and abrogated in 1928-9, there were no capitalists to do the job, the profit motive was ruled out, and the state had to develop its own administrative organs for supervising the industrialization of a vast and backward country. Its prime instrument was the party, officially the guardian of proletarian dictatorship, in fact a terrorist organization which imposed the decrees of a self-elected political autocracy. The system had certain built-in advantages from the standpoint of the planners, in that there was no need to make concessions to the consumer. Historically, capitalism in the West had begun from the market, underselling the independent artisans who were gradually driven out of busyness. Only thereafter did it tackle the job of developing large-scale industries. The Stalinist regime reversed this order, it built up the basic industries first, without bothering about cost, or about the cost in lives. In this it pursued a strategy already inherent in the tentative experiments of the pre-revolutionary regime, but with the advantage of not having to worry about trade unions or public opinion. Nor was there any political party to defend the interests of the peasants, who were ruthlessly driven into collectives or drafted into the new industrial centers. The operation, achieved at the cost of millions of lives, was then baptized socialism, in contrast to the traditional Marxist analysis, which derived the necessity of socialism from the overripeness of capitalism. The drive to modernize the country came from the higher echelons of the party, inheritors of a tradition which had deep roots within the pre-revolutionary intelligentsia. The whole process had only the remotest connection with the traditional aims of the labor movement, and the Bolshevik claim to speak on behalf of the workers and peasants sounded more and more incongruous as one 5-year plan followed another, each imposing heavier burdens on the masses for the purpose of capital, Accumulation. The conquest of power in a backward country whose peasants clung to private ownership had its own logic. If the party was to retain power, the peasantry must be brought under control, and this was done by herding it into collectives. Lenin had hoped that the peasants would accept a gradual process of modernization. When this expectation faded, Stalin embarked upon forced collectivization as the only means of preserving the party's monopoly of power. At the same time he wrenched the party loose from its moorings, destroyed or imprisoned millions of its members, and turned the others into willing instruments of his autocratic leadership. On balance, the production drive was successful at the expense of the revolution's egalitarian aims. The Soviet Union became a major industrial power, and the fact that in the process proletarian dictatorship had been replaced by bureaucratic omnipotence was veiled by the retention of the Leninist vocabulary. The Great Terror of the later 30s, which turned the party into an obedient instrument of the state leadership, set the seal on that revolution from above which Stalin and his colleagues had been practicing since 1929. The state had become all-powerful, peasant ownership had disappeared, and the working class was subjected to a degree of discipline unheard of in Europe since the early years of the Industrial Revolution. If this was socialism, it was certainly not the sort Marx and Engels had looked forward to. Throughout these stormy years the identification of Marxism with Leninism prevented the Bolshevik leaders and the Comintern 14. 3. Aries Lee or B working out conceptual tools that took account of the world's situation. Neither Trotsky nor Bukharin, the theorist of the moderates who opposed Stalin's policies after 1928, possessed an adequate understanding of the European labor movement. Western communist leaders who tried to inject some sense into the Comintern's strategy were purged or ignored. The only successful adaptation of Leninism to local conditions occurred in Italy and was largely the work of the Communist Party's co-founder Antonio Gramsci, a theoretician of uncommon ability whose prison writings later became the foundation of Italian communism during the post-fascist period. His subtle distinction between political hegemony and party dictatorship represented a return to the authentic Marxist tradition. Gramsci accepted the Leninist concept of party dictatorship, but restricted it to the political sphere of dominio or state power. The basic change would have to occur in the realm of civil society, where socialism would introduce a new cultural consensus superior to the old. In this perspective, socialism transcended the intellectual and moral universe of Roman Catholicism and bourgeois liberalism alike. No other European communist movement produced a thinker of equal distinction, although the German philosopher Karl Korsch came close to it, and the Hungarian theorist George Lichtheim made a promising start, until he was mired in the Stalinist bog. It is remarkable that in these circumstances a substantial fraction of the European working class should have conserved its faith in the existence of something called Soviet power, which was visualized as the direct rule of workers and peasants. It is perhaps less surprising that the European governments should have reacted with unreasoning fear to the spread of communist influence. Even a comparatively harmless and peaceful affair such as the British general strike of 1926 gave rise to emotions ludicrously disproportionate to the actual situation. The true impact of the Bolshevik Revolution occurred in the West's pre-industrial hinterland, notably in the British, French, and Dutch colonial possessions. Lenin's identification of Western capitalism with colonial imperialism struck a chord even among nationalists who otherwise had no use for communism. It was the peculiarity of the Russian Revolution that it could be represented as a challenge to the industrial West and the backward East alike. If Stalin had been less ready to squander the moral capital he inherited, it is just conceivable that Lenin's dream of an alliance between the Asian peasant and the European or American city worker might have come off. Even as it was, communism made significant inroads among the intelligentsia of backward countries and it conserved its hold upon a minority of the European working class. But whereas Marxism reached Asia, Africa and Latin America in its Leninist incarnation, in Europe the Third International 144 had to compete with the traditional socialist movement which retained the loyalty of most industrial workers. Communism likewise helped to trigger off the fascist reaction which sprang from the wars and hatreds of a ruined middle class. By the later 1930s the fascist one-party state had come to confront its communist rival in what looked like a battle for the inheritance of European civilization. The Bolsheviks had banked upon a German revolution. What in the end confronted them was the Third Reich of National Socialism. The 1919 settlement rested upon the preponderance of America, Britain, and France. Their failure to present a united front encouraged the revisionist onslaught which by 1939 had effectively destroyed the order enshrined in the Versailles Treaty and its various annexes. From a different viewpoint, what was at stake during these years was the liberal democratic system of government, itself the political counterpart of market economics. When in the 1930s the market economy failed to prevent the growth of mass unemployment in the industrial countries, and the ruin of peasant proprietors in the West's industrial hinterland, liberalism came under fire from right and left alike. By a curious coincidence the 1919-39 period was neatly bisected by the Great Wall Street crash of October 19, 1929 which ushered in a decade of economic depression and political crisis. From 1919 to 1929 the Versailles settlement had looked stable. Thereafter it went to pieces, and this disintegration expressed itself in every sphere of society, from politics to the arts. It was of course in the political realm that the crisis manifested itself most dramatically, and it was in Central Europe that the biggest eruption occurred. The fall of the Weimar Republic in 1933 was directly due to the Great Economic Depression, and this political catastrophe in turn led inexorably to war in 1939. When liberal democracy failed in Germany, the most powerful and dynamic country in Europe was launched upon a path of dictatorial government and massive rearmament to which there could be only one outcome. In this sense the American crash of 19 May 29 be said to have triggered off the train of events leading to the Second World War. The 1930s furnished proof that Central Europe was the weak link within the world system economically controlled by New York and London. Taken by itself the American stock market crash was more dramatic than its European counterparts, but whereas American democracy could ride out a prolonged depression, with unemployment mounting to 12 million, the Weimar Republic was destroyed by the consequences of the Great Slump. Britain and France suffered less, and in any case possessed stabler institutions, as well as greater financial refortune. 5. Serves. For Britain the depression simply meant an aggravation of troubles that had become endemic since 1919. France was not yet fully industrialized and was to some extent sheltered by her backwardness. The depression bore heaviest on Germany where unemployment by 1932 had mounted to 7 million. In these circumstances the country became ungovernable. In the presidential election of March 1932 Hindenburg was re-elected for a second term by 19 million votes, but 13 million ballots were cast for Hitler. Thereafter it only needed a political pact between the Conservatives and the National Socialists to install the latter in power, quite legally and with the blessing of the army, the churches, and big business. The British situation differed from the German in that Britain had emerged in 1919 as a victor power and by 1925 had reverted to the gold standard, thus lending a spurious appearance of solidity to the country's world economic status. In actual fact Britain had been in a state of economic depression since the end of the war. The country was heavily dependent on foreign trade, and the advantages once reaped in the pioneering age of the Industrial Revolution were over. A world turning to oil for power had less need for coal. 2 degree There was no catastrophic smash, merely prolonged stagnation. In 1925, a tolerably good year, industrial production was 10% above the 1913 level. Yet there were more than 1 million unemployed, 3/4 of them in the old staple industries, coal, iron and steel, textiles, shipbuilding, which traditionally supplied the bulk of British exports. Imports in 1925 were 10% or higher than in 1913, whereas exports had shrunk by 25%. The decline of the older industries should have been offset by the growth of new ones, and to a limited extent it was, but this could not save the old staple industries and their work people who became used to continuous unemployment. The conservative viewpoint was adequately expressed by the Prime Minister, Stanley Baldwin, who on July 30, 1925 informed the public, "All the workers of this country have got to take reductions in wages to help put industry on its feet." The sequel included a prolonged conflict between the miners and the mine owners, and at its peak a general strike in May 1926, which was called off by the unions in the face of governmental intransigence. Thereafter the miners were driven back to work by starvation after holding out for another 6 months. The Labour Party and the unions got their revenge in May 1929, when the Conservatives were driven from office in the last general election in which the Liberals figured as major contenders for power. They were led by Lloyd George who, with the help of Keynes and others, had worked out a program for countering unemployment by public works. Nothing was done about it by the Labour government headed by Ramsay MacDonald, and in October 1931 the Labour Party was 14-6. Heavily defeated in a panic election in which some of its own leaders made common cause with the Conservatives and Liberals to set up a national government. Even before the financial crisis of September 1931, which drove sterling off the gold standard, certain things had become clear about Britain's world position. In 1929, a good year, the volume of imports was 20% above pre-war, while the volume of exports was 20% lower, and this at a time when world trade was expanding. The conventional reaction consisted in demanding that export prices should be brought down by cuts in wages. In reality, the export industries were producing goods for which world demand was not rising. For most people the blow was softened by the fall in the price of primary products which Britain was importing. But this was no unmixed blessing, for the resulting impoverishment of the producer countries made them poor markets for British exports. For the rest, the trading account was balanced by invisible income from banking, shipping, insurance and profits derived from overseas investment. Britain was thus cushioned from the worst effects of the Great Depression, and once the panic of 1931 was over, the country adapted itself to the conservative remedy of tariff protection. There was some degree of economic recovery, coupled with political apathy. Fascism never became a serious menace, and the Communist Party had trouble holding its membership above 100,000. The country was living on its reserves, which included faith in representative institutions. It also benefited from a stroke of luck in the form of lower import prices. Throughout the 30s, the terms of international trade moved steadily in Britain's favor. The fall in world commodity prices, which was greater than the drop in export prices, meant that Britain could import the for volume of goods at 2/3 of the for cost, a saving of about £400 millions annually. 22 This accounts for the paradoxical fact that average living standards improved slightly despite heavy unemployment which reached a peak of 3 million in January 1933 and thereafter fell to about half that figure. Except for those who were out of work, life became somewhat more tolerable, a circumstance reflected in the housing boom and the continuing growth of consumer industries. The recovery occurred at the expense of the foreign producer and the unemployed, particularly those in the depressed areas which were heavily dependent on export trades. Devaluation helped, and so did the formation of a sterling bloc consisting of Britain, the Dominions, and the Scandinavian countries. The age of REE trade was over for good. The intellectual counterpart of this transformation was the spread of a new economic orthodoxy. As formulated by J. M. Keynes in the General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, the new academic doctrine, which, however, was not officially accepted before 1945. 14.7. Provided a theoretical basis for expansion by government action whenever the economy showed signs of running down. The emphasis shifted from saving to investment, and governments were urged to incur budgetary deficits in the interest of providing the unemployed with work. Similar proposals had already been put forward by Lloyd George in 1929, and were applied on a fairly large scale by President Roosevelt in the United States from 1933 onwards. In Britain they had an advocate in the trade union leader Ernest Bevin, who unfortunately failed to convince the leaders of the 1929-31 Labour government that balancing the budget was less important than getting men back to work. The events of 1929-31 in FACT showed that the Labour Party had neither the will nor the capacity to govern. Taken as a whole, the Baldwin-MacDonald era of 1922-37 was ungenial to what was left of liberal optimism after the searing experience of 1914-18. The war had already shattered a good many illusions. In the words of E.L. Woodward, the historian, the novels and poems of D.H. Lawrence, the early novels of Aldous Huxley, Lytton Strachey's Eminent Victorians, Mr. Keynes's Economic Consequences of the Peace, bear evidence of minds scorched by war and reacting against a nervous strain which was almost unbearable. The strain was caused not by any doubt about the issue of the war, but by the very fact of a European war and the breakdown of accepted standards. Point 23. It is arguable that a serious attack on Victorian beliefs and standards had already begun before 1914 under the leadership of Bernard Shaw, H. G. Wells and the members of the Bloomsbury set, but these writers were rationalists, whereas the intellectual affation of the 1920s and 1930s was a revolt against reason. Point 24. The reaction never went as far as it did in Germany, but it was drastic enough to make novelists such as John Galsworthy and E.M. Forster seem rather dated. Popularized versions of Marxism and Freudian psychology fed a general unease which alienated a significant number of intellectuals from previously accepted standards. It became fashionable to maintain that the intellectualism of the 18th century Enlightenment had crippled the individual. The theme was worked with great effect in the novels of D.H. Lawrence and Aldous Huxley, in the poetry of T.S. Eliot, and in the writings of their various associates and imitators. Lawrence flirted with blood and soil mysticism, Eliot opted for Anglo-Catholicism and a genteel version of anti-Semitism, Evelyn Waugh and Graham Greene became converts to Roman Catholicism. Some of the more embattled poets of the 1930s, notably W.H. Auden, toyed with communism. About the only thing they all had in common was the rejection of humanism in its liberal individualist form. The process went on steadily throughout the interwar period, paralleling the slow decay of the 14th Liberal Party and a growing cynicism on the part of the electorate where parliamentary politics were concerned. It was briefly halted in 1940, when Britain made a lonely stand against the Axis powers, to be resumed after the war and the contemplation of what was left of European civilization when Hitler and Stalin had done their work. The discovery that the individual no longer counted underlay the growing mood of pessimism. The more realistic wartime poets of 1914-18 had already made a dent in the conventional belief that wars are decided by individual bravery. What mattered quite obviously were technology and organizational ability, but it was difficult to derive heroic poetry from such insights. The fascists tried, but Italian fascist literature did not rise to great heights, if only because the Italian army had notoriously never won a battle. In the 1930s Soviet collectivism produced a spate of poetry devoted to the theme of industrialization, but since the writers were not free to comment upon the fact that 10% of the country's population was being worked to death in what were euphemistically known as labor camps, their literary endeavors never rose markedly beyond the glorification of technology, a hackneyed theme by Western standards. Artistic modernism had a brief fling during the Weimar Republic, only to be stamped out when Hitler took over. All told, it was not an era which the historian of culture can view with enthusiasm. Its most significant achievement, the spread of the cinema-going habit to the masses, did little to raise cultural standards. Most of what the cinema offered was rubbish, and the resulting mass culture, originally an American importation, trivialized the traditional subjects of the novel, itself a declining art form too closely bound up with its bourgeois origins to dominate the new audiovisual age. The commercialization of art in its turn gave rise to a conservative counterattack which attributed the degradation of modern culture not to capitalism but to democracy. The spokesman of this movement held the revolt of the masses responsible for the decline of civilized values. Most of the better-known writers of the period were self-consciously reactionary. Bergson, Bars, Moraz, Ortega y Gasset, Chesterton, Yeats, Eliot, Valery, Spengler, Toynbee, Keyserling, and the rest took issue with liberal democracy and humanism in the name of tradition, aristocracy and the proto-fascist longings of an elite unconsciously in search of a hierarchical order which was simply the old romantic fairyland of the European counter-revolution. 25 The attack was the more effective because the decline of the West was not simply the invention of Oswald Spengler, whose two-volume diatribe against modern civilization revived most of the old battle cries of German Romanticism. It corresponded to a dissociation of the European mind which Nietzsche had begun to sense in the later 19th century. Spengler has been called the poor 14-9 Europei and the 20th century man's Nietzsche, and there is no doubt that he popularized a line of reasoning which sought refuge in the hope that a new barbarism might rejuvenate the civilization of old Europe. During the 1914-18 war even Thomas Mann had expressed himself in rather ambiguous terms. His conversion to liberal democracy came later and was a painfully slow affair. The Enlightenment had never really taken hold in Germany, whence the explosion of popular Feuerwehr when National Socialism declared war on the soulless scientific worldview of positivism. For practical purposes Hitler and his followers contented themselves with shadowboxing. Capitalism was left untouched, but the ideological label was changed. Artists and novelists could not be expected to perceive this. Fascism gained ground among them to the extent that it promised an escape from the world created by the Industrial Revolution. The more consistent pessimists rejected even this refuge. The West could not be saved at all, and its decline had to be accepted. 26 The question has occasionally been asked why the major literary figures of the age did not put up a stouter defense of humanist values. Given the fact that liberalism had landed Europe in the catastrophe of 1914, a certain amount of disillusionment was to be expected, but why was there such a flight from reason as such? Perhaps one has to allow for the fact that the romantic credo comes naturally to artists. Here is D.H. Lawrence on the rejection of the intellect. My great religion is a belief in the blood, the flesh. We can go wrong in our minds. But what our blood feels is always true. The intellect is only a bit and a bridle. What do I care about knowledge? All I want is to answer to my blood, direct, without the frivoling intervention of mind, or moral, or what not. It was perhaps for Lawrence's reputation that he died in 1930 before Hitler's rise to power provided him with an occasion to display his political innocence. The visionary neo-primitivism, the regression to an archaic mode of perception which dissolves the distinction between nature and culture, it is all there, waiting for a suitable outlet. In fairness it has to be noted that with Lawrence the cult of blood consciousness had no racial overtones. It was merely a confused way of trying to appropriate what Freudians called the unconscious. For the rest, Lawrence would have nothing to do with machine civilization, whereas the true fascists positively gloried in it. It was after all the chosen instrument for imposing their rule on the lower races. Lawrence's exaltation of life at all costs had no political implications. There was to be a return to the origins. The origins of what? He did not know, but then he was no theorist and it is pointless to search his writings for a message applicable to modern society. At the same time it would be wrong to overlook the Nietzschean strain in Lawrence's anti-vitalism. 15-0. God was dead all right, and something had to be put in his place. Nietzsche had set the tone. The great majority of men have no right to exist, but are a misfortune to higher men. I do not grant the failures the right. There are also peoples that are failures. Unfortunately, man is no longer evil enough. Rousseau's opponents who say man is a beast of prey are unfortunately wrong. Not the corruption of man, but the extent to which he has become tender and moralized is his curse. This was heady stuff. It took time for Nietzsche's transvaluation of values to grip the minds of some Germans sufficiently to make Auschwitz possible. Meantime, a watered-down version of the faith reached the British public by way of his disciples. Nietzscheanism is a difficult topic, despite the vast body of literature to which it has given rise, there is still a good deal of uncertainty as to Nietzsche's standing as a man of letters. That he was not a philosopher in the ordinary sense goes without saying. Moreover, the exegetical labors of his editors are not from apologetic motivations. Point 27. The fact that his most influential work, The Will to Power, was edited and published by his sister, Elizabeth Forster Nietzsche, after his death, has been represented as a reason why its employment by National Socialist philosophers such as Alfred Baumler ought not to be blamed on the author. But whatever Nietzsche may have intended, it is quite clear what his work portended, namely the spread of attitudes which were wholly incompatible with the Judeo-Christian inheritance, including its humanist offshoots. Nietzsche's obsessional hatred of democracy, his exaltation of violence and his readiness to let the weak go to the wall, all became part of the fascist creed. As early as 1884 he had jotted down these thoughts. A doctrine is needed powerful enough to work as a breeding agent, strengthening the strong, paralyzing and destructive for the world weary. The annihilation of the decaying races. Decay of Europe, the annihilation of slavish evaluations, dominion over the earth as a means of producing a higher type, the annihilation of the Tartuffery called morality, the annihilation of suffrage universal, i.e., the system through which the lowest natures prescribe themselves as laws for the higher. Point 28. The impact this kind of stuff had on the minds of educated Germans became apparent only in 1933, when Nietzsche was popularized by his disciples. The consequences were dramatic. Nietzsche had provided a section of the intellectual elite with a Weltanschauung wholly consistent with Hitler's long-term aims. This statement holds true for every aspect of National Socialism. 15.1. Including its murderous onslaught on the Jews. Much has been made by Nietzsche's apologists of the fact that he was contemptuous of the anti-Semites of the 1880s and on occasion even expressed a kind of admiration for the Jews. What he preached was anti-Christianity, not Jew hatred. But this is to overlook the fact that what he detested about Christianity was precisely its Jewish origins. His contempt for the vulgar anti-Semites of his day stemmed from the fact that they were not radical enough, they did not grasp that they were themselves carriers of that Jewish infection, Christianity. The Jews, he wrote in one of his last pamphlets, the Antichrist, have made mankind so thoroughly false that even today the Christian can feel anti-Jewish without realizing that he is himself the ultimate Jewish consequence. As has rightly been observed, Nietzsche was the most radical anti-Semite who ever lived, as well as the most radically anti-Christian writer known to history. Point 29. His atheism had nothing whatever in common with that of pre-Marxians such as Feuerbach, whom humanism had replaced theism. At the same time he did away with the old naive and self-contradictory Christian anti-Semitism by indicting the Jews collectively as the original inspirers of that poisonous infection known as belief in Christ. No more deadly doctrine could have been preached to the Germans after and especially after 1933. It is not too much to say that but for Nietzsche the SS, Hitler's shock troops and the core of the whole movement, would have lacked the inspiration which enabled them to carry out their program of mass murder in Eastern Europe. There is good reason for including this topic under the general heading of liberalism at bay, for by the 1930s Nietzsche had become a European influence. The German National Socialists were merely the most fanatical among his admirers. Not a single fascist, from Mussolini to Oswald Mosley, escaped his pervasive influence. It is quite irrelevant that he was also admired as a poet by people to whom fascism was abhorrent, What counted was the doctrine spelled out at great length in the Will to Power and in the final half-mad pamphlets he composed before his collapse into insanity in 1889. That it should have taken half a century for his message to captivate that section of the German political elite which seized power in 1933 and then went to war in 1939 is not particularly surprising. The Enlightenment of the 18th century too was a gradual affair before it culminated in the French Revolution. Ideas need time to take root, especially if they challenge a whole stock of inherited beliefs. Nietzsche had long been an underground influence. In 1933 his German disciples seized power, and suddenly it turned out that all over Europe there were intellectuals who preached elitism to their fanaticized followers. It is arguable that so far as Western Europe was concerned the impact of Nietzsche had by then already been absorbed. After all, it was 152. Europe between the wars 1919-39 possible for left-wingers like Malraux to take a tolerant view of him. The same may have been true of his literary admirers in Britain. In the German context the attack on liberalism and democracy had an overtly political character. Thomas Mann's original acceptance of a clash between culture and civilization was in the conservative tradition. His subsequent conversion to democratic liberalism remained a half-hearted affair, as may be seen from his major novelistic achievement, The Magic Mountain, in which the issue is neatly sidestepped. The Weimar Republic stood for nothing in particular, unless it was freedom to experiment with artistic forms. These ranged from the nationalist romanticism of Ernst Jünger on the right to Bertolt Brecht's denunciation of bourgeois convention on the left, a subject complicated by the fact that Brecht moved from his original anarchist position to the acceptance of a communist standpoint. 30 At a lower level, Expressionism, Dadaism, and Surrealism assailed the false values of a Philistine middle class which in actual fact had begun to lose faith in itself. It was comparatively easy to make the German public believe that liberal democracy was a hollow fraud. In France, where the Republic was solidly implanted, not least among the school teachers, the reactionary movement stagnated in the 1920s and only gathered force in the 1930s under the impact of the Spanish Civil War, which drove large numbers of Catholics to the right. 31 Even so, an instinctive romantic like André Malraux turned to the extreme left before becoming a Gaullist. It was not easy to make the French renounce their revolutionary heritage. In Italy, memories of the liberal Risorgimento imposed some limits upon fascist brutality. No such obstacles blocked Hitler's path in Germany, traditionally the stronghold of conservative romanticism, though even here the counter-revolution was obliged to dress up in revolutionary clothing. National Socialism had to sound plebeian and anti-capitalist to get a hearing. The trick was done by identifying capitalist exploitation with the Jews, who in point of fact played a minor role in banking and none whatever in heavy industry. An unemployed white-collar class did not inquire too closely into the facts. It yearned for a charismatic leader, and in the end it got what it wanted. For the FULL political consequences to make themselves felt by 1939, the Spanish Civil War had to be fought and won by the right, with Britain's benevolent assistance, and the French Popular Front experiment of 1936-7 had to fail. Once matters had reached this point it only needed the Munich settlement of 1938 to give the Third Reich control of Central Europe. Paradoxically, it was at this point that a counter-movement set in among British and French conservatives who had begun to realize what was at stake. As noted before, their enlightenment was helped along by the Hitler-Stalin Pact of August 1939 which made 153 nonsense, at least temporarily, of Hitler's pose as the defender of Europe against Bolshevist Russia. By then the Western powers had been thrown on the defensive, the Rome-Berlin axis threatened France with destruction, and the British government had to weigh the probability of having to fight Germany, Italy, and Japan simultaneously. On Johnson's principle that it clears a man's mind if he knows he is to be hanged, the awakening which dates from the summer of 1940 is thoroughly comprehensible. The Western leaders who now came forward, Churchill and de Gaulle above all, were aristocrats who stemmed from the conservative right. This gave them a realistic insight into the mentality of their fascist opponents, but it handicapped them as spokesmen of the democratic cause. Perhaps the Democrats deserved no better. After all, they had wasted 20 years in futile squabbles and for good measure failed to rearm in time. Now the 20 years armistice was over, and what was left of the 1919 settlement had to be defended in the only area where an effective stand was possible, on the field of battle. The society on which the War of 1914 broke was in some respects a stable and civilized one. It was also a society in which those in control were able, broadly speaking, to make effective use of the instruments at their disposal. Public opinion was virtually identical with middle-class opinion, and the middle class, with the help of elected parliaments and the press, saw to it that governments did not stray too far from their duties. Russia was the great exception, and even Russia after IG-05 acquired a semblance of constitutional rule and the hope of better things to come. By tacit consent the aristocracy throughout most of Europe exercised political power in the interest of the bourgeoisie, which kept a close watch over its nominal rulers. The trade unions, on the whole, knew their place. Revolutionary socialism was a fringa phenomenon, for the most part confined to countries like Russia and Spain, which did not enjoy the blessings of liberal democracy. Belief in progress was not seriously shaken by conservative complaints and syndicalist mutterings. America was something like a provincial hinterland of Europe. Asia and MRICA were quiescent. Except FORAFEW eccentrics, no one questioned the hegemony of Europe, which even socialists for the most part equated with the spread of civilized values. Living standards were rising and world trade was expanding. In the sphere of culture there had gradually occurred a fusion of aristocratic and bourgeois values which satisfied both the elite and the middle class. Religion, outside the Roman Church, had come to terms with science and abandoned the hopeless struggle against Darwinism. There seemed 15.4 to be no reason why this happy state of affairs should not go on forever. The War of 1914-18 shattered these arrangements and inaugurated a series of political convulsions which led to the even greater catastrophe of 1939-45. Except for a brief lull in the mid-20s, there was a constant sense of danger arising from the Versailles settlement, the reactivation of German nationalism, the unpredictable behavior of Soviet Russia, and the danger of Japan encroaching upon Western preserves in Asia. Liberal democracy was under fire. Communism and fascism attracted the discontented, whose numbers were swelled by mass unemployment in the 1930s. The ancient dynastic empires had collapsed and the aristocratic bourgeois cultural symbiosis was no longer effective. The war itself had spawned a revolutionary new technology which the military authorities did their best to ignore. Air power and armored warfare made nonsense of the old textbooks, but the military staffs were slow in catching up. The outstanding British theorist of modern warfare, Basil Liddell Hart found apt pupils among the Germans who employed his doctrines with devastating effect in 1940. In Britain he had reason to complain about the opposition of the army to the tank, and their desire to get back to what they considered real warfare. As he wrote in 1933, the army's expenditure on horsed cavalry could not be justified unless it had a scheme for breeding bulletproof horses. Charles de Gaulle had no better luck in France. 32 It took the catastrophe of 1940 to overcome conservative resistance to the new modes of warfare which the Germans had meanwhile adopted. As in economic management, fascism seemed better adapted to the needs arising from the new technology than its democratic opponents. Setting aside the incalculable factor of ordinary stupidity, it was easier for the vanquished to make a new start. The disparity between Germany's technological equipment and the military means at her disposal in the 1920s and the early 1930s was such that only the boldest kind of experimentation could hope to close the gap. The integration of science and technology was anyhow farther advanced in Germany than elsewhere. Mechanized warfare came easily to a nation which had for decades pioneered in the new mass production industries. Moreover, the relationship of theory to practice was changing. From the beginning of the century, in some industries such as the chemical and electrical, it could fairly be claimed that science had now more to contribute to industry than to learn from it. 33. Significantly, these were the industries in which Germany had gained a lead over her competitors. The interwar period was remarkable for the transformation it wrought in ordinary civilian life through the application of the internal combustion machine and its offspring, the internal combustion turbine, which had made aviation possible. Motor cars and aeroplanes. 15.5. Had already existed in 1914, but their massive employment was reserved for the Second World War. Here too the Germans raced ahead of their competitors, untilthcy overtaken by THC Americans. The process began during THC Weimar Republic and was stepped up after its COL lapse. Putting an army on wheels was a notion that appealed to the futurist sick of THC fascist mentality, even though the modernism associated with the Bauhaus did not. The artistic kitsch of which Hitler and his followers were so fond represented the petty bourgeois side of the movement, its dislike of modernity. But such considerations were not allowed to interfere with military needs, which is why modern-minded technocrats like Albert Speer had no trouble adjusting themselves to the Hitler regime. 34. This circumstance leads to a more general consideration regarding the Third Reich and its origins. Its relationship to the traditional conservatism of the middle class was dialectical, embodying some of its values while sacrificing others on the altar of industrial modernity. The very term middle class is misleading. There is no adequate equivalent for the German Mittelstand, which literally signifies middle estate, implying possession of a fixed status in a hierarchical social order, as distinct from class, which relates to a market economy. Given the way it had developed in the 19th and early 20th century, the term Mittelstand had come to designate shopkeepers, civil servants, artisans, peasants, in short everyone who was threatened by the new industrial capitalist nexus. As seen by the conservative theorists who worked it out, the term stood for social status independent of wealth. Since the medieval guilds could not be revived, hope centered on the establishment of what the sociologist Ferdinand Tönnies in 1887 had termed Gemeinschaft as distinct from Gesellschaft. 35. Family, clan, village, friendship may serve as approximate examples of Gemeinschaft, while city, state, industry, public opinion, may serve as types of Gesellschaft. 36. According to Tönnies, human societies were fated to develop from Gemeinschaft, through individualism, to Gesellschaft, which would in all likelihood be planned, bureaucratic and socialistic. Max Weber held much the same view when he interpreted economic history as the triumph of rationalism. Tönnies considered the trend towards Gesellschaft as a process of aging, while Weber treated the heyday of capitalism as the dawn of an iron age. From there it was no great jump to Spengler with his pessimistic recast of wars and tyrannies yet to come. The more educated strata of the Mittelstand imbibed all this as a psychological refuge from liberalism and socialism alike. The Weimar Republic had ruined them through inflation, and then completed their destruction by mass unemployment, which hit the new middle class of salaried employees particularly hard. The wonder is 15.6. Europe between the wars 1919-39, not that they turned to Hitler, but that it took them over a decade to make the transition from traditional conservatism to National Socialism. The ideology of the movement promised them what they most wanted: security, social status independent of income, and the warmth of Gemeinschaft in the shape of the German Volksgemeinschaft, from which Jews and Slavs were of course excluded. Economists such as Werner Sombart had for years been preaching that state planning should be directed towards curbing the power of big business and big labor alike. In this way the old middle class would be regenerated, and so would the nation of which it formed the backbone. The key to it all lay in the rejection of an economic theory fashioned on the model of the natural sciences. Instead, economics should become the servant of social and moral aims. A ruined middle class thus embraced a caricature of socialism and then became the prisoner of a dictatorship which was nothing if not modern and technocratic. This is not to say that Hitler and his associates did not at some stage share the romantic dream of a world made up of peasants and artisans, but once in power they contented themselves with AFEW gestures designed to provide the middle class with psychological satisfactions. The communitarian impulse was deflected into militarism, nationalism, and rhetorical exaltation of the peasantry. A new Germany was to be created which would embody the virtues of a mythical past. Racism replaced the social emphasis on class. All true Germans were part of the Volk, while the Jews became the symbol of everything that was wrong with the world, liberalism, and Marxism above all. The intoxication lasted just long enough to permit Hitler to carry out his rearmament program. Thereafter Europe was at his feet, and the Volk had cause to feel some satisfaction at its newly won status. So far as the schools and universities were concerned, no radical break with the past was necessary. Emphasis on race and folk, and the view of history as a murderous struggle between superior and inferior races, had been embedded in German historical writing and thinking since the later 19th century. In this respect Germany was not unique, but the counter-forces were uncommonly weak. Anglo-American imperialism and social Darwinism encountered obstacles lacking in Germany, where the democratic tradition had virtually died out during the Bismarck era, in so far as it was not kept alive by the Social Democrats, who had no influence within the educational establishment. By 1918, when the old order finally broke down, German liberalism had dwindled into a mere sect, largely sustained by the Jewish community. There was no institutional resistance when Hitler took over. The universities acquiesced, and so did the Catholic and Protestant churches, setting aside AFEW 100 courageous dissidents who joined the Protestant Confessional Church inaugurated in 1934 by a handful. 157 of theologians who could not stomach German Christendom. Worship of a romanticized past and anti-liberalism had become part of the mental makeup of the declining middle stand. Conservatives who on social or religious grounds refused to associate with the plebeian National Socialist movement nonetheless for the most part expressed views almost indistinguishable from those of the genuine folk enthusiasts. They included Rhodes scholars who favored Anglo-German understanding and looked forward to an age when a community of Teutonic nations would rule the world. This notion even found its way into Hitler's Mein Kampf, a circumstance which did not escape the attention of his numerous and influential British admirers. The fact is that the Third Reich could build on foundations laid by its conservative predecessors. Most of the Völkisch doctrines had already flourished in Imperial Germany, notably among the youth movement and the student community. The collapse of 1918 did not discredit them. Instead, it engendered a sense of desperation which came to the surface in the 1920s. True socialism is the community of the Volk, as one of its numberless ideologists put it in 1928.37. Thus was born the conservative revolution which triumphed in 1933. The Italian development differed from the German in that the liberals had actually been in power for decades and it was their disintegration that promoted the fascist takeover. The liberal heirs of Cavour were at last proving unable to absorb the new forces in Italian politics, and perhaps they acted on the false assumption that the fascists would prove more easily digestible than either the Catholics or the socialists, both of whom were by definition enemies of liberal government. Croce and Mosca had been elaborating their theories about the antithesis between liberalism and democracy, and some of Giolitti's liberals were so confused that they allied against democracy with men who ostentatiously despised the liberal state. 38. Croce, a member of Giolitti's cabinet in 1921, held that fascism was harmless because it had no program. He certainly did nothing to stop the armed violence whereby the fascists won control of hundreds of localities. In the 2 years before the takeover of October 1922, some 300 fascists and 3,000 of their opponents were killed in riots instigated by Mussolini's black shirts. Considering that there were 240,000 men in the armed services, plus 65,000 carabinieri and 40,000 guardi regi. The only possible conclusion is that the government, including the magistrates and the police, were in active collusion with the fascists even before they had seized power. The liberals simply refused to govern, socialists and Catholics would not cooperate, and the black shirts had a free hand in terrorizing their opponents. By 1923 Freemasonry was banned and the church had been won over. The murder of the socialist deputy Matadi in 1924 produced a brief flurry which terminated with 15/8. The ceremonial secession of the remaining opposition deputies to the Aventine Hill, where they accomplished exactly nothing. Croce, who in 1924 had publicly sanctioned the use of violence as the only means of obtaining a fascist majority, repented of his error when in January 1925 the Liberal Party, which had helped Mussolini into the saddle, was outlawed together with all others. The fact is that Italian liberalism committed suicide. The Italian case is the more noteworthy in that it involved the entire liberal elite and its most distinguished philosophers. Croce later tried to exculpate himself for his support of Mussolini in the critical years 1922-4 by describing fascism as a disease which had come to Italy from abroad. 39 This was not what he had said in January 1924 when he affirmed that the heart of fascism is love of Italy. Fascism is overcoming the traditional indifference of Italians to politics. And I value so highly the cure which Italy is undergoing from it that I rather hope the patient will not get up too soon from his bed and risk some grave relapse. 40. The patient in FACT took 20 years to get out of bed, and then only with the help of the Allied armies who invaded Italy in 1943-4, by which time Croce's reputation as a defender of liberty had somehow been restored. Mussolini for his part tried to fill the ideological vacuum by concocting a strange brew for the most part taken over from Nietzsche, Sarl, Pareto and the French followers of Charles Maurras. We represent a new principle in the world, the clear, final and categoric antithesis of democracy, plutocracy, Freemasonry and the immortal principles of 1789. The ideals of democracy are exploded, beginning with that of progress. Ours is an aristocratic century, the state of all will end by becoming the state of a few. Fascism is the purest kind of democracy, so long as people are counted qualitatively and not quantitatively. The fascist conception of the state is all-embracing, and outside of the state no human or spiritual values can exist, let alone be desirable. Perpetual peace would be impossible and useless. War alone brings human energies to their highest state of tension, and stamps with the seal of nobility the nations which dare to face it. 41. These sentiments were given their classic form in the article on fascism in the Encyclopedia Italiana, an article written in 1931 and signed by Mussolini, but in FACT composed by a number of authors, including his tame philosopher Giovanni Gentile, a former associate of Croce and a purveyor Ofica-based form of pseudo-Hegelianism. Here it was laid down that fascism had its own political doctrine, that of the state which allowed no allegiance to anything other than the nation in arms. For his services in rounding up a number of compliant intellectuals, Gentile became Minister of Education, President of the 159. Istituto Fascista de Cultura and General Editor of the Encyclopedia. Unlike Croce, who had for years preached the need for a strong state, only to draw back when the full consequences of fascism unfolded themselves, Gentile stuck to his principles. These included a belief that Catholic doctrines were suitable only for the pupils of primary schools, whence his FALLFROM grace when the Concordat of 1929 handed the entire educational system over to the Church. Italian fascism was less thoroughgoing than German National Socialism, but then Italy was a country where the monarchy and the Church had retained strong roots. The French fascist leagues, which never came to power, fell somewhere between the Italian and the German pattern. They suffered from the handicap that in Mein Kampf Hitler had singled France out for special abuse. France is and remains the most terrible enemy. This nation, which is increasingly subject to Negroization, is tied to the aims of Jewish world domination and thus presents a lurking danger to the existence of the white race in Europe. For Germany, however, the French danger means the obligation to stretch out the hand to those who, equally threatened as we are, do not want to suffer and to countenance France's lust for domination. In Europe there will for the foreseeable future only be two allies for Germany, England and Italy. 42. With the best will, no one on the political right in France could overlook this awkward evidence of Hitler's ultimate intentions. The various West European fascist movements of the I-930s, from the Spanish Phalangists to the Belgian Reixists and Sir Oswald Mosley's British Union of Fascists, took Italy rather than Germany for their model. In Central and Eastern Europe German influence predominated, especially after the German cloaca had spilled over into Hitler's native Austria in 1938. The movement as a whole drew sustenance from the evident failure of liberal democracy to live up to the promises of 1919. Beyond this lay the fact that the social and psychic costs of industrialization had somehow to be paid for. Big business profited from what liberals were pleased to term progress. Big labor, in the form of the trade union movement, was able to shield itself from the worst fluctuations of the market economy, although it proved unable to do anything about unemployment. The peasantry and the lower middle class were badly organized and unprotected. Unless the state came to their assistance, they stood in danger of being squeezed out. Hence the popularity of slogans which equated nationalism with socialism. If everyone, or almost everyone, counted as a member of the sacred Volksgemeinschaft, there was some chance of escaping from the remorseless logic of capitalism. The Social Democrats never grasped the point, and neither did the Communists, for whom fascism was by definition petty bourgeois, hence not really dangerous. It took the Second World War to cure 160 them of this illusion. Meanwhile the alliance between the old elites and the new technologies produced a mental climate which somehow made fascism look up-to-date when compared to parliamentary democracy. By 1940 a movement drawn from the sweepings of the gutter had come close to conquering Europe. A century and a half after the French Revolution, the principles of 1789 were being challenged in their own homeland. The chief threat came from Germany, a country which for long had been the bulwark of the European counter-revolution. If fascism did nothing else, it brought politics back to first principles. It also revived what had once been conservative battle cries, and thus secured for itself the benevolent neutrality of the aristocracy and the churches, above all the Catholic Church. It is a matter of more than historical interest that the nominal Catholic Adolf Hitler was never excommunicated, nor were his writings ever placed on the index. The notorious silence of Pius XII during the years when the final solution was being enacted in Eastern Europe had its ultimate root in 1,000 years of Christian identification of the Jew with the devil, but it also testified to the solidity of the political compact between the fascist regimes and the Vatican. Chapter 9. It was remarked at the beginning of this study that there is a certain arbitrariness about letting the 20th century commence in rather than in 1914. The statement obviously applies to the economic basis of European society rather than to the politico-military superstructure which was radically reshaped in 1914-18, and then once more in 1939-45. On occasion, though, the distinction becomes a trifle artificial. Consider, for example, the application of science to industry in those cases where the result had a direct bearing on a country's war-making capacity. One in 1898, at the Bristol meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, Sir William Crookes in his presidential address declared that England and all civilized nations stand in deadly peril of not having enough to eat. Land is a limited quantity. It is the chemist who must come to the rescue of threatened communities. He calculated that if all the wheat-growing countries added the utmost to their area of cultivation, the increased yield could keep pace with the growth of population for only about 30 years. The solution was increased yield per acre. To this end the supply of nitrogen fertilizer had to be increased, and since the world's chief natural source, Chilean nitrates, would probably be depleted in 30 years, chemistry must step into the breach. Crookes's warning applied especially to Germany, then the world's largest importer of Chilean nitrates. The challenge was promptly taken up by the country's leading scientists. The atmosphere contained enough FRE nitrogen to supply man's needs. FOR every square yard of the Earth's surface has about 7 tons of nitrogen gas pressing down on it. The problem was to fix this nitrogen in a usable FORM, and it was duly solved before 1914 by the Haber-Bosch process, which combined nitrogen with hydrogen to produce synthetic ammonia. Fritz Haber and the engineer Karl Bosch in turn drew upon the advances made in chemical thermodynamics by Walter N. Ernst and others. By 1909 Haber proved on a laboratory scale the feasibility of 165 fixation, and by 1913 a small Haber-Bosch plant was in production at Oppengar Ludwigshafen. Had there been no World War, the plant's output would probably have increased very gradually, but the 1914-18 war, by cutting off Germany's normal supply of Chilean nitrate, speeded a technological upheaval. Nitrogen was needed not only for fertilizer, but for the production of explosives. The original plant was expanded from an annual capacity of 7,000 tons in 1913 to 100,000 tons early in the war. A mammoth new plant was constructed at Leuna near Merseburg, and by the end of the war Germany had the industrial capacity to produce about 550,000 tons of nitrogen annually, about half of it by the Haber-Bosch method. In due course the company expanded into an industrial empire, the celebrated IG. Farben industry, of which Karl Bosch became the FORMist director. APA and Leuna increased production from 1 to 2,000 tons in 1920 to 635,000 tons in 1928-9. The next step was to produce synthetic gasoline from coal by hydrogenation, thereby getting around the country's oil shortage which hampered its motor car industry. Between 1924 and 1933 Germany produced about 20% of the world total of coal and 75% of the world total of lignite. If lignite could be converted into gasoline to FE at the internal combustion engine, Germany might regain her FORMer status among the world's powers. After 1933 synthetic gasoline made rearmament possible, but even at the peak of the Weimar period the foreign minister, Stresemann, developed the habit of saying that without coal and IG. Farben he had no foreign policy. By 1932 the firm was deeply involved in politics, to the point of confidential meetings of its directors with Hitler, then still in opposition, but clearly on the threshold of power. Thereafter there was no stopping them, especially since Hitler's commitment to motor roads and the Volkswagen, not to mention rearmament, all depended upon the synthetic gasoline project. The history of hydrogenation in Germany between 1913 and 1933 thus discloses a growing momentum fed by war and the expectation of war. The process was exciting to the scientists because Germany could overcome a natural handicap with a synthetic product of technology. By coincidence this was also what Hitler needed in the interests of economic autarky. Karl Haushofer and other geopoliticians had long argued that Germany could not attain her aims unless all the vital economic resources were within the national Lebensraum. Economic self-sufficiency was part of the National Socialist program. Leuna happened to fill the bill. The most revealing aspect of the whole story is that as late as February 1933 Karl Bosch was confidentially described as a Southwest German liberal known for being an opponent of the Nazis. Personal likes and dislikes had ceased to matter. Bosch may have preferred the Brüning government, but once the existence of a 166 natural and social science gigantic industrial empire was at stake, he and his colleagues had to make the best of it. This, by the way, shows how absurd it is to characterize Hitler as a tool of big business. By 1933 the boot was on the other foot. The state was getting stronger than society, and even the biggest industrialists had to reckon with the fact that they were at the mercy of government policies. The systematic use of political power to sponsor technology was just what distinguished the new regime from its predecessor. When in December 1933 I.G. Farben contracted to provide the Hitler government with synthetic gasoline, a political pact was concluded between two autonomous powers. 14 years later, at the Nuremberg Tribunal, the prosecution argued that the contract was evidence of a conspiratorial alliance to prepare for war. It would have been more sensible to suggest that the technological momentum which had created I.G. Farben was part of a more general process whereby industry and the government had become interlinked. Rocketry provides another example. The first scientific writing on the subject was published in 1903 by a Russian schoolmaster, K.E. Zylovsky, who worked out mathematically some of the requirements of space trave 1.2 RH. Goddard, an American physicist, experimented on a small scale with rocketry between the two wars. Ignorant of the work of both, Hermann Oberth published The Rocket in Interplanetary Space in 1923, while he was still a student, and thereby set numbers of young men in Germany thinking about the subject. Amateur rocket societies were formed in various countries during the 1920s, but most of the practical work was done in Germany. Owing to an oversight on the part of the Versailles Treaty makers, rocketry was not mentioned among the restrictions imposed on Germany, and from 1929 onward the GER Mann government decided to undertake rocket research for military purposes. The decision ultimately resulted during the Second World War in the establishment at Peenemünde of a gigantic establishment which employed 12,000 people and enlisted the support of numerous research institutes. Dornberger, the head of the enterprise, employed Oberth among many others, and after the successful launching of the V-2 rocket paid tribute to his pioneering work. Hitler, for some reason, was at first unenthusiastic about rockets, and in the spring of 1940 rocket development was struck off the priority list. Eventually he changed his mind, and from then on the highest priority was given to the project. By the closing months of the war all technical handicaps had been overcome and launchings were completely successful. In brief, an invention sponsored by a mathematics student in 1923 had within 2 decades become a colossal development into which the German army poured countless funds. Private enterprise could never have done the job, state backing was essential, and it was provided by the military while the Weimar Republic was still in being. On a larger scale, the 167. Europe in the 20th century. Same applies to jet-propelled aircraft and indeed to the aeronautical industry in general. Point 3. The technicians took the lead, and the governments eventually provided the funds. The most celebrated case of all, that of nuclear physics, also belongs to the interwar period. Planck's original quantum theory, as interpreted by Niels Bohr of Copenhagen in 1913, had become questionable by 1925, when de Broglie in France, Schrödinger and Heisenberg in Germany, and Dirac in England, proposed various amendments. Point 4. The 1930s witnessed a burst of physical discovery, with radioactivity giving rise to a series of experiments that culminated in the actual control of nuclear processes. Between 1932 and 1938 a number of crucial discoveries were made by Joliot, Fermi and others which had the effect of showing that most of the energy in the universe was derived from nuclear processes. By 1938 it had become possible to split the uranium atom, and since the discovery of nuclear fission occurred on the eve of war, the Western physicists were able to interest the British and American governments in what they were doing, largely on the grounds that if they did not act, the enemy would be first with a nuclear bomb. In FACT the Germans lagged behind, while European refugee scientists who had made the controlled release of atomic energy possible were put to work in the United States. The actual splitting of the atom was achieved by Hahn and Strassmann in 1938, but fortunately for the Allies the Germans proved slow in trying to produce a bomb. The rest of the story is too well known to need recapitulation. The moral, so far as there is one, is that much of the drive to produce practical results came from the military. In quiet times the economics of nuclear fission, when measured against those of conventional power, might have taken decades to result in anything on the scale of the new production processes. As it was, the identification of the neutron by Chadwick in 1932 set off a train of events which within little more than a decade carried mankind over the threshold of the atomic age. In retrospect, it is evident that the first half of the 20th century proved to be a period of advance in physics surpassing that of all preceding ages. In these 50 years the harvest of 4 centuries of modern science was reaped. 5 In 1897 to 9 J. Thomson had identified the first component to be known in the structure of the atom, now familiar as the electron. Shortly afterwards another particle, carrying a charge of positive electricity equal in amount to the negative charge of the electron was detected, the proton. In 1901 Rutherford showed that the alpha rays, as they were called, which were emitted in radioactive disintegration, were in fact not rays but positively charged helium atoms. They were known to pass through matter easily and at a high velocity, but with occasional large deflections. Rutherford concluded that the 168 natural and social science inside of the atom was mostly empty. Thus the ancient solid atom was revealed as a structure consisting of a minute but massive central nucleus with a positive electric charge, surrounded at a distance by a peripheral shell of negatively charged electrons, a kind of solar system in miniature. Next came the discovery that protons and electrons might form slightly different structures with different atomic weights, termed isotopes by Soddy in 1913. The discovery that atoms differed chemically, because of the different number of protons and electrons of which they were composed, brought science back to the ancient but discredited notion that matter was transmutable, and by 1919 the first such transmutation was achieved by Rutherford when he succeeded in obtaining hydrogen by bombarding certain light elements with alpha particles. From there the road led straight to the cyclotron and later to the atomic pile. It also led to the production of new elements, the identification of the neutron by Chadwick in 1932 and the practical consequences already described. Biology and chemistry, being of less practical import, made less sensational progress. In biology the key event was the rediscovery of the Bohemian monk Gregor Mendel, who in the 1860s had worked out the mechanism of inheritance. Mendel, experimenting with peas in his monastery garden, had come across indivisible and unalterable units called genes whose infinitely varied combination resulted in the process of heredity. This led to the conclusion that acquired characteristics were not inherited, and it also limited the import of Darwin's theory of natural selection. In 1901 De Vries discovered abrupt changes which were termed mutations and for which chance variations appeared to be responsible. Mendel's law obtained further reinforcement when T.R. Morgan in America established a link between the unit genetic characters and the chromosomes which had been observed in the nuclei of dividing cells. Subject to mutation, it was thus established that to each inherited character in the adult organism there corresponded a material particle, the gene, in one of the chromosomes of its parents. Each cell of an organism contains a set pair of chromosomes, one derived from each parent, and should therefore possess a pair of genes for every character. The process of breeding thus reduced itself to different ways of dealing out the genes of the offspring. Discussion turned on the question how the genes were subject to chance variation resulting in new mutations. This became an intensely topical issue when it was found that radiation from atomic and hydrogen bombs could lead to mutations in plants, animals, and human beings. It also proved necessary to modify the Darwinian theory of natural selection in terms of the Mendelian theory of genes. Gene mutation obviously occurs for reasons having nothing to do with the adaptative value of the resultant character in the adult organism. On this view natural selection 169 in TILE 20th century is still operative, but it works not on THC characters but on the gene combinations, THC-RCBY changing in a mathematically determinable way THC gene composition of the population. 6 In its latest development the study of ecology has grouped together the older evolutionary and genetic theories in such a way as to make possible the understanding of how the total environment, the balance of nature, is affected by man's interference with other organisms, with the soil and even with Earth's climate. Soil conservation is now a major issue, and the ancient concept of conquering nature for man's benefit is beginning to give way to a more sensible concern for preserving a natural balance in danger of being undermined by unrestrained technology, the waste of natural resources, air pollution, and unrestricted population growth in areas which can barely keep their present inhabitants alive. Most of these problems date from the post-1945 period. During the interwar years they had barely begun to impinge upon the public consciousness. The application of science to medicine meanwhile produced startling results, from the discovery in that malaria and yellow fever were transmitted by mosquitoes to the effective control of these diseases. Artificial immunization was greatly developed, and typhoid, hitherto the scourge of armies, had only a negligible incidence in both world wars. Blood transfusion became a normal hospital routine from 1940 onwards. Antibiotics transformed medicine by reducing the danger of infectious diseases. The discovery between 1928 and 1938 of penicillin by Alexander Fleming and Howard Florey was a particularly notable victory in the struggle against bacteria. Biochemistry made it possible to use what came to be known as vitamins for curative purposes. Along with the unraveling of the genetic code, this has probably been the most important advance made in recent decades in building up what may be called a science of life. The philosophical implications of these discoveries are a matter for dispute. 7. The reformulation of Darwinism in the language of Mendelian genetics is only one instance. It has not proved possible to obtain agreement among scientists and philosophers on the ancient question whether reality is to be understood as a hierarchical system, the higher levels of which lend themselves to interpretation in teleological terms. In the 1920s much was heard of emergent evolution, its most distinguished exponent being A.N. Whitehead. 8 Since then the pendulum has swung in the other direction, but the notion that the higher levels of existence have emerged from the lower level of matter by the impact of natural selection on chance variations remains unsatisfactory to many thinking people, not all of them metaphysicians. In all probability the issue will continue to be debated as long as there are philosophers who continue to believe that even at the lowest level of organic evolution something like a germ of freedom can be discerned. 17.0 BPSYCHOLOGYANDANTHROPOLOGY. The brief discussion of psychology in the first part of this study dealt in the main with Freud's work down to 1914, and secondly with the founders of the Gestalt school who came together around 1912. An attempt must now be made to sketch the development which took place between 1919 and 1939, and at the same time the field must be widened so as to make room for the newcomer known as behaviorism. This procedure is eased by the fact that although the founder of behaviorism, J.B. Watson, had already defined his main principles by 1904, his Psychology from the standpoint of a behaviorist appeared in 1909. After 1920 Watson abandoned the academic world and worked in the advertising business, a fruitful partnership which gave rise to many interesting experiments in guiding the public taste. Watson's basic ideas, as outlined in his Behavior, an introduction to comparative psychology, and in his later writings, were rooted in his study of animal psychology, begun at Chicago in 1903 and continued at Johns Hopkins University after 1908. It was his contention that psychology, in order to become an exact science, must discard introspection and cease to take the field of consciousness as its chief datum. Instead, attention should be fixed upon overt behavior. Most psychological functions could be described in terms of responses to stimuli, since they involved the task of adaptation to the environment. Even if there was an inner aspect, this could be ignored without great loss. In short, the study of mental events should be replaced by the study of actual behavior. In his later writings Watson argued that the mechanism controlling the association between stimulus and response was the conditioned reflex and its refinements in the nervous system. The proper field of investigation was constituted by limb movements, gland secretions, verbal utterances, tensing of muscles, together with the environmental stimuli which may evoke such responses. Hence mental science must change into physical science. Watson's writings made a decisive impact upon American psychology in the 1920s, and from the United States they spread to Europe, where their influence coalesced with the interest taken in the work of the Russian psychologist Ivan Petrovich Pavlov, who had received the Nobel Prize in 1904. Pavlov's studies of conditioned reflexes in animals antedated Watson's work and probably influenced him by way of the American psychologist R.M. Yerkes, who in 1909 brought Pavlov to the attention of the English-speaking world and in 1910 collaborated with Watson in the study of animal behavior. Degree Pavlov, using dogs as experimental subjects, had noticed that salivation, which is a purely reflex action occurring when food is felt in the mouth, often appeared before the dog was actually fed. Various stimuli associate 17. 1. Aided with aiding, not only the sight of the food container, but even the sound of a buzzer, were sufficient to set off salivation. In the end the dog salivated in response to the buzzer alone, even if no food was produced. This experiment suggested to Pavlov that certain simple forms of learning or habit formation could be induced by conditioning the nervous system without any mental associations being formed. Whether or not Fully conversant with Pavlov's work through his collaboration with Yerkes, Watson adopted the notion of conditioning and made it central to his system of human psychology. In this respect he followed a line of thought already suggested by the pragmatist philosopher William James in his article Does Consciousness Exist? When Watson moved out of academic psychology, his work was continued by others, among whom E.R. Guthrie and B.F. Skinner became the best known. In the 1930s Skinner worked with rats and established that a hungry rat in a box may learn to press a lever which produces food pellets. Generalizing from this discovery, he gradually built up a theory of behavior which he applied to problems of learning and adaptation in human beings. As an example, he gave the work behavior of employees who respond to high wages and good conditions with efficient work and the absence of strikes. These effects, in his opinion, were controlled responses to stimuli provided by the management. This kind of thinking left its mark on American industrial sociology and its European offshoots. With the emergence of industrial psychology in the 1920s and 1930s, theories of learning and adaptation acquired a practical importance they had not possessed before, and behaviorism made a contribution to the methods increasingly employed to rationalize industrial management. For the most part these innovations grew out of empirical studies on the factory floor, in which respect F.W. Taylor's principles of scientific management was path-breaking in promoting what came to be known as time and motion study. In this manner academic research and industrial psychology became more closely linked, but Skinner's version of behaviorism, which derived from Watson and Pavlov, was only one factor, and perhaps a minor one, in promoting this fusion. In the later 1930s the extremes of behavioristic thinking were modified by the influence of the Gestalt school, whose founders, being mostly German and Austrian Jews, were driven to the USA, where their work was absorbed into American psychology. While the Gestalt theorists agreed with the behaviorists in attacking introspection and introducing methods of work which could be applied in the laboratory, their insistence on the importance of wholes which are more than the sum of their parts had implications unfavorable to behaviorism. In itself the view that wholes have emergent properties not derived from 172. Their parts was not new. It possessed an anchorage in the psychology of William James and Lloyd Morgan. But the Gestalt school laid special emphasis on the notion that the basic data of consciousness are grasped in organized, structured, and dynamic wholes. Thus melodies are perceived as formally constituted units, not as a sequence of separate tones. Perceptual fields are organized in terms of specific gestalten, or forms, whose parts are connected in relation to the dominant form. These and other conclusions had been worked out jointly by Wertheimer, Kafka, and Kohler, whose periodical, Psychologische Forschung, appeared in Berlin from 1921 until 1938, when it was suppressed by the Hitler regime, AFATE that also overtook the German and Austrian branches of the psychoanalytic movement. The contrast between the intellectual climate of the 1920s and that of the 1930s is striking. In the earlier decade, Gestalt psychology attained academic respectability in Weimar, Germany, where Wolfgang Kohler was appointed to a professorship in Berlin in 1922. At the same time, the influence of the Freudian school spread throughout Central Europe, while in Soviet Russia it briefly enjoyed Lenin's tolerance and Trotsky's active encouragement. In the 1930s everything went to pieces. The Stalinists turned against psychoanalysis as part of their struggle against Jewish cosmopolitanism, and their example, in this as in other fields, was aped by Hitler's followers after their accession to power in 1933. At the same time, the psychoanalytic movement was riven by doctrinal quarrels between orthodox Freudians and heretics such as Wilhelm Reich, an active communist who for a time tried to synthesize Marxian insights with his own highly personal interpretation of Freud. While the latter was tolerant of left-wing disciples such as Otto Fenichel and Siegfried Bernfeld, whose Marxist leanings were well known, he could not abide Reich, who in consequence was expelled from the International Psychoanalytical Association in 1934.12. At a distance of some 4 decades, it is not altogether easy to take seriously Freud's suggestion that Reich's controversial theory of sadism was somehow linked to his membership of the Bolshevist Party. Reich's sociological interpretation of some of Freud's more metaphysical concepts was notorious, but Freud probably overshot the mark when on the same occasion he affirmed that Reich had described the death instinct postulated by Freud as a product of the capitalist system. Reich's subsequent career in the United States as the inventor, among other novelties, of an argon box for the storage of biological energy efficacious in the treatment of cancer, laid him open not merely to legal proceedings, but to charges of mental imbalance. Mrs. Reich's biography of her late husband, which appeared in 1969, makes it clear. 173. That he identified himself with Christ, whom he believed to have been in direct communication with the cosmic argon forces, and that he considered the Murder of Christ to be his most important book. Yet while his private manias, as well as his notions about argonies and cosmic energy, have generally been rejected as fanciful, it has been argued that in the 1920s H.C. made a contribution to psychoanalysis in various papers on character analysis which were then accepted as orthodox by the Wien and CSE analysts. As for the compatibility of Marxian sociology and Freudian psychology, Reich was by no means the only analyst to interest himself in the topic. An attempt to revise psychoanalysis in the light of Marxian humanism was subsequently made with some success by Erich Fromm, while in the 1950s the discussion was renewed by Herbert Marcuse. 13 In some respects the controversy stirred up by Freud's Marxist colleagues and critics was a sequel to the earlier dispute between Freud and his distinguished Viennese contemporary Alfred Adler, from whom he had felt obliged to part before 1914.14. It was Adler's prime contention that human beings are more influenced by conscious FERs, ambitions, hopes and strivings than by unconscious drives or the residues of past experience. In particular he stressed man's aggressiveness, his search for conquest and security. At the same time he emphasized the central importance of overcoming the sense of inferiority induced by the fact that during infancy and childhood all human beings feel weak and insecure. These sentiments, Adler held, could be sublimated by education and socialization which lead the individual to understand that he must cultivate social interest in the place of more egoistic striving. The neurotic, who fails to make this transition, remains an outsider. Among those whom Adler influenced, Erich Fromm and Karen Horney became the leading figures in what from the orthodox Freudian viewpoint was a revisionist school which underplayed the role of the unconscious and overstressed the need to overcome the anxiety human beings inherit from their childhood. Freud himself, in a series of writings published in the 1920s and 1930s, deepened his original approach and at the same time gave a more pessimistic emphasis to his analysis of the human condition. His most important publications during this period were Jenseits des Lustprinzips, Die Zukunft einer Illusion, das Unbehagen in der Kultur, and his study of the origins of Judaism, Der Mann Moses und die monotheistische Religion, published in 1939, by which time Freud had been driven from his native Vienna and obliged to seek refuge in London. It has been suggested that during these years Freud shifted from his original explanation of behavior in terms of mechanical causes towards 174. A more descriptive psychology showing what functions are served by neurotic symptoms. 1s At the same time, however, he introduced the metascientific concepts of eros and then ethos which were not accepted by all his followers. Eros represents the libidinal energy plus the urge for self-preservation. Then ethos is an impulse towards aggression and destruction which may be turned inwards against the self and lead to suicide. This dualism, ultimately perhaps an echo of Schopenhauer's philosophy which had helped to shape the outlook of the youthful Freud, was inherently incapable of scientific proof. On the sound empiricist principle that all theoretical constructions are merely hypotheses rather than conclusions arrived at by induction, this circumstance in itself perhaps did no great harm, but the introduction of these dualist concepts did have the effect of turning Freudian psychoanalysis into something akin to a Weltanschauung, which was certainly not what Freud had aimed at in his earlier days. His highly speculative reconstruction of Jewish religious history in Moses and monotheism falls into the same category. Moreover, in suggesting that men possess an archaic heritage which includes not only dispositions, but memory traces of experiences of former generations, Freud appeared in 1939 to have taken a step towards the theory of archetypes hitherto associated with the rival system of Jung. Carl Gustav Jung had worked in Zurich as a psychiatrist and between 1907 and 1913 became an associate of Freud. He then struck out on his own, formulating a different view of psychology and at the same time collecting anthropological data and developing an interest in comparative religion, folklore and primitive mythology. A writer of enormous erudition, he acquired a wide following among laymen, while within academic psychology and psychoanalysis alike he came to be regarded as something of an eccentric, with interests ranging from alchemy to mysticism. His theory of archetypes in particular depended on the notion of a collective unconscious, a concept not acceptable to Freudians, or indeed to academic psychiatrists. By comparison with Jung's system, even Freud's later writings have a severely empirical bent. Jung had been able for some years to cooperate with Freud because he agreed with him in postulating the existence of an unconscious, for which evidence could be found in hypnosis, dream analysis, and free association. But his picture of the unconscious eventually came to differ from that of Freud in important respects. First, the unconscious mind of the individual is said by him to contain not only repressed infantile impulses, but also unapprehended personal experiences and ideas which have been forgotten because they lost a certain energetic value. Secondly, and more important, the personal unconscious is only a fraction of the total mass of unconscious material. Below it there lies an inheritance which contains the collective myths and beliefs of the 175 human race, and at a yet deeper level the heritage of man's animal past. In Lichtheim has predetermined the human mind to react in ways derived from this remote past. The tendency to do so Jung describes as archetypal. Archetypes manifest themselves in dreams and symbols common to human beings belonging to widely different cultures. They emerge from the deepest levels of the collective unconscious and are not directly accessible. Dream symbols may be individual, but they may also relate to archetypes and have affinities with the folklore of all human cultures and races, rooted as they are in the primitive experience of birth and death, food and drink, or the cycle of the seasons. Hence the study of myths and religious symbolisms gives access to the working of the collective unconscious. This conclusion was disputed, on the grounds that members of all cultures necessarily share common experiences. All individuals have parents, are born and die, have sexual desires, are dependent on the sun and earth, and so on. It is therefore not surprising that they should all tend to create myths of the Great Father, the Great Mother, sun gods, and the like. No collective unconscious need be postulated to account for the similarity of primitive myths, for their analysis will lay bare the shared experiences of all mankind, whereas the study of the individual ego will disclose the specific features of different cultures. For Jung, however, the archetype is not a metaphorical concept which simply translates the fact of universally shared experience. It is a real entity underlying the conscious mind as well as the personal unconscious. At a deeper level, groups of individuals are joined together in the racial unconscious, e.g. of the Aryans or the Semites, while at the most primitive level of all the collective unconscious contains the heritage of humanity as a whole, including its animal past. As the motive force of human existence, the libido, it is non-sexual and represents a sort of life force, a concept which Jung was indebted to the philosophy of Henry Bergson. The reception of these rival schools outside their Central European homeland was marked by wide differences. France proved resistant to psychoanalysis in all its forms until the I-940s, when the shock of military defeat paradoxically led to a wholesale adoption of German, or German Jewish, importations, the philosophy of Husserl and Heidegger to psychoanalysis and neo-Marxism of the Frankfurt variety. In Great Britain during the 1920s and 1930s, Freudian concepts were pioneered by Dr. Ernest Jones, the only native of Britain among Freud's early followers and ultimately his biographer. At the same time, an eclectic combination of Freudian and traditional concepts was put to use at the Tavistock Clinic in London, founded by Dr. Crichton Miller and associated with such names as Dr. Emmanuel Miller, Dr. J. A. Hatfield and Dr. Ian Sutai. With the gradual breakup of the German and 1706 natural and social science, Austro-Hungarian psychoanalytic movements under the stress of political persecution, prominent members of the school settled in Britain, including Freud himself, his daughter Anna Freud and Melanie Klein. 16 Adherents of Adler and Jung likewise made their appearance, the Jungians in some cases being helped by the relatively favorable echo which their doctrines encountered in some Roman Catholic circles. In general, however, the empiricist bent of British academic psychology provided a less hospitable climate than that encountered by émigré psychoanalysts in the United States. Freud and his more or less orthodox followers were read in both countries, but whereas in America they exercised a direct influence upon practicing psychiatrists, in Britain they tended to be read by intelligent laymen rather than by practitioners. This situation altered in some degree after 1945, but for the period under review it may be said that psychoanalysis, in its various manifestations, remained the affair of a limited circle of intellectuals. It was only in the I-960s that an original work such as Sutai's Origins of Love and Hate appeared in paperback format. To some extent the resolve of Freud's principal British followers, notably Edward Glover and Ernest Jones, to maintain a high intellectual standard may have been responsible for the state of affairs. 17 It remains a noteworthy fact that while the English Standard Edition of Freud's work in 24 volumes is generally regarded as the best in the world, there has until recently been no British counterpart of the massive distribution of his writings in popular format which occurred in the United States during the I-950s and in continental Western Europe thereafter. It may or may not be coincidental that in respect of Marxism a similar situation prevailed in Britain during the interwar period and beyond, when the identification of Marx's thought with the simplified Leninist version propagated by the Communist Party came to an end at long last. Anthropology, to which Jung made a somewhat eccentric contribution with his theory of archetypes and his investigations into primitive myths, was already strongly entrenched in Britain when Bronislaw Malinowski, a displaced Polish intellectual, transferred himself from Germany to England in 1910. His principal field work, interrupted by visits to Australia, was carried out between 1914 and 1918 in New Guinea, an area open to research by A.C. Hatton, W.H.R. Rivers, C.G. Seligman, and others who shaped his thinking while he was working as a postgraduate student at the London School of Economics between I-910 and 1913. He was also influenced by Westermarck and to some extent by Freud, although he remained critical of the anthropological concepts employed by the Freudian school. 18 After a few years of strenuous field work and the publication of his Argonauts oj Western Pacific, Malinowski was appointed to a 177 readership in anthropology and in 1927 to the first chair in anthropology at the University of London. Between 1923 and 1938 he poured out a stream of publications on such diverse subjects as crime and custom in savage society, myth in primitive psychology, the sexual life oj savages in northwestern Melanesia and the foundations oj faith and morals. His death in 1942 occurred while he was teaching at Yale University in the United States. Science, magic, and religion provided the main topics of his theoretical work, which was guided by the concept of a dual reality, the natural world studied in observation, and a supernatural sphere grounded in emotional needs which give rise to faith. While differentiating between magic and religion, Malinowski treated the Fo-Remeter as an essentially pragmatic response to FEAR, the latter as a self-fulfilling ritual linked to myth. His analysis of the Trobriand Islanders' social customs, which first brought him to public attention, may be described as a fusion of sociological and anthropological concepts. In all these respects his work aroused controversy, but it also stimulated the further development of the British school, of which A.R. Radcliffe Brown, W.H. R. Rivers, E. Evans Pritchard, Raymond Firth, and Edmund Leach came to be regarded as the most distinguished representatives. Thus in the 1920s and 1930s there occurred a confluence of psychology and anthropology which led to a greatly increased interest in the study of primitive societies. The new scientific evolution was not confined to Britain, although the British school took the lead, if only because Britain's possession of a worldwide empire afforded an important advantage to field workers in touch with colonial administrators. As it happened, these were also the years when Freudian psychology reached the British Isles, so that a certain degree of mutual interpenetration took place. Malinowski himself operated with Freudian concepts, although his study of the Trobriand Islanders led him to the conclusion that the Oedipus complex could not be operative in a culture in which not the father but the maternal brother was the child's custodian. Among the older generation of British anthropologists, W.H. R. Rivers, who during the 1914-18 war was engaged in treating cases of battle neurosis, also accepted Freud's findings, though with reservations. 20 More generally, the leading figures of the school, especially Radcliffe Brown and Malinowski, worked out a functionalist theory of primitive society which in turn stimulated the work of British and American sociologists. Functionalism implied that the various aspects of social life, from kinship to religion, formed a whole which was kept in being by an intricate balance of all the interconnecting parts. The implications for sociology were obvious, and were duly worked out by the American school founded by Talcott Parsons and its various British and continental counterparts. At the same time a wholly different approach, more in tune with the tradition of James Frazer, author of The Golden Bough, was inaugurated by the French anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss, who between 1934 and 1937 taught at São Paulo University in Brazil and made some trips into the interior, supplemented by further field work in 1938-9 when he had resigned his teaching post. 21 Lévi-Strauss, who had been influenced by Marxism as well as psychoanalysis, elaborated what in later years came to be known as a structuralist approach. This has some resemblance with Marxism in that it aims at a grasp of totality, but unlike the Marxists, Lévi-Strauss draws a rigid line between primitive societies, which are supposed to be timeless and static, and advanced cultures which elude anthropological analysis because they are in history. Then there is the difficulty that Lévi-Strauss, like Edward Tylor, James Frazer, and other 19th-century evolutionists, tries to establish conclusions about the workings of the human mind, but his time sense is very different from theirs, being geological rather than historical. He has said, unlike the history of the historians, history as the geologist and the psychoanalyst sees it, is intended to body forth in time. Certain fundamental properties of the physical and psychical universe. 22. This makes it difficult to classify him as a Marxist, while his tendency to see primitive peoples as models of what is basic in all mankind suggests a certain affinity with Rousseau. It has been remarked that he takes his cue from Rousseau in arguing that it is language which constitutes the essence of humanity as distinct from animality, a transition that accompanies the shift from nature to culture. This leads on to the notion that verbal categories provide the means whereby universal characteristics of the human brain are transformed into patterns of behavior, and this is where structuralism makes contact with the historical, or geological, part of the argument. For if such universals exist, they must in the course of human evolution have become elements of the human psyche, along with the development of those parts of the brain that are directly linked with speech formation. The theory owed something to the Prague school of structural linguistics developed by Roman Jakobson, who was associated with Levi Strauss during the latter's stay in the United States in 1941-7. It differs from Malinowski's functionalism, which was much closer to empirical evidence, and must be regarded as a self-contained body of thought peculiar to Levi Strauss and his French disciples. 23. This is not to say that structuralism and functionalism are necessarily incompatible. The term social structure draws attention to the interdependence within a social system of all the different classes of relations found within a given society. So defined, structuralism makes no claim to the possession of special insights denied to anthropologists or sociologists working with empirical material. The rather abstract model forwarded by Levi Strauss. 179. Is not for this reason radically divorced from the sort of explanation by origin or function favored by historians and sociologists. Where it differs from the historical approach is in its attempt to decipher a code instead of tracing a pedigree. The basic assumption of structuralism resembles Noam Chomsky's theory of language, according to which all human languages derive from a finite set of universals common to all men and anterior to cultural variants. Similarly, Levi Strauss believes that the structures of kinship, social organization, and economic exchange in primitive society are the manifest expressions of structural laws embedded in the unconscious. To take the best known example, the binary organization which men give to their perceptions, the universal habit of classifying experiences in pairs of opposites such as hot and cold, high and low, heaven and earth, is said to be grounded in the neurology of the human brain. Human beings are able to communicate because all languages and all codes of behavior are rooted in cerebral universals. Like Chomsky's generative grammar, Levi Strauss' structural anthropology wears a Cartesian look, but it can also be described as materialist in that it postulates a physico-chemical foundation underlying the pattern structure of social behavior. In this it resembles the Freudian model, a circumstance familiar to students of Freud's early work, which presupposed a physiological basis of mental behavior, even though Freud emphasized that this layer of the mind was not accessible to the science of his day. It is arguable that psychoanalysis, generative linguistics, and structural anthropology in the form given to it by Levi Strauss share a common belief in the existence of an as yet unexamined biological foundation, similar to the genetic code whose decipherment ranks among the major intellectual advances of the present age. In this sense, Levi Strauss, like Freud, is a materialist, the chief difference being that Freud was concerned with the interpretation of dreams, Levi Strauss with the analysis of the collective dreams known as mythologies. Something has already been said about the crisis of liberalism and its reflection in the literary sphere during the interwar period. A rather more coherent attempt must now be made to deal with the manifestations of a new sensibility. In the nature of the case, art as such was less directly affected by the 1914-18 war than science, which received a major stimulus from military technology. By 1914 the central themes of the modern age had for the most part been stated. Cubism, Futurism, and Expressionism had been launched upon their respective careers. The only significant wartime newcomer was Dadaism, FO Undate in Zurich in 1916 by Tristan Tzara and others who hit upon the production of absurdities as a means of ridding themselves of conventional forms. Dadaism was not designed to make sense, that was the whole point about it. The surrealists who built upon it were less playful and more solemn. André Breton's Surrealist Manifesto of 1924 centered upon the newly discovered notion of unconscious creativity. Improvisation was given its due and fantasy was allowed to roam freely, as were dreams and nightmares. Art and life were to be merged, a principle already at work in the Cubist collage with its introduction of real objects into the ideal picture plane. One may say that Dadaists and Surrealists attempted to take over a territory previously inhabited by fantasy, allegory, and satire. The movement tried inter alia to dissociate painting from the conventions of the easel canvas, and sculpture from the human figure. Behind these experiments lay the Dadaist yearning for a return to chaos and the Surrealist belief that automatic writing, by drawing upon the resources of the unconscious, would dredge up new truths from the hidden depths of nature. Dreams and the uncontrolled regions of the mind were invited to yield up their secrets, the censorship of reason was to be bypassed, and inspiration restored to its true role as the begetter of art. At this point the movement overstepped its origins and broadened out from representational art into literature. In the formal sense neither Proust nor Joyce nor Kafka can be termed surrealists, since they did not subscribe to the doctrines of the school. Yet there is a sense in which they belong to the same general current. Proust still describes the social scene, but he locates reality in the mind of the observer, and Joyce replaces the current of events by the stream of consciousness. The basic experience of the specifically modern artist or writer is the discovery of what has been termed a second reality, fu said with ordinary experience, but nonetheless significantly different from it. The dream becomes the stylistic ideal of the artist because it makes possible that peculiar intertwining of reality and unreality which corresponds to the feeling that we live simultaneously on different levels of existence. Such effects are more easily achieved in painting than in literature, whence the prominence of the Paris school in the 1920s, with Picasso, Matisse, Braque, Dufay, Chagall and Soutine in the lead. The sewing machine and the umbrella on the dissecting table, the donkey's corpse on the piano, the naked woman's body which opens like a chest of drawers, are symbols of an unreality which has invaded everyone's existence. The surrealist writer attains the same end by turning his nightmares into sober accounts of alleged occurrences in the everyday world of the ordinary citizen. In the classical 19th century novel the hero or heroine confronts an external world. In the modern novel the content of the mind is all that matters. There is no longer a self at odds with circumstances, merely a flux of inner experience. We do not inquire how the hero is going to solve his problems. There is no hero, and the only problem is to keep up with the author's relentless flow of association. The problem for the historian lies in relating these experiments to the simultaneous spread of new attitudes in painting and architecture which ran counter to the subjectivist trend. The triumph of the international style in building during the 1920s seems at first sight to have no connection at all with the exploitation of inwardness. Gropius in Germany and Le Corbusier in France continued a tradition which, as we have seen, had its origins in the functionalism of 1900, when the pioneers of the new model came to the conclusion that the modern world of vast industrial cities demanded a wholly impersonal style of building. What the artists assembled at the Bauhaus after 1919 had in mind was essentially an attempt to bridge the gap between art and industry. This necessarily involved an underlying shift towards an abstract and non-representational art which in painting had already found its expression in Cubism and was now spilling over into architecture. The principle can be stretched to accommodate Arnold Schoenberg's invention of the 12-tone scale which consists in using all the notes of the scale point 2, but it is not at all clear in what way Schoenberg and his pupils, Anton Webern and Alban Berg, were attuned to the new literary pattern, even though Berg's opera Wozzeck has for its theme a macabre story reminiscent of Kafka. Point 3 The analogy works better if one takes the film as an example. 18.4. Since in it the boundaries of space and time are fluid, which corresponds to what the surrealists were after. An early German post-war filmic masterpiece such as The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari might reasonably have been called Kafkaesque. Its makers were consciously trying to apply expressionist and cubist principles for an for good measure. The audience was expected to share the distorted notions of the madman in the asylum to which both the lunatic and the spectators were confined for the length of the performance. This corresponded well enough with what Franz Kafka was trying to do in his novels and stories. The hero of the TREL finds himself condemned for a crime he is not aware of having committed and whose very nature remains obscure. The castle has for its central figure, a man who has been appointed to act as agent for authorities he never manages to contact, and who cannot discover what duties he is supposed to perform. These writings were strangely prophetic of what was to happen to countless people in Kafka's native Prague after 1938, but in addition they made an appeal to a very generalized sense of anxiety and bewilderment in a culture which had lost its ancient bearings. Kafka wrote out of a personal dilemma quite unconnected with politics, but he happened to strike a chord which reverberated long after his death, for reasons he could not possibly have foreseen. His modernity was not willed, it came about because his temperament happened to fit the circumstances of an age in which millions of people were shuffled about like mice in a laboratory. For all the difference in age, Kafka had affinities with the celebrated Viennese critic Karl Kraus, who for almost rudi years, from 1899 onward, in his periodical Die Fall belabored the collapsing culture of Austria-Hungary in general, and the German Jewish liberal bourgeoisie in particular. His 750-page monster drama Die letzten Tage der Menschheit deals with the First World War, and specifically with that peculiarly unreal aspect of the Austrian situation which was invariably hopeless but not serious. Kraus knew that the situation was in fact desperate, and Kafka in his intuitive manner likewise had a premonition of disasters yet to come. Being Jews, both men were born outsiders. A considerable help at a time when things were radically out of joint. Kraus lived to witness Hitler's rise to power in Germany, an event which failed to surprise him, since he had long concluded that Central European society was rotten to the core. Perhaps it is best to think of the interwar period as a transitional age in which the pre-1914 innovators, André Gide, Marcel Proust, Paul Valéry, Thomas Mann, Hermann Hesse, J.A. Strindberg, Frank Wedekind, E.M. Forster, G.B. Shaw, W.B. Yeats, in literature, Picasso, Braque, Ledger, Mondrian and others in painting, overlapped with a new generation which made its mark in the 1920s, even though some 185 of them had already been active before 1914. The post-war disillusionment made it possible for the avant-garde to obtain a hearing, a circumstance which accounts for the sudden popularity of what before 1914 would have been judged scandalous, the uninhibited treatment of erotic themes above all. Radical innovations in technique are quite another matter. There are none to be found in daring novelists such as D.H. Lawrence and Aldous Huxley, who made full use of the new freedom. Across the channel the break with tradition was even less sharp. Gide, Valéry, Jules Romains, Roger Martin Dugard and Frank Mauriac continued as though nothing had happened, and even newcomers such as Georges Bernanos, André Malraux and Antoine de Saint-Exupéry effected no real innovations in style. The first thoroughly modern piece of writing to come out of France before 1939 was Jean-Paul Sartre's La Nausée, but then Sartre had the advantage of being a philosopher. The essential point about La Nausée is that the action, what there is of it, takes place almost entirely in the head of the author, and what bothers him is the sheer absurdity of existence as such. Not a very promising theme, one might think, but La Nausée is vastly more readable and entertaining than most conventional novels. It has been related that at the age of 30 Sartre was troubled by hallucinations of lobsters pursuing him. In La Nausée they are still after him, and his attempt to shake them off is nothing short of a masterpiece. Sartre was a portent. For the most part the years between the wars witnessed the Roman Giove in full spate. Romain Rolland had earlier set the tone in his 10-volume panorama Jean Christophe between 1904 and 1912, and after the war Jules Romains explored the human scene in the 27 volumes of Les Hommes de Bonne Volonté. Over 100 characters are introduced in the early part, and it takes a dozen volumes to get from 1908 to 1915.5. In the preface, Romains explains that there is no central character because society itself is his theme. Roger Martin Dugard's Les Thibault is constructed on the same pattern, except that he makes it clearer that his real theme is the bourgeoisie, a principle also applicable to Georges Duhamel's La Chronique de Pasquier, which runs from the 1890s to the 1920s. The nearest English equivalent is Galsworthy's Forsyte Saga. The difficulty with categorizing Proust stems from the fact that while he too depicts society at considerable length, he writes in the first person from the standpoint of the central character, who is quite simply the author-narrator himself. At the end the reader is informed how and why Marcel came to be writing the book we have been reading. All the same, Proust is a social realist of the first order when it comes to describing the decay of aristocratic society. 1806. Between the 1880s and the 1920s. To that extent he is still in the success Zion of Balzac, while simultaneously his subjectivism makes him modern and places him among the avant-garde. He is both inside and outside the bourgeois tradition, a tradition which underlies the structural scheme of the classical novel, the sense of time unfolding within a stable universe in which certain values are tacitly taken for granted. Once self-consciousness has been driven to the extreme to which Proust takes it, the novel has been transformed into something else. The author no longer bothers to hide behind his central character, and to that extent the aesthetic illusion has vanished. This is the sense in which it may be said that after Proust and Joyce the novel in the traditional sense had ceased to exist. The newcomers of the 1920s and 1930s were not troubled by Proust's nostalgia for an age that had vanished and could only be reconstituted in memory. Whether they were conservative Catholics like Georges Bernanos, romantic knight-errants like Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, or ex-communists turned Gaullist like André Malraux, they took it for granted that the stable bourgeois universe had been shattered by the 1914-18 war. Bernanos had seen death all around him during the war, to the point of becoming obsessed with the topic. Saint-Exupéry escaped from the tedium of ordinary existence into the profession of commercial aviator at a time when there was nothing routine about flying, became a combatant during the Second World War, joined the Gaullists in 1943, and disappeared with his plane to the north of Corsica in July 1944, in a manner befitting his romantic temperament and his elitist conviction that a new kind of chivalry had become possible in the age of technology. His writings correspond to the cult of heroism made popular in Britain after 1919 by T.E. Lawrence, another adventurer who did not greatly care which side he was on, or what he was doing, as long as it was sufficiently dangerous and remote from everyday life. Malraux, the archetypal artist-adventurer, boxed the political compass, starting as a communist philo traveler in the 1920s and ending as de Gaulle's Minister of Culture after the general's return to power in 1958. La Condition Humaine, a study of the Chinese Revolution in which at one time he was actively involved, is his finest work. It is also a testimony to the fact that it was then possible for a French intellectual to cast his lot with the communists while preserving a Nietzschean sense of man's loneliness in a world from which God had disappeared. His later writings derived from his experience as a combatant in the Spanish Civil War and in the French resistance movement after 1940. His break with the communists occurred when the Hitler-Stalin Pact of 1939 shattered his political illusions. It did not affect his fundamental commitment to what was coming to be known as engagement. Gaullism. 1807. After all was simply another form of death-defying commitment to what looked like a hopeless cause. This is the sense in which Sartre and L/Lal-Raz may be said to have exemplified the same kind of break with tradition. Some of these topics were given a brief airing in an earlier section. The need to go over them again arises from a shift in perspective. One can think of early modernism in the arts and literature as a harbinger of what was to come in the I-940s, or alternatively as the dominating trend in the post-1918 age. In the latter case one has to treat the 1919 to 39 period as a unity. This works better for the film than for the novel or the drama, for the simple reason that the cinema became important only after 1918. The decline of the traditional novel, and the lessening relevance of the theater, prepared the way for the growing prominence of the film. The novel and the drama were the representative literary forms of the 19th century because they excelled in the difficult task of interpreting character in psychological terms. Moreover, they did so from the standpoint of the autonomous individual who had arisen in the lengthy process of bourgeois evolution. This is true even of the Russian novel, notwithstanding the social weakness of the Russian middle class and the fact that the masterpieces of Russian literature were for the most part composed by dissident representatives of the landed gentry. The problem of the Russian, German, French, English, or Scandinavian novel before 1914, like the problem of Ibsen, Hauptmann, or Shaw, centers on the role of the autonomous personality which finds itself at odds with society, while at the same time embodying its central faith, the belief that each individual is the maker of his or her own fate. To understand oneself is to understand the part one has to play. Psychological complexity thus becomes the principal theme of the novel and the drama. Literature is valued in the measure in which it contributes to the analysis of human character. The unspoken assumption of the German Bildungsroman and its various equivalents is the belief that the conflict between subject and object, the self and the world, is in principle capable of a solution. The hero comes to terms with life, or alternatively he is destroyed by a flaw in his character. These assumptions vanished when the individual's existence was felt to be contingent, unrelated to his personality, and in the last analysis unpredictable and meaningless. The true subject of representation then is no longer the psychology of the central character, but the absurdity of life. In literature the process begins with Proust, who still has one FOOT in each camp, and is carried further by Kafka, with Joyce and Virginia Woolf occupying a kind of intermediate position. The film, by mixing up spatial and temporal dimensions, makes it easier to portray the new sensibility which can no longer be adequately rendered by the 18th. Art and literature between the wars novel or the drama. 6 at the same time it necessarily sacrifices the psychological profundity of these forms. Everything happens at once and at the expense of continuity. Moreover, the film addresses itself to a shapeless mass public, whereas the novel and the drama were quite consciously created by the educated elite of the middle class. It is true that within the mass audience of modern society a new kind of differentiation occurs in the measure in which films and television plays are produced by intellectuals. But in the interwar period this change had not yet taken place. The cinema addressed itself to the masses and only in rare instances did it aim at artistic complexity. The first decade after the Russian Revolution was a fortunate period in this respect, with film directors such as Eisenstein and Pudovkin being given a free hand in portraying the tremendous events of the period at an artistic level rivaling that of the drama. It was not the only sphere in which the youthful Soviet Republic had important artistic achievements to its credit, but with the coming of Stalinism and socialist realism in the 1930s, mediocrity set in this as in all other dimensions of Soviet existence. Russia presents special difficulties on account of the radical discontinuities introduced by the revolution. By 1917 the literary and artistic avant-garde had turned to symbolism, futurism, and other Western importations, while their elders continued the realistic tradition established in the second half of the 19th century. Maxim Gorky derived from Tolstoy, but was also influenced by Chekhov. Having left Russia after the Civil War, he eventually decided to quit Italy and risk his lungs by returning to his native country, where he made his peace with the Soviet regime. He was, in part at least, responsible for the transformation of what became known as socialist realism into an official orthodoxy to which even anti-Stalinists paid tribute in their writings. Ivan Bunin, who emigrated to France in 1919 and in 1933 received the Nobel Prize, also belonged to the Tolstoyan school. The pre-revolutionary fin de siècle style had been represented by Leonid Andreyev, whose morbidity had something in common with Dostoevsky's brooding sense of evil. The same may be said of Alexander Blok and Andrei Bely. Among the other members of this group, Leo Shestov is perhaps better described as a philosophical essayist and critic who helped to develop a mental climate favorable to symbolism on the one hand, religious revivalism on the other. Soviet literature after 1917 at first became associated with the rhetorical poetry of Mayakovsky and Yesenin, both by temperament inclined towards anarchism, while expressionists and constructivists flourished in painting and sculpture. During the 1920s those whom Trotsky called fellow travelers were 18-9. Briefly allowed to write in their own manner, while yet accepting the revolution. Boris Pilniak, later purged like so many others, belonged to this group, and so did Mikhail Bulgakov, whose novel The White Guard became better known in its author's own dramatized version of it, Days of the Turbans, for many years a standing feature of the Moscow Art Theatre repertoire. The Turbans are an upper-class counter-revolutionary family, engulfed in their native Kiev during the confused civil war winter of 1918-19. They are treated with a good deal of sympathy and there is a certain ambiguity about Bulgakov's attitude towards them, which perhaps explains why in later years he fell out of favor and did not live to see the publication of his most original piece of work, the novel The Master and Margarita, an English translation of which appeared in 1967. Novels dealing with the Civil War generally tended to be heavily propagandist. The White Guard was an exception. It infused an element of tragedy into the story by presenting the doomed turbans and their friends in agreeable colors. The red armored train, the proletarian, whose arrival puts an end to their world, has a symbolic quality, as is proper in a Soviet novel, but the symbolism is reminiscent of the figure of Christ leading the Red Guardsmen at the close of Blok's celebrated poem The 12, which drew qualified praise from Trotsky in his brilliant pamphlet Literature and Revolution. As long as Trotsky held the scene, and FORAFEW years after his political star had declined, fellow travelers such as Blok, Pilniak, and Bulgakov were allowed free rein, on the tacit understanding that they would not challenge the basic principles of the revolution. All this changed with the triumph of Stalin and his stony-faced henchmen at the end of the 1920s. From then on the political authorities laid down the law and did not tolerate the smallest deviation. Among the official celebrities of the 1930s and 1940s, F.V. Gladkov was the most tedious, Mikhail Shalikov the most successful in winning Stalin's favor. His Tiki Don runs to 1,300 pages and deals mainly with the Civil War of 1918-21, while Podnyataya Tselina celebrates the enforced collectivization of the villages after 1929. At one time every supervisor of a collective farm was required, by government order, to read it. Among satirists with counter-revolutionary leanings, Y. I. Zamyatin made such a nuisance of himself that in 1931 he was accorded the unusual favor of being allowed to leave the country and settle in Paris. His utopian story MY has been likened to Aldous Huxley's Brave New World and Orwell's 1984, but since Soviet readers were not allowed to read either of these works, the subject aroused no debate in Russia. The story of Dudintsev's Not by Bread Alone, Pasternak's Zhivago, and the writings of Alexander Solzhenitsyn. 190. Art and literature between the wars belong to the post-Stalin era. At the latter's peak, during the Great Purge of 1936-9, some of the most committed communists were shot or otherwise liquidated, while cynical turncoats such as Alexei Tolstoy and Ilya Ehrenberg were left alone. The ravages of the purge, and the continued existence of a bureaucratic censorship, make it difficult to guess what Soviet literature might have become if the relative tolerance of the 1920s had been perpetuated, but the aestheticism predominant among the literary vanguard on the eve of 1917 would in any case have had to give way to a more committed form of writing. This was among the reasons why Boris Pasternak struck even some of his FORAN admirers as old-fashioned when Zhivago finally saw the light in 1958. Of Solzhenitsyn, whose Ivan Denisovich appeared legally in 1962, while his later works had to be published abroad, it may perhaps be said that more than any other Russian writer since 1917 he revived the tradition of Tolstoy. Experiments in the arts were discouraged from the 1930s onwards, but Dmitry Shostakovich somehow managed to win official recognition for his music despite its modernist character, and the sculptor Neizvestny was able in the 1950s and 1960s to continue, in the teeth of official disfavor, the tradition created by Malevich, Lisitsky, Kandinsky, Tatin, Pevsner, Rodchenko and other modernists, some of whom were briefly prominent in the early 1920s, having come to terms with the revolution. For different reasons the 1920s proved fruitful in Germany, to be followed by the National Socialist retreat into folk kitsch and Teutonic pseudo-heroics. 7. Germany, unlike Russia, had not undergone a social revolution, but it had experienced a political collapse which incidentally discredited the dismal artistic standards of the Wilhelminian regime. The drive towards genuine self-expression, which had begun around 1900 with Frank Wedekind, now engulfed the whole of modern art, literature, the drama, and the film. Expressionism did for the Germans in the 1920s what Surrealism accomplished for the French, it turned the outsiders into insiders. From about 1916 onwards the movement made contact with the anti-war radicalism of the political left, and after 1918 it sprouted a crop of utopianism, typically represented in literature by George Kaiser, George Heim, Ernst Toller, Walter Hassenclever, Else Lasker Schiller and the philosophical essayist Ernst Bloch, by Oskar Kokoschka and others in painting, and by the artists assembled around the Bauhaus, who were joined by Kandinsky when he had to take his syllabus out of Russia. By 1925 the movement had run out of steam, to be followed by the Functionalism which the Germans termed Neue Sachlichkeit. The personal fortunes of the leading expressionists reflected the circumstances of the age. The Jews among them emigrated after 1933, Gottfried Benn, a latter-day Nietzschean, briefly invested his faith in Hitler, and Johannes Beecher ended his days. 191. As THC poet laureate of the Ulbricht regime in East Germany. Whether THC early BRCCHT should be included among the expressionists appears to be a question on which no two critics are in agreement, but at least it can be said without fear of contradiction that his subsequent conversion to Leninism was preceded by a phase in the later 1920s when he paid tribute to the matter-of-factness typical of the then fashionable Neue Sachlichkeit. The celebrated Th Repenny opera, first performed in 1928, belongs to this period, which is why communist critics have never been comfortable with it. Insofar as it had a message, it was of the anarchist variety, and for the rest its genial cynicism was not to the taste of party Puritans. 8. Bertolt Brecht has by now become the subject of books and academic theses from every quarter of the globe. The body of his work is extremely varied, covering as it does not only poetry and drama, but politico-philosophical writings as well. Measured by the crudest yardstick, the collected works include over 1,000 pages of poetry, as against 3,000 pages for the plays and 1,300 for theoretical writings on the theater. The prose, including a large number of short stories, runs to 1,500 pages and miscellaneous writings on literature and politics account for another 1,000. 9. In the circumstances it is not perhaps surprising that a Brecht industry has come into being, and not only in Germany. For our purpose it must be sufficient to say that Brecht's progress from a kind of youthful nihilism via Neue Sachlichkeit to communism, and then within the communist orbit from conformist party orthodoxy to an undercurrent of submerged criticism of the Stalinist establishment, has made it possible to claim him for expressionism and the modern movement generally, while enabling the less hidebound communists to treat him as a representative of socialist realism. It is questionable whether Brecht ever made up his mind about the possibility, as distinct from the desirability, of reforming the Stalinist bureaucracy, such as he encountered it in East Berlin, where he settled in 1949 after having characteristically arranged a line of retreat by acquiring an Austrian passport and a West German publisher. Brecht combined a good deal of native Bavarian peasant shrewdness with his commitment to communism, originally an outgrowth of his passionate opposition to German nationalism and the mass slaughter of 1914-18. He had FEW illusions and even FEWER inhibitions about FOOling the authorities. What mattered to him was to get his message across. If this required a certain amount of double talk and double dealing, he was ready for it. The message changed a good deal from the anarchic cynicism of the youthful post-1918 poems and plays, via the threepenny opera and the straight-laced communism of Die Maßnahme, a pretty accurate FO recast of the Stalinist purge trials, to the eloquent humanism of the 192 great plays written between 1937 and 1947, Mother Courage, Puntilla, Galileo, The Good Soul O.J. Szechuan and The Caucasian Chalk Circle. These established Brecht as a major dramatist, possibly the FORmist in the German language since the tragically short-lived George Buchner, whom he rightly placed above Schiller. It has been observed that in rejecting the classicism of the German Enlightenment, Brecht reverted to an older tradition, that of the Austrian and Bavarian folk theatre. The exuberance of the Baroque was close to his heart, as was the vigorous prose of Luther's translation of the Bible. Other sources ranged from Villon to Rimbaud, from Swift and Gay to Kipling, and from the Japanese no play to Arthur Waley's translations from the Chinese. Many of his plays are adaptations of earlier originals, from Marlowe's Edward II and Gay's Beggar's Opera to Yaroslav Hasek's Schweik. He was never very particular about borrowing from earlier writers, and charges of plagiarism pursued him for years. He was also quite willing to adapt his work to local circumstances, including his status as a tolerated genius in post-war East Berlin who frequently came into conflict with the authorities. After the operatic version of his Théâtre of Lucullus had been banned by the cultural commissars of the regime, he told a Swiss journalist with his habitual cynicism that after all the authorities had paid for the production and were therefore entitled to demand alterations. When princes commissioned works of art, they too interfered a great deal with the artist. In general he managed to get his own way, and the compromises enforced by his equivocal relationship with the East German government he treated as minor nuisances due to the stupidity of the officials. For the rest he found relief in private jokes, such as the poem he composed after the 1953 workers' rising against the Ulbricht regime. After the rising of the 17th June, the secretary of the Writers' Union had leaflets distributed in the Stalin Alley in which you could read that the people had lost the government's confidence, which it could only regain by redoubled efforts. Would it in this case not be simpler if the government dissolved the people and elected another? Brecht seems to have resolved his private doubts by telling himself that the Eastern camp was the camp of peace. Theoretical reasoning was never his FO route. Having once and FOR all decided around 1930 to become a Leninist, he stayed one until the end. The regime for its part put up with his equivocal attitude because his Berliner ensemble was the only genuine artistic achievement it could show off to Westerners. The 193 recipient of the 1954 Stalin Prize deposited most of the money in his Swiss bank account. The party officials said nothing because the success of the Berliner ensemble at the Paris Festival of 1954 had become a propaganda asset. So it went on until his death, which, fortunately for all concerned, came a few weeks before the Hungarian Rising of 1956. Brecht's status as a theorist is generally held to be a function of his non-Aristotelian approach, technically known as his use of the Verfremdungsobjekt, an untranslatable term suggesting that the theater should try to make the audience think, instead of inviting it to wallow in sentiments derived from emotional identification with the characters on stage. In the place of the theater of illusion, which pretends that the happenings on stage actually occur. There is to be an epic theater which invites the spectators to reflect on the meaning of events enacted long ago in the historical past. Instead of emotional catharsis, there is to be an enlargement of the understanding. The study of human nature is replaced by that of human relations. Everything depends on the story, it is the centerpiece of the performance. What Marx and Engels, with their enthusiasm for Shakespeare, would have made of all this it is difficult to say, but at least it can be urged in Brecht's support that Marx had no use for Schiller. Unfortunately for Brecht, the party authorities had made up their minds that the only proper form of acting was the Stanislavski method of the Moscow Art Theatre, which depended on making the audience identify itself with the characters on stage. This ran directly counter to Brecht's conviction that the spectators ought to see the world in a detached and critical spirit. In due course the post-Stalin thaw put an end to the virtual ban on Brecht throughout the Soviet-controlled bloc, but his private brand of communism never failed to alarm the orthodox. Mother Courage is an anti-war play, and pacifism does not exactly fit the prevailing atmosphere in the USSR. Brecht's formalism was another source of trouble. However formalism may be defined, it is incompatible with the kind of writing in which a political message is relentlessly hammered into the audience's head by treating all the characters as communist heroes or imperialist villains. The truth is that Brecht belonged to the age of the Weimar Republic, when there was a public which enjoyed parody, irony, and complexity. His early plays adhered to the spiritual world of Joyce and Kafka, the universe of the condition humane. In his later works he made an heroic attempt to infuse hope into the description of life, but his underlying pessimism seldom failed to show through. I see the world in a mellow light, it is God's excrement, he had written in Bale, when he was still in his youthful anarchist phase. For all his subsequent efforts, he never quite shook off that early intuition. The brief and brilliant interlude of the Weimar Republic witnessed 1904. An explosion of creative and critical writing, much of it due to the sudden prominence of Jewish intellectuals who trod the path of exile after 1933. The then fashionable association of radicalism with the Jewish intelligentsia does not, however, hold for Karl Korsch, whose philosophical writings did much to dissociate authentic Marxism from its Leninist version. There is some evidence that Korsch had a certain amount of influence on Brecht, who in turn did his best to convert the great critic Walter Benjamin to his own private version of Marxism, not, it must be said, to the advantage of literary criticism as practiced by Benjamin, a born metaphysician whose later writings testify to the trouble he had in harnessing his instinctive intuitionism to Brecht's rather simple-minded historical materialism. 12 If these topics are given a brief airing here, instead of being reserved for the discussion of philosophy in the following chapter, the excuse must be that in some cases it is more profitable to deal with the intellectual scene of a given period as a whole. There was something unique about the spiritual climate of the Weimar Republic, not to mention its aftermath. In what other country, and at what other moment in European history, could a professional philosopher such as Martin Heidegger have addressed his students at Freiburg, in the critical month of May 1933, in the following remarkable terms? Out of the resolve of German students to hold their ground towards German destiny in its extreme trial, there comes a will towards the being of the university. This will is a true will inasmuch as the German students, by virtue of the new university statutes, are voluntarily placing themselves under the law of its being and so defining that being for the very first time. To give oneself laws is the supreme freedom. The much lauded academic freedom will be expelled from the German university, for this freedom was false because only negative. The concept of freedom of the German student will now be brought back to its truth. From it in future will grow the commitment and service of the German students. The first commitment is that to the unity of our people. 13. Heidegger was by no means the only German philosopher who jumped down the sewers in 1933, but the enthusiasm he evinced at the sight of the Hitler cloaca had FEW parallels. He placed Geist, Schicksal, and Wesen at the service of a movement which in a few short years undid what centuries of civilization had accomplished. But then we have it on Heidegger's authority that thinking begins only at the point where we have discovered that thought has no more stubborn adversary than reason, that reason which has been glorified for centuries. Perhaps the matter can be summed up by saying that Heidegger stood in approximately the same relation to his romantic and irrationalist forerunners around 1810, in which Hitler 1905 stood to Napoleon. The German counter-revolution had to have its philosopher, and Heidegger was available. For the rest there was Oswald Spengler with his Decline of the West and his readiness to help the decline along by eliminating whatever traces the Enlightenment had left in Germany. Once more there seems no reason to reserve this topic for the discussion of philosophy. Spengler was neither a philosopher nor a historian, but a learned autodidact with a gift for dramatic metaphor which struck his readers as profound for the same reason that their elders had mistaken Nietzsche for a major thinker, when all he could reasonably claim to be was a brilliant essayist. Spengler, like Nietzsche before him, had an intuitive sense that European civilization was on the brink of a major breakdown. Some of his predictions have actually come true, notably his belief that the modern megalopolis would make liberal democracy unworkable. This is the reason for taking him seriously. It does not make his morphology of history a genuinely scientific study of culture. His subsequent appeal for a heroic master race was in the tradition of German nationalism. The National Socialists first used and then discarded him. He was not sufficiently plebeian for their taste and his pessimism was not to their liking. For all that, he had done his share in paving the way for their short-lived triumph. With Thomas Mann one runs into another kind of problem, that of differentiating between the poet and the thinker. His reflections of an unpolitical man were in the spirit of conservative and anti-democratic aestheticism fashionable in the German middle class before the war. Like the poet Stephan George, whose Star of the Covenant celebrated the cult of the elite, Mann was then decidedly anti-Western. German Kultur was different from, and superior to, Western civilization. This was the heritage of Romanticism and the credo of the German patriciate of which Mann was a distinguished representative. By 1924, in his celebrated novel The Magic Mountain, he had worked around to a rather ambiguous neutrality on the issue. His subsequent development carried him so far into the democratic camp that his bitter dispute with his pro-Western brother Heinrich in 1918 could be treated as a family joke, the more so since in the 1940s both had come to share the same Californian exile. Mann's pictures of the German middle class in Buddenbrooks, of pre-1914 Germany as seen in retrospect in The Magic Mountain and finally of the Hitler catastrophe in Dr. Faustus, though separated by less than half a century, are so remote from each other that no single formula is applicable to them. The tetralogy Joseph and His Brothers, set on the borderland between biblical history and myth, was composed in the 1930s, when the German-Jewish symbiosis had gone to pieces and Mann himself had turned his 1906 back on his native country, one of the relatively Aryan authors to have done so. It has been observed that while Goethe's Faust wins eternal salvation in the hour of death, Mann's hero, the musician Adrian Leverkühn, goes to the devil. It is perhaps more relevant that his creator assumed the role of preceptor Germanii in full awareness that his work would be measured by Goethean standards. There is a certain self-consciousness about Mann's relationship to Goethe. He is in the line of descent and never allows one to forget it. Where I am, there is Germany, he is reputed to have said in 1949, when invited by the East German authorities to deliver a lecture in Weimar on the occasion of Goethe's bicentenary. It is difficult to imagine any of his contemporaries, with the possible exception of Yeats, making that kind of remark. Across the Channel the break with the pre-war era was less sharp, for the simple reason that Britain had undergone neither defeat nor revolution. Even before 1914 the modernists tended to be naturalized foreigners. Shaw, Yeats, and Joyce were Irish, Conrad of Polish extraction, Eliot a transplanted American. Among the native-born, E. M. Forster and Virginia Woolf reflected the values of the Bloomsbury set, which were liberal rather than radical, and the same applies to Aldous Huxley. D. H. Lawrence is the exception. An intruder of working-class origin, married to a German and something of an irrationalist in his personal philosophy, he comes close to the continental type of the artist who is also a revolutionary. As noted before, he had no coherent view of society, but he was sufficiently out of humor with bourgeois civilization, scientific rationalism, and a banalized Christianity to have concocted a Nietzschean brew which appealed to lesser minds, for the same reason that his German contemporary Ernst Jünger converted thousands of impressionable youngsters to a primitivism born in his case from the experience of war. 14 The dominance of primeval instincts and the quest for adventure is very marked in both cases. Jünger exalted war and called for a new elite, a completely new race, cunning, strong and packed with purpose. Battle-proven, merciless both to itself and others. There is no saying how Lawrence would have reacted if this message had come to his attention. All we know is that as early as 1913, when Sons and Lovers was published, he had already declared war on the Galsworthys, the Shaws, and the rule and measure mathematical folk. 15 The Rainbow followed in 1915, Women in Love in 1921, Kangaroo in 1923, Saint Mar in 1925, The Plumed Serpent in 1926 and Lady Chatterley's Lover in 1928. They were stages in the growth of a mythology filled, in the words of a critic already cited, with trances, raptures, ecstatic catalepsy, ecstatic bouts of frenzy, swoonings over flower beds, dances in the presence of cattle, daisies planted in pubic hair, a continual litany of 19:7. Fruits, crops, horses, figurines, symbolic rods, sterile barons of industry, feudal peasants, milkmen and redskins, horse rubbers and scarabs, resurrections and dragons. There is far too much Fraser, Tyler, Frobenius and Jane Harrison, too much Blavatsky and Wagner in his novels. 1-6 But these are matters of taste. It is undeniable that Lawrence's earth ecstasies had a liberating effect upon an entire generation of readers. His general notions we are not obliged to take seriously. As might be expected, they exhibit the cocksureness of the autodidact. Freud had exaggerated the importance of incest, Jung was wrong about the unconscious, Dostoevsky was too cerebral, Proust and Gide were arid, Joyce was putrid, Keynes and his Cambridge friends reminded him of Beatles, etc. The matter can safely be left to the growing army of literary critics. What counts is that after Lawrence the genteel upper middle class no longer had things quite its own way. It still produced major writers in Aldous Huxley, Evelyn Waugh and Graham Greene, but it no longer had the stage entirely to itself. The 1920s were taken up with the inevitable reaction against the 1914-18 war and the Edwardian age that preceded it. On the poetical side, the mood of the conservative intelligentsia was captured by T.S. Eliot's The Waste Land with its sense of hopeless drift, sterility and general dereliction. He followed it up in 1928 with a collection of essays, for Lancelot Andrews, which defined a type of conservatism of a rather outlandish kind. In the preface Eliot wrote, "The general point of view may be described as classicist in literature, royalist in politics, and Anglo-Catholic in religion. It has been shown by later critics that this tripartite self-definition derived from a more Rassian formula. In 1913 an editorial note in the Nouvelle Revue Fratralphase, to which Eliot was a subscriber, had described the three traditions of Charles Maurras as classique, Catholique, monarchique. Eliot first encountered the writings of Maurras on a visit to Paris in 1910, and the influence of Maurras remained crucial in his later intellectual development. As a publicist and leader of the monarchist action Fratralphase, Maurras was deeply involved in public affairs. As a supporter of the Catholic Church he extolled the Roman virtues of order and authority, while rejecting the Jewish or mystical elements in Christianity. None of this was an issue in England, but Eliot stuck to his admiration for Moras even after the Vatican had condemned him for his atheist and anti-Christian tendencies. The formulation classicist, royalist, Anglo-Catholic represented an adaptation of the Morasian faith to the English environment, with the accent on late 16th and early 17th century tradition as a classical moment unfortunately abandoned by subsequent generations of Englishmen. In later years Eliot dropped the controversial preface and made his peace with the Anglican via Media. 1908. He also abandoned the pro-fascist inclination which in 1928 had induced him to indulge in fulsome adulation of the British Union of Fascists, only regretting that a nationalist organization should have to go abroad for its name and symbol. The publication he edited since 1922, The Criterion, had much to say about the problem of reconciling the aristocracy of culture with the demagogy of science, a topic which had already troubled Eliot's spiritual predecessor W. B. Yeats. Similarly, the governors of the people must be encouraged to sustain the conviction of their right to govern. Who the governors were was never clearly spelled out, but they appear to have been envisioned as an hereditary caste. On the subject of Marxism, the Criterion's readers were informed that since Marx was a Jew, and since Jews had become more and more openly the exploiters of the Western world today, Marx's revolutionary doctrine merely represented the desire of the inferior to revenge himself on the superior. Against this background it is hardly surprising that throughout the 1930s the Criterion maintained a policy of complete silence about Hitler and what was going on in Germany. Sympathetic references to fascism occurred in 1937 and 1938, but comment on these matters was left to contributors, the editor himself preferring to maintain a discreet silence. By 1939 the game was up and the magazine ceased publication. In the present state of public affairs, Eliot wrote in a valedictory note, I no longer feel the enthusiasm necessary to make a literary review what it should be. In retrospect the evolution of this group of writers appears as a more or less conscious cultivation of a distinctly elitist point of view which had grown out of a reaction against the democratization of society and culture. Inasmuch as fascism was a demagogic mass movement, the expression of pro-fascist sympathies on the part of writers committed to classicism and the rule of aristocracy represents a striking example of political naivete, but it is a fact that political authoritarianism was seen by them as the only cure for the real or imagined evils of democracy. These issues fascinated a portion of the intellectual elite in the 1920s. The 1930s introduced the theme of class struggle which around the time of the Spanish Civil War induced a group of poets led by W. H. Auden to mistake themselves briefly for communists. Among prose writers this was the time when George Orwell took the first steps on an arduous journey whose full significance only became apparent in the 1940s with the publication of Animal Farm and 1984. Orwell, a socialist and a realist, had height in Spain on the revolutionary side and seen through the pretensions of the Stalinist clique, a circumstance 1909. Which naturally rendered him unpopular with the literary fellow travelers then swarming around a number of British journals and publishing houses. His hour was to come in 1940, when the country awoke from its trance and confronted the German menace unaided. Even a cursory account of European literature during this period must at least mention Luigi Pirandello and Italo Svevo. Italy contributed less than France, but Pirandello's plays and novels achieved genuine distinction and won him the 1934 Nobel Prize. Svevo, an acquaintance of James Joyce who may have influenced him, produced a minor masterpiece in La Coscienza di Zeno in 1923, but gained public recognition only some years later, when he was 63. Ignazio Silone broke with the Communist Party in 1930 and thereafter led the uncomfortable life of a solitary exile in Switzerland until his return to Italy in 1944. A political writer and a somber realist, he was not appreciated at his true worth in Italy, where his literary shortcomings counted for more with the critics than his harsh description of Abruzzi's peasant life in Fontamara and Pane e Vino. Spain produced a major poet, Federico Garcia Lorca, who was murdered by Franco's followers during the opening stages of the Spanish Civil War, and a minor essayist, José Ortega y Gasset, whose inflated reputation among European conservatives was chiefly sustained by a rambling piece of writing best known under its English title, The Revolt of the Masses. Miguel de Unamuno belonged to an older generation, while Ramón José Sender and Arturo Beria became expatriates as a result of the Civil War. Chapter 11 The discussion of pre-1914 positivism in Chapter 4 drew no distinction between philosophical, sociological, and literary attitudes characteristic of the prevailing culture. In what follows a different approach will be adopted. We shall deal first with the philosophical school generally known under the title of logical positivism, thereafter, Marxism, existentialism, idealist metaphysics and theology will be examined separately. The advantage of this procedure is so obvious that the question may arise why it was not adopted from the start. The answer is that in the pre-1914 period one encounters a style of thought characteristic of the majority of representative thinkers, whereas after 1919 it becomes much more difficult to establish a common denominator. Newcomers like existentialism and dialectical theology clearly demand separate treatment. This circumstance is itself an index to the disintegration of the common culture which Europe possessed before 1914, a culture for which liberalism is still the best available label. There is a sense in which Bergson, Durkheim, Weber, and Freud can all be styled liberals, and the same applies to representative Protestant theologians such as Albert Schweitzer and Ernst Troeltsch, to historians of culture like Wilhelm Dilthey, and to philosophers such as Edmund Husserl or Bertrand Russell. For the period between 1919 and 1939 it would be difficult to define a shared attitude, unless it be a sense of crisis. We are therefore obliged at this point to renounce the previous arrangement and to draw sharper dividing lines between the conflicting schools. So far as communism and fascism are concerned, it has already been shown that their simultaneous emergence signified something like a civil war situation. In philosophy and theology the divisions were less rigid, but sharp enough to warrant separate treatment. Logical positivism, the doctrine associated with the so-called Vienna Circle, and with Ludwig Wittgenstein, is itself a subject of sufficient complexity to warrant book-length treatment. Since this is 202. Not practicable, we simply note some of the relevant facts. The crucial date is 1922, when Moritz Schlick succeeded Ernst Mach as professor in the philosophy of the inductive sciences at Vienna, an appointment which coincided with the English translation of Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. 1 Around Schlick, Rudolf Carnap, and others the circle took shape in the later 1920s, the term Wiener Kreis being first employed in 1928. The best-known members, apart from Schlick and Carnap, were Friedrich Waismann, Otto Neurath, Herbert Fagel, Hans Hahn, Karl Menger, and Kurt G. Sixdell. Its main medium of publicity was the journal Erkenntnis, renamed FOR 1939-40 the journal OJ Unified Science. The circle worked in close association with the Society of Empirical Philosophy in Berlin, which included Hans Reichenbach, joint editor with Carnap of Erkenntnis, and others. Wittgenstein was not in any formal sense a member of the circle, and neither was Karl Popper, whose Logik der Forschung was published in Vienna in the autumn of 1934 and subsequently caused a stir in Anglo-American academic quarters under the title The Logic OJ Scientific Discovery. Carnap, who had been introduced to Schlick by Reichenbach, became a lecturer at the University of Vienna between 1926 and 1931, later went to Prague and in 1935 emigrated to the United States, as did Fagel and Reichenbach. It is a point of some importance that Schlick, Carnap, and Neurath had already worked out some of the basic doctrines of logical positivism before they and the other members of the circle read the Tractatus and encountered Wittgenstein. In the English-speaking world, Viennese logical positivism, as distinct from Wittgenstein's highly personal doctrine, was for the first time popularized in 1936 by A.J. Eyre in his brief and brilliant study Language, Truth and Logic. The subsequent development of linguistic philosophy, a heritage of the later Wittgenstein, belongs to the 1950s and represents a divergence from the original creed of logical positivism. Point 2. To complete the picture, it has to be added that Wittgenstein originally obtained his early philosophical training at Cambridge in 1912-13, where he studied under Russell, whose principles of mathematics had already affected his philosophical outlook. Again, Russell's and Whitehead's Principia Mathematica were known to the members of the Vienna Circle, who found a common theme in discussing the work. Thus there is a certain circularity about the movement of ideas connecting Vienna and Cambridge. Wittgenstein's earliest philosophical discussions dealt with problems with which Frege and Russell were then occupied. Hence it is not surprising that Russell should after 1919 have taken an active interest in having the Tractatus translated into English. The book itself was composed during the 1914-18 war. 203. While Wittgenstein was serving with the Austrian army, and reached Russell while its author was a prisoner of war near Monte Cassino in Italy. Its publication created a stir in Cambridge at the same time that Wittgenstein encountered the Futur members of the Vienna Circle, most of them pupils of Mach and already confirmed empiricists and anti-metaphysicians. Wittgenstein for his part had been influenced by Schopenhauer and retained a lifelong interest in metaphysics, for all that he shared the empiricist conviction that metaphysical statements are incapable of proof. The Tractatus is the work of a scientifically trained philosopher who has done his best to suppress his mystical yearnings, but who does not hesitate to affirm that the contemplation of the world sub spe eternitatis is its contemplation as a limited whole, and that the feeling of the world as a limited whole is the mystical feeling. Point 3. Between this way of looking at things and the authentic positivism of the Vienna Circle there was a radical discontinuity which all concerned, in the interest of forming a common front, decided to ignore. Ludwig Joseph Johann Wittgenstein was born in Vienna on April 26, 1888 and baptized in the Catholic faith of his mother, whereas his grandfather was a convert from the Jewish faith to Protestantism. His father was an engineer and a leading figure in the iron and steel industry. Both he and his wife were musical, and Johannes Brahms, the composer, was a friend of the family. After having been educated at home until the age of 13, and then at a school at Linz in Upper Austria, Ludwig Wittgenstein proceeded to the Technical High School in Berlin, where he remained until the spring of IG08. He then went to England, registered as a research student of engineering at Manchester, and in IGII went to Jena in Germany to discuss his plans with the eminent mathematician Gottlob Frege, who advised him to study at Cambridge under Russell. Wittgenstein followed the advice and stayed at Cambridge for all 3 terms of the year IGL2 and the first 2 terms of 1913, whereafter he spent some time in Norway. At Cambridge he became intimate with Russell and also saw a good deal of Moore and Whitehead. Besides philosophy he did some experimental work in psychology concerning rhythm in music. On the outbreak of war in 1914 he volunteered for service in the Austrian army, spending most of the war years on the Eastern Front until in IGL8 he was ordered south, just in time to be captured by the Italians consequent upon the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian army in October-November IG18. When taken prisoner he had in his rucksack the manuscript of his Loges Philosophisch Abhandlung, better known as the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. While still in captivity he managed to transmit the manuscript to Russell, who eventually arranged for its translation after it had been published in German. Mtriglg Wittgenstein, who in IGL2 had in 204. Philosophy and theology between the wars hurried the large Fortun from his fa there, but given all of it away on his return from the war, took up the vocation of schoolmaster and from 1920 to 1926 taught in various remote villages in Lower Austria. Having resigned the last of these posts for personal reasons he briefly went to work as a gardener's assistant with the monks at Heideldorf near Vienna, and then turned to architecture and sculpture. Meanwhile his fame had begun to spread among the members of the Futur Vienna Circle, among whom Moritz Schlick and Friedrich Waismann established personal contact with him. He was also visited by a young Cambridge philosopher, Frank Ramsey, and in 1929 he was finally persuaded by his English friends to return to Cambridge, where in the following year he was made a Fellow of Trinity College. In 1938 he acquired British nationality, and in 1939, on the retirement of G.E. Moore, he was elected to a professorial chair, but preferred to do war work as an orderly in a London hospital and later in a medical laboratory in Newcastle. In 1947, at the age of 58, he resigned his chair at Cambridge and thereafter for a while lived in solitude in a cottage on the west coast of Ireland. He paid a brief visit to the United States and in 1949 returned to Cambridge, where he died of cancer on 2 April 9, 1951, 3 days after his 62nd birthday. From all accounts he detested academic life in general and Cambridge in particular. Nonetheless, his influence on the small group of pupils whom he taught in the I-930s was profound, and the posthumous appearance of his philosophical investigations is generally regarded as a landmark in the history of linguistic philosophy. The work was probably begun in 1936 and finished in 1949. It represents a complete break with the doctrines set out in the Tractatus, so that strictly speaking there are two Wittgensteins, the youthful genius who believed he had solved all problems in philosophy, and the elderly recluse who had come to doubt whether there were any problems worth solving. It is of some relevance that Wittgenstein never did any systematic reading in the classics of philosophy. In his youth he was impressed by Schopenhauer. Later he came to value St. Augustine, Kierkegaard, Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. His thought moved on the borderland between philosophy and religion. This is already clear from the Tractatus, although in a technical sense he was then dealing with logical problems raised by Freya and D. Russell. In the I-930s there occurred a radical change in his thinking, so that it has been possible to say of the author of the Philosophical Investigations that he has no ancestors in philosophy. At any rate he had abandoned the doctrine which first made him famous and enabled the members of the Vienna Circle to treat him as an ally, the picture theory of language, that is to say, the notion that the form of language corresponds to the form of reality. Meaningful statements, on this assumption, are statements which are 205. Europe in the 20th CE century. In accordance with the structure of the real world. As Wittgenstein put it in the preface to the Tractatus, what can be said at all can be said clearly, and whereof one cannot speak thereof one must be silent. Logic reveals the meaning of factual discourse, and so discloses the structure of reality which factual discourse reflects. This doctrine assumes that reality consists essentially of simple things and that its basic structure is mirrored in an a priori connection between a pair of factual propositions. But in the Philosophische Bemerkungen of 1930, which remained unpublished at the time, this standpoint is qualified. Wittgenstein now thinks that there are many specific features of reality which are reflected in the logical grammar of the words we use to classify what we experience. This was a step towards his final position, of which it has been said that it treats the structure of reality as a projection of human thought expressed in language. The shift towards nominalism and conventionalism runs right through the Philosophical Investigations of 1953 and accounts for the fact that what was now called linguistic philosophy increasingly took the place of the older logical positivism. The ontology of the Tractatus offered an objective account of the general nature of the world. The later theory not only rejected the view that reality consists of simple entities, it denied that there is any valid argument from the present structure of language to the structure of reality. The choice of language is not forced on us by the nature of things. The ultimate explanation of a necessary truth is merely that we find it convenient to develop language in accordance with it. Point 6. This conclusion was a long way removed from the basic beliefs of the Vienna Circle, which had originally taken shape in the 1920s as an attempt to work out a coherent doctrine of empirical science. What had brought the circle together was a common distaste for metaphysics, including the Kantian variety, which maintained that there are entities lying beyond the reach of possible experience, things in themselves. What the logical positivists opposed to all metaphysics, that of Kant included, was the principle of verifiability, i.e. the notion that the meaning of a proposition lies in its fatal verification. All entities not accessible to observation and verification were dismissed as meaningless, from which it followed that metaphysics was literally nonsense. As for morality and religion, any statements associated with them were simply expressions of emotion for which no proof could be offered, and which were hence neither true nor false. So far as the English-speaking world in the 1930s is concerned, the extreme expression of this standpoint is to be found in Ayre's language, truth, and logic, but he was merely giving a popularized account of what he had learned in Vienna from Schlick and Carnap and their associates. They for their part found support for the principle of verifiability in Wit 206. Philosophy and Theology between the Wars Genstein's Tractatus, even though its author affirmed that they had misunderstood his position. Whatever its origin, the verifiability principle, first explicitly stated by Weismann in his Logisken alles der Wahrscheinlichkeitsbegriffs, became the central tenet of logical positivism, at any rate until 1934, when Popper, in his Logik der Verständigung replaced it by the criterion of falsifiability, a theoretical statement forms part of empirical science if in principle it can be disproved. Popper was something of an outsider so far as the circle was concerned, and although an empiricist he never regarded himself as a logical positivist in the strict sense. But these were internal differences within a group of thinkers who were in agreement on essentials. In their antagonism to what they termed metaphysics they met a common front. 6 objections were promptly raised against verifiability as an ultimate test of truth, one of the counter-arguments being that the principle of verifiability, since it was neither an empirical generalization nor a tautology, had no proper logical status. It was also observed that the ultimate verifiers of a proposition cannot themselves be propositions. There was a further difficulty. Schlick had argued that philosophy, while as a mental activity it may help us to understand what we are saying, does not itself say anything, from which it followed that there could be no such thing as a scientific philosophy. To this it was objected that Schlick himself was putting forward philosophical theses, for example, the principle of verifiability. Wittgenstein, in the Tractatus, tried to get around this difficulty by suggesting that the propositions of the Tractatus, in so far as they were philosophical, were indeed nonsensical, but nonetheless illuminating, in that anyone who understood them could thereafter throw away the latter and dispense with philosophy altogether. But Wittgenstein was essentially an irrationalist who held that even if all possible scientific questions be answered, the problems of life have still not been touched at all. 7. The genuine positivists of the Vienna Circle were quite satisfied with science as a substitute for philosophy. Schlick followed Mach in holding that questions such as what is the meaning of life are unanswerable. Wittgenstein agreed to the extent of arguing that they are unanswerable by science, but he clearly hankered for something beyond science, even though he had committed himself to the thesis that this something was not philosophy. As Russell noted in his introduction to the English translation of the Tractatus, the totalities concerning which Mr. Wittgenstein holds that it is impossible to speak logically are nevertheless thought by him to exist, and are the subject matter of his mysticism. This was the real issue between Wittgenstein and the radical positivists such as Carnap, Schlick, and Neurath, and their British exponent, A.J. Ayre. The gulf was never bridged, and the popular 207. Notion of Wittgenstein as a representative of logical positivism continued to rest on a misunderstanding. In addition to being dissatisfied with Wittgenstein's mysticism, the leading positivists were at odds among themselves over verification and what Neurath called protocol sentences. The latter differed from basic or atomic sentences, in that they were subject to correction. In the logical syntax of Langage, Carnap tried to deal with this problem as well as a number of others. On protocol sentences he steered midway between Neurath and Popper, all three being concerned to construct a proper language of science. For the rest, he dismissed all statements about transcendental entities as senseless and shouldered the full burden of maintaining that ethical and metaphysical statements tell us nothing about the world. The logic of science takes the place of the inextricable tangle of problems which is known as philosophy. 8. As to verification, he had by 1935 abandoned verifiable for testable, whereas Popper, as we have seen, proposed the alternative of falsifiable. These differences were comparatively minor by comparison with the basic tenet of logical positivism, as expounded with great success by Ayer in 1936, the assertion that philosophy cannot disclose metaphysical verities. In view of what has already been said about the interaction between Cambridge and Vienna, it is not surprising that Ayer should have been able to name Locke, Berkeley, and Hume as predecessors of Russell, and to treat the latter's theory of description as the British counterpart of continental logical positivism. Nonetheless, British empiricism and Viennese positivism, for all their family resemblances, pursued different aims. Of Ayer's The Foundations OJ empirical knowledge, it has been observed that it is concerned with the traditional problem of British empiricism, our knowledge of the external world, and in his later writings he stayed even more closely within the British tradition. Meanwhile, Carnap gradually moved away from logical positivism towards a form of conventionalism, mathematical necessity attaches to a mathematical proposition in virtue of its being the necessary consequence of the adoption of certain rules or axioms. The later Wittgenstein for his part arrived at the conclusion that the mathematician does not discover mathematical relations, but rather invents them, decimal notation being a good example. 9. Let us now try to describe the precise link between empiricism of the British variety and logical positivism in the sense given to the term by the members of the Vienna Circle. It has already been pointed out that Wittgenstein started his philosophical career in Cambridge before 1914 under the auspices of Russell, who for his part had been influenced by Frege. Russell's original problem after Wungu was to find a philosophical foundation for mathematics, and the account of Math 208. Philosophy and theology between the wars. Mathematical knowledge he then gave was one having to do with the realm of abstract entities, accessible to the intellect, but not to the senses. He was a rationalist, since he acknowledged the existence of a realm of abstract or logical propositions, universals in traditional language, independent of matter on the one hand and state of mind on the other. Wittgenstein thereafter convinced Russell that mathematical propositions are really tautologies, that is to say, purely conceptual truths, not stating any information about a self-subsisting realm of universals. This was a conclusion Russell was unwilling to accept, but he did in the end concur. The nature of truth and meaning thereupon became a problem for both thinkers, and eventually Wittgenstein put forward the Tractatus, where he raised the question what it is for a statement to be meaningful. The answer he gave was that for a proposition to have a meaning it must picture a fact, and that the world is a collocation of facts. This in turn led to the verification principle, i.e., the doctrine that for a form of words to have meaning it must be correlated with some type of experience which can be either verified or falsified. Mathematical knowledge was purely conceptual, metaphysical statements were not verifiable and hence nonsensical. This was the doctrine briefly summarized by Ayer in I 936, and for a few years it looked as though positivism had been integrated within the tradition of British empiricism. But then something unexpected happened. Wittgenstein returned to Cambridge and began to revise his own theory, while at the same time it turned out that the verification principle could not be formulated in a satisfactory manner. Logical positivism had underwritten the privileged status of science and mathematics. Now Wittgenstein began to suspect that the language of science, so from being the basic structure of knowledge, was just one language among many others. There could be other meanings and other languages. The outcome of this radical revision of his earlier standpoint came to be known as linguistic philosophy, an attempt to investigate the actual use of words in their social context. This was empiricism with a vengeance, but it was no longer compatible with logical positivism. And so once more the British empiricists, Ryle and Austin being the leading figures of the post-I-945 school, FOUND themselves moving away from the positivism of the Continentals. It is true that they could appeal to the Wittgenstein of the philosophical investigations, but as a result of their work British post-war philosophy, now for the most part associated with Oxford rather than Cambridge, acquired a somewhat insular character. Point 10 in a certain fundamental sense, therefore, logical positivism faded out or was eclipsed, in that it was no longer held that mathematics and physics were privileged forms of thought. The shift towards linguistics entailed a recognition that there could be a great variety. 209. Europe in the 20th century. Of ways in which words might be significantly employed. While Russell emphatically dissented, as did Popper, the Oxford School came around to the conclusion that the meaningful use of language was itself the principal topic of an up-to-date philosophy. The problem now was to identify the fundamental subjects of everyday discourse, so as to make it possible to talk about other matters. Linguistic philosophy, whatever the personal interests and commitments of its practitioners, did not say anything about the world. Logical positivism, and its offshoot, scientism, had concerned themselves with the realm of physics and, at a remove, with the practice of technology. Linguistic philosophy busied itself with the everyday world and the common sensible use of words. Neither had any pretension to that unification of critical thinking and practical action which had once figured among the aims of philosophy, German idealism above all. It remains to be said that the members of the Vienna Circle, in accordance with their general disparagement of non-scientific statements, were tolerant in political matters, politics, like ethics and aesthetics, being a question of metaphysics and or private feeling. Neuwirth and Carnap were socialists, and so until 1934 was Karl Popper. Schlick inherited Mach's progressivism together with his chair. Wittgenstein, as we have seen, volunteered for service in the Austrian army in 1914, and after 1938 became a British subject solely because Hitler's occupation of Austria left him no choice. Others adhered to conventional liberalism. None were Marxists in philosophy, not even those among them who in 1919 had briefly toyed with communism under the impact of the Russian Revolution. For Marxism descended from Hegel and was consequently suspect as a metaphysical system, quite apart from the fact that the later Engels had in fact constructed a materialist ontology which in due course became the official creed of the communist movement after Lenin and his successors had imposed it on Russia. It is of some interest that to the neo-Marxists of the Frankfurt School, whom we shall encounter in the next section, logical positivism was abhorrent as a departure from the great tradition of German idealism. Nor, for obvious reasons, did positivism make an appeal to religious traditionalists, Wittgenstein's private mystical cravings notwithstanding. Like Freudian psychoanalysis, whose fate it shared when Austria was incorporated in the German Reich, logical positivism was the creation of an intellectual circle which had inherited the cautious empiricism of Ernst Mach. Intellectually, its closest allies were the Polish logicians around A. Tarski, whose introduction to logic and to the methodology of the deductive sciences appeared in an English translation in 1941. The Polish school of the interwar period was an impressive phenomenon and one of the major casualties of the Hitler-Stalin age. Writers like THIRD-WORLDISM. 10. Philosophy and theology between the wars. Oski and Tarski deserve to be better known outside their native country, but we cannot go into the subject here and must content ourselves with referring the reader to the bibliographical note appended to this chapter. B. Marxism. The 1920s and 1930s witnessed a considerable upsurge in Marxist theorizing, largely though not wholly stimulated by the Russian Revolution and the emergence of an international communist movement. In taking note of this phenomenon, it is important to avoid the common misconception of identifying the prominence of Marxist literature with the spread of what passed for philosophy in the USSR, both before and after the official codification of what came to be known as Marxism-Leninism. An analogy may help to clarify the situation. The French Revolution left deep traces in German thought, whereas in France itself its accomplishments were almost wholly practical. No French thinker of the first order emerged from the two multiple of 1789-1814, while across the Rhine German philosophy was entirely reconstructed under the impact of the tremendous happenings in France. With AFEW qualifications, the same applies to the development of Marxism after 1917. Although Lenin had briefly dabbled in philosophy, and Bukharin in 1922 produced a dull textbook on historical materialism, Soviet Marxism was not taken very seriously by West European communists with philosophical inclinations in the 1920s, and when delivering the Stalinist era the situation began to change. It did so because by then nearly all independent thinkers had broken with the Communist International. The two major exceptions to this rule, as noted before, were the Italian communist theoretician Antonio Gramsci and the Hungarian philosopher-critic George Lichtheim, who somehow managed to adapt himself to Leninist orthodoxy, while preserving a private fund of heretical notions on which he cautiously drew after Stalin had left the scene. French Marxism was a post-1945 phenomenon and therefore lies outside our immediate theme. For practical purposes, the only significant development of Marxist theorizing during the 1920s and 1930s occurred in Central Europe, and its authors were heretics whose writings remained highly suspect from the Soviet Marxist standpoint. The communist habit of identifying Marxism with Leninism has obscured this circumstance, just as it has successfully blurred the fact that the only significant contribution Lenin made to Marxist theorizing was his work on imperialism, written in Switzerland during the war and legally published before the First Russian Revolution of February 19, 1712. A discussion of the subject is not rendered easier by the circumstance 211 that the standard interpretations, both in the USSR and in the West, are wholly mistaken in attributing what is known as dialectical materialism to Marx, whereas its source is to be found in the works of the later Engels, from which the doctrine found its way into the writings of G.V. Plekhanov and his philosophical pupil Lenin. As part of this general misconception, it is sometimes suggested that Marx never emancipated himself from Hegel's system, whereas Engels was more sympathetic to empiricism. In actual fact, the situation was exactly the other way around. Again, it is frequently suggested that Lenin after 1914 made a decisive break with the philosophical interpretation of Marxism associated with Karl Koski. Nothing could be further from the truth. The doctrine set out by Engels in his writings of the 1880s, an eclectic composite of Marx's naturalism, Hegel's logic, and contemporary positivism, became the treasured possession of the Third International, a circumstance briefly alluded to by Lichtheim in his heretical essay collection Geschichte und Klassenbewusstsein and expounded at some length by the German communist theoretician Karl Korsch in the same year. I3 For Lenin as for Engels, the dialectic represented the science of the general laws of motion and development of nature, human society, and thought. 14 This particular manner of standing Hegel on his FEET retained the ontological character of his metaphysics, the sole difference being that the absolute was now termed matter, instead of being called spirit. This is really all that needs to be said of Soviet philosophy, and not surprisingly it made little headway among Western socialists. On those occasions when Engels abandoned Hegel's ontology in favor of the positivist notion that philosophy must confine itself to logic, the Soviet philosophers characteristically refused to follow him. They were determined to work out an all-embracing system applicable to nature and history alike, and in the end they had their way. In saying this, one has to take account of a circumstance quite unrelated to Marxism, namely the fact that Russia shares with Spain the distinction of never having produced anything worth being called philosophy. In this respect there is not a great deal to choose between Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism and the thinkers listed in Louis J. Schein's readings in Russian philosophical thought. I5 Solovyov, Lopatin, Losky, Berdyaev, S.L. Frank and the rest were theologians or idealist metaphysicians whose problematic had been set for them by the disintegration of religious faith and the inroads of scientism, or, as it was then called, materialism. Some of them were indebted to Schelling, which is why their writings make an immediate appeal to anyone brought up on the tradition of German Romantic philosophy. Their Marxist opponents, from Plekhanov onward, were in a similar position. 212. Philosophy and theology between the wars. The chief difference being that they were in search of a materialist philosophy, whereas Marx and Engels, during their formative years in the I-840s, had aimed at the critical supersession of philosophy as such. I6 Engels later backs two Dings in the 1870s and 1805 supplied a foundation for the Russian Marxists, whereas their idealist opponents continued the time-honored search for an ontology that would underpin revealed religion. Most of them relied heavily on mystical intuition, while the practical direction of their thinking was primarily ethical, a trait they shared with the classics of Russian literature. In this respect at least they had more in common with their Russian communist critics than with Western thinkers who had moved beyond the naive anthropocentrism of theology. In place of the dialectical interrelation of being and consciousness which Marx had taken for granted, Soviet Marxism reproduced the pre-Hegelian, and indeed pre-Kantian, notion that knowledge is the passive reflection of an objective and absolute being in a subjective consciousness. In 1923 Lukács and Korsch rebelled against this retrogression. In later years Lukács affected to share Lenin's standpoint, thereby sterilizing his own thought and reducing most of his critical output to a level which immunized Western readers to the doctrines he tried to put across. Given the philosophical nullity of Soviet Marxism, the absence before 1945 of any serious Marxist literature in France, and the fact that Gramsci's prison notebooks only became available in the 1950s, the task of continuing the tradition of classical Marxism fell to a handful of thinkers in Central Europe. Apart from Korsch and Lukács, who have already been mentioned, they were for the most part connected with the Frankfurt Institut für Sozialforschung, whose major publications began to appear from 1932 onward. Mter 1933 these writers were obliged to emigrate and the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung had to be published in Paris. The principal members of the group, Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, Herbert Marcuse, Leo Lowenthal, Friedrich Pollock, Karl Wittfogel, and Erich Fromm, eventually found refuge in the United States, as did Korsch. Franz Borkenau, the author of an important study on 17th-century philosophy, spent most of the Hitler years in Britain. Walter Benjamin, already known to AFEW insiders in the 1920s as an eminent critic of literature, settled in Paris and in 1940 committed suicide in the wake of the French military defeat and the general turmoil that followed, while trying unsuccessfully to cross the Spanish frontier. Horkheimer and Adorno returned to Frankfurt in 1949, and thereafter achieved a prominence denied to them during the closing years of the Weimar Republic, as did Benjamin, whose posthumous fame in West Germany contrasted strangely with his almost complete isolation in the 1905 and 1930s. The Institute, which 213 had survived in New York and California during the war years, was reconstituted by Horkheimer and Adorno after 1949 as an integral part of Frankfurt University, but changed its character, its founders having abandoned the communist position they held in 1933, although they continued to regard themselves as Marxists. Of the other adherents of the original circle, Korsch, Marcuse, Wittfogel, Lowenthal, and Fromm remained in the United States. Borkenau returned to Germany, where he spent most of his time until his sudden death in 1957. Others settled down in Britain. From the 1950s onward the intellectual tradition originally associated with the Institute was continued, with suitable modifications, by those of its former adherents who had returned to Frankfurt, where in the 1960s their inheritance was passed on to a new generation of scholars. Like the Vienna Circle, the Frankfurt School was riven by internal dissensions which became more pronounced after 1945, when some of its members reverted to liberalism in politics, while others retained a socialist standpoint. There had never been complete unanimity in political questions, or for that matter in regard to the evaluation of psychoanalysis. Whether it was possible to combine Marx and Freud remained a matter for debate. Again, some of the original contributors to the Zeitschrift were a good deal closer to Max Weber than to Marx in their understanding of sociology. There was, however, a solid central core of Hegelian and Marxian thinking, principally represented by Horkheimer and Adorno, which was quite specifically directed against empiricism in general and logical positivism in particular. Horkheimer's important essay Der neueste Angriff auf die Metaphysik 19 deals critically with Russell, Wittgenstein, Schlick, Carnap, Neurath, and Reichenbach, as purveyors of a positivist logic of science which had tried, but failed, to usurp the place of traditional philosophy. He makes the nice point that rationalist thinking in the 17th century undermined the prevalent belief in witchcraft, whereas the logical positivists, when F.A. said with such a mass of amply corroborated proto-col sentences about witches, would not have dared to question their probability. On the other hand, they treat Aristotle, Kant, and Hegel as Confucianists, their philosophy as scientifically nil, merely because it does not fit their logic and because its relation to the basic notions and elementary perceptions of empiricism is dubious. 2. So far as philosophy was concerned, the Frankfurt School was handicapped not merely by external circumstances, but by the fact that the writings of the young Marx, notably the celebrated Paris manuscripts of 1844, became publicly available only in 1932. A 2-volume edition of his early writings, edited and published by S. Landshut and J. P. Meyer in that year under the title Der historische Materialismus, had hardly seen the light when the triumph of National Socialism put an end to the 214. Philosophy and Theology between the Wars. Public discussion of Marx's thought in the land of his birth. The even more important Grundriss Kritik der Politisch-Endkonomie, composed by Marx in 1857-8 before he got down to the writing of Capital, did not become generally available until 1953, when they were reprinted in East Berlin from an earlier Moscow edition published in 1939-41. For these and other reasons there was no systematic discussion of Marxism in the Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung, whose editors in the 1930s developed what they styled the critical theory. Where the Zeitschrift scored was in the analysis of cultural and sociological topics neglected by the members of the Vienna Circle and the logical positivists in general. Being indebted to Hegel and Kant, the leading figures of the Frankfurt School had no use for British empiricism, or for the doctrines of Wittgenstein and Popper. The resulting cleavage became glaringly obvious when Karl Popper, who had spent the war years in New Zealand, in 1945 published The Open Society and Its Enemies, a 2-volume diatribe against Plato, Aristotle, Hegel, and Marx, of which it may charitably be observed that no Hegel scholar has ever been able to take it seriously. 2. Popper, a one-time socialist, had by then worked around to the strange conclusion that Marx was in some sense the intellectual descendant of Plato. That this is not in fact the case has in recent years been tacitly accepted even by empiricist philosophers who are critical of both Hegel and Marx. 22 Marxist economics experienced a revival in the 1930s and 1940s under the impact of the worldwide economic depression. Two notable literary products of this revived interest in the author of Capital were Joan Robinson's An Essay on Marxian Economics 23 and Oscar Lange's and Fred M. Taylor's joint study on the economic theory of socialism. 24 Marxist sociology, on the other hand, became for reasons not entirely obvious at the time. 25 At first it merely looked as though the Stalinist regime had simply made any serious discussion of Marx impossible, as indeed was the case. Only later, after 1945, did it become clear that the new society which had arisen from the ashes of the Second World War was in important respects no longer analyzable in terms of market relations and class conflicts resulting therefrom. The collapse of unregulated market economy in the I-930s, the growth of state intervention, and the Stalinist revolution from above, which radically altered the economic infrastructure of Russian society, had created a situation to which classical Marxism was not wholly relevant. The problems resulting therefrom will be briefly discussed when we come to the post-1945 era. Here we merely register the fact that neither the social democratic nor the communist variant of Marxist theory in the 1930s gave rise to a satisfactory analysis of the phenomenon of fascism. The standard communist description of fascism as a move. 215. Meant born from the misery and confusion of what was called the petty bourgeoisie was wide of the mark. In particular it failed to explain why the Third Reich, unlike the Weimar Republic, had been able to do away with mass unemployment. Social democratic theorizing after 1933 was practically non-existent. The explanation avowed by the Frankfurt School, that liberalism had produced its own opposite by a kind of dialectical process within the culture of a collapsing bourgeois society, ignored the circumstance that fascism had triumphed in a country the bulk of whose middle class had never accepted the tenets of the Enlightenment. In the end it was not really possible to argue that liberalism had given birth to totalitarianism by a sort of logical necessity, although this thesis was to have an unexpected revival in the 1960s. 26 Against the general background sketched in this chapter, it may be useful to pick out an issue central to the interpretation of Marxist theory as a systematic body of thought relevant to the understanding of man and society. In 1938 Karl Korsch, a veteran of the German communist movement from which he was expelled in 1926 for ultra-leftist deviations, but also a trained philosopher and at one time a lecturer at Jena University, had the following to say about the relevance of historical materialism. Just as positivism could not move with freedom in the new field of social science, but remained tied to the specific concepts and methods of natural science, so Marx's historical materialism has not entirely freed itself from the spell of Hegel's philosophical method, which in its day overshadowed all contemporary thought. This was not a materialistic science of society which had developed on its own basis. Rather it was a materialistic theory which had just emerged from idealistic philosophy, a theory, therefore, which still showed in its contents, its methods, and its terminology the birthmarks of the old Hegelian philosophy from whose womb it sprang. All these imperfections were unavoidable under the circumstances out of which Marx's materialistic social research arose. 27. 3 years later, in his influential study Reason and Revolution, subtitled Hegel and the Rise of Social Theory, Herbert Marcuse took a rather different view. The Hegelian dialectic, and particularly Hegel's treatment of logic, marked the first step in the direction of unifying theory and practice. 28 For Hegel, history is the long road of mankind to conceptual and practical domination of nature and society, which comes to pass when man has been brought to reason and to a possession of the world as reason. 29 Hegel was thus seen as the precursor of Marx, even though in characteristic German professorial affation he had contented himself with elaborating a system of science. It is true that for Marcuse, too, the transition from Hegel to Marx is, in all respects, a transition to an essentially different order of truth, not. 216. Philosophy and theology between the wars. To be interpreted in terms of philosophy. Even Marx's early writings are not philosophicae. 30 The reason is that in Hegel's system all categories terminate in the existing order, while in Marx's they refer to the negation of this order. Marx's theory is a critique in the sense that all concepts are an indictment of the totality of the existing order. 31 But Marcuse nowhere suggests that the Hegelian heritage was an unfortunate encumbrance which prevented Marx from evolving a genuinely scientific theory of society. To have done so would have been to meet the positivists at least halfway, and for Marcuse, as for the Frankfurt School in general, positivism was a wretched abortion, whereas the Hegelian dialectic, for all its faults, transcended the narrow empirical understanding of reality, that is to say, the specific accomplishment of what Hegel termed the understanding, as distinct from reason. Reason may be hampered by metaphysical idealism, but it is nonetheless related, however obscurely, to the totality of the world, whereas science merely duplicates the environment in which it finds itself. For Marx, as for Hegel, the dialectic takes note of the fact that the negation inherent in reality is the moving and creating principle. 3. The overcoming of Hegel's standpoint leaves intact the heritage of critical reason, which is something very different from the procedure of the natural and social sciences. Like the Vienna Circle, the Frankfurt School had its touchstone for the evaluation of philosophy, in its case the preservation of what had once been known as the heritage of German idealism. Marcuse's subsequent critique of Soviet Marxism, although published in the 1950s, belongs thematically to the range of topics we have already briefly considered. This must be the justification for giving some space to it here, instead of reserving it to later treatment. After the 1930s there occurred no significant change in the official interpretation of philosophy laid down during the Stalinist era. Nor for that matter did the pre-Stalinist representatives of Soviet Marxism, principally Abram Deborin and Nikolai Bukharin, diverge from the line already laid down by Lenin in his materialism and empirio-criticism. In consequence, what Marcuse in 1958 had to say about the Stalinist version of Marxism applies substantially to Leninism as a whole, a circumstance already obvious to the Frankfurt School in the I-930s. 33. Perhaps nothing is more revealing in the development of Soviet Marxism than its treatment of dialectic. Dialectical logic is the cornerstone of Marxian theory. But while not a single of the basic dialectical concepts has been revised or rejected in Soviet Marxism, the function of dialectic itself has undergone a significant change. It has been transformed from a mode of critical thought into a universal world outlook and universal method with rigidly fixed rules and regulations, and this transformation destroys the dialectic more thoroughly than any revision. The change corresponds to 217. Europe in the 20th century. That of Marxism itself from theory to ideology. As Marxian theory ceases to be the organon of revolutionary consciousness and practice and enters the superstructure of an established system of domination, the movement of dialectical thought is codified into a philosophical system. Marcuse is obliged to note that the first step in this direction was made by Engels in his Dialectics of Nature, and his notes have provided the skeleton for the Soviet Marxist codification. Since Engels and Lenin's revolutionary disposition is not subject to doubt, a purely sociological interpretation of Soviet Marxism is clearly inadequate. The fact is that Engels in his later years took some tentative steps towards that dialectical materialism which in due course became the world outlook of the party founded by Lenin and then transformed by Stalin. Lenin for his part thought it important to shift the emphasis from dialectic to materialism for reasons having to do with the pre-1914 intellectual situation in Tsarist Russia, a backward country on the eve of a bourgeois revolution, where materialism signified above all a radical break with religion, as it had done in 18th century France. When in due course Soviet Marxism took shape, it did so under the dual inspiration of Engels' rather amateurish excursion into Hegelian philosophy and Lenin's quite unrelated effort to bring materialism up to date. Not surprisingly, Western Marxists such as Lukács, Korsch, the Frankfurt Group, Gramsci, and the post-1945 French philosophers did not quite know what to make of this strange confection. In the end Lukács adapted himself to it, while the others went their separate ways. Marcuse adhered to his own brand of neo-Hegelianism, Korsch adopted a quasi-positivist standpoint, French thinkers such as Sartre and Merleau-Ponty abandoned Lenin and went back to Marx, while trying to bring him up to date. For our purpose it is relevant that during the critical 1930s the communist movement was committed to a philosophy which had cut its connection with the development of thought in Western Europe. In the circumstances Soviet Marxism became the intellectual counterpart of Stalin's socialism in one country, the official philosophy of what by European standards was a backward society struggling with problems the West had left behind. In saying this due allowance has been made for Gramsci, thanks to whom the Italian communist movement acquired an identity of its own and ultimately proved able to play an important part in the political and intellectual life of its country, after the fascist dictatorship had been dislodged. Having helped to found the Communist Party in 1920, and then played a leading role in it until his incarceration in 1926. Gramsci after his death in 1937 became something like 218. An apostolic figure, and in the 1913-05 his authority could be invoked by the party leaders whenever they felt like returning from Leninism to monarchism. This became an important issue once it had become clear that in a civilized country such as Italy the Communist Party could hope to end power only if it accepted democracy, as all European monarchists had done until 1917. Gramsci's adaptation of Leninism in the 1905 had been qualified by considerations which stemmed from his syndicalist past. All told, he became vitally important to the party when it set out to invent an Italian road to socialism. For our purpose we may note that Gramsci, unlike Lenin and Bukharin, who both specialized in economics, had undergone an academic training in philosophy at Turin between 1901 and 1915, at a time when Croce's influence was at its peak. /.5 Late as 1901, when he was deeply involved in anti-war acti ties as a left-ng socialist, he still maintained that Croce was the greatest thinker then ing in Europe. This is less paradoxical than it sounds. Croce after all was in the Hegelian tradition, and Italian Marxism, ever since its inception in the 1800s, had been impregnated th Hegelian concepts, thanks to Antonio Labriola was to be absorbed into the new synthesis, much as Marx had absorbed Hegel. One can see why Gramsci appealed to Italian intellectuals after 1945. One can also see why he continues to appeal to American, British and French Marxists, whereas he has had no visible effect on the ruling elites of the Soviet bloc. In turning to the third member of our triad, the existentialist movement in European philosophy and theology between the wars, we run the risk of being accused of undue partiality for one particular area of the continent. But in the first place it is simply a fact that existentialism arose in Central Europe before it was taken up by French philosophers after 1940, Sartre, Merleau-Ponty and Gabriel Marcel being the best known. Secondly, it is possible to do justice, however briefly, to the lingering idealist tradition before embarking upon our quest. As it happens, the leading figures of what for brevity's sake one may call neo-Hegelianism during the period under review, Benedetto Croce, R.G. Collingwood and G.R.G. Muir, represent two countries seldom mentioned in connection with Hegel, Italy and Great Britain. Had the last surviving Russian Marxists not been silenced or exterminated by the Stalinist regime in the 1930s, it might be possible as well to say something about the fate of Hegelianism in the Soviet Union. The problem does not arise and the topic may be set aside. But it is impossible to 220. Ignore Croce, just as it would have been unreasonable to give a brief account of Marxism in the 1930s without at least mentioning Gramsci. Benedetto Croce was the central figure in Italian philosophy between 1950, just as in his political capacity he was the leading intellectual representative of the rather conservative and cautious Italian liberalism of the period. This dual role was enshrined in the fact that around Croce had abandoned a brief and superficial flirtation with Marxism in favor of the comforting doctrine that reality is spirit. 3. He made his mark, at home and abroad, as a critic, an aesthetician, and a historian before turning to philosophy proper, and it is not altogether easy to spot the precise significance for his work of Sixco on the one hand and Hegel on the other. 38 But there is no question that he was heavily indebted to Hegel, more so than the German founder of Geisteswissenschaft, Wilhelm Dilthey, who is occasionally mentioned in the same context. 39 For some reason Croce was never comfortable with the neo-Hegelian label his admirers as well as his opponents applied to his work, and in IG07 he actually published a brief study under the title What is Living and What is Dead in the Philosophy of Hegel. 40 Possibly he felt that in rejecting both God and transcendence he had rescued historicism from the somewhat obscure position in which Hegel had left it, but since he also rejected nature in favor of spirit, he had opted for idealism. Much to the regret of those among his Marxist pupils, Gramsci being the FORmist who admired his work. They had reason to do so. For Croce had gradually worked around to the position that philosophy is the methodology of history. Being himself a practicing historian, this conclusion came naturally to him, just as it seemed natural to the logical positivists that philosophy should be, or try to become, the methodology of science. History for Croce is the movement of the human mind, and this movement comes to self-awareness in philosophy. Croce dispensed with the Hegelian system, and his conception of history, although not cyclical, was indebted to Vico. But with this qualification he may safely be counted among the heirs of German idealism. In his seminal work, the Estetica of 1902, and in his later writings, Croce developed a relativist theory of history in general, and art history in particular, that was in tune with the neo-Hegelianism to which he had become a convert in the 1890s. His acceptance of contemporary German psychology reinforced his belief that reality consists of subjective mental images. All our knowledge is either intuitive or logical. Intuitive knowledge deals with the particular, logical thought with he general. The intellect is concerned with universals, the intuition with what is individual. Intuition is active not only in aesthetics, but also in historical investigation, which is not a science but an art. Written history is the narrative of particular incidents and their 221. Europe in the 20th century. Imaginative reconstruction, the treatment of subjective mental images as reality. All history is written from the standpoint of the historian who projects his intuitive understanding back into the past. Historiography does not yield scientific laws, or that matter judgments valid all time. Its value lies in the fact that it establishes some kind of continuity between ourselves and our ancestors whose lives the historian reconstructs with the aid of authenticated documents, but always from the standpoint of the present age. Written history, since it changes from generation to generation, embodies among others the aesthetic preferences of the writer. A fortiori the history of art presents the subjective intuitional understanding of the art historian when confronted with images which are themselves mental. Croce does not deny the function of logical reasoning, but maintains that in creating and then appreciating a work of art the mind operates at the intuitive level. To what level of mind does philosophy itself belong? Since it can be no more than a description of the general principles exhibited in the movement of mind, it ultimately describes the method of historical reconstruction by which the philosopher is guided. There is a dialectic whereby the mind conceptualizes what it intuits, and then returns to intuition inspiration. Intellectual advance occurs as a byproduct of this constant zigzag. To understand is to see historically, and conversely it is by way of historical reconstruction that genuine intellectual progress occurs. R.G. Collingwood took up where Croce had left off, with an analysis of art, religion, science, history, and philosophy, published in 1924 under the title Speculum Mentis or the Map of Knowledge. From there the road runs to the essay on philosophical method, the essay on metaphysics, and the manuscript notes edited after his death under the titles The Idea of Nature and The Idea of History. 41 The connecting link was Hegel, or to be precise, the notion that history rather than physics introduces the mind to the real nature of things. The actual analysis of Hegel's philosophy was undertaken by a different thinker, George Muir. 42 Collingwood took Hegel for granted and then tried to move beyond him, albeit not in a direction a Marxist would have chosen. As the editor of The Idea of History remarked in his preface, Collingwood's doctrine of absolute presuppositions, with its religious and theological background, has affinities with Kierkegaard and even Karl Barth. Indeed, we are not so very far removed here from the main theme of this chapter. Speculum Mentis opens with the lapidary statement all thought exists for the sake of action, and the essay on metaphysics takes issue with Kant's critique of the so-called ontological proof of God's existence. 43 For Collingwood, the statement God exists is not a proposition, but a presupposition. It is something Christians believe. Hence the logical positivists are wasting their time when they treat it as a proposition that cannot be verified. Point 44. This kind of argument does have affinities with the dialectical theology of Barth and Boltzmann, and with existentialist philosophy as well. Collingwood would not have described himself in these terms, but the historian is entitled to do it on his behalf. At the same time, it has to be recognized that Collingwood's defense of metaphysics against positivism presupposes a great many things besides the theological presupposition that God exists, without which indeed there would never have been any theology. As Collingwood sees it, all thinking involves absolute presuppositions, and this is true of scientific thought as well as of any other. Point 45. Hence the title of this chapter in his book is Positivist Metaphysics. For although positivists stand committed to the principle that metaphysics is impossible, they themselves operate with absolute presuppositions of which they are unconscious, such as Mill's belief that all events happen according to laws. Now Collingwood holds that such presuppositions are in fact inevitable in every branch of knowledge, and that metaphysics is the science of absolute presuppositions. He congratulates Aristotle on having made this discovery, but at the same time blames him for having initiated the barren search for a science of pure being. 46. No such science is possible. There is not even a pseudo-science of pure being. 47. Berkeley, Hume, Kant, and Hegel are cited in support, and Collingwood expressly underwrites Hegel's statement that pure being is the same as nothing. Thus there can be no ontology, or science of pure being, but there can and must be a systematic investigation into ultimate presuppositions, such as the belief that events have causes. This investigation is the true business of metaphysics. Aristotle brought to light the ultimate presuppositions of Greek science, Kant those of Newtonian physics, and so on. Presuppositions change from time to time, and philosophy thus becomes a historical enterprise, disentangling the presuppositions of a particular time and place. The notions of true and false do not apply to them, but they may be more or less adequate, and additionally they reflect historical and social circumstances. Thus Collingwood is in the end committed to a historicism as radical as that of Croce, and of course this side of his thought is ungenial to theologians or ontologists in search of pure being. The same applies to the Hegelian argument developed in Speculum Mentis. Religion mistakes imagining for thinking and asserts the reality of what is only symbol. Christianity solves the religious problem of reconciling God to man and thus prepares the way for its own supersession by philosophy. This sceptical strain was later replaced by the doctrine that reason and faith are indispensable to each other, each is an independent source of knowledge. In his late work, 223, Collingwood combines historicism with a peculiar kind of dogmatism. Our attitude to our own absolute presuppositions is to be one of unquestioning acceptance. Since suppositions are not propositions, Ayre's argument in language, truth, and logic does not apply to them, and the positivist critique of metaphysics is mistaken. Point 48. But if suppositions are subject to historic change, one does not quite see why 10 pages further on the reader is told that they must be accepted without question if civilization is to survive, or that a genuine metaphysician is one who realizes that absolute presuppositions neither stand in need of justification nor can in fact be justified. 49. The sceptic and the dogmatist in Collingwood were never wholly reconciled. After this brief dip into the idealist tradition, we are in a better position to appreciate what was novel about the two European schools of thought respectively known as phenomenology and existentialism. In an earlier part of this study reference was made to the founder of phenomenology, Edmund Husserl, and to his seminal work, The Logical Investigations of Ego, as well as to some of his later writings. The point that now needs making is that Husserl, quite without intending it, became one of the fathers of the existentialist movement represented by Karl Jaspers, Max Scheler, Martin Heidegger, and the French thinkers already mentioned at the start of this section. At first sight this must seem distinctly odd. For Husserl's training had been in mathematics before in the 1890s he turned to logic, and when he launched out upon his philosophical career he did so in a spirit of unflinching commitment to rationalism. 50. Paradoxically, however, It was this very commitment which in the end transformed phenomenology into something not far removed from an ontology, that is to say, a science of being, thus in turn helping to give rise to the existentialist movement. Husserl had started as a pupil of the philosopher Franz Brentano, who turned his attention from mathematics to logic, having previously induced him to occupy himself with the work of the mathematician Bernard Bolzano. From there he might have travelled along a road similar to that taken by Russell, who had likewise at one stage been influenced by Brentano. 51 Instead, Husserl chose a direction which led from a critique of Kant to a rationalism more extreme than that of Descartes. As he saw it, Kant had contented himself with a knowledge that was purely ephemeral, whereas the true aim of philosophy could only be fulfilled if there was a completely rational science of all reality. Husserl accepted Kant's Copernican revolution, which had inter alia refuted the scepticism of Hume. But whereas Kant had in the end postulated an unaccountable X, the thing in itself, Husserl was determined to have done with what he termed dualism. The entire essential content of reality was to be found in the phenomena themselves, that is to say, in consciousness. Husserl seems not to have made a thorough study of Hegel, whose critique of Kant anticipated his own. In consequence, he never developed a subject-object dialectic. Instead, he devoted his life's work to the task of demonstrating that reality could be grasped by locating the essence of phenomena. 52 This approach had far-reaching consequences. It led Husserl to develop a technique whereby existence is screened out so as to make it possible for the mind to grasp the pure essence of what is given in consciousness. All that merely happens to exist is simply left out of consideration, so as to achieve a purified awareness of the phenomenon present to the mind. The aim is to close the gap between subject and object. Phenomenology does not necessarily seek new knowledge, but rather a more profound awareness of the knowledge one already has. From there it was only a step to what Sartre and other French thinkers were later to describe as prise de conscience. Thus, by an extraordinary turnabout, Husserl's search for a scientific method of investigation more radical than that of Descartes landed his French followers in a different kind of Cartesianism, one that was both phenomenological and existential. Sartre's Being and Nothingness was in part a rejoinder to Heidegger's Being and Time, first published under Husserl's auspices, at a time when the younger man had not yet emancipated himself from his teacher to the extent of giving full vent to his romantic longings. 53 The link between phenomenology and existentialism is supplied by the concept of being. Since according to Husserl it is possible to know what being is independently of existence, a science of being is both possible and necessary. Husserl aimed at a strictly rational method which would turn philosophy into something as scientific as mathematics. Philosophy, on this interpretation, is the science that investigates the being which all the particular sciences take for granted. To a thinker whose first work had borne the title Philosophy of Arithmetic, it seemed evident that true knowledge of reality is not to be found in a contingent world of things existing independently of consciousness, but in consciousness itself, as Husserl put it in the article he contributed to the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Phenomenology denotes a new, descriptive, philosophical method which, since the concluding years of the last century, has established an a priori psychological discipline, able to provide the only secure basis on which a strong empirical psychology can be built, and a universal philosophy which can supply an organum for the methodical revision of all the sciences. Thus the antique conception of philosophy as the universal science, philosophy in the Platonic, philosophy in the Cartesian sense, that shall embrace all knowledge, is once more justly restored. Phenomenology is not less than man's whole occupation with himself in the service of the universal reason. Metaphysical, teleological, ethical problems, and problems of the history of philosophy, the problem of judgment, all significant problems in general, and the transcendental bonds uniting them, lie within phenomenology's capability. These were large claims indeed, and to his pupils they appeared to have been validated, in part at least, by Husserl's successful battle against any merely psychological explanation of logical concepts. The positivists shrugged him off, but the Kantians did not. They were, after all, concerned with moral problems, and they had it on the authority of Wittgenstein's Tractatus that when all possible scientific questions have been answered, the problems of life remain completely untouched. This did not necessarily incline them to accept Husserl's method, but it did facilitate the rise of what came to be known as existentialism. As a mode of thought, existentialism properly so described goes back to Søren Kierkegaard, who actually invented the term after breaking away from Hegel's system. 54 Kierkegaard's rejection of speculative metaphysics has, however, been more consequential for modern Protestant theologians than for philosophers such as Heidegger and Jaspers, who took over some of his ideas without following him all the way. There are thus two different ways of looking at the phenomenon called existentialism. One can treat it as a forerunner of post-19ls German Protestant theology, or alternatively as one strain within a system of thought that has its roots in German metaphysics, and indeed ultimately in Kant. Then there is the additional difficulty that whereas the core of Kierkegaard's thinking was Christian, Nietzsche, whom Karl Jaspers and others have regarded as another ancestor of existentialism, was an avowed atheist. About the only thing they had in common was their opposition to systematic philosophy. Further, one has to face the improbable circumstance that there is a Marxist version of existentialism, represented by Sartre and by British thinkers who have come under his influence. 55 When it is added that the Jewish-born French Catholic mystic Simone Weil and the well-known French Catholic philosopher Gabriel Marcel likewise had or have affinities with existentialism, it begins to look as though the term is impossible to define. Nonetheless, there is something common to them all, namely the insistence that the human situation is the proper subject of philosophy. The customary definition of the central concept, the statement that existence precedes essence, does not get one very far, since it is really relevant only to 226. Sartre's work of 1943, which preceded his conversion to Marxism. One may therefore just as well ignore it. On the other hand, one cannot ignore the fact that this way of thinking goes back to Kierkegaard's original revolt against Hegel 1.5.6. When Hegel and other philosophers urged people to be objective, what they meant was that the individual should forget his own existence and concentrate on disembodied entities called essences. Now we have seen that this was precisely what Husserl attempted to do, and we have also seen that Heidegger was at one time Husserl's disciple. One can get out of the difficulty by arguing that Heidegger broke with Husserl, and that Husserl for his part had no great faith in the value of the younger man's work, even before the advent of Hitler in 1933 caused an irreparable breach between them. But when one then turns to the other important German existentialist thinker, Karl Jaspers, one finds that his philosophy is rooted in Kant and that in his Reason and Anti-Reason in Our Time he reacted against Sartre to the extent of preferring to have his own thinking described as a philosophy of reason. 57 This had not always been his attitude. In his early Psychologie der Weltanschauungen he had bracketed Nietzsche and Kierkegaard, while 12 years later, in Die geistige Situation der Zeit, he defined existentialism as a philosophy which does not cognize objects, but rather elucidates and makes actual the being of the thinker. The Cartesian ideal of scientific philosophy was specifically rejected, as were Darwin, Freud, and Marx. Jaspers is in fact a rather old-fashioned thinker in the tradition of German idealism. This may be the reason why his influence has not spread far beyond the German-speaking world. Although committed to a variant of existentialism, Jaspers rarely refers to Heidegger, whose background was one of training as a Jesuit seminarian, and whose early work dealt with the scholastic metaphysics of Duns Scotus. After passing through a phenomenological phase, Heidegger published Being and Time, which established him as a major influence in German academic life between the wars. Of this treatise it has been said with much truth that it can be read as an attack upon the ontological assumptions which lie behind British empiricism, to which Neo-Kantianism was closely allied. 58 Heidegger is concerned with the problem of being rather than the problem of knowledge, even though in 1929 he made an impressive effort to come to grips with the latter. Ultimately he rejects both Kant and the empiricists on the ground that they demand the impossible, namely proof of the existence of an external war ID, as though an isolated subject were capable of asking for an answer to such questions. In reality, according to Heidegger, the characteristic feature of human existence is that it always finds itself as a being in the world. Man cannot step back and assume the attitude of a disinterested spectator. He does indeed stand in a peculiar relationship to the world, inasmuch as he is the only being who raises questions about being as such. But these questions relate to his world, and more especially to the fact of his mortality. Man does not simply perceive, he cares about the world as a bundle of things which relate to him in a practical fashion, helping or hindering him, and all the time involving him in relations with other men. On these grounds it has been suggested that Heidegger's way of thought has something in common with American pragmatism, notably as represented by John Dewey. It is certainly the case that Heidegger places a great deal of emphasis upon the fact that men must die, and the extraordinary lengths to which they go to conceal this truth from themselves. This line of thought descends from Kierkegaard and leads on to Sartre's quest for authentic existence, that is to say, form of experience in which man confronts the truth about himself and the world. Heidegger also has a kind word for Marx, on the grounds that he had grasped the alienation of modern man. Because Marx, in experiencing alienation, descends into an important dimension of history, the Marxist view of history is superior to all others. This surprising observation occurs in a letter on humanism addressed to a French correspondent in 1947, and was evidently provoked by the post-war vogue of Sartre's philosophy, of which Heidegger was critical on other grounds. It marked a notable change from his earlier writings and lectures on Nietzsche between 1936 and 1946, but then Heidegger had always possessed an uncanny sense for what was Topica 1.69. One reason why Heidegger in 1947 and later felt it necessary to differentiate himself from Sartre had to do with the latter's exposition of existentialism in his own being and nothingness. Sartre then laid all the stress on being in the world to the exclusion of metaphysics. But Heidegger was not content to be ranked with Kierkegaard's and Nietzsche's followers. My philosophical tendencies, he wrote in a letter to Jean Wall, cannot be classified as existentialist. The question which principally concerns me is not that of man's existence, it is being in its totality and as such. This is indeed the case, notwithstanding his admiration for Nietzsche, who had denounced the quest for being as senseless. Then why is so much of Heidegger's being and time devoted to human existence? Because, he argues, man has, in a sense to which Plato drew attention, a vague average understanding of being. 60. Consequently, by studying human existence, the philosopher is led to being, and likewise to nothing, which latter Heidegger treats as the dialectical counterpart of being. He maintains that this procedure is not traditional metaphysics or ontology, an affirmation which reads strangely, but which recurs in his later writings, where the poet acquires an authority as great as that of the philosopher. Poetry is the establishment of being by means of the word, and Parmenides rather than Plato is the model philosopher. Being can be glimpsed in poetry, while nothing is experienced in dread. These concepts are peculiar to Heidegger and constitute his originality as a thinker. They have no counterpart in Sartre, to whose philosophy we shall turn in Part 3 of this study. For the moment let us conclude our survey of the interwar period with a brief glance at German theology. Liberal Protestantism in Germany was one of the casualties of the 1914-18 war. 6.1 This statement applies not only to official theologians such as Adolf Harnack, but also to outsiders like Albert Schweitzer, whose quest of the historical Jesus had already demolished the amiable notion of Jesus as a religious reformer. 62 Schweitzer's missionary activities in Riga, his reverence for life ethic, and his interest in Indian thought. 63 subsequently gained him a large following in the English-speaking world, but in Germany the kind of theology he stood for increasingly lost ground after 1918 to the neo-orthodox challenge represented by Karl Barth and others. Schweitzer held to his position and as late as 1934 declared that Barth's courageous resistance to the Germanic Christianity sponsored by the Hitler government showed his entire theological approach to have been mistaken. Religion could not be divorced from ethics, and Barth's decision to defend it against the state demonstrated the impossibility of his earlier attempt to turn his back on the world. 6. Was to reach similar conclusions when compelled by his conscience to take part in the anti-Hitler resistance movement. 65. But in the troubled years after 1918, when Kulturprotestantismus had disclosed its bankruptcy and the official churches seemed to have nothing to say, Barth won an important following among the more erudite with what became known as the theology of crisis. 66. This was essentially an attempt to reaffirm the central tenets of Reformation faith in language adapted to the modern world, although unlike his erstwhile ally and subsequent critic Rudolf Bultmann, Barth resisted the temptation to employ the vocabulary of existentialism. 67. What Barth and Bultmann had in common, at any rate until Bultmann's subsequent attempt to demythologize Christianity, which made its real impact only after the Second World War and was then popularized in the 1960s, was the conviction that the spirit of the age had to be resisted. In its extreme form, this belief was held only by Barth and his closest followers, who had been stirred from their spiritual lethargy by Barth's fundamentalist commentary on Romans of 1918. A Swiss by birth, Barth was appointed successively to various German universities, and in 1934 he became one of the founders of the so-called Confessing Church, whose celebrated Barmen Declaration of 1934 rejected the blood and soil cult and the attempt to set up a German Christian church purified of all traces of Judaism. Bultmann, while as a German citizen inevitably less active in his opposition to the Hitler dictatorship than the Swiss Barth, likewise played an important part in the Confessing Church. The profound theological differences between the two men became a matter for public controversy after 1945, when Bultmann in affation reverted to liberalism, but in the 1920s and 1930s they met a common front. The central issue, so far as they were concerned, was the absoluteness of the claim made by revealed religion. The human mind, for Barth at any rate, had access to God only by way of revelation. He would not hear of revelation and reason, God's grace and man's activity. 68. Rather it was a matter of either, or. Kierkegaard had been right, the Protestant Church had been corrupted by worldliness, and as for Roman Catholicism, with its belief in natural theology and its reliance on Thomist metaphysics grounded in Aristotle, it was the enemy of true faith and always had been. Barth accepted much of what Kierkegaard and Dostoevsky had to say about historic Christianity. What was needed was a return to the prophetic teaching of the Bible and the early reformers. In 1922 he published a second, drastically revised, edition of Der Römerbrief, thereby inaugurating what came to be called dialectical theology or theology of crisis. In 1932 the first volume of his immense Kirchliche Dogmatik saw the light, and a year later he plunged into the political activity which was to result in his expulsion from Germany and in a series of increasingly resolute calls on his part for resistance, armed resistance if necessary, to Hitler and all he stood for. 69. The paradox of an otherworldliness leading to such a determined political stand was resolved by Barth in language derived from the prophets and the early reformers. He had always held that the real spiritual disaster of modern Protestantism in general, and German Protestantism in particular, was the pantheist confusion of God and man. In his eyes, the Hitlerite attempt to root out the biblical faith and replace it by something called German Christendom was only the final consequence of Romanticism in its peculiarly German setting. The rot had set in with Hegel and Schleiermacher, with the identification of God's spirit and religious self-consciousness. No wonder Ludwig Feuerbach had drawn the conclusion that God was but a projection of the human spirit, thereby inaugurating the Marxist faith. Barth, a social democrat by political conviction, was tolerant of Marxism as an offspring of German idealism. National Socialism was another matter. Unlike communism, it did not content itself with being atheist, it was a counter-religion, an appeal to the submerged pre-Christian pantheism of the German people, and as such a mortal threat to the Church, whereas communism was not really to be taken seriously. This attitude exposed Barth to the charge of partiality, but it was grounded in theological convictions he had formed before the European Civil War got underway. He reaffirmed his theologico-political stand at Amsterdam in 1948, when to the annoyance of many conservatives he refused to join the anti-communist crusade. So far as he was concerned, the main enemy was not in Moscow but in Rome, a position modified somewhat when the Second Vatican Council gave promise that the Roman Catholic Church might not be entirely beyond hope of gradual reformation. Given his biblical fundamentalism, Barth could not fail to be roused to opposition when his erstwhile ally Rudolf Bultmann in the 1940s developed the notion that the New Testament kerygma, or gospel message, was embedded in the mythological setting of ancient Jewish cosmology and Gnostic redemption hopes. Bultmann firmly maintained that for modern man the three-storied universe of heaven, earth, and hell had become incredible. Moreover, there was nothing specifically Christian about it, so that it might just as well be jettisoned. The New Testament message had been expressed in the language of ancient mythology. The purpose of myth is to present man's understanding of himself in the world, and Christian myth is no exception, a conclusion for which Bultmann was indebted to Heidegger. All theological statements are to be understood as statements about human life, whence the relevance of existentialism. Thus by a circuitous route Bultmann after 1945 rejoined the liberal tradition which in 1918 he had set out to destroy. From the Barthian standpoint he had relapsed into the ancient mistake of trying to make philosophy do the work of theology. To his followers in Germany, Britain, and America he had opened the way to an interpretation of faith which made sense to modern man. In particular, his claim that the existentialist analysis of man's being stood in a special relation to faith evoked an echo among students of philosophy and theology alike. In the face of this new heresy, Barth's fundamentalism had by the time of his death acquired a somewhat old-fashioned look, although there were those who maintained that Bultmann's rival approach must issue in subjectivism. The two men, allies in the struggle against the Third Reich and its neo-paganism, had become irreconcilable antagonists. By the 1960s it was possible for J.M. Robinson to say that Germany is just as nearly Bultmannian today as it was Barthian a generation ago, and Bultmann's works and ideas have become Germany's dominant theological export throughout the world. Part THREE Chapter 12. The SECOND World War 1939-45. A blitzkrieg in Poland and France. The outbreak of war in September 1939 confirmed the prescience of Marshal Foch, who in 1919 had observed of the Versailles settlement. This is not peace. It is an armistice for 20 years. More generally it confirmed the pessimistic view taken throughout the interwar period, and more particularly after Hitler's coming to power in 1933, by the French authorities in regard to Germany's capacities and intentions. In this respect there was a substantial difference not merely between French and British public opinion, but also between the national leaders in both countries. For whereas the French political elite, notably the military establishment and the professional diplomats, from the start had FEW illusions about Hitler's intentions, their opposite numbers in Britain tended to believe that the German threat could be contained by a suitable mixture of concessions and veiled threats. The British, with FEW exceptions, thought the Versailles settlement could and should be peacefully revised, whereas the French were convinced that its revision, once undertaken, would end by making Germany the paramount power in Europe. From 1934 onwards these considerations induced a succession of fundamentally conservative French governments to seek a rapprochement with the Soviet Union, in so far as such a policy was compatible with France's obligations to Poland. The prevailing British attitude in the mid-30s was accurately portrayed by the eminent liberal historian H.A.L. Fisher, whose widely acclaimed History of Europe, published in 1936, had this to say about the Third Reich. The Hitler Revolution is a sufficient guarantee that Russian communism will not spread westward. The solid German bourgeois hold the central fortress of Europe. 2. At bottom this was the view taken by all those who, In the common parlance of the time, F.A. avowed what was known as the policy of appeasement. Stripped of its moralistic trappings, this line of thought amounted to giving Germany a free hand in Eastern Europe, while standing on the watch so as to guard the Low Countries and France. Those who pursued this course mistook Hitler for a conservative like themselves, a misunderstanding that underlay the Munich Agreement and much besides. When in March 1939 it became impossible to disregard the fact that Germany aimed at European hegemony, it was still possible to believe that British and French guarantees to Poland and Romania, plus vague negotiations with the Soviet Union, would give Hitler pause. The folly of this course was denounced in the spring and early summer of 1939 by Winston Churchill and the aged Lloyd George, but to no avail. Following the rape of Prague on March 15, 1939, when German troops marched in and the truncated remnant of Czechoslovakia was turned into a German protectorate, the British government turned a somersault and on April 6 signed an agreement with Poland guaranteeing that country's territorial integrity, an agreement Britain had no power to enforce. Chamberlain and his colleagues, principally Lord Halifax, Sir Samuel Hoare and Sir John Simon, went further. Following Mussolini's invasion of Albania on April 7, they concluded treaties of mutual assistance with Romania and Greece on 1 April 3, and with Turkey a month later. On April 26 the government, for the first time in British history, announced the introduction of conscription in peacetime. Thus in a matter of weeks Britain had been committed to the defence of Poland, Romania, Greece and Turkey against both Germany and Italy, with only 2 divisions available for dispatch to the continent should the guarantee be invoked, and with a compulsory service system which could only produce a further divisions at the end of 12 months. This was indeed the very midsummer of madness, the phrase Chamberlain had employed to damn and bury the collective security system of the League in the summer of 1936, when there was a question of applying sanctions against Italy over the assault on Abyssinia. For in the absence of a military alliance with Russia all these undertakings were worthless, a circumstance to which both Lloyd George and Churchill, as well as the Labour leaders Arthur Greenwood and Hugh Dalton, drew attention in the Commons debate of April 3 on the proposed guarantee to Poland. 3 On the same day Hitler instructed his generals to prepare to invade Poland on September, and on April 28 he publicly denounced both the Anglo-German Naval Treaty of June 18, 1935, and his own 1934 non-aggression pact with Poland. He went on to demand the return of Danzig to the Reich, as well as a route and railway line through the Polish corridor. In itself these requests were more reasonable than the forcible Anschluss with Austria or the so-called return of the Sudetenland, for which no justification existed either in history or in the principle of self-determination. The trouble was that by 1939 no one in Europe believed any longer that Hitler would content himself with the revision of the Versailles settlement. It was becoming plain that he was bent on military hegemony, and it was precisely this growing awareness which induced Stalin and Molotov to conclude a pact with him on August 23, in preference to an alliance with the Western democracies. The possibility of such a realignment had become apparent since May 3, when an official communiqué in Moscow announced that Maxim Litvinov had been relieved from the office of Foreign Commissar and replaced by Vyacheslav Molotov, Stalin's closest collaborator. Molotov promptly embarked upon a policy of coming to an arrangement with Germany at the expense of Poland. The French realized this at once. On May 7 the French ambassador in Berlin notified Paris that his secret informants had told him a new partition of Poland would be the basis of a Russo-German alliance. 4 Yet the Soviet government kept its options open until the last, and the decision to conclude a pact with Germany was taken only on August 19. After months of fruitless discussions with the Western powers had shown beyond doubt that they were either unable or unwilling to coerce Poland into an alliance with Russia. 3 years later, in the course of a memorable conversation between Churchill and Stalin in the Kremlin, the Soviet dictator presented his version of what had occurred at the time. On this subject it is simplest to let Churchill speak. At the Kremlin in August 1942, Stalin, in the early hours of the morning, gave me one aspect of the Soviet position. We made the impression, said Stalin, that the British and French governments were not resolved to go to war if Poland were attacked, but that they hoped the diplomatic lineup of Britain, France, and Russia would deter Hitler. We were sure it would not. How many divisions, Stalin had asked, will France send against Germany on mobilization? The answer was, about 100. He then asked, how many will England send? The answer was, 2 and 2 more later. 2 and 2 more later, Stalin had repeated. Do you know, he asked, how many divisions we shall have to put on the Russian front if we go to war with Germany? There was a pause. More than 300. I was not told with whom this conversation took place or its date. It must be recognized that this was solid ground. It was judged necessary by Stalin and Molotov for bargaining purposes to conceal their true intentions till the last possible moment. Remarkable skill in duplicity was shown by Molotov and his subordinates in all their contacts with both sides. 5. This description of what took place in 1939 would have gained in plausibility had Stalin added that the Soviet-German non-aggression pact signed by Molotov and Ribbentrop on August 23, and thereafter solemnly toasted by Stalin included not only a demarcation line for the partition of Poland, but also a recognition on Germany's part that Finland, Latvia, and Estonia fell within the Soviet sphere of interest. This was more than the Western powers could have granted, even had the Polish government been less determined not to tolerate Russian troops on its soil in the guise of allies. Finland and the Baltic states, not to mention Poland, had been created in 1919-20 as a cordon sanitaire to keep the Bolshevik infection out of Europe. The Soviet proposals endlessly debated in London and Paris between April and August 1939 amounted to this: the Russians wanted all these states to be guaranteed against Germany, whether their governments desired such a guarantee or not. This involved the passage of Soviet troops through their territory in case of war, and the near certainty that these troops would never leave. The British and French were caught in the logic of their diplomacy. Having sold Czechoslovakia to Germany and then decided to save Poland, they were unwilling to sell the Baltic states to Russia, but the Russians were determined to have control of the Baltic, and subsequently fought a war with Finland in the winter of 1939-40 to achieve this aim. Hitler for his part saw no incompatibility between his tactical bargain with Stalin and the German-Italian military alliance of 22 May 1939, whereby Italy became Germany's partner. Hitler was confident that the decadent democracies would back down. When neither they nor the Poles obliged, he launched his assault against Poland on September, thereby provoking the Anglo-French declaration of war delivered on September 3. This did not greatly disconcert him, although it annoyed him. He was convinced that the Western powers, having saved their honor, would return to the conference table once Poland had been crushed. Given their previous record, it was not an unreasonable assumption. Other currents had for months been steadily flowing in the same direction. The Spanish Civil War, which had been going on since July 1936, virtually terminated in January 1939, when the Republican front in Catalonia collapsed and Barcelona fell to the nationalists. 500,000 refugees poured across the French frontier during the weeks that followed, half of them civilians, the others survivors of the beaten Republican forces. Thereafter, the surrender of Madrid in March was a foregone conclusion, although heavy fighting continued to the end, as did the massacre of prisoners by Franco's forces. In early January, the Italian foreign minister, Ciano, noting that the only danger was a last-minute French intervention, had instructed his ambassador in 246 London to state that such an event would bring regular Italian divisions to Spain. 6. With the British cabinet still pursuing its appeasement policy, there was little danger of the French government doing more than allowing some arms to reach Catalonia, and when this occurred few days later, Republican resistance had already collapsed. Leon Blum's criticism of the Daladier government for not doing more could have applied to his own government of 1936-7, which had substantially adhered to the British formula of non-intervention, a fiction so far as Italy and Germany were concerned. The dramatic collapse of the Spanish Republic between January and March 1939 showed the Western democracies at their worst, the British government welcoming Franco's victory, the French wringing their hands and herding the refugees into makeshift camps, where thousands died of injuries and neglect. The official recognition of Franco by Britain and France occurred on February 27, with Anthony Eden supporting the Chamberlain government in the ensuing Commons debate, on the grounds that to delay recognition might prolong the war. 7. Churchill absented himself. He did not favor Franco's cause, but could not bring himself to make a public stand on behalf of a Spanish Republican regime which by then was effectively run by the Communists. By 3 March it was all over and Franco was able to acknowledge a telegram of congratulation from the new Pope, Pius XII, lifting up our hearts we give sincere thanks with your excellency for Spain's Catholic victory. The former Papal Secretary of State, Pacelli, had become Pope weeks earlier, on March 3, and at the suggestion of the German cardinals in Rome had addressed the first of the customary notifications to Hitler, with whom he hoped to establish good terms. Here were the papal divisions whose supposed non-existence provoked Stalin's ignorant scorn in 1945. Pacelli's predecessor, Pius XI, had towards the end of his life become disenchanted with Hitler, notwithstanding the Concordat of July 1933 which guaranteed the status of Catholic schools, the only thing that mattered to the German hierarchy, which had thereupon entered into a wholehearted alliance with the Third Reich. Pius XII was determined to relax the tension between state and church which had made itself felt in 1937 as a consequence of the National Socialist War of attrition against the confessional schools. He could point to the fact that the German and Austrian bishops had faithfully applauded Hitler's every move in foreign policy, culminating in the abject surrender of the Austrian hierarchy after the Anschluss of March 1938. On that occasion Cardinal Innitzger, Archbishop of Vienna, had visited Hitler, whereupon the Catholic Episcopate of Austria issued a widely publicized statement. 247. Europe in the 20th century. Asking the faithful to approve the union with Germany. 8. Now the victorious conclusion of the Spanish Civil War sealed the alliance between fascism and Catholicism, which had been the basis of Mussolini's rule for many years and which Hitler had been able to take for granted ever since the Catholic Centre Party, on March 24, 1933, voted in the Reichstag for the enabling act conferring dictatorial powers upon the Reich cabinet, in other words, upon Hitler and his chosen colleagues. 9. These undercurrents were not extraneous to the British government's appeasement policy, which throughout had rested upon the assumption that Hitler could be won over to a respectable kind of conservative anti-communism. Germany is the bulwark of the West against Bolshevism, Hitler had declared in an interview with the foreign press in November 1935. 10. The bulwark looked odd in September 1939, when the German forces, in alliance with Bolshevik Russia, assaulted Catholic Poland. Hence the violent revulsion of the British Tories, from Chamberlain and Halifax downward, against the policy they had obstinately pursued for years. The French, having FEWER illusions to lose, were less shocked, but no less determined to come to Poland's assistance, all except the Communists who, after August 23, 1939, obediently forgot their anti-fascist declamations and denounced the Anglo-French declaration of war as an imperialist crime. They were to turn an even bigger somersault on June 22, 1941 when Hitler invaded their spiritual fatherland. For the time being their energies were devoted to the task of representing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact as an attempt to preserve peace in the face of Anglo-French warmongering, and the carve-up of Poland as a triumph for socialism. Their task would have been eased had they been allowed to carry on the struggle against fascism, while excusing Stalin's tactical maneuver as a reluctant concession to realpolitik. But no such permission was granted by Moscow to its followers. They had to swallow whole the Soviet-German agreement and make themselves and others believe in its progressive character. Anything short of such sophistry was viewed as betrayal by Stalin and his associates, those communists in Czechoslovakia and elsewhere, who in 1939 dared to question the official line were duly liquidated by the Soviet secret police and its helpers in the bloody post-war purges in conquered Eastern Europe after 1948. The Polish campaign of 1939 proved a political turning point, in that it induced the British and French governments to declare war on Germany. In so doing they fulfilled their recent obligations, but it would be a mistake to infer that this outcome had been visible from the start of Hitler's assumption of power in 1933. The Polish government in those days was guided by fear of Germany's resurgence, leading to a European FOR power directorate composed of Germany, Britain, France and Italy. This would have displaced Poland as France's principal ally. The other possibility was a Russo-German war FOUGHIT on Polish territory. It was therefore largely on Polish initiative that in January 1934 a 10-year non-aggression pact had been negotiated between Germany and Poland. At the time of the Munich Agreement of September 30, 1938, the Polish government promptly demanded and obtained the handing over of the Czech frontier district of Teschen. 12 Pilsudski's successors in Warsaw, animated by the vain and Polish foreign minister, Colonel Beck, were not without hope of being able to tear a large chunk of territory out of Russia, assuming that Hitler was prepared to treat them as allies in his anti-Bolshevik crusade. These hopes were dashed when he tore up the German-Polish Treaty of 1934, giving as his reason the recent Anglo-Polish guarantee. Thereafter the Poles had to rely once more on the Western powers coming to their aid, an expectation which was due to be disappointed. While the German blitzkrieg of September 1939 destroyed the Polish forces in less than 3 weeks, and the Russians came in on September 17 to claim their share of the loot, Britain and France did precisely nothing. The French gave as excuse that they needed more time for their mobilization, the British that their air force was not ready. Both had expected the Polish campaign to go on for at least 6 months, and so had the Polish military leaders upon whose advice they relied. Churchill, drawing what comfort he could from a very awkward situation, stuck to his post at the Admiralty, to which he had gone on the outbreak of war, and for the rest found consolation in the thought that Russia and Germany now faced each other directly over the corpse of Poland. In a paper written for the War Cabinet on September 25 he struck what he himself in his memoirs described as a cool note. Although the Russians were guilty of the grossest bad faith in the recent negotiations, their demand made by Marshal Voroshilov that Russian armies should occupy Vilna and Lemberg if they were to be allies of Poland, was a perfectly valid military request. It was rejected by Poland on grounds which, though natural, can now be seen to have been insufficient. In the result Russia has occupied the same line and positions as the enemy of Poland, which possibly she might have occupied as a very doubtful and suspected friend. The difference in fact is not so great as it might seem. The Russians have mobilized very large forces and have shown themselves able to advance fast and far from their pre-war positions. They are now limitrof with Germany, and it is quite impossible for Germany to denude the Eastern Front. A large German army must be left to watch it. An Eastern Front is therefore potentially in existence. 13. This assessment was accurate so far as it went, but as time went on it became evident that the Germans were able to concentrate increasingly large forces in the west. On the outbreak of war they had only FORUT 2 divisions along the entire FRONT-FROM-IX-IHAPL to the Swiss border facing 70 French divisions which remained virtually motionless, the French General Staff having decided to adopt a defensive posture and await the expected German move through Belgium. By May 10, when the storm burst over Holland, Belgium, and France alike, the Germans had assembled a total of 15 divisions, 10 of them armored, and 126 were available for the onslaught in the west. Opposite Russia, according to General Halder, the German Chief of Staff, there was no more than a light covering FORCE, scarcely fit for collecting customs duties. 14 Moreover, In the interval the Russians had obtained a new frontier with Finland as a result of the Winter War fought between December 1939 and March 1940, while the Germans had overrun Denmark and Norway, in the process beating off a feeble and badly conducted Anglo-French countermove. This gave Hitler control of the Norwegian coastline and unhindered access to the Swedish iron ore on which a large part of the German war effort depended. 1s In consequence of these comparatively minor disasters, the Chamberlain government resigned on 10 May, and Churchill, the day following, met a new administration, including the Labour and Liberal parties alongside the Conservatives, on whose behalf Chamberlain and Halifax continued to sit in the inner cabinet, while Eton went to the War Office. Churchill himself became Minister of Defence as well as Prime Minister. His immediate task was to deal with the catastrophe that had befallen the Allies in France and Belgium. The Polish campaign of 1939 had already made plain the decisive role of armor in the new kind of mobile warfare, especially when combined with dive bombing. The new strategy had been worked out in the 1930s by the generals of the Reichswehr, and on the French side by Colonel de Gaulle, although he did not give due weight to the crucial role of the dive bomber. In London AFEW tank enthusiasts, spurred on by Captain B. H. Liddell Hart, had done what they could to introduce these ideas, but in May 1940 Britain, the birthplace of the tank, had only just completed the formation of her 1st Armoured Division, which was still in England when the storm burst. There were 10 British divisions in France, but none of them were armoured in the modern sense, although they had some tanks. The French had 90 FOR divisions, 6 of them mechanized, but of their total deployment of 2,300 tanks about half were held in dispersed battalions FOR cooperation with the infantry. The 10 Dutch divisions laid down their arms when their government capitulated on May 15, and the 20 Belgian divisions followed suit on May 27, when King Leopold ordered them to cease fire. The German assault was spearheaded by 10 panzer divisions comprising nearly 3,000 armored vehicles, of which at least a third were heavy tanks. The Germans also had control of the air, their fighter aircraft being superior to the French in numbers and quality, while on the British side about half the total fighter strength, including the most modern aircraft, were kept in England as a strategic reserve. Neither the British nor the French had equipped themselves with dive bombers, which in May-June 1940 played an important role in demoralizing the French infantry. Moreover, their strategic dispositions were awkward. Belgium being neutral, it was not judged possible to enter Belgian territory until requested to do so by the government in Brussels. The construction by the British armies of an anti-tank ditch along their sector of the Franco-Belgian frontier was the only measure open to them, while the French failed to construct strong defences along the Meuse River, in the gap between the northern end of the heavily fortified Maginot Line and the beginning of the British front. Marshal Pétain and the other French military leaders had laid it down before the war that the Ardennes sector could not be rapidly traversed and that in consequence there was no danger of a German breakthrough at this dangerous spot, from which a short road led to Paris. In FACT the German Army Command had planned a massive armoured onrush through the Ardennes, so as to sever the Allied armies as they moved forward into Belgium after 10 May. To cap everything, the French High Command possessed no strategic reserve, a circumstance disclosed to Churchill by their Commander-in-Chief, General Gamelin, on 1 May 6, when a meeting of British and French political and military leaders took place in Paris to consider the situation created by the German armoured breakthrough at Sedan and along the Meuse. The French Prime Minister, M. Paul Reynaud, had already given up the battle for lost, although he was determined to continue the war from North Africa, a decision subsequently overruled by his colleagues under pressure from Pétain and Weygand, Gamelin's successor. Now the French military leaders informed their British colleagues that all their plans had collapsed. The Maginot Line, with its massive underground forts, had been turned by a flanking movement, the Anglo-French armies in Belgium had been severed from the rest and said destruction, and the remainder of the French army was shattered and demoralized. It was the reckoning after years of cowardly and imbecilic political leadership, years when an ultimatum would have been sufficient to make the Germans withdraw from the Rhineland, or even to overthrow Hitler with the help of the German army leaders who distrusted his judgment. Now he had triumphed all along the line, and there was no longer the smallest chance of rousing an effective opposition against him in Germany. The question was rather whether Britain might not be obliged to follow the French example and sue for peace terms. 16.